Those who check in here will become wealthy in the future, with savings in the 9-digit range. On December 15, 1968, in a garden villa in Shanghai, the scene unfolds.
Bang!
What should we do? Mom. She seems to have fallen to her death.
Ugh.
It hurts. A broken groan escaped uncontrollably from her throat, instantly drawing 3 cold stares. No, she's still making noise. Tang Yueling, stop pretending to be dead. Get up quickly. Your dad just nudged you lightly. Why are you being so dramatic? A deliberately sharp female voice echoed throughout the villa, filled with hypocrisy and cruelty. Tang Yueling struggled to open her heavy eyelids, looking around in fear. What happened? How did she end up here? Who was speaking? She was lying on a cold, hard corner of the staircase, with a wooden edge digging into her waist beneath her thick pearl-embroidered dress. Looking up along the intricately carved wooden handrail, she saw 3 people staring at her as if she were trash. Her vision blurred, the world spun, and a flood of unfamiliar memories that didn't belong to her rushed in. Oh no, how much did the heavens despise her? She was just a second-year medical student who had recently complained about a disgusting story from the past without even seeing the author, and now she was trapped in a book? Fine, she could accept that. But she had ended up as a minor character who was eliminated early in the story. The original character was also named Tang Yueling, 19 years old, 165 centimeters tall, and the pampered daughter of a patriotic capitalist in Shanghai. Although she was a pampered girl, her life was quite tragic. 3 years ago, her mother passed away, and just yesterday, her beloved grandfather also passed away. The next day, her father, who had been enduring for 20 years, couldn't wait to show his true colors. He not only brought his nominal widow and her 2 children into the villa, but also forced her to hand over the safe's key and her grandfather's treasure map. The 3 people standing above her were her father, Shen Mingyuan, his widow, Zhou Hohat, and their eldest daughter, Shen Mingjiao. Shen Mingyuan, 44 years old, was somewhat good-looking but selfish and cruel, the youngest son of a once prominent family in Shanghai. Years ago, Tang Yueling's kind-hearted mother helped his family pay off debts and even allowed him to marry into theirs. It was supposed to be a love story between a kind-hearted girl and a fallen young master, but no one expected that beneath his handsome appearance lay a hidden agenda. 3 years ago, he had even mixed arsenic into her mother's cough syrup. A few days ago, the original owner's grandfather was injected with glycerin, which triggered a brain hemorrhage and led to his death. The intention was to secretly empty the Tang family's assets and transfer the remaining treasures to the Shin family, but the original owner's grandfather had already been cautious of him. The Tang family had been in business for 3 generations, accumulating immense wealth that he had long desired, and his unscrupulous father would not easily give up. Just 5 minutes ago, the original owner's memory recalled her father, Shen Mingyuan, in his study, his face twisted with greed. Tell me, where are the old man's safe key and treasure map? You think you can escape, you little brat? I've dealt with everyone in the Tang family. Now everything in the Tang family, including you, belongs to me. Shen Mingyuan. He gripped her arm tightly, spitting as he spoke, as if they were not father and daughter, but bitter enemies.
Dad, why?
For all these years, Mom and Grandpa never treated you poorly. Mom still loves you. Weren't you the one who cared for you the most? Why have you changed? Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head stubbornly. Her mother and grandfather had repeatedly instructed that the Tang family's wealth could only be passed on to Tang family members. Love. From the moment I married into the Tang family, everything in the Tang family became mine. You blame me? Blame your dead mother and grandfather for not giving me the Tang family's inheritance and forcing me to break ties. I spoiled you before because they were still alive and needed you. Now that they are gone, I have nothing to fear. In the midst of pushing and shouting, Tang Yueling saw her father's sister-in-law, Zhou Hohat, quickly reach for her abdomen. Zhou Hohat appeared to be breaking up the fight but actually intended to harm her. With a sudden loss of balance, she couldn't scream in time and fell down the stairs like a fallen angel, hitting her forehead on a hard corner, leading to her death. In the original story, she had long, flowing black hair, spring-like eyes with a hint of sadness, and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. With fair skin and a delicate cheongsam accentuating her slim waist and graceful curves, she was a naturally stunning beauty. She inherited her mother's looks and temperament, being calm, elegant, and sincere. Such a beautiful person was tragically written to die in the original story. That night, after her death, her father showed no sadness, calmly following his sister-in-law to put her in a coffin and bury her in a graveyard. Even then, the malicious sister-in-law, Zhou Hohot, did not want to let her go. Behind Shin Mingyuan's back, she and Shin Mingjie found a city dweller who had just lost a son. For 700 yuan, they had her exhumed and arranged a ghost marriage. The neglectful father does not care for Tang Yueling but is very fond of his eldest daughter, Shin Mingjiao, who is the main character in the original story. He hides the news of her death from others, claiming she has accepted her identity as a wealthy young lady and has gone to the countryside for reform with the documents he prepared earlier. The marriage contract that originally belonged to the main character has been changed to Shin Mingjiao's name, and it is taken to the military district to fulfill her engagement with her fiancé, an officer. This engagement was arranged 20 years ago by the main character's grandfather, who only mentioned the Tang family's eldest daughter, without specifying a name. Even worse, the officer fiancé from the original story eventually agreed to this. That officer is actually the male lead in the book. The day after the main character's death, the neglectful father used her household registration materials to give her city job to Shin Mingjiao. Shin Mingjiao also imitated her handwriting to withdraw a large sum of money from the bank. What's more frustrating is that Shin Mingjiao's handwriting closely resembled the main character's, which the neglectful father had taught her 4 years ago. This shows that even 4 years ago, or even earlier, the neglectful father and his sister-in-law, Zhou Hohot, had planned to harm and take over the main character's life. The main character also had a younger brother who went missing 13 years ago, and the Tang family searched everywhere in the city, but could not find him. This caused the main character's mother to develop a heart condition. In the end, the neglectful father and others found the treasure map, and all the wealth accumulated by 3 generations of the Tang family was completely looted. Zhou Hohot's children are actually the neglectful fathers, with cousin Shin Mingjiao being 1 year older than the main character and cousin Shin Yaozu being 1 year younger. Before the major movement, the 4 of them handled the enormous wealth and bought tickets to Hong Kong, collectively fleeing with the fortune. In the end, the female lead Shin Mingjiao went to the army with her fiancé and married him. Shin Mingjiao thrived, using her vast wealth and connections from the male lead's family to quickly build a business empire, living a life of success. Returning to reality, after just 2 or 3 seconds, Tang Yueling understood the entire plot. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the 3 people above her with a fierce gaze. As a medical genius from the 21st century, an orphan who grew up on welfare, she could easily remove tumors with a scalpel. Tang Yueling sneered. She was determined to tear apart this melodramatic script. Yueling, don't be so delicate. Get up. The floor is cold, Shen Mingjiao's soft, affected voice rang out, clearly filled with schadenfreude. Shen Mingjiao wore a high-quality, light pink cashmere double-breasted short coat, paired with a dark gray wool A-line skirt. She had on skin-colored stockings and camel-colored round-toe Mary Jane shoes. All her clothes were taken from the original owner's wardrobe without permission. She had a good figure and looked elegant at first glance, with delicate features that hid a calculating nature. The 3-strand pearl necklace around her neck was also taken from the original owner's jewelry box. After speaking, she pretended to help someone down, her eyes filled with jealousy. The cuffs of her sleeves revealed a pair of eye-catching gold bracelets, crafted from gold bars by her grandfather before liberation. The beloved emerald earrings of the original owner's mother now adorned the ears of her stepmother, Zhou Hohot. The jade bracelet given by her unreliable father, which was said to be buried with the original owner's mother 3 years ago, was now worn on her sister-in-law's wrist. In the original story, After the original owner's death, the mother and daughter had looted her, taking all her valuable jewelry and clothing. Even the ancestral jade pendant around her neck was taken. This pendant had allowed her to easily claim the Tang family's inheritance and thrive in the days to come. Looking at the malicious sister and aunt before her, Tang Yueling felt a surge of hatred, wishing she could strangle them. But soon, the blood from her forehead trickled to the corner of her mouth, the rusty taste bringing her back to her senses. She couldn't fight back. This body was too weak. Facing the three predators above her, she touched the jade pendant hidden in her clothing. Showing weakness and confusion was her best disguise now. For the time being, she would let them keep the Tang family's jewelry and wealth. She would soon reclaim everything from them. Dad, my head hurts so much.
My mom said before she died.
About the safe. Shen Mingyuan remained unmoved by the first statement, but when he heard the second, his and Zhou Hohat's eyes widened in shock. They quickly rushed downstairs, leaning closer to her. Where did your mom say it was? Yes, where is the key to the safe? My head hurts so much. I can't remember clearly. Dad, let me rest a bit, and then I'll tell you, okay? As soon as she said this, displeasure crossed their faces, and they once again felt a murderous intent. But they quickly realized Zhou Hohat was suspicious, her greedy eyes fixed on her. This girl, after falling down the stairs, seemed to have changed her attitude and was now willing to tell them where the key was. It seemed she truly understood. She was still afraid of dying. Zhou Hohat and Shen Mingyuan were both secretly planning to kill her as soon as she revealed the key and treasure map. Even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cubs, but this terrible father was worse than an animal. Tang Yueling noticed their thoughts and was about to head back to her room when a hurried male voice called out from the door. Third Master, Grandma, something's wrong. The ancestor is in trouble. You need to come back. A 16 or 17-year-old boy, dressed in slightly oversized dark clothes and wearing a gray cap, rushed in. He moved so quickly that he tripped over the carpet at the entrance and bumped his chin. This was the Shun family servant, a general fool. What's wrong with my mom? Speak clearly. Shen Mingyuan frowned, looking displeased, and quickly passed Tang Yueling to follow Zhou Hohat and the others downstairs. Third Master. The ancestor tripped and hurt her knee while walking in the yard this afternoon. She's at the hospital now. A Gen, bending over with blood on his chin, answered him shakily. Shen Mingyuan was about to scold him when Zhou Hohat's younger son, Shen Yaozu, appeared at the door, swaying slightly. He held a bottle of brandy and wore a black leather jacket with a large stain on it. His old cap was crooked, giving him a rough appearance. At 18 years old and 175 centimeters tall, he had inherited his father's good looks with decent features. However, his eyes were unfocused, showing impatience and a hint of anger, with dark circles from staying up late. Jen, what happened? What's wrong with my grandma? Useless dog, it must be because you didn't take care of her properly. Jen trembled, afraid to speak. Seeing Shen Mingyuan's angry expression, Shen Yaozu sobered up a bit, hid the brandy behind him, and cautiously said, Dad, Mom, don't worry, Grandma will be fine. When he noticed Tang Yueling behind him, his face turned red, and he perked up. Oh, Yueling, you're still alive? As soon as he said this, Shen Mingyuan's cold gaze flickered, and he looked him up and down, his expression darkening, but he didn't scold him. Shen Yaozu quickly sensed the tension and fell silent, stepping aside. Tang Yueling brushed her blood-stained hair behind her ear, ignoring him. Dad? Mom? Alive? This group of wolves and tigers had clearly plotted this from the start, and now they were no longer pretending in front of me. In the original story, it was at this moment that Jen and Shen Yaozu returned, and the terrible father and his family, upon hearing that Grandma Shen had hurt her knee, were all very concerned. They left her body behind and went straight to the hospital. By the next evening, they returned to the Tang family to deal with the unpleasant situation. Tang Yueling clenched her fists again. Enough talking, let's hurry back to see your grandmother.
Right.
The group was about to leave when Zhou Hohot suddenly stopped and quickly grabbed Shin Mingyuan's arm, signaling him. Shin Mingyuan understood immediately and called out loudly to the kitchen, "Aunt Wu, come out for a moment." "Yes, sir. Keep an eye on the young lady until we return." "Of course, sir. I will watch over the second young lady." A woman in her 50s, sturdy and with a broad, shiny face, wearing a thick apron, came out looking nervous and answered him in a loud voice. Just as the four were about to leave the house, Shan Mingyuan called out again.
"Wait."
"Ho-hot, Mingjiao, take off your jewelry. And Yaozu, stop going out to eat and drink. The situation is getting tense, and you all will attract too much attention. Wear them at home. Drink at home." Shin Mingyuan's tone was gentle and patient, making them seem like a warm family of four. "Okay, Mingyuan, you're right. All right, we'll listen to Dad." "Okay, Dad, I won't go out to drink." The two roughly took off their jewelry and tossed it into Shin Mingjiao's bag without care. Tang Yueling watched in shock, her heart aching. Shin Mingjiao even raised her eyebrows, looking at her with pride, her eyes full of boastfulness. Their father was quite cautious. In recent years, he had been very low-key, stealing so many treasures from the Tang family while wearing a faded Zhongshan suit. Tang Yueling watched them leave with a slight smile. Now that they were gone, it was a good chance for her to catch her breath. "Second young lady, let's go. Stop watching. Are you going back to your room or staying here?" Aunt Wu, the cook, was also Shin Mingyuan and Zhou Hohot's supporter. "Help me back to my room." Tang Yueling had lost too much blood, and it was winter. Aunt Wu didn't want to help her. Indeed, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Now even the cook was ignoring her. She trembled as she walked up to the second floor, slipping into her room and leaving Aunt Wu outside. "Aunt Wu, you can go. I'll be in my room. You don't need to worry about me." "Second young lady, I advise you not to have any tricks. This is the second floor." Aunt Wu felt a bit displeased after being turned away. In her view, the Tang family had changed its name to Shin since the day old Master Tang passed away. She turned to the side, shook off the dust from her apron, and spat at the door. Isn't she just a worthless ghost? Does she really think she's still the young lady of the Tang family? Ma Wu muttered quietly, her eyes darting around as she turned to go downstairs, but quickly returned. She brought a heavy chain to lock the bedroom door. This girl had the Tang family's secrets in her head. If she escaped, she wouldn't survive the cruelty of Shen Mingyuan and Zhou Hohot. Finally, only Tang Yueling was left alone. She pressed her back against the door, struggling to unfasten the buttons of her pearl dress, and took out the jade pendant from her chest. The golden opportunity that the main character had stolen was about to be returned to its rightful owner. She took a drop of blood from her forehead and smeared it on the jade pendant. The pendant absorbed the blood and began to tremble slightly. Tang Yueling closed her eyes and silently thought enter. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely new and strange world. Before she could take in her surroundings, an ancient double-layered paper suddenly flew into her face. She pulled it down to see it was the Spirit Phoenix Realm User Manual. Just as she was about to read the text, the words seemed to activate and flooded into her mind. She understood all the functions of the Spirit Phoenix realm. Having read the original story, she knew the pendant was a golden opportunity, but its content was quite different from Shin Mingjiao's. Shin Mingjiao had followed Zhou Hohot and, on the night after her death, opened the coffin to retrieve her body for a ghost marriage. Her neglectful father had briefly shown some conscience by leaving this not-so-valuable jade pendant, which the original owner had worn since childhood, as her only burial item. However, Zhou Hohot and her accomplice were incredibly greedy and had come to rob the grave. It was precisely when Shen Mingjiao tore open her clothes to snatch the pendant that it accidentally touched the original owner's blood, allowing her to obtain the pendant's space. But her space could only store items. It had no other use. Tang Yueling's current space was extraordinary, with 4 main functions: unlimited storage, fertile land for planting, spiritual spring water, and a medical system. The unlimited space was also unique. Only she could access the items within it. Was it really that amazing? A bold and immature idea popped into her mind. If she focused hard enough, could she collect the entire Earth and return to her original world? She thought about it, but didn't dare to try. If things went wrong, she might end up as the only character in a historical novel to be erased by her own golden opportunity. The fertile land and spiritual spring water were nothing special, similar to what she had seen in other historical novels. The black soil can greatly speed up plant growth, automatically optimize seed genes, and with the spirit spring water, planting and harvesting can be done with just one click. However, you can only plant 1 acre of land each day, with no limit on the types of crops. In 1 day, 1 acre. In 100 days, that's 100 acres. In a year, it totals 365 acres. This means if she plants rice, she can harvest over 1,000 tons in 6 months. With space at her disposal, in this time of scarcity, what does she have to worry about? The spirit spring water strengthens the body, heals hidden injuries, and when diluted, promotes plant growth, but only 10 liters are available each day. Clearly, this is designed just for her, as if she is meant to be a savior. With such a vast country, she can't do everything herself. She has to give others a chance to shine too. The last feature is the medical system, which upgrades based on how many people she saves, allowing her to access corresponding medical equipment. However, each use consumes 5 liters of spirit spring water, meaning she can't save everyone, just herself and those close to her. After understanding the instructions, Tang Yueling looked ahead. It was a huge grassy field that seemed endless. At the front was a floating jade platform with a pool of clear spring water, displaying the message Spirit Spring Jade Essence. Ignoring everything else, she quickly approached, and with a wave of her hand, a white enamel cup marked serving the people suddenly appeared.
So smart.
She filled the cup and drank it all in one go. The spring water was refreshing and slightly sweet, washing away all her pain and fatigue. She clenched her fists, feeling energized. If her neglectful father and cold stepmother came now, she could easily defeat them. To her right were several patches of dark soil, with a message saying Herb Garden. In the center was a brick house with a sign reading Basic Health Clinic. Further left were more patches of dark soil labeled Black Soil Planting Area. Behind this row was a long empty warehouse with just a roof, marked Infinite Storage Warehouse. Behind the warehouse was an endless grassy field, labeled Living Animal Pasture. Not bad. This is like a dream farm. The top priority now is to find the treasure map left by my grandfather, buy seeds and livestock from the black market, and fill my space. Tang Yueling thought exit, and she instantly left the space, returning to her room. The original phoenix pattern jade pendant disappeared from her hand and transformed into a diamond-shaped birthmark on her arm. Diamond-shaped birthmark? The original book did not mention this birthmark. Shinming Jiao only had a jade pendant with a phoenix pattern, which she treasured and kept with her at all times. It turns out to be a fake. If it weren't for the original owner's blood, she might not even be able to use the storage space. Speaking of the diamond-shaped birthmark, I must mention something. On the green train from Yangqing to Hushi, there was a tall man wearing a dark blue Zhongshan suit and a floppy-brimmed liberation hat. He was dozing on the hard sleeper, having not slept for 2 days and nights. In his dream, amidst a misty rainforest, a mysterious girl with long hair was waving at him. Her clothes and face were unclear, but the pink diamond-shaped birthmark on her right hand stood out brightly. "Who are you? Why do you keep appearing in my dreams? What do you want?" Just as the man reached out to grab her, he stumbled and suddenly woke up. He had the same dream many times over the years. The green train rattled, and a lantern swayed in the carriage, while an elderly woman across from him was soothing her grandson in Cantonese. "Eat an olive, be good and sleep." The man lifted his hat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, briefly revealing his sharp brow and deep amber eyes that carried an intimidating gaze. A faint scar under his left eye made him look chilling. "Miss, no matter who you are, I hope I don't run into you." Achoo. Tang Yueling touched her slightly warm diamond-shaped birthmark and sneezed. Could it be that I drank too much spirit spring water just now? Tang Yueling stopped worrying about the birthmark. Her body had recovered, and she needed to find the treasure map before her unreliable father and others returned home. According to the original book's description and the original owner's memories, the key to the safe and the treasure map left by her grandfather were in her room. After her grandfather passed away, her father and others had turned his room upside down, even prying up the floor tiles. They found nothing but some obvious decorative items and not even a trace of the map. They had searched every corner of the Tang family's mansion. The crackdown on capitalists had started years ago, and her grandfather and mother had foreseen this. A portion of the valuable items in the Tang family had been secretly taken to the Shin family by her greedy father, while most had been hidden away by her grandfather. Anything that could avoid the destructive searches by the red armbands could also escape her father's greedy eyes. Tang Yueling picked up the overturned vanity stool. The once delicate room of the young lady was now unrecognizable. The western mirror made of rosewood was shattered into pieces, and 5 or 6 empty jewelry boxes lay scattered on the floor, with even the velvet linings torn out. The beautifully carved bed, once adorned with high-quality silk sheets from Shanghai that her mother had prepared for her, and a warm duck-down comforter, were nowhere to be found. Only a Suzhou-embroidered pillow remained, lying alone on the bed. The redwood wardrobe, which used to be filled with silk, velvet, and brocade kipeos, small dresses, coats, and cardigans, now stood empty, with only the wooden rods left. The compartments that once held silk underwear, embroidered slips, long glass stockings, and various scarves and handkerchiefs were all bare. It felt like a raid, as if the village had been invaded. In her memories, Shenming Jiao and Zhou Hohot rummaged through her belongings like 2 starving hyenas. Fortunately, they were too foolish to recognize the true value of the items. They didn't find any of the real treasures in this room. She walked straight to the foot of the bed, where in the right corner, behind 50 centimeters of wall plaster, there was a small seam that led to a hidden compartment. Pressing down firmly, the compartment opened to reveal a large stash of items. There were 10 shiny little yellow fish, each weighing 102.4 grams. In a red velvet bag, she poured out 5 pigeon blood rubies, each the size of a marble. These were blood diamonds given to the Tang family by a wealthy businessman from the South Seas, secretly gifted to her by her grandfather, and she had kept them as toys for 8 years. At the back of the hidden compartment was a double-layer wooden jewelry box inlaid with mother-of-pearl. The first layer contained 2 strands of South Sea pearl necklaces and 2 4-carat Colombian emerald rings. The second layer held 3 pairs of 2.5-carat pear-shaped diamond earrings, 2 Swiss gold watches from 1943, and the key to her grandfather's safe. Tang Yueling's eyes sparkled. She had only seen such valuable items on television before. If brought to 2025, they would be worth a fortune. As she stepped forward, her black leather shoes brushed against the polished terrazzo floor, and she couldn't help but smile. Oh, right. There are more treasures under these tiles. She lifted the terrazzo tile to uncover 10 500-gram gold bars buried beneath. She was rich. After carefully replacing the tile, she climbed onto the vanity stool and reached for the top of the wardrobe. Her fingertips brushed against the thick layer of dust, revealing a hardcover notebook. Inside the pages was a yellowed stock certificate for 200,000 preferred shares issued by HSBC in 1948. Grandpa was right. The most valuable things are never just jewelry. Even if Shin Mingyuan is smart, he would never guess that these 200,000 preferred shares were just left in the wardrobe collecting dust. She happily blew off the dust from the certificate, no longer hesitating. With a wave of her hand, she stored everything in her space. Closing her eyes to enter the space, these items indeed appeared in the still warehouse behind her. Finding the key, the next step was to locate the treasure map. Tang Yueling turned and went to the luxurious bathroom inside. In the center was a Victorian-style golden bathtub, which had a large hole smashed in it by a red armband. Although the bathtub was ruined, its claw feet were inlaid with natural agate, and the interior was silver-plated. She crouched down and took out dental extraction forceps from her space, carefully removing the inlays. Those two fools have no idea this is the real treasure. She also collected the enamel mouthwash cup and the tortoiseshell comb filled with musk gold pills from the sink. Even the silver toilet brush in the corner was unscrewed to retrieve the hidden jade snuff bottle inside. Finally, she approached the wall tiles behind the bathroom door, counting up to the third tile from the bottom. She pressed it with all her strength, revealing another hidden compartment. Inside was the Tang family's treasure map. Her grandfather was indeed clever, who would hide a treasure map in a bathroom. In the original story, it was only half a month after the original owner's death that her irresponsible father and stepmother lost patience and cleaned out all the tiles in the house, only to discover this hidden compartment at the end. Before that, they had found two fake treasure maps that her grandfather had deliberately left to mislead them. Tang Yueling knew that one of the fake maps pointed to the location of the original owner's grave. A somewhat wicked idea formed in her mind. When her father and the others returned tomorrow, she would give them a huge surprise, collecting the interest owed over the years. From the hidden compartment, Tang Yueling took out a small black lacquer box, inside which was a yellowed piece of parchment. It had 4 treasure locations written in black mineral paint, with the first one right in the Tang family's mansion. The entrance to the secret room was even more surprising, making Tang Yueling unable to help but laugh. The switch for the secret room entrance is actually at the bottom of the pickled vegetable jar in the big kitchen on the first floor, under the second layer of tiles. Indeed, the most dangerous place is the safest. My grandfather had a great plan. Now, the urgent task was to leave the bedroom and, while Shen Mingyuan and Shen Mingjiao had not yet returned, collect all the treasures from the secret room. Just as she was looking for something to break down the door, she heard 3 soft knocks on the glass. Tang Yueling followed the sound and saw an elderly man outside her bedroom window. He was in his 60s or 70s, with gray hair, a hunched back, and a face full of wrinkles. "Miss, it's me, Uncle Fu. Please open the window." Uncle Fu was the loyal servant who had served the Tang family for 3 generations. How did he end up here? Without thinking too much, Tang Yueling gently opened the window and carefully helped him up. "Wait, Miss Baiwei is behind me. She came to see you too." Jiang Baiwei, who was once as famous as the Tang family, belonged to a well-known medical family. She was the granddaughter of a returning doctor and the best friend of the original owner since childhood. 3 years ago, the Jiang family was raided and their assets were seized. Thanks to the original owner and her grandfather, she was not sent away with the Jiang family's eldest son. Now, she worked in a hospital's pharmacy. "Lingling, are you okay? Quickly help me up." Why, what are you doing here?" Tang Yueling recalled memories of the two of them growing up together. When Tang Yueling was 8 and Jiang Baiwei was 9, they sat under a sycamore tree in the Tang family's yard. Jiang Baiwei handed her a stethoscope she had taken from home. Why, it feels like there's a little bird in your heart, bumping against the cage. How amazing! When Tang Yueling was 12, they were in her room, pretending to be adults, dressed in white coats, tying up a frog.
Why, I'm scared.
I don't want to cut it. At 16, Jiang Baiwei went abroad to study a year earlier. At the docks, she took Tang Yueling's hand and said, "Lingling, when I return, I'll teach you medicine. If wealthy young ladies know how to save lives, they won't dare to harm us." Later, the Jiang family faced persecution, many medical books were burned, and Jiang Baiwei's grandfather died tragically. Her parents and older brother were sent away. The Jiang family's hospital and pharmacy were shut down, but a large number of medical books and supplies were secretly saved by her grandfather. Returning to the present, Jiang Baiwei quickly jumped into the room, looking worried as she pulled Tang Yueling around, checking her over. "Lingling, let me see if your terrible father and wicked aunt have hurt you." Before Tang Yueling could respond, Uncle Fu knelt on the ground, holding her hand and crying sadly. "Miss, it's my fault for not taking care of you. I've let down the trust of the old master and the young lady. Uncle Fu, it's not your fault. You've suffered too." Tang Yueling quickly pulled the two of them up, her eyes slightly wet. In the original story, after the main character died, both of them were heartbroken. They faced the pressure from Shen Mingyuan and worked hard to pay a large sum to retrieve her body. They buried her again in the Tang family grave. Uncle Fu also fell ill from grief and eventually passed away. Jiang Baiwei, having offended the female lead Shen Mingjiao, lost her reputation due to that scoundrel brother Shen Yaozu. She had no choice but to go to the countryside as a youth worker and tragically died in a cow shed. Seeing the two of them, Tang Yueling was determined not to let the tragedies from the original story happen again since she had come into this world. "Miss, you should let Baiwei check your health. We need to get you out of the Tang family," Uncle Fu said anxiously, worry filling his eyes. "Yes, Lingling, come with us. Xiao Tao is waiting below. We only dared to come save you while they were away. While there is still hope, we can recover the Tang family's assets later," Jiang Baiwei said sincerely, taking her hand and leading her toward the window. Xiao Tao, who grew up with Tang Yueling, was now 17. Although she was a servant, they were like sisters. She had been rescued from the black market by Uncle Fu at a high cost. "Cook the corn, cook the corn." The calls of the cuckoo bird sounded, and both Uncle Fu and Baiwei became anxious. "Let's go. Xiao Tao is waiting. This is our secret signal." "Wait, Weiwei, Uncle Fu. I can't leave yet. Do you trust me? I have something more important to do," Tang Yueling said firmly, holding on to both of them and explaining her plan to deal with her terrible father. The two listened excitedly. Both the Tang and Jiang families had significant wealth that had fallen into her father's hands. "Miss, are you sure? Your safety is the most important thing." "Yes. Lingling, money is just material. I just want you to be safe. Here in the city, you're my only good sister. I don't want to lose you." After they spoke, their eyes couldn't help but become moist. "I am completely confident. You must believe in me. Weiwei, I need your help." "Okay. We believe in you. Just tell us what to do." In this world, everyone felt uneasy. They all understood that with her father's current power, even if Tang Yueling escaped today, it would be easy for him to capture her again. Instead of hiding, it was better to confront him directly. "I need you to take down Aunt Wu and get the key to let me out. Mom Wu is alone on the first floor now. She is likely dozing off at this time. I have ether and datura mixed together. Weiwei, you have learned martial arts. You know what to do, right?" "Okay. Lingling, I'll handle it." Jiang Baiwei didn't question it. At that moment, she found Tang Yueling particularly charming, confident, and captivating. "Grandpa Fu, you and Xiao Tao go up the mountain and gather some mad dog grass for me. Bring it to the Tang family before noon tomorrow." "All right, young miss, but you must be careful alone." "Don't worry, I'm no longer the weak, spoiled young lady Tang Yueling used to be." She pretended to get something from the storage room and handed the bottle containing ether and datura to Jiang Baiwei. They retraced their steps and found that a few people had brought 2 ladders tied together, with Xiao Tao holding them at the bottom. "Miss, come down quickly." Xiao Tao waved at her energetically, and she was finally called down by Baiwei. After a brief conversation, Uncle Fu and Xiao Tao took down the ladder, reluctantly watching her leave. Jiang Baiwei quietly slipped into the villa. The tall sycamore tree at the edge of the yard was still there, where she often climbed in with Tang Yueling. The villa's front door was slightly ajar, and as Tang Yueling expected, Mom Wu was indeed asleep on a chair outside the kitchen. She took out her handkerchief and mixed the ether with the datura powder, her heart racing. She tiptoed silently to Mom Wu's back. The ether and datura wouldn't harm her life, but could make her unconscious for hours. Before Mom Wu could wake up, Jiang Baiwei quickly covered her mouth and eyes from behind. Mom Wu, confused, flailed her arms and legs in the air for a moment before fainting. It was Jiang Baiwei's first time doing something like this. Seeing her still, she trembled and sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. She was also a beautiful flower, not much different in looks from Tang Yueling. With an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and gray eyes inherited from her German grandmother, she appeared a bit cold. She steadied herself, pulled the second-floor key from Wu's waist, and stumbled upstairs. After opening the door, still catching her breath, she found Tang Yueling surprisingly calm. With a determined gaze, she gently held Jiang Baiwei's trembling hands and comforted her. Wei Wei, it's okay, take a deep breath. I won't harm her. She's just fainted, and I still have use for her. You leave first. I'll handle the rest. Okay, Lingling, be careful. Your terrible dad and his friends could come back at any moment. Don't worry, they won't be back until tomorrow night. Tang Yueling changed out of her white pearl qipao and into a thick black long dress, holding onto the railing as she walked downstairs. Her revenge was just beginning. Tang Yueling walked into the kitchen on the first floor and saw Aunt Wu, unconscious and sprawled on a stool. Don't rush. I need to give her one more shot for safety. With that, she opened her right hand and conjured an old-fashioned syringe used for pigs from her storage. In her left hand, she created a small jar of a special herb and happily filled the syringe. She turned Aunt Wu over and gave her a shot in the rear. All right, now you can sleep soundly until tomorrow afternoon. After tidying up Aunt Wu, Tang Yueling went to the front door and locked all the doors of the house. She was determined to not let anyone interrupt her while she searched for treasure. Next, she approached a large ceramic jar used for pickling vegetables and examined it closely. This jar was big. The original family loved pickled fish, so the cook would always prepare a large jar each year. Now that her grandfather had passed away, the loyal servants of the Tang family had been sent away, and no one had touched the pickled vegetables since. She opened her right hand and conjured a white enamel cup filled with spring water, which she drank eagerly. The spring water would boost her strength, and this large jar would be heavy even for an adult man to lift. After drinking the spring water, she felt energized and easily lifted the jar with both hands.
Haha, I did it.
She then grabbed a kitchen knife and pried up the tiles beneath it, revealing a white tile underneath. When she removed the last tile, she discovered a bronze ring set into the ground. Pulling on it caused the entire kitchen to shake, and a wall behind the pickling jar began to move. The wall slowly receded, revealing an entrance to a hidden room. No wonder her terrible dad and wicked aunt couldn't find it. The entrance was hidden behind a solid wall. Tang Yueling followed the secret passage down, and lights lit up automatically on either side, creating a strange atmosphere reminiscent of the treasure-hunting shows she had seen on TV. When she reached the bottom, her mouth dropped open in surprise. The room was filled with dozens of boxes, stacked all around. Most of the boxes were labeled with Tang, while about 10 others were marked with Jiang. It is clear that the medical books and medicines saved for the Jiang family are also in the secret room. Tang Yueling excitedly approached and opened each box, eager to see how rich the capitalists of the Shanghai market truly were. The first box revealed a dazzling collection of small yellow fish with over 500 pieces, each weighing around 102.1 grams. The second box contained another large collection of small yellow fish, prompting her to open the third box. This one held large yellow fish, more than 3 times the amount, with over 300 pieces, each weighing about 315.6 grams. The fourth box also contained large yellow fish, while the fifth box was filled with golden ornaments, including golden dragons, golden tripods, golden ingots, golden Buddha statues, and golden sailboats. The next 2 boxes were also filled with golden decorations, such as golden pai xiu, golden toads, golden gods of wealth, golden abacuses, and golden treasure bowls, along with golden auspicious symbols and longevity peaches. She even spotted a golden statue of Guangong and a golden shouxing among the decorations. The Tang family truly was the wealthiest capitalist in Shanghai, and the inheritance was astonishing. The following boxes contained antique paintings and calligraphy, bronzeware, Tang sankai, Song porcelain, jade carvings, ivory sculptures, and cloisonne, each with multiple items. The paintings were all from renowned artists, including dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, along the river during the Qingming Festival, and 100 horses, among others. There were also over 20 scrolls of ancient paintings that she couldn't name, which would be considered national treasures in 2025. She felt a bit stunned. These items were priceless. In the original story, these treasures were found by her unworthy father and taken by Shen Mingjiao, many of which were sold cheaply overseas. This thought made her feel frustrated. But soon, her spirits lifted as she looked at the next few boxes of treasures. The last 2 boxes contained women's jewelry, filled with shiny jewelry boxes of various sizes. Inside were 3 pairs of solid gold garlic bangles, 2 pairs of twisted bangles, 8 pairs of dragon and phoenix bangles, and 1 pair of smooth Tianyuan bangles. There were also 2 pairs of gold bracelets engraved with longevity patterns, along with gold longevity lock bracelets and anklets specially made for children, totaling 3 pairs. These were likely prepared by her grandfather for her future children. Another box held over a dozen hair ornaments made with kingfisher feathers, more than 20 top-quality jade bangles, and various pearl accessories. There were also large pearls from Nanyang and several pieces of valuable Hetian jade pendants. The third-to-last box contained 10 Cartier-style women's watches, platinum jewelry set with diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. Additionally, there was a large box of diamond brooches and several oversized seawater pearl necklaces. The last 2 boxes contain various precious medicines. One box has traditional Chinese medicine, and the other has Western medicine. The Chinese medicine box includes 2 sets of 3 emergency treasures from traditional Chinese medicine, and Gong Niu Huangwan, Zishuedan, and Jibaodan. It also contains Ding Kuandan, Yunnan Bai Yao, Wuji Bai Fengwan, Suhi Xiangwan, and many valuable herbal ingredients like ginseng for energy, musk for awakening the mind and promoting blood circulation, and Niu Huang for clearing heat and detoxifying. There are also tiger bone, cordyceps, rhino horn, bird's nest, deer antler, and dragon blood scorpion, among many other herbs. The last box contains Western medicine, which includes a small refrigerator holding penicillin, known as the gold of medicine at that time. Back then, 1 tube of penicillin could be exchanged for 10 large yellow fish. It also contains the effective malaria treatment, quinine, and a small bottle of sulfanilamide, which could buy half a street of rice. There are also aspirin for pain relief, arsenic for syphilis treatment, a small amount of penicillin, and some common disinfectants. These boxes belong to the Tang family, and for Tang Yueling, a talented medical student, these precious medicines are far more valuable than gold and jewels in this era. On the other side are 10 boxes from the Jiang family, half filled with large yellow fish, small yellow fish, and other gold and jewelry. 3 boxes contain medical books passed down from the Jiang ancestors. The last 2 boxes also contain various medicines, similar to those of the Tang family. After all, these are the Jiang family's ancestral possessions, and Tang Yueling only took a quick look before closing the box. She does not plan to keep the Jiang family's heritage for herself, but intends to return it to Jiang Baiwei, or the Jiang family, at the right time. From the arrangement of the boxes in the secret room, it is clear that her grandfather shares the same sentiment. The Tang family is wealthy and conducts themselves with integrity, never coveting others' ancestral possessions. Tang Yueling turned her attention to her own 30-plus boxes in the secret room, filled with gold, silver, jewels, antiques, paintings, medicines, and herbs, feeling immensely happy. As an orphan abandoned by her parents in the 21st century, she never imagined she could be so wealthy one day. She is good at math and roughly estimated that the assets here are worth at least 80 million, possibly close to 100 million. If converted to the prices of 2025, that would be over 4 billion. Tang Yueling's hands trembled with excitement. This treasure alone could last her a lifetime. Not thinking about anything else, she stored all the boxes in her space and walked out of the secret room. She quickly went to the second floor and entered her grandfather's room, which was in complete disarray, with even the wallpaper and floor tiles torn down. The father is truly heartless. He only cares about money and has lost all sense of humanity. She took out the safe key, opened the safe, and found 20 small fish, 100,000 US dollars and 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Tang Yueling stored everything in her space. then turned and stuffed a bunch of bricks inside before closing the safe again. Meanwhile, a handsome man on the green train, dreaming, was hiding from a group of pursuers. Tang Yueling happily came out of her grandfather's room and found her savings book in her father's drawer. She wanted to look for her household registration but couldn't find it anywhere. Her father's room had many of Zhou Hohat's belongings. Ever since her grandfather passed away, the two had stopped pretending. Zhou Hohat is actually Shen Mingyuan's wife, not just some sister-in-law. Shen Mingyuan is the youngest, the most handsome, well-educated, humorous, and smart, making him the best choice. The eldest son of the Shen family has no heirs, and Zhou Hohat is merely his nominal wife. To win over the original owner's mother and gain the Tang family's assets, the Shen family plotted together. Tang Yueling searched several times and found many of her mother's precious items, but she couldn't find her father's household registration or savings book. It was clear that they were prepared, and what she wanted had already been moved. Tang Yueling put her savings book back. It was obviously a bait thrown out by her father. Now was not the time to confront him. She hadn't finished collecting the treasures, and she hadn't given away her father's big gift. She planned to take everything from the Tang family's house, leaving them with nothing. She then went to the servant's room on the first floor and found a clean, ordinary floral cotton blouse and gray cotton pants. She changed her black shoes for a pair of shell cotton shoes. But a beauty is still a beauty. Even in simple clothes, her stunning looks couldn't be hidden. In the end, she had to wear a dark blue hat to cover her ears and neck, along with a large scarf that only left her eyes visible. After getting everything ready, Tang Yueling happily left for the state-run restaurant and ordered 4 dishes and a soup. The braised pork cost 70 cents, the steamed base 60 cents, the moose shoe pork 30 cents, the oil-braised bamboo shoots 20 cents, and the seaweed egg drop soup 15 cents. Adding a bowl of rice for 6 cents, it totaled exactly $2.01. When it was time to pay, Tang Yueling was stunned. Money was really valuable in this era. Yet, ordinary people had to work 1 to 2 days to earn that much. The original owner's Pearl Chi-Pao had a wallet hidden underneath, containing over $20, a roll of industrial coupons, and pastry tickets. Tang Yueling never expected that a wealthy capitalist family in Shanghai would only have this little pocket money. This shows that after her mother and grandfather passed away, her share was taken away by Shen Mingjiao and Shen Yaozu. Without thinking too much, she paid the bill, adjusted her Russian hat, and disappeared into the night, heading towards a remote state-run guest house in Shanghai. The cold wind howled as she encountered a middle-aged man around 30 who looked tough. He wore a loose military green cotton coat and a dark cap, and he was thin, tearing open a pack of cigarettes. The moment she recognized him, Tang Yueling was nearly terrified. This man was the younger brother of her father's old lover, Zhou Hohat, named Zhou Tianbao. Zhou Tianbao was uneducated and a troublemaker, but he helped her father with some black market dealings. Her younger brother had gone missing in 2013, which seemed to be related to him as well. Tang Yueling had already disguised herself, and if she was discovered here, her father would know, and at that moment, she felt a surge of anger. The surgical knife she had in her possession was already trembling. However, to avoid trouble, Tang Yueling quickened her pace and rushed past. Zhou Tianbao looked at her with a complicated expression but was interrupted by a scar-faced man behind him. "Tiange, what are you looking at? Do you know her?" "I should know her. Just seems a bit familiar," Zhou Tianbao replied. The scar-faced man smugly asked for a cigarette and flattered him, saying, "What level is our Tiange? How could he be interested in these common folks? Once this batch of goods is settled, I'll take you to find someone better. I guarantee they'll all be fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall. Just your liking. You know me well." They both laughed cunningly and left. Tang Yueling sighed in relief and quickened her steps again. During this time, capitalists had already been dealt with, and everyone was very cautious when going out. Taking a car was unrealistic, and riding a bike would attract attention. If luck was bad and they were stopped by the red armbands and discovered her capitalist identity, it would surely lead to trouble. Therefore, the best option now was to go on foot. 20 minutes later, Tang Yueling arrived at her second hiding place, the Guesheng guesthouse. It was a very unremarkable 3-story red brick building with a few steps leading up to it and 2 pots of boxwood on either side of the steps. Above the steps hung a rectangular wooden sign with the words Guesheng Guesthouse written in red on a white background. Upon entering the guest house, the front desk, which was less than 20 square meters, came into view. On the wall behind the counter, there was a portrait of a great leader in the center, with the phrase "Serve the people" underneath it. The receptionist was a middle-aged woman, around 40 years old, wearing a dark blue khaki uniform with a crisp collar and cuffs. She had a red badge pinned to her left chest. "Do you need a room?" she asked. "Yes," came the reply. "What type of room do you want? Please show me your identification." At that time, you needed documents everywhere, even to stay at a guest house. However, Tang Yueling had no documents with her, so she had to muster her courage and say what the treasure map suggested. "Hello, my last name is Tang. I want room 555, the one at the far right corner on the second floor. How much is it?" "Room 555, are you sure about that?" "Yes." "Okay, please wait a moment." The middle-aged woman looked shocked as she hurriedly turned and walked inside, not asking for any documents again. A few minutes later, a round-faced, cheerful middle-aged man appeared. "Hello, I am the manager of the guest house, Chen Fugue. I heard your last name is Tang, and that you specifically want room 555 on the second floor." "Yes," Tang Yueling replied calmly and unhurriedly. The guest house used to be a minor business of the Tang family, and since it became state-run, they received shares every month. "Great, please follow me." Chen Fugue smiled and stepped aside, signaling to the woman next to him. They both bowed to welcome her inside. Tang Yueling had wanted to keep a low profile, but it seemed her grandfather had already made arrangements. Chen Fugue led her to room 555, took out the key to open the door, and respectfully handed her the key, saying, "Rest assured, this place is very safe." Tang Yueling entered the room and locked the door behind her. It was a bedroom of about 10 square meters, without a bathroom, furnished with a double wooden bed covered in faded blue and white checkered sheets. There was a small wooden cabinet with drawers on each side of the bed, and on top sat an enamel basin with a white background and blue flowers, marked with "Serve the People." Taking a deep breath, Tang Yueling bent down to grip the bed and pulled hard, revealing a half-meter-wide gap. She quickly jumped inside and found a spot in the center, about 5 fingers wide. She tore off the wallpaper and punched the wall with force. "Ouch, that really hurts," she exclaimed, as her fist throbbed and a large dent appeared in the smooth wall. The wall was hollow. Excitedly, she kept pulling, and the hole grew larger until she finally saw a brass pull ring that looked just like the one in the kitchen of the Western-style house. She pulled hard, and the wall at the entrance on the left began to tremble. A minute later, a secret room entrance appeared. It was another similar passage that extended downward. After 2 or 3 minutes, she saw a large iron box with the character "Tang" written on it. Tang Yueling excitedly opened the box. The first few boxes contained valuable large yellow fish, small yellow fish, and gold jewelry. By the 4th and 5th boxes, she was stunned again. They were filled with stacks of money and various tickets. In this era, there were no 50 or 100 yuan bills. The largest denomination was the 10 yuan bill. Next was the 5 yuan bill for steel workers and the 1 yuan bill for female tractor drivers, among others. The smallest denomination was 1 cent, available in both paper and coin forms. Don't underestimate 1 cent. It could buy a piece of fruit candy, and 5 cents could get you a tram ride or a cream popsicle. A 10 yuan bill was already a significant amount of money. Ordinary workers earned only 20 to 30 yuan a month, while Tang Yueling now had a whole large iron box full. After a quick look, she estimated there were at least 20 to 30,000 yuan in cash. The box next to it contained various tickets, including several large rolls of national grain tickets, with denominations of half a jin, 1 jin, and 5 jin, totaling around 10 to 20,000 jin. There were also 30,000 jin of Shanghai grain tickets, with one jean equivalent to 500 grams. There were fabric tickets, meat tickets, soybean product tickets, sugar tickets, salt tickets, soy sauce tickets, coal tickets, cigarette tickets, alcohol tickets, cotton tickets, shoe tickets, watch tickets, and remittance tickets. You could say that any type of ticket you could name was in that big box. Being from the 21st century, Tang Yueling had never seen these things before, so she curiously started to sift through them. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to do some serious shopping in the black market. Indeed, these tickets, except for the national grain tickets, which were usable nationwide, were only valid in Shanghai and would be worthless elsewhere. Converting them into tangible items and storing them in a moisture-proof, anti-corrosion space would be the best choice. Opening the next box revealed several stacks of leather file bags. Inside were 56 share certificates from Tang's textile factory, pharmaceutical factory, flour mill, cement factory, coal company, department store, and more. It's worth noting that before the major movement, these were all Tang family properties. The bags below contained certificates for a HSBC dollar account, with all the account names changed to Tang Yueling's name, totaling over $200,000. There was also a certificate for a Swiss bank account with $500,000, along with a key for a safe carved from Qingtian stone. Additionally, there was a certificate for gold storage at Standard Chartered Bank, with 700 ounces of gold bars stored in the vault at the Hong Kong headquarters. 1 ounce is about 28 grams, so 700 ounces is approximately 19,600 grams. Inside another red envelope were secret donation receipts, special supplies, and several photos from her grandfather's revolutionary period. When Tang Yueling opened it, she was surprised to find a private photo of her grandfather with a prominent figure. There was also a picture of a middle-aged man in a military uniform, looking very dignified. It was clear that her grandfather had planned wisely, leaving nothing for her irresponsible father and instead providing her with valuable items for her safety. The last few boxes contained rough diamonds from South Africa. If sold in the 21st century, even one box could make her financially free. The second treasure location, when calculated, was worth at least $1 or $200 million from 1968, which would be around $7 to $8 billion by 2025. Tang Yueling smiled widely, waved her hand, and stored everything in her space, leaving the room empty. She was increasingly excited about what surprises the next 2 treasure locations would bring her. Without lingering, she quickly returned to her room, sealed the hole in the wall, and restored the wooden bed to its original state. After checking to ensure there were no flaws, she dressed neatly, hid her stunning face, and opened the locked door, ready to leave. Just as Tang Yueling opened the door slightly, a pair of blood-stained hands pushed against it, and a dark handgun was aimed at her as the door swung open. The strong smell of blood hit her, and she froze. "Comrade, don't panic. I'm on a mission. Cooperate with me." A tall man, about 6 feet 2 inches, pushed her into the room. After drinking the spirit water, Tang Yueling had strength greater than that of a strong adult man, but in front of this man, she felt vulnerable. He had a stern face, cold eyes, a high nose, and sharp lips, and his blue outfit was soaked in blood, yet he exuded an intimidating aura. "Are you hurt?" Despite the danger he posed, she felt no fear, only a hint of concern. Perhaps it was because he was very handsome, or maybe it was her instinct as a doctor. Before she could speak again, hurried footsteps approached from behind. "There's no time. Comrade, cover me. You can set the terms." "What?" The man didn't have time to explain. He quickly removed her hat, scarf, and even her shoes and socks, tossing them to the ground. He wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace, quickly tossing her onto the bed. "Act like my wife. Make it convincing." The man pounced on her like a leopard, using his other hand to spread the blanket over both of them. "What are you doing?" Any normal woman would be frightened by his actions, but Tang Yueling was not an ordinary person. His warm chest pressed against her, making it hard for her to breathe, and his hot breath brushed against her ear. The gun still pressed against her side, but the pressure was slowly easing. The injured man supported himself with one hand on the bed, keeping a safe distance between them. When he saw her stunning face, He paused for a moment. But soon, footsteps outside grew closer, clearly searching the rooms one by one. Tang Yueling realized that the man in front of her wanted her to wait. He wouldn't be trying to force himself on her, would he? Although he was incredibly handsome, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, she was not someone who would easily give herself away. In her right hand, a surgical knife had already slipped into her palm. If he dared to do anything out of line, she wouldn't mind showing him whether his gun was faster or her knife. Make a sound. What? The man above her had pale lips, blood seeping from his abdomen, and he was struggling to catch his breath while propping himself up, his muscles tense like a drawn bow. He stared at her, doing push-ups with one hand. His deep amber eyes locked onto her, as if he would devour her the next moment. Tang Yueling's face flushed, and the red mole at the corner of her eye looked like it was dripping blood due to her excitement. Hurry! The searchers were already at the door, and the gun at her waist nudged her, urging her on, while the man continued his push-ups. He had a faint minty scent mixed with the smell of blood, which oddly captivated her. Had she never seen a pig run or eaten pork? Following her instincts, Tang Yueling closed her eyes and let out a sound that even she found hard to accept. Darn it, what a mess! The door swung open, and the two men outside saw Tang Yueling's bare feet sticking out from under the blanket. They cursed and quickly closed the door, leaving. Once the door was shut, the injured man froze in midair. Looking at the fair-skinned, almond-eyed, cherry-lipped woman in front of him, his heart raced uncontrollably. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and all that could be heard in the room were their pounding hearts and the sound of blood dripping from his abdomen. Aren't you getting up? Captain Fu, you're losing too much blood.
How do you know me?
A stronger smell of blood filled the small room of the guest house. The man lifted the blanket, covering his bleeding abdomen with one hand while raising a gun to her forehead with the other.
Hey?
Captain Fu, don't be so excited. I'm a good person, and I don't want to die young. Tang Yueling smiled, shaking the military ID that had somehow ended up in her hand. Fu Zhanting, 25 years old, captain of the Special Forces in the Southwest Military Region. Wait a minute, Fu Zhanting. He was actually Fu Zhanting, the cold-faced uncle of the male lead, who was the fiancé of the heroine in the original story. The book described him as handsome, serious, and decisive in action, with the nickname Living King of Hell on the battlefield. This is interesting. She encountered him first here. Comrade, you have good skills. Fu Zhanting struggled to hold himself up, his pupils suddenly narrowing. When did this girl manage to take his ID? He carefully examined the woman in front of him, who was pretending to be someone else, his eyes filled with caution. Stop acting, Captain Fu. I told you I'm a good person. A good person? Fu Zhanting looked at her suspiciously, but he felt an indescribable emotion inside. For the first time, he wanted to set aside his professional instincts and wholeheartedly believe that she was a good person, someone he wanted to be close to right now. His head spun, and his body went weak, causing his hand holding the gun to drop. Tang Yueling was quick to step forward and support him, their close contact sending a jolt through both of them. It's okay, Fu Zhanting, don't sleep. I will save you. I'm a doctor. Tang Yueling helped him lie down on the bed and quickly tore open his jacket, revealing his military uniform underneath, which was already stained with blood. She skillfully ripped open his clothing to check his injury, her brow furrowing. You've been shot? The bullet must be lodged near the liver. If you don't stop the bleeding, you'll go into shock in less than 10 minutes. You're a doctor? Fu Zhanting's gaze was a bit unfocused, but he still tightly gripped the gun in his hand. She couldn't imagine how strong his willpower must be to endure such a serious gunshot wound while still engaging with her for so long. He could even take off her clothes and do one-handed push-ups. This man truly lived up to his title as the living king of hell, with terrifying willpower and physical strength. Time was urgent. Tang Yueling conjured a cup of healing water from behind her and took out a needle. She had planned to use penicillin to prevent infection, but there wasn't time to check for allergies. With the healing water, he should be able to hold on. Drink this water, or you won't make it. Okay. Fu Zhanting was like a obedient little soldier, opening his mouth patiently, waiting for her to feed him. Captain Fu is so brave, not afraid of me poisoning you. Not afraid, you're beautiful, I trust you. How sweet his words were. Wasn't he supposed to be a cold and aloof, living king of hell? This was completely different. Tang Yueling personally fed him the spiritual spring water and injected him with a painkiller. Worried he might go into shock during the surgery, she took out a silver needle and applied it to specific points to stimulate him. Finally, she picked up the surgical knife and was ready to remove the bullet. Hang in there, I'm going to cut to take out the bullet. There's no time to wait for the anesthesia to work. It's fine, go ahead. Fu Zhanting didn't care why she had several surgical knives or the anesthesia he had received. He simply gazed intensely into her bright eyes, noticing the red mole at the corner of her eye and her tightly pressed lips from nervousness. Meanwhile, Tang Yueling was cutting away, feeling the pain even through the surgical knife. On the other side, Fu Zhanting stared at her, his eyes filled with desire and possession. She worriedly looked up at him, only to meet his intense gaze. He didn't seem to be in pain, nor did his face show any signs of distress. He was actually looking at her with fascination. Tang Yueling wondered if the anesthesia from the 60s was so effective that it didn't need time to take effect. She didn't dare think too much and quickly continued her work. With a sharp sound, a bullet dropped onto the metal tray. Tang Yueling let out a sigh of relief and swiftly took out iodine, hemostatic forceps, and quickly disinfected and stitched up the wound. When she looked up at him again, this living king of hell was still gazing at her intently, as if at that moment she was his anesthetic, and looking at her made him feel no pain. Tang Yueling's face turned red from a stare. After all, she was still a young woman, and being looked at like this by a handsome soldier was quite embarrassing. How do you feel? Very good. Your skills are excellent. You're a great doctor. After saying this, Fu Zhanting trembled slightly and slumped down, as if he finally felt the pain. Soon, he realized something was different. In his lonely 25 years, he had never felt this way about any woman. Why was he feeling this way today? Could it be that this woman was? His emotions stirred again as he propped himself up, wanting to see if she had the pink diamond-shaped birthmark he dreamed of on her arm. Tang Yueling was organizing her things, but she was wearing old-fashioned gloves, and her arms were covered in blood, making it hard to see clearly. She opened her mouth to speak again, but quickly heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching outside. Comrade, you need to hide under the bed. The enemy is back. What? Tang Yueling listened carefully and confirmed it. It's okay, don't worry. You just stitched up your wound. Don't move. If the wound opens, I can't save you. I'll handle the people outside. You? Don't be reckless. If I die, it's fine, but you need to survive. Fu Zhanting regained his cold demeanor, got up, and pushed her under the bed. Tang Yueling didn't want to argue with him. She took out a silver needle and quickly used it on his pressure point, rendering him unable to move. You. Fu Zhanting fell unconscious, and Tang Yueling was ready to act. Uncle Fu, don't worry. I'm not weak. She was indeed strong. As an orphan, she was not only a medical genius, but also a 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. With the help of the spiritual water, taking down 2 enemies would be easy. Tang Yueling turned off the lights in the room and waited for her targets. However, it would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. After all, she was facing ruthless enemies, and one mistake could cost her life. But now, even if she wanted to run, it was too late. Besides, she couldn't bear to leave Fu Zhanting behind to be harmed. A minute later, 2 armed men quietly turned the doorknob, unlocked it, and entered the room. They're here? Tang Yueling quickly spoke like a ghost, confirming their identities as 2 suspicious enemies. In the instant they drew their guns, she swiftly used 2 sharp surgical knives, cutting their throats from both sides. You. The 2 men dropped their guns, clutching their necks, and fell to the ground with twisted expressions. The spiritual water truly worked wonders. Her speed had increased tenfold. The earlier instructions had mentioned that the spiritual water enhanced her more than it did for others. This space seemed tailor-made for her. Now, her abilities could easily match those of a female agent or assassin. After cleaning up, Tang Yueling took out the silver needle and woke Fu Zhanting. "Are you hurt?" The first thing Fu Zhanting said upon waking was to ask about her safety. "Look, those two are lying on the floor." Tang Yueling was fully dressed, wrapping herself tightly, leaving only her captivating eyes visible. "Captain Fu, my situation is special. I hope you can help me with the next matter, considering I saved your life." Tang Yueling knew that dealing with the two enemy bodies would be much easier for Fu Zhanting than for her. She originally planned to take care of her unworthy father and wicked aunt's family before finding a reason to go to the countryside. The city would be unstable for the next few years, and with her title as a wealthy young lady, life would not be easy. On the other hand, being a conscious youth in the countryside, perhaps as a barefoot doctor, would be more comfortable. Today was urgent, otherwise, she wouldn't want to perform surgery in front of Fu Zhanting. "You don't need to worry, I will handle it." "Then, thank you, Captain Fu." Fu Zhanting looked at the tightly wrapped woman in shock, remembering her stunning beauty when she operated on him. Her calm and unique demeanor was deeply etched in his mind. For the first time, he thought about marriage, even imagining names for their future children. Seeing he was silent for a long time, Tang Yueling thought he was too injured to speak. Afraid of any unexpected changes, she turned to leave the room. Fu Zhanting felt a rush of anxiety, a voice in his head urging him to act. If he missed this chance, it would be hard to see the woman who stirred his heart again. Wait a moment. After drinking some healing water and having surgery to stop the bleeding, he felt weak but noticeably better. Fu Zhanting regained his serious expression, stood up slowly and approached her, exuding strong masculine energy. Tang Yueling felt cornered by his intense gaze. They say men in the 1960s were shy and innocent, but this man was anything but subtle. "Captain Fu, what are you doing? You saved my life. I want to marry you to repay you."
How about that? What?
"Repay me?" "Yes, I want to date you." "Now, tell me your name." Fu Zhanting's eyes were intense, and his breathing quickened. Although he wanted to get closer, he restrained himself, maintaining a respectful distance. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt so infatuated, nor was he curious about whether the woman in front of him had a pink diamond-shaped birthmark on her wrist. No matter what, he wants to get married, and the person he wants right now is this woman in front of him. Perhaps this is love at first sight. Maybe it's destiny. Tang Yueling was completely stunned when she heard what he said. His domineering attitude was a bit like a powerful CEO. In the original story, the male lead, a stern uncle, was not only cold but also uninterested in women. He was handsome, and despite his icy personality, many girls tried to win his affection, but he either rejected them or scared them away. In the end, he remained single for life, which worried the elders of the Fu family. Now he actually wants to take responsibility for her. It's strange that she wasn't surprised. But then she thought, maybe she really is a good match for him. The original character died too early, leaving him alone for a lifetime. Now that she has come into this world, with Fu Zhanting's looks, physique, and character, she feels like she has nothing to lose. Just now, while helping him with surgery, she forgot to check how his solid abs felt. Thinking of this, her face, hidden in her scarf, began to heat up. Fu Zhanting seemed 100 times better than the male lead in the original story, who couldn't even recognize his fiancé. Shen Mingjiao wanted to steal her fiancé, but she ended up with her fake fiancé's uncle, making her the aunt. She wondered if Shen Mingjiao would be furious when she found out.
All right.
"My name is..." Tang Yueling smiled, about to tell him her name, but suddenly stopped. "What is it?" Fu Zhanting became interested, almost forgetting the personal space, wanting to reach out and embrace her, to feel her scent. From the moment she appeared, he noticed a faint, enchanting fragrance. It was subtle and intriguing, but it had a powerful allure that slowly thawed his long-frozen heart. Tang Yueling felt her heart skip a beat as he moved closer, and her breathing quickened. She thought she couldn't reveal her real name. If he truly liked her and wanted to marry her, he would surely find out her true identity. Fu Zhanting was a special forces commander, known as a living nightmare, with a bounty on his head. With a playful smile and stars in her eyes, she touched his chest, teasingly saying, "My name is Han Mimi. Commander Fu, maybe we'll meet again."
Han Mei.
You. Tang Yueling finished speaking, quickly opened the door and ran away. Fu Zhanting reached out to stop her, but only touched the tips of her flowing hair, his fingers frozen in the air, filled with thoughts. What a mischievous little cat. Don't worry, I'll find you again soon. After Tang Yueling left, Fu Zhanting could no longer support himself and fainted on the spot. 3 minutes later, a young man in his 20s, about 5 feet 10 inches, with a slim build rushed in. "Boss, are you okay?" The newcomer was Fu Zhanting's informant, Chen Hu. They were on an important mission, so they changed their titles to protect their identities. Chen Hu was shocked when he saw the scene inside. Meanwhile, the fleeing Tang Yueling dashed into the night without returning the room key, leaving the night staff at the inn puzzled. After running a good distance, she finally stopped, panting, and checked her hand. Sure enough, it feels good. It was already late at night, and there were many matters waiting for her at the Tang family. She couldn't waste any more time, so she wrapped her hat and scarf tighter and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Outside the Tang family's building, Fu Bo, Xiao Tao, and Jiang Baiwei were anxiously waiting for her return. Tang Yueling drank another cup of spiritual spring water, having completely finished her 10-liter limit for the day. She had just used a lot of energy and needed to recover. As for Fu Zhanting, she wasn't worried at all. He was a tough character who survived until the end of the original story and wouldn't easily be defeated. Considering the time, other comrades must have already gone to assist him. Tang Yueling quickly returned to the Tang family building. The building was dark, indicating that her father and the others had not yet returned. She entered and turned on a small light on the first floor. It was 1968, a critical period for strict enforcement. Even turning on a few lights could be seen as wasteful and attract unwanted attention. The moment the light turned on, a thin, dark mouse quickly jumped off from Aunt Wu.
"Ah, a mouse."
"What's wrong, miss?" "Miss, I'm here to save you." "Lingling, don't be afraid. I'm here." With Tang Yueling's scream, Fu Bo, Xiao Tao, and Jiang Baiwei rushed in at the same time. They had been hiding in the shadows outside the building, waiting for her for quite a while. "I just saw the lights in the mansion turn on. I wanted to check if Shin Mingyuan and the others had returned, but then I heard Tang Yueling's voice. No, it's nothing. Just a mouse. This world is really sad. Even a mouse can't get enough to eat and is desperate enough to bite." Tang Yueling stepped forward and saw the unconscious Aunt Wu with a bite on her right hand. She checked briefly. The wound wasn't deep and wouldn't be fatal. As for whether there was any plague, she didn't care. At least Aunt Wu wouldn't die in the next few days. "Miss, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for half the night." "Yeah, Miss, Xiao Tao is really worried." The three of them looked at her with concern, checking if she was hurt. What could hurt her? She had just dealt with 2 living people. But it was better not to mention that so they wouldn't be scared. "I'm fine. Everyone don't worry. I just went out to take care of some things." "Is everything ready?" "Yes, all set." Uncle Fu pulled out a brown paper bag from his black coat, filled with a bunch of yellow-green herbs. "Yes, that's it. Lingling, and here's the sleeping medicine you wanted. Don't do anything foolish. Killing is a crime." "Right, miss. Xiao Tao just wants you to stay safe." "Yes, miss. Although we know that the old master and you might be involved, we can't do anything about the Shin family." Tang Yueling took the medicine from Jiang Baiwei, smiled lightly, and her eyes turned fierce. "Don't worry, I won't kill them directly. I will make them wish they were dead. I will ensure my safety, but I need your help." Tang Yueling knew that her mother and grandfather were harmed by her terrible father and wicked aunt. "Okay, Lingling, I'll do whatever you say. My life was saved by the Tang family, so I will help you." "Fool. You don't need to risk your life. You are the hope of the Jiang family. You need to stay safe. In the future, The Jiang family will rely on you to restore our reputation. Tang Yueling gently held Jiang Baiwei's hand and gave her a hug. They both went abroad to study medicine, and Baiwei's talent was much stronger than the original owners. Grandpa Fu, could you help me find a temporary place to stay tomorrow? Here's $50. Tomorrow night, you need to come pick me up. No, I can't take the money. I have enough. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow night. All right then. Hearing that Tang Yueling was leaving the Tang family, Xiao Tao and Uncle Fu were very happy. Wei Wei, I want to go to the hospital with you early tomorrow to sort out my work. Okay, I'll come pick you up before work tomorrow. All right, I'll tell you the details tomorrow. It's too late now, you should head back. I have some things to take care of. Okay, be safe. After watching the three leave, Tang Yueling raised her chin and expressionlessly closed the door of the mansion. Her revenge was about to begin. She returned to the second floor, slipped into her space, and used basic medical tools to handle the dogbane. The flow of time in the space was very slow, almost 1,000 times slower than outside, so staying there felt like no time had passed. The dogbane quickly turned into a colorless, odorless liquid. She exited the space and went to her father's room on the second floor. She took out all of her father's pants and sprinkled the dogbane juice on the crotch area of each pair. Don't you like the widow? Don't you enjoy betrayal? I'll make you feel the pain of your descendants' suffering. Her father liked to stay clean, so when he returned tomorrow, he would definitely change his clothes. These eye-catching Zhongshan suits and coarse pants would surely be worn. It didn't matter if he didn't wear them. She had plenty of dogbane juice and coated each pair thoroughly to ensure success. After leaving her father's room, she headed straight to Shen Yaozu's room. This scoundrel was greedy, drunk, and lecherous. Relying on her father's wealth and influence in the black market, he had bullied many good girls. Using the same method, Tang Yueling took out all of Shen Yaozu's pants, not even sparing his underwear. This liquid was colorless and odorless, with no irritation to human skin, but it had a deadly attraction for wild dogs. Don't you like to cause trouble? Now that you're 18, you have to take responsibility for your actions. With this, Wei Wei will be safe. Tang Yueling was very pleased, feeling a rush of satisfaction. She was even a bit eager to see the outcome immediately. In the end, she had some juice left, which she planned to use when the others returned tomorrow. After finishing, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Tang Yueling, feeling sleepy, took her blanket from Shen Mingjiao's room and returned to her own room. Meanwhile, when Fu Zhanting opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a special hospital bed. Boss, you're really lucky. Someone helped you with the surgery and removed the bullet in advance. If I had arrived later, you would have been dead. Of course, I still need you. All thanks to that little wild cat. Fu Zhanting looked nostalgic and proud, playfully tapping Chen Hu on the head. Chen Hu did not hide. If it weren't for the enemy's cunning, he and his comrades wouldn't have been trapped, and their captain wouldn't have been surrounded by dozens of enemies. Fortunately, Fu Zhanting was safe, and because of his sacrifice, they managed to eliminate the entire gang. Little wild cat? Captain, you seem to be in trouble. Chen Hu scratched his head and leaned closer, but didn't dare to get too close. Quickly investigate the woman who left that room. I want all her information. Woman? Chen Hu seemed to have heard some major news. Their fierce captain was getting serious. By the way, she said her name was Han Mimi, but I suspect this little wildcat is lying. Don't worry about me. Just hurry and check. Focus on the wealthy families in Shanghai, those under 20 who have studied abroad and learned medicine. Fu Zhanting propped himself up and gave Chen Hu a few more instructions. Don't worry, Captain. I will complete the task. You need to rest well. The doctor said you need to recuperate and can't be disturbed. As expected of the fierce captain who outsmarted the enemies, he quickly narrowed down the identity of Tang Yueling. Even the fake name she used as a smokescreen was easily seen through by him. Fu Zhanting lay on the hospital bed but couldn't sleep. His mind was filled with the image of Tang Yueling pinned beneath him during the enemy's search. Little wild cat, don't make me wait too long. The next morning at 7, Jiang Baiwei arrived at the villa right on time and knocked on the door. Tang Yueling had just finished washing up, changed into a simple blue floral cotton jacket, and opened the door. Baiwei, you're here. Yes, Lingling, come quickly and see what I brought you, your favorite sweet pancakes. Jiang Baiwei held a leather bag and pulled out the famous breakfast from Shanghai: sweet pancakes, savory rice rolls, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. I got up early today to queue at our hospital cafeteria to buy these for you. I guessed you hadn't eaten yet. Come on, try them while they're hot. How do they taste? Although these were the most common breakfast items in Shanghai, it was 1968, and with the intense movements, gathering these foods was not easy. Thank you, Baiwei. You should eat too. After we finish, let's hurry to the hospital. I won't eat. I've already eaten. Jiang Baiwei tried to refuse, but Tang Yueling broke off half of the sweet pancake and stuffed it into her mouth. She knew very well whether Baiwei had eaten or not. Her friend just cared about her and wanted her to eat more. Jiang Baiwei took a bite of the pancake, and the two smiled at each other. At this moment, she noticed that her good friend, who used to have a delicate and beautiful oval face, now looked pale and lacked energy. Clearly, working at the pharmacy was not easy, and she had endured a lot. Taking advantage of her friend's break, while biting into a big pancake, Tang Yueling discreetly conjured half a cup of spring water and offered it to her. Wei, drink some water.
Okay.
Jiang Baiwei didn't think much and quickly drank the water, instantly restoring the glow to her lovely face. Lingling, this water is really sweet, Jiang Baiwei said, looking at her with concern. Lingling, I feel like you've changed recently. Changed? Yes, you seem more confident and braver. Well, everyone needs to grow, but our friendship will always remain the same. Right? We will always be good sisters. Both felt a little touched, looking at each other with determined eyes. Tang Yueling also drank a big cup for herself. After a good meal and enough spring water, she was ready to take on tasks. The two of them went out together, and Tang Yueling took out a stack of bus tickets and 200 yuan for her. The Jiang family had their assets seized, and Jiang Baiwei, relying on a small salary, still had to pay rent, so money was tight. She kept refusing, but in the end, she couldn't say no to Tang Yueling and accepted it. They arrived at a hospital in Shanghai, where everyone was gradually arriving for work. They first went to the Human Resources Department to confirm that she would start working in 2 days. Then they headed to her surgical department, just in time to catch the department head, Sun Zhengwo, giving a speech. Sun Zhengwo, around 50 years old, had a square face, wore black-rimmed glasses and a white coat, with deep lines on his forehead. Tang Yueling got this job through her grandfather while he was still alive, thanks to her connections and her medical education abroad. Sun Zhengwo recognized her immediately. Isn't this Comrade Tang Yueling? Are you coming to work? Hello, Director Sun. I plan to start the day after tomorrow. Tang Yueling's grandfather was a prominent figure, and many of the hospital's equipment and funds were donated by the Tang family. As a leader, Sun Zhengwo was well aware of this. Since old Tang just passed away, do you want to take it easy for a while? Yes, Comrade Tang. The hospital knows your situation, so there's no need to rush. The department can manage for now. Supporting Sun Zhengwo was a young female doctor, Zhang Yulan, 22 years old, with a bob haircut and a red badge pinned to her chest. She had previously struggled financially, and it was old Tang who helped her complete her studies and become a doctor. Tang Yueling looked at her lovely colleagues in the department and felt a bit reluctant to leave, knowing she would hand over her work tomorrow. It's okay. My country needs me right now. I can't let my personal matters hold everyone back. Comrade Tang has great awareness. Exactly. She truly is the granddaughter of a red capitalist. The colleagues around nodded in agreement. In the corner, a young man in his 20s, thin and scholarly, with a little red book in his lab coat pocket, looked at her with intense eyes. His name was Zhou Xiaofeng, and he was also a colleague in the department. Tang Yueling achieved her goal and introduced her good friend Jiang Baiwei, asking everyone to take care of her. After learning about her, Sun Zhengwo immediately decided to give Jiang Baiwei an opportunity and find a way to transfer her to the department. Finally, Tang Yueling left the hospital and went to find Xiao Tao at Uncle Fu's place. Uncle Fu had gone out to help her find a house. Tang Yueling took Xiaodao back to the Tang family home and stopped by a state-run restaurant to pack 3 lunches. The menu included braised beef at 4.5 yuan per plate, jellyfish with scallions at 3 yuan per plate, sweet and sour ribs at 2.8 yuan per plate, and braised vegetarian chicken at 1.1 yuan per plate. She also ordered stir-fried greens at 1 yuan per plate and rice at 0.6 yuan. Considering Uncle Fu's age and difficulty chewing, she thoughtfully swapped the sweet and sour ribs for a colorful mushroom meatball soup that cost 3 yuan. She replaced the braised beef with braised pork at 3.5 yuan. Since soups are hard to pack, she didn't order any. The food was specially prepared, and she spent a bit more money and tickets for the 3 meals, requesting them to be expedited. The total cost for the 3 lunches and packing fee was 6.29 yuan. She took 1 meal back to the Tang family for herself and asked Xiaodao to take the other 2 back to share with Uncle Fu. Upon opening the grand door, Wu Ma was still not awake, but it seemed she would be soon. Tang Yueling made arrangements for Xiaodao to take the keys and lock her back in the room. She also gave Xiaodao a bottle of cooling oil for Wu Ma to smell to help her wake up faster, and left her 100 yuan to give to Uncle Fu. After doing all this, Xiaodao quietly left the Tang family, while Tang Yueling hid in her space, drinking spring water and having lunch. 5 minutes after Xiaodao left, Wu Ma on the first floor slowly began to wake up. She opened her swollen eyes and felt dizzy. What happened to me? Did I faint? Once she gathered her thoughts and looked around, she struggled to move her body and rushed to the kitchen sink to drink water. She hadn't had a drop to drink for a day and a night and was nearly dying of thirst. Finally feeling better, she found the keys at her waist and suddenly jumped up. Oh no, Tang Yueling is still locked on the 2nd floor. She won't starve, will she? She just wanted to get up and check, but then she realized her stomach was empty and she was too hungry to move. The kitchen used to have a refrigerator, but her father had unplugged it and covered it with a cloth to avoid inspections, so now finding something to eat was a dream. Suddenly, she remembered the milk powder and canned meat she had hidden in her room. She crawled to her room and opened the box, stuffing the food into her mouth. After a while, she finally felt better. Oh my, I almost starved to death. Once she regained her strength, she ran to the living room, took some cookies from a nice box, and went upstairs. The 2nd floor was quiet, and she wasn't sure if Tang Yueling was still alive. After all, she hadn't eaten for a whole day before fainting. Knock, knock, knock. Second miss, are you still alive? Knock, knock, knock. There was still no response from inside, and Wu Ma started to panic. What if she let the girls starve to death? Would Shun Mingyuan be angry with her? But she quickly calmed down. The others wanted to harm her anyway and wouldn't care if the girls starved. If they asked, she would insist that Tang Yueling had chosen to stop eating. Inside the room, Tang Yueling heard the knocking and had already come out of her hiding place, lying on the bed and pretending to be weak. Acting?
Who can't do that?
There was a big show to perform tonight. Wu Ma quickly opened the door and saw someone lying on the bed. She moved closer, checked for breathing, and felt very nervous. Wu Ma, you're here. Tang Yueling suddenly opened her eyes, calling her name and startling her. Oh, dear. You scared me. Here are some cookies, eat a little. After saying that, she went to pour a glass of water and placed it on the dressing table before wobbling downstairs. In the Shin family yard, sister, Grandma is back from the hospital. Why can't we leave? I'm craving alcohol again. Can you lend me some money? Shan Yaozu stood outside with his hands in his pockets, chewing on a piece of grass, complaining to Shin Mingjiao. Lend you money? I want to borrow from you. Besides, didn't Dad say yesterday to be more careful? Are you still going? I will go quietly. Just don't tell Dad. The guys from the black market are still waiting for me. Go ahead. I don't have time to deal with you. If you want to get into trouble, go for it. I still don't have a job in the city, and I'm about to graduate. Soon I'll have to go to the countryside. You all get to enjoy life while I suffer in the countryside. Why is that fair? If that Tang Yueling escapes, where will I find such a good job again? Shin Mingjiao looked unhappy, clearly tired of the situation. In the Shin family's home, she said, Mom, Mingyuan is unfilial and has made you suffer. Shun Mingyuan held his grandmother's hand, tears in his eyes, making it seem like she was gravely ill. Little did he know, the old lady had only scraped her knee, which was already healing. Such a devoted son could be so harsh towards Tang Yueling and her daughter. Don't worry, Mom is fine. The Shin family has wronged you by forcing you to marry into the family, and I feel sorry for you, she replied. And you, Ho-Hot, you have suffered for so many years with the children. Once we get the Tang family's inheritance, I promise you, we will hold a family meeting soon to announce your identities, the old lady said, showing her determination. Yes, Mom, both Ho-Hot and I are fine. We're doing this to restore the Shin family. Our sacrifices are worth it. Tang Yueling has relented, and we will soon have the Tang family's inheritance. Right, Mom, then we can take you to Hong Kong together and see the outside world. Good. You are both so filial. The old lady beamed, her thin hand firmly grasping Shin Mingyuan and Ho-Hot's hands. Meanwhile, Tang Yueling had calculated the timing. Before her father and the others returned to the Tang family, she used the remaining materials in her room to create a weak appearance. The stage was set, and it was time for her to perform. Wuma, has that little brat died yet? What did she say? Shen Mingjiao was furious and rushed to the front, shouting as soon as she stepped through the door. Miss, you're back. She's still on the second floor, not dead. Sister, stop talking. I'll go up and drag her down for a good beating. She'll be honest then. Be quiet. You're both too impatient. Enough. Listen to your father. Shun Mingyuan shouted from behind, also plotting how to make the only heir of the Tang family compromise. Zhou Ho-Hot, quick to sense the tension, urged the two to be quiet. At that moment, Tang Yueling realized she could no longer pretend to be weak and needed to take action. She lifted her head, dabbed some moisture at the corners of her eyes, and began her act. Dad, you're back. I've thought it over. I'll give you everything. Tang Yueling's voice trembled as she leaned on the wooden railing of the second floor, looking tearfully at her father and his group. Hearing her words, the people downstairs showed greed in their eyes. Yeah, are you serious? Her father asked, stepping closer in disbelief. That must be true. Yueling is a smart child. She knows that the Tang family's treasures are safest with you, Zhou Ho-Hot said eagerly, standing by and looking at the two. Tang Yueling felt disdain in her heart, thinking that in the end, everything would just end up in the pockets of the Shun and Zhou families and they wouldn't be able to get anything back. She hurriedly made her way downstairs, stumbling as she went. The others finally saw her haggard face and turned to look at Aunt Wu. No, it's not my fault. Sir, it's the second young lady who refuses to eat, Aunt Wu said, looking guilty and sweating nervously. Dad, Aunt Shou, don't blame Aunt Wu. I'm the one who's feeling upset. With Mom and Grandpa gone, there's no meaning in my life anymore. The Tang family will have to rely on Dad and Aunt Zhou from now on. Tang Yueling gritted her teeth and said these 3 heartfelt sentences with difficulty, leaving her father and his family confused. Just a day ago, she wouldn't have said a word. Her father was cautious and was only half convinced by what Tang Yueling said. Seeing them silent, she decided to start with what Shin Mingjiao wanted most. Dad, I've really thought it through. With my background, even if I have the family inheritance and a good job, I won't be able to keep it in the end. Especially since I work in a hospital. Tang Yueling clutched her clothes tightly, forcing out tears as she looked at Shin Mingjiao. So, I've made up my mind to give my job to my cousin. Cousin, with a solid background, is more suitable for the hospital job than I am. As soon as Shin Mingjiao heard this, she became impatient and rushed to tug at Zhou Ho-Hot's sleeve. Dad, no, Uncle, did you hear that? Yueling is so enlightened. This good job should naturally be kept for family. Ha, I said it. Yueling is a sensible child. If you had listened to her, we wouldn't be in this situation. Zhou Ho-Hot pretended to scold Shin Mingyuan but was secretly delighted. Having Tang Yueling voluntarily change jobs was much more convincing than waiting for her to pass away and then demanding a job change with her household registration. Shan Mingyuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, He sat down at the round table in the hall, and Aunt Wu quickly poured him a cup of tea. He picked up the cup with interest, took a small sip, and slowly spoke. Yueling, you need to think carefully. If you change jobs, you may never find such a good one again. Tang Yueling knew that her father, this old fox, would never easily believe her. She sat down in a chair, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and started to cough violently. I've thought it through, but I have one condition. A condition? Shun Mingyuan raised an eyebrow, knowing this matter was not simple. I want to sign up to go to the countryside, directly to the great northern wilderness. Tang Yueling stared at her unworthy father's smug expression and raised her voice, enunciating each word clearly. Pft, the great northern wilderness. Tang Yueling, have you lost your mind? That place is not like the city. It could freeze you to death. With your spoiled background, you probably wouldn't last long. Shin Mingjiao exclaimed, pointing at her in disbelief. The tea that their father had just sipped was spat out in shock. For a moment, he actually felt a twinge of sympathy. Yeah, why do you want to go so far away? Tang Yueling knew he was just pretending to care, but the show must go on. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly transformed the prepared dogbane juice into her hands. My brother is gone, and both my mom and grandpa have passed away. This house is filled with memories of them. I can't take it anymore. I've been dreaming about them every day. Tang Yueling spoke in a daze, her eyes vacant as she stumbled and fell into Shun Yaozu. She quickly applied the dogbane juice to the right spot. Shun Yaozu felt her bad luck and pushed her away. He only cared about the family inheritance and how much he could get. He was indifferent to his sister's well-being. Tang Yueling swayed and fell against her father again, looking up and staring intently at Shin Mingyuan. Taking advantage of the moment, she secretly applied the medicine. Aunt Zhang from the street said that as a child of the 5 categories, I should go to the toughest places to toughen myself. Dad, please agree. Let me go to the great northern wilderness and leave this sad place. Shan Mingyuan looked disgusted and pushed her away. At that moment, everyone in the house could tell she might really be losing her mind. I can even sign a breakup letter with you. Yes, a breakup letter. Once I sign it, I will have no ties to the Shin family, so you won't have to worry about any accusations of protecting the children of capitalists. After I leave, I will give you the treasure map and the keys to the safe. Tang Yueling suddenly shifted her emotions, stepping closer to grab Shin Mingyuan's hand. This was her last chance to connect with her unworthy father using the original body. She forced herself to suppress her discomfort and performed this act brilliantly. Such excellent acting would definitely earn a nomination for the Best Golden Broom Award in the future. Shin Mingjiao and Wu Ma were both stunned by her expression. Shun Yaozu, standing nearby, remained indifferent. Seeing that Shun Mingyuan had been swayed by her words, she quickly rushed to the study on the first floor, grabbed paper and pen, and swiftly wrote the severance of kinship letter. The reason she didn't prepare it earlier was due to her father's suspicious nature. She had completely figured out this family of wolves and tigers. Playing mind games with a modern person from the 21st century was beyond their capabilities. The severance of kinship letter had 2 copies. The main content stated that Shun Mingyuan voluntarily severed his father-daughter relationship with Tang Yueling, and there would be no further interest between them. Tang Yueling's life or death, and everything that happens in the future, would have nothing to do with the Shun family. Tang Yueling willingly gave up any inheritance rights to the Shun family's property. Once the letter was completed, it was handed to Shun Mingyuan. He suspiciously scanned the terms, his gaze landing on life or death, unrelated, and giving up any inheritance rights. Wasn't this exactly what he had always desired? Yeah. Are you really willing to give up the Tang family's inheritance? Shin Mingyuan still couldn't believe it and probed her again. Dad, I'm a capitalist's daughter. No matter how much wealth I have, it will eventually be confiscated. Isn't it better to leave it to you? And that worthless property, how could it be more important than life? Before she could continue, Zhou Hohot and Shin Mingjiao grew anxious. Zhou Hohot nudged his lower back, urgently whispering for him to sign quickly. Yes, Mingyuan, hurry and sign. This girl looks like she's about to lose her mind. Sign quickly before she changes her mind. That's right. Sister Yueling wants to go to the northeast by herself. We're not forcing her. Yeah. Once you sign this, our father-daughter bond will be over. Don't hate me in the future. Shen Mingyuan took a deep breath, poised to test her one last time. Seeing that Tang Yueling remained silent, he finally signed his name on both sheets of paper. Go ahead and sign, cold-hearted father. This is your first death warrant. Tang Yueling, with a pale face, took the severance letter and added her name as well. She knew that her father would definitely sign this letter. Changing jobs was a real benefit for him. She was also voluntarily going to the countryside, essentially self-exiling herself from the wealth center of the city. This severance letter was exactly what he desired, a protective charm to smoothly take over the Tang family and sever ties. But little did her father know, the good daughter he had discarded had an even bigger gift waiting for him. Yueling! You see, the letter to end the engagement has been signed. Your sister's job, you'll go to change it tomorrow? As soon as the letter was signed, Zhou Hohot, at Shen Mingjiao's signal, immediately started to work. Aunt, the job should definitely go to my cousin. But before that, I have a condition. With the letter in hand, Tang Yueling quickly folded it and pretended to put it in her pocket, but actually stored it away. It won't be so easy to get the job without some effort now. Another condition? Tang Yueling, do you not want to take the job for me at all? Hearing the condition, Shen Mingjiao immediately got angry, hands on her hips, ready to shout, but was stopped by Zhou Hohot. Mingjiao, don't say that. Yueling is a good girl. She wouldn't go back on her word. Aunt is the most reasonable. I'm about to go to the northern wilderness. Why should I hold on to a useless job? Tomorrow we will go to change it, but since the engagement is over, let's buy the job at market price. The job at the hospital should be worth at least 2,000 or 3,000, right? Tang Yueling changed from her earlier sad demeanor and began to count on her fingers, calculating the worth of the job. Of course, the Shen family is a big family now, so they wouldn't be stingy with me. Just give me 5,000. 5,000. Tang Yueling, why don't you just go rob someone? You want me to pay 5,000 for that useless job? Mom, look at her. Shen Mingyuan and Zhou Hohot were also surprised by her sudden change. Dad, I'm going to the countryside. Is it too much to ask for some money to take to the northern wilderness? And it's so cold there. Can you really bear to let me freeze to death? Tang Yueling knew that the more she acted like she didn't want anything, the more her unreliable father would doubt her. Asking for a reasonable amount of money seemed more normal. All right, I'll give you 5,000. Shen Mingjiao and Shen Yaozu looked at her in disbelief. Usually, when they asked for money, Shen Mingyuan only gave them 200 or 300. By the way, Aunt Shou, can you also return the emerald earrings that belong to my mother? I want to keep them as a memory. Tang Yueling didn't want the jade necklace that her unreliable father gave to her mother, but she had to get the earrings back. Zhou Hohot hesitated because she also liked those earrings. Of course, she liked them. They were a birthday gift specially made by her grandfather when he went abroad, costing 20 big yellow fish. Give them to her. Yeah, what about the safe key and the treasure map? Dad, the treasure map and key can wait. Let's first change my cousin's job. The night is long and dreams are many. Why not just not wait until tomorrow? That way, I won't keep my cousin Mingjiao awake. It's only 3 in the afternoon. The hospital's HR staff haven't left yet, and it takes just half an hour to get there by tram. But what about the 5,000 yuan I want? Tang Yueling looked at Shen Mingyuan and the others, making her intentions clear. Yes, Yueling is very thoughtful. Uncle, hurry and give her the money. Shen Mingjiao thought about starting work at the hospital in the afternoon and didn't care about the small amount of 5,000 yuan. For her birthday this year, Shen Mingyuan had given her a full 10,000. Besides, knowing Shen Mingyuan and Zhou Hohot, it was uncertain how long Tang Yueling could hold onto that 5,000. It might even be returned tonight. Thinking of this, Shen Mingjiao became even more excited and urged Shen Mingyuan to get the money quickly. Tang Yueling also knew her unreliable father was very suspicious. Most of the savings in the city had already been taken out by him, either converted into gold or jewelry, or turned into cash and hidden. She had searched many places last night without finding anything. Her father was indeed clever. Shen Mingyuan had no choice but to get the money to silence this troublesome girl before asking for the treasure map and key. Tang Yueling didn't check directly, but glanced over. Shen Mingyuan didn't go to his own room. Instead, he went to her mother's study.
What?
Her mother's study. It was clear that the money and tickets were hidden in the study on the second floor. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is right under the enemy's nose. Her father was indeed smart. However, after tonight, Tang Yueling would take everything back. 3 minutes later, Shen Mingyuan handed her a large bundle of 10-yuan bills. In front of everyone, Tang Yueling counted them one by one, making everyone anxious. Half an hour later, except for Xin Yaozu, the others all appeared at the hospital's HR office.
What?
Comrade Tang, you need to think carefully about really transferring the job to Shin Mingjiao. Jobs are hard to come by. Don't get confused. Comrade, let me sign so I can leave. Tang Yueling looked troubled and didn't want to say much. With Sun Jiangwo and the others in surgery, it was the perfect time to transfer jobs. Yes, comrade, our Yueling is very determined. She has already signed up for a rural position. This job was originally meant for my Mingjiao. Yes, comrade, this job was meant for me. With no other choice, Shen Mingyuan nodded along, and the HR staff had no further questions. The job transfer went smoothly. I don't know what expressions the few people who are friends with Tang Yueling in the surgery department will have when Shen Mingjiao comes to work tomorrow. All right, let's go back to the villa, and I'll give you the key and the treasure map. Okay. Shen Mingjiao looked at Tang Yueling in disbelief, leaving her with no reason to be harsh. Since she had changed jobs, she wanted to ask for the 5,000 yuan back. But today, Tang Yueling was as obedient as a little lamb, making it hard for her to find a reason to complain. While walking, she suddenly remembered Tang Yueling's officer fiancé. Sister, since you're going to the countryside, you won't need the officer fiancé your grandfather arranged for you anymore. I'm working in the city now, so I think I'm a better match. We have already been in touch. Shen Mingjiao said with a hint of jealousy. Tang Yueling didn't want to respond and simply turned her head, saying lightly, only dogs like to pick up bones. If you like it, go ahead. You, Mom, Dad, look at her. By the time they returned to the Tang family, it was already dark. Aunt Wu had started making dinner in the kitchen, and the ingredients had already been tampered with by Tang Yueling. Shen Yaozu didn't dare to go out. He needed the treasure map tonight and couldn't afford to miss it. Hand over the key and the treasure map. Shen Mingjiao took the lead, hands on her hips, blocking her way. Dad, I also need 2,000 national food coupons and other tickets. You know I've never suffered, and going to the Northeast won't be enough with this little money. Without tickets, I'll starve.
What?
You need tickets too? No way. I can't give you any more. Shen Yaozu couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't care about their job changes. They kept asking for money and tickets, and he was done with it. He knew he was the only male heir of the Shin family, and all these treasures would be his in the future, so he couldn't let go. Shen Mingyuan looked at her, thought for a long time, and surprisingly relaxed his frown. Asking him for things meant that everything before was real, which eased his last bit of doubt. Wait, I'll get it for you. Seeing that her words didn't work, Shen Mingjiao stomped her foot hard and tried to act cute with Zhou Ho-Hot, but it didn't help. Although Zhou Ho-Hot was greedy, she always listened to Shen Mingyuan and never dared to go against him. Tang Yueling received a large stack of tickets. Her irresponsible father actually gave them to her. It seemed that there were quite a few savings in his little treasure chest. What about the treasure map? Wait for me, I'll go get it from the second floor. Shen Mingyuan followed her upstairs, determined to find out where that old man hid the things. Since he wanted to see, he would look closely. Tang Yueling walked into her grandfather's room, approached the dark gray curtains, bent down, and pulled open a hem to retrieve a key from thin air. She then went downstairs to the kitchen and grabbed a knife, prying up a tile in the upper right corner of the hall. After knocking for a while, she reached the third layer and found the fake map her grandfather had buried earlier. Here, take it all. This old man is really clever. Who could find this hiding spot? Shen Mingjiao crossed her arms, looking at the map and the key with greed. Shen Mingyuan had just taken the map and hadn't had time to put it away when he heard Uncle Fu's voice. Miss, Uncle Fu is here to see you. Grandpa Fu, why are you here? Tang Yueling, not caring whether her father was steady, let go and turned to walk away.
Clatter.
The safe key slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, catching everyone's attention. And the uncle is here too. Uncle Fu, what are you doing here? The Tang family has already dismissed you. Don't come back again. Uncle, please, I just miss the young lady too much. I just want to see her, and then I'll leave. Uncle Fu was quite skilled at acting, fully playing his part. Grandpa Fu, I want to go with you. Hearing this, Tang Yueling burst into tears, grabbing his hand, wanting to leave the Tang family with him. Dad, Aunt, I'm leaving with Grandpa Fu tonight and will come back tomorrow to pack my things. Welling, are you in such a hurry to leave tonight? Why not wait until tomorrow? Zhou Hohot clearly didn't want her to go. She was thinking of finding an excuse tonight to settle things and reclaim the money and tickets. Shen Mingjiao and Shen Yaozu shared her feelings. No, I want to leave now. I feel like my grandfather and my mom are watching me at home, and it makes me uncomfortable. As soon as she said this, a cold winter wind blew in through the front door, making the chandelier in the hall rattle. A few guilty individuals instinctively shrank back. Go on, go on. Shen Mingyuan couldn't bear to see that face resembling the original mother and urged her to leave quickly. Those who do not do wrong have nothing to fear. Tonight, let them experience what it means to vanish into thin air. As Tang Yueling left, she heard several crisp laughs behind her. She smiled, tilted her head, took a deep breath, and whispered softly, "Enjoy your laughter. Your nightmare starts tonight." In the city, at a secret hospital. Boss, good news. We have a lead on the person you're looking for. As soon as Tang Yueling left the mansion with Uncle Fu, she noticed someone following them. She was naturally more perceptive than most, and after drinking the spirit spring water for 2 days, her awareness was even sharper. Uncle Fu, how much longer until we get there? Miss, it won't be long. It's just ahead in the alley. As you instructed yesterday, I found a place that is close to both us and the mansion, and it's quite hidden. Thank you, Uncle Fu, for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. As long as you are well, I am satisfied. Miss, it's chilly outside. Wear this hat. The lady at the counter said it's the latest style. Uncle Fu pulled out a thick, white knitted hat from a gray bag. It looked expensive for that time. The hat is beautiful and warm. That's good to hear. More than the warmth of the hat, she felt warmth in her heart from the love of her elder. Tang Yueling didn't plan to shake off her follower, knowing their presence didn't matter. However, she didn't realize that there were actually 2 groups following her. When they reached their place, the 2 went up to the 2nd floor, and the followers returned to report. Haha, great. Mingyuan, we finally got the girl to talk. Now that Jiao has changed jobs, if we send her to the northern wilderness and sell the Tang family mansion, when the higher-ups start their reckoning, all the treasures will be ours. Zhou Hohot laughed crazily, her children joining in the laughter. To celebrate, Zhou Hohot even asked Mama Wu to add a few more dishes. Only Shen Mingyuan felt a bit uneasy. Everyone stopped laughing. This is a critical time. Remember to keep a low profile, or the next to be reckoned with will be the Shun family. Right, Dad is right. Shin Yaozu, if you go drinking, gambling, or chasing women again, your father, and I won't let you off. Sister, didn't we agree not to mention this in front of Dad?
What?
You little rascal, if I catch you messing around in the black market again, I'll break your legs and send you to the 2nd floor. Dad, I won't do it again. I promise. After seeing what happened to Tang Yueling, they all knew how ruthless Shin Mingyuan could be. Meanwhile, Tang Yueling arrived at her room, where Jiang Baiwei and Xiao Tao were waiting for her. They chatted for a while before deciding to rest. Jiang Baiwei wanted to stay and keep her company, but the room was small with a 1.5-meter bed, which would be cramped. Tang Yueling had important matters to attend to that night, so she asked her to go back. She was waiting for the bad people in the Tang family mansion to fall asleep. Around midnight, she changed into the black clothes she had stored away and quietly slipped out the door. She checked thoroughly to ensure no one was following her, covered her face like an assassin, and headed towards the Tang family's mansion. Using the path she had prepared earlier, she unlocked the front door with a spare key. The Tang house was dark. Clearly everyone was asleep. She first went to the room of Aunt Wu on the first floor, who was sound asleep, having not even covered herself with the blanket. It was evident that the drowsy medicine she had added to the food during the day had taken effect. To be safe, Tang Yueling took a dishcloth from the kitchen, soaked it in the drowsy medicine, and covered Aunt Wu's mouth. If you're going to sleep, sleep even deeper. She kept the cloth and then headed upstairs. First, she went to her father's room, where Shin Mingyuan was sleeping soundly with Zhou Hohot, who was wearing a red belly band. Tang Yueling held back her anger, applied the drowsy medicine to a cloth, and covered them both. After confirming they were completely unconscious, she moved on to Shin Mingjiao's room. Shin Mingjiao had locked her door, but that was no challenge for her. She had spare keys for all the rooms in the mansion. Upon entering, she saw Shin Mingjiao comfortably asleep in her cashmere pajamas and bunny hat. Using the same method, she knocked out Shin Mingjiao and Shin Yaozu as well. Now, before dawn, even if the king himself came, they wouldn't wake up. Tang Yueling removed the cloth from her face and sighed in relief. Tonight, I'm going to reclaim everything. She controlled her excitement. The moon was bright and full. She opened the curtains, and the room lit up like daytime. She started in Shin Yaozu's room. This once-fallen grandson of the Shin family now had the trappings of a young master. But a troublemaker is still a troublemaker. No matter how good the things were, he would ruin them. The room was filled with strong smells of smoke and alcohol. Tang Yueling just wanted to quickly gather everything and escape this room. She wouldn't use these items, but she would take them anyway. If necessary, she could sell them to a recycling center later. She had just thought of it when the space's storage area separated a section for recyclables. This space is so smart. As she entered, she saw a mahogany desk piled high with empty liquor bottles and wine bottles. There were cigarette boxes, an imported lighter, an ashtray, playing cards, leftover peanut shells, and several colorful banned books. On the desk was a photo of a dancer pinned down by a dagger. Next to it was a large teak wardrobe filled with old suits, flashy shirts, fur coats, bell-bottom pants, and leather jackets. Tang Yueling did not indulge him. She took everything except for the pants and underwear that she had thrown away. In this era, those clothes could be bought secondhand, or they could simply be burned if necessary. The corner had a leather sofa, an old tube radio on the table, a record player, pointed leather shoes, a spring bed, and a sleeping figure. She also collected the lamp above, the curtains, and 2 small fish and $300 hidden under the mattress. Tang Yueling even took the pajamas he was wearing, leaving only a pair of underwear. With the temperature only 1 or 2 degrees, he would surely freeze by morning. In the end, she kindly left the bottom mattress to cover him. The next room was Shin Mingjiao's. The original owner's pearl necklace, dragon and phoenix bracelet, and a pile of jewelry, along with friendship cream, floral water, and lipstick, were all taken. There were also menstrual pads, perfume, a radio, a fountain pen, and a green glass lamp. Additionally, there were birthday gifts from her grandfather and mother, including a porcelain doll, glass animals, jade ornaments, a beautiful music box, and a small Venus sculpture, all taken by this weasel. Everything must be returned. The 4-door mahogany wardrobe was filled with the original owner's clothes, many of which had not even been worn, along with the wardrobe itself. The European-style dressing table, the jewelry box on top, and 2 large metal boxes in the drawer contained over $12,000 in cash and various receipts. All taken. The neatly stacked personal clothes, pajamas, silk scarves, handkerchiefs, and scarves in the chest of drawers, along with the porcelain vase from Jingdezhen, were all taken. Her neglectful father and stepmother truly spoiled her. Aside from the stolen items from the original owner's room, much of it was newly bought. In one corner of the bedroom was a daybed with satin cushions and an expensive imported violin nearby. Tang Yueling found a domestic Seagull dual-lens camera, a record player, and a large pile of records. Truly, the original female lead had such luxury in an era when food was hard to come by. However, now everything was being taken back. All of this was bought with the blood of the Tang family by her neglectful father and stepmother. Tang Yueling entered the bathroom and collected everything of value, leaving nothing behind, not even the toilet. Usable items were kept, while unusable ones were packed away or sold secondhand. The same actions took place, and the items on the bed still belonged to the original owner. Shen Mingjiao was left in just a pink bra and a pair of underwear. "Good cousin. Look, I was still kind enough to leave you some underwear," Tang Yueling said as she walked out the door. The once beautifully decorated princess room of Miss Jiao instantly turned into a bare room with only wallpaper and tiles remaining. If time allowed, Tang Yueling really wanted to rip down the tiles and wallpaper. Shen Mingjiao curled up on the old, dusty mattress, unable to open her eyes. Next was the room of her unreliable father and his widow. The father's room was originally small, but after the original owner's mother passed away and her grandfather fell ill, he knocked down the wall to the guest room to create a large bedroom for himself. When Tang Yueling entered, she saw a huge mahogany wardrobe filled only with her father's clothes. Strangely, all the clothes were faded Zhongshan suits and dual-purpose outfits, while the shoes under the bed were black cloth shoes and old leather shoes. Zhou Hohat's belongings were next door. She had already moved into the original owner's mother's room. Tang Yueling didn't believe it, so she opened the wardrobe and knocked around for a while, finally discovering several large cedar boxes in the wardrobe's hidden compartment. Behind the wardrobe was a large box containing 4 or 5 sets of high-quality English and Italian wool suits, vests, velvet ties, satin long shirts, patterned jackets, dark thick overcoats, cashmere coats, and many other brand-new high-end clothes. Indeed, this father appeared to live simply on the surface. As usual, Tang Yueling emptied the dresser, nightstand, and the old sandalwood desk of everything. She didn't have time to carefully examine each item. She would sort through them later when she returned to her place. The bathroom and the Chinese-style carved wooden bed were cleaned out, and Shen Mingyuan was left with only a pair of underwear, along with a mattress thrown at the two of them. Looking at them, Tang Yueling suddenly had an idea. She had just found a bottle of strong glue in Shen Yaozu's room. She casually took it, and now it was just the right time to use it. Since they were so close, she decided to let them bond even more closely and not be able to separate.
Ha ha ha.
With Tang Yueling's triumphant laughter, the two were covered in strong glue. She could hardly wait to see their shocked faces when they woke up the next day. After finishing with them, Tang Yueling went to the original owner's mother's room, which was now filled with Zhou Hohat's belongings. She first collected all of Zhou Hohat's items into her storage space. Next, she looked through the jewelry, clothes, vanity, and books left by her mother. After clearing everything visible, she began searching for the hidden room created by her father. Her father was clever. Tang Yueling searched several times without success. Just as she was about to give up, she finally found the mechanism under the bedroom curtains. It was a hidden room about 3 meters square, showing signs of recent digging. Clearly, it was made by her father. Inside, there were neatly arranged rosewood furniture, 2 large boxes of big and small yellow fish, and another box filled with cash, likely withdrawn from the Tang family's account. She glanced at it and saw brand new 10-yuan bills, 5-yuan bills, and 2-yuan bills, filling a box with about 30 to 40,000 yuan. There was also a whole box of various tickets, including the household registrations of her father and Tang Yueling, as well as those of Zhou Hohat and Shen Mingjiao. There were even several bank books for overseas accounts, all in her father's name. Tang Yueling counted the cash. Surprisingly, there was $100,000 in the Hong Kong bank account. This money was all from the Tang family, left behind by her father, who hadn't had time to move it yet. In one corner of the box, there was an account book detailing Shen Mingyuan's transactions on the black market over the years. It turned out that so many of the Tang family's assets had been sold on the black market, and he even held a position there. Well, she would need to find an opportunity to explore the black market herself. In another corner of the hidden room, there was a large medical box filled with valuable imported medicines, similar to the treasures in the kitchen downstairs. The last two boxes contained antique paintings and calligraphy, with several antique vases that reminded her of her childhood. Tang Yueling waved her hand and cleared out the entire hidden room, leaving only dust behind. She took the household registration documents and deposit slips, leaving her father unable to access any money. Now, Tang Yueling was wealthy enough to rival a nation. Since she couldn't reclaim that money, she would consider it a charity. The important thing was that her father wouldn't get a single cent. She quickly left the room and searched her grandfather's room, the study, and the guest room on the third floor, taking everything except the walls and floor tiles. Although most of the furniture in the house had been replaced with fakes, the craftsmanship was still exquisite, and selling the scrap would still be worth something. With a couple of hours until dawn, she ran downstairs and took the large round table from the living room, the chandelier above, and even pried off the rosewood handrail from the staircase. This rosewood is real. It should sell for a good price. The servant's room on the first floor was completely emptied. Aunt Wu left behind a set of clothes, but the bed and furniture were taken away. In the storage room, the dusty old suitcases, old screens, and old furniture were all gone. Even the old newspapers on the floor were not spared. Once everything was moved out, only the empty room and the scurrying mice remained. Finally, there was the kitchen, which held valuable items. Grandpa was worried that the original owner wouldn't eat well, so he specifically bought an imported gas stove. There were various cooking tools, both Chinese and Western, that she needed to take with her. Heavy cast iron woks, clay pots, steamers, frying pans, and all sizes of pots, along with various knives, even the sharpening stone. In the corner, there was a snowflake, refrigerator covered with a white cloth, an induction cooker, an electric kettle, and even the spoons, chopsticks, bowls, and plates were packed away. In the end, even the honeycomb coal and the tongs for changing coal balls were taken. Everything was cleared out. Looking at the empty Tang family house, Tang Yueling felt a sense of satisfaction. After clapping her hands, she took some cooling oil and waved it in front of Aunt Wu's nose. We can't all sleep until the afternoon. Someone has to wake up early to deliver the news. After finishing all this, Tang Yueling disguised herself again, peeked out to check her surroundings, and quietly slipped back into the alley. She poured herself half a cup of spring water to regain her strength. Tomorrow, she would get up early and take Uncle Fu and Xiao Tao to see a good show. The next morning, with Aunt Wu's loud shout echoing through the house, the Tang family was in chaos. Where are the things? Where's the cabinet? Where are the clothes? My money, my kin lunch and meat. She rushed into the kitchen, and the sight before her left her completely stunned. The gas stove was just a square black hole. The iron pots, lids, coal tongs, and ladles were all gone. The cupboard? The refrigerator? Not even a shadow was left. The rice jar, flour bags, and oil and salt containers? All disappeared without a trace. There wasn't even a single chopstick or a leaf of vegetable on the floor. The kitchen was as clean as if it had been licked by hundreds of tongues. Master, it's terrible. The sky is falling. We've been robbed. Aunt Wu screamed in panic as she ran out of the kitchen, only to be stunned by the terrible scene in the living room. It's all gone. Her voice was loud. The Tang family house was a standalone building, with other rooms quite a distance away, but it was still heard by people on the street outside.
What's going on with the Tang family?
Early in the morning, did they chop vegetables on a pig's trotters? Isn't that right? The wailing must mean they've encountered the ghost of old Master Tang. Two early rising women discussed as they walked, unable to resist the urge to check on the Tang family, but were ultimately pulled away by their husbands. What are you thinking? What time is it? We can't get involved with them. In the mansion, Shun Yaozu finally began to wake up from his near-frozen state, despite the terrified cries of Aunt Wu. Hurrah! It's so cold. Who took my blanket? Are they trying to freeze me to death? Shen Yaozu searched for warmth under the covers, but found nothing. He opened his eyes to see the empty ceiling and bare walls. Looking down, he noticed the dirty mattress and realized he was only wearing his underwear, his body cold and blue. What the heck?
Ugh.
He kicked the bed frame, and the cold air rushed in, making him sneeze 4 times in a row. Seeing the empty room littered with cigarette packs and butts, he snapped back to reality and cursed loudly. Who is the thief that dared to steal from me? Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu. Who stole from us? Did they catch that thief? He searched the room for anything to keep warm, jumping around in anger and shivering. Aunt Wu heard him and rushed to his room, crying out in despair. Young master, we've been robbed. Everything is gone. The second to wake up was Shen Mingjiao. Tang Yueling had given them the lightest dose of medicine the night before, and since they were young, they woke up quickly.
Ah!
My clothes. My money. My house. Another scream pierced the mansion as Shen Mingjiao cried out in distress. Shen Yaozu, not caring about anything else, wrapped himself in all the pants he could find and rushed into Shen Mingjiao's room. She was curled up behind the mattress, crying loudly. Mom, Dad, everything in my room is gone. I can't face anyone.
Wah.
I'm so cold. Sister, are you okay? Our house has been completely robbed. Even our clothes are gone. This is terrible. Whose despicable thief is this? They even stole other people's clothes. Aunt Wu stomped her feet in anger, cursing the awful thief. Sir, where is Madam? Why is it so quiet?
Mom, Dad.
Shen Yaozu ignored Shen Mingjiao, tossed her 2 pairs of his pants, and rushed into Shen Mingyuan's room. When he opened the door, everyone gasped in shock. This terrible thief was truly skilled. Every room had been robbed evenly. Dad, Mom, wake up. The house has been completely robbed. What's all this noise? It's early in the morning. Why is it so cold? Shen Mingyuan, awakened in anger, instinctively tried to sit up and scold someone. But when he pushed himself up, he found nothing to support him and couldn't move at all.
Ouch!
So painful. So cold. Zhou Hohat woke up with a sharp pain in her body and cried out without thinking. What's going on? Stuck? What happened at home? What about the other things? Amid their panic and confusion, everyone finally understood the situation. Both parents had not only lost their clothes, but were also stuck to each other with strong glue. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll call the police to catch the thief and help you. Shen Yaozu, scared and angry, was about to run outside. Wait, you brainless fool. I told you to study hard, but it seems you didn't learn anything. In the end, following Shen Mingjiao's suggestion, she went to the bathroom, filled a broken enamel basin with water, and splashed it on them. They winced in pain, and with great effort, a few people finally managed to separate them. It was the middle of winter, and both were without clothes, blood mixed with icy water, and they nearly collapsed. Finally, the whole family wrapped themselves in Shen Yaozu's pants, creating a comical yet relieving scene. Shen Yaozu rushed outside and checked the secret room, collapsing onto the ground in despair. Zhou Hohat cried out, lamenting that all her jewelry and cash were gone. Treasure map? Keys? Shen Yaozu frantically returned to his room, searching through the mess on the floor. With the secret room's items gone and the assets in Hong Kong inaccessible, he couldn't afford to lose the Tang family inheritance. He just couldn't. Shen Mingyuan, still wearing pants, began searching every room. Hurry up. You all search too. Oh, okay. 5 minutes later. I found it. The treasure map that stupid dad didn't take. Shen Mingjiao finally discovered the crumpled treasure map in a corner. She remembered her dad had shown it to them during dinner last night. She didn't know it was a special gift from Tang Yueling for her dad and her good brother. Quick, let me see it. Yes, this is it.
Great.
With the Tang family inheritance, we can still live a good life. Key, Dad, I found the safe key. Quick, give it to me. The Shen family joyfully opened the safe, only to find it filled with stones, making Zhou Hohat nearly faint from anger. Meanwhile, Tang Yueling had already gotten up, changed into a plain cotton coat, and called out to Xiaodao, who was about to go to work. After being rescued by Uncle Fu, Xiaodao had been working in a tailor shop. Xiaodao, don't go to work today. Take a day off, we're going to the Tang family to see a good show. Okay, miss. Xiaodao smiled brightly and never questioned why. Tang Yueling took Uncle Fu and Xiaodao with her. The three bought breakfast at the alley and grabbed a bag of buns, eating as they walked toward the villa. Along the way, Tang Yueling boldly announced that she was going to the countryside, with many people following her to say goodbye. Dad, Aunt Joe, I'm going to the countryside today to say goodbye. Tang Yueling, why is she here? Dad, Mom, could she have stolen from us? Yes, it must be that nasty girl. Just wait until I get my hands on her. Before Shin Mingyuan could speak, Shin Yaozu swung his pants leg back and picked up a stone, angrily running toward the first floor. Shen Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot followed closely behind, looking fierce, as if they wanted to attack. You all wait.
Wait.
Shen Mingyuan, still emotional from earlier, accidentally hurt his back and couldn't stop them in time. As Tang Yueling pushed open the door, she collided with the large stone Shin Yaozu had thrown. Miss, be careful. Xiaotao quickly grabbed her to shield her from the incoming stone.
Xiaotao.
Tang Yueling couldn't let Xiaotao get hurt. She sensed the danger the moment she opened the door. With a strong pull, she cleverly avoided the stone. Oh my! What's happening at the Tang family's villa? Are they renovating again? At this time, how can they dare to renovate? Wait, what is Shen Yaozu wearing? Is that some foreign style? Using pants as clothing? That's strange. Wait, there's Zhou Hohot and Shin Mingjiao. Oh my! This whole family has gone crazy. The women behind Tang Yueling stared at the Shin family as if they were watching a zoo. They didn't dare to speak loudly, but whispered among themselves. Shen Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot, seeing Tang Yueling's innocent face, completely lost their minds, especially since she had brought so many people with her. Two people reached out to grab her hair, showing their aggressive behavior. It's her. It must be Tang Yueling who hired someone to empty our house. Yes, yes. She just broke off her engagement with my father yesterday, and our house was cleaned out that night. Quick, call the police. Tang Yueling is the thief. A thief? Empty their house. Everyone was shocked by what the two said. After missing Shen Yaozu's grab, he stood up and raised his hand to strike. Tang Yueling quickly covered her head, pretending to be scared, and looked at the messy living room with tearful eyes, saying, Cousin, Aunt Joe, what are you talking about? When did the Tang family become yours? Didn't Uncle die long ago? Did he crawl back from the grave? What do you mean empty? Didn't I leave the Tang family last night? Right. Isn't Shin Mingjiao the daughter of Shen Mingyuan? Why is she calling him father? Seeing the furious expressions of the three, Tang Yueling felt secretly pleased. It was time to expose this scandal. A cousin, aunt, although I did break off my engagement with my dad last night, your Shin family shouldn't have found someone to empty the Tang family that same night and then act like thieves. I agreed to go to the countryside to the northeast. I don't want any inheritance. Tang Yueling cried pitifully, looking very sorrowful. She took out the letter of engagement termination to show everyone. The termination was real. Shin Mingyuan had indeed broken off the engagement with Tang Yueling to avoid suspicion. And he even called her a thief? The crowd murmured louder, and many who had received kindness from the Tang family wanted to go to the neighborhood office to seek justice for her. What did you say? I was talking about your dad. Don't slander me. You all heard wrong. Shen Mingjiao was scared too, grabbing her pants and shrinking behind a few people, afraid to show her face. Three fools. All of you shut up.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
Shen Mingyuan finally limped down the stairs, horrified by the scene on the first floor. Ignoring his pain, he rushed down and slapped each of the three. Scared, Zhou Hohot and Shin Mingjiao covered their faces and dared not speak again. Everyone disperse. We have matters to attend to today and won't be entertaining guests. The Tang family wasn't robbed. We were just doing a big cleanup. Yes, a big cleanup. Those three fell from upstairs and got confused. Shen Mingyuan signaled to Aunt Wu to ask the others to leave the house. Everyone was puzzled. A big cleanup? What a lie. Tang Yueling felt very pleased. Her father was too clever. He knew that if things escalated, it would only put him and the widow's family in a difficult position. Even if he reported it to the police, none of the things he lost could be mentioned. In the end, his schemes with the widow would surely be exposed, and he would face consequences. Tang Yueling was clear in her mind. She wasn't in a hurry. Moving out of the Tang family's mansion was just a small appetizer. She still had a bigger surprise to reveal. As the crowd slowly dispersed, the seeds of doubt had already been planted. After today, the relationship between Shin Mingyuan and the Zhou family would be even more suspicious. Dad, what's wrong with the family? I already said I didn't want the family property, so why are you putting on a show for me? Tang Yueling pretended to be shocked, tears in her eyes. Miss, how can you not want the family property? It's the hard work of generations of the Tang family. Yes, yes. Miss, you can't be confused. The master would never drive you away. Uncle Fu and Xiao Tao stood beside her, looking worried. Uncle Fu, Xiao Tao, I've made up my mind. I'm planning to go to the countryside, and from now on, you have to take care of yourselves. Her father and the others looked at her with suspicion, both believing and doubting her. After all, they had just cut ties the night before, and it was clear they couldn't have moved everything out of the mansion so quickly. Shin Mingjiao and Shin Yaozu wanted to confront her, but Shin Mingyuan pulled them back. Yeah, there's nothing wrong at home. I just transferred the assets. Since you want to go to the countryside, the mansion is no longer useful. I was worried about being too obvious, so I got rid of everything inside. Mingyuan? Zhou Hohat looked shocked and grabbed his arm, causing him to wince in pain.
Ugh.
Foolish woman. Be quiet. Tang Yueling felt satisfied watching them and deliberately asked, Dad, is that true? Is the treasure map still there? Yes, of course.
Look.
Shin Mingyuan took out the treasure map to show her, fearing she wouldn't believe him. That's good. But Mingjiao should have gone to the hospital early today, right? How can your family still have time for a fashion show in this cold weather? As soon as she said this, Shin Mingjiao exploded. Mom. Dad, what should I do? I still need to report, and I look like this.
Don't worry.
Mom Wu, please go back to the old house. Just bring some clothes. Okay, master. Mom Wu left, and Tang Yueling didn't continue packing. After saying a few simple words, she left with Uncle Fu. She knew that her unreliable father would definitely go to dig for treasure tonight, that ancestral property in the graveyard. She also needed to return early to clear out another stash and wait to present her father with a big gift in the evening. When the three of them returned to the entrance of their newly rented alley, Tang Yueling patiently explained, Grandpa Fu, keep an eye on Shin Mingyuan. The pack of wild dogs in the graveyard might come in handy tonight. Okay, young miss, I will definitely complete the task. Grandpa Fu looked excited, rubbing his hands together, and left with Xiao Tao. Just as they left, a tall, familiar figure stepped out from the corner of the alley. Comrade Han Mimi, it's good to see you. Captain Fu, you've recovered so quickly in just one day? That's impressive. Tang Yueling was surprised by Fu Zhanting's appearance. After such a serious injury, he actually came to confront her personally. It could only be said that this fierce man was quite bold. Well, should I call you Comrade Han Mimi or Comrade Tang Yueling now? Tang Yueling was taken aback. He really found out her identity. He was indeed from the Special Forces. Captain Fu, you're amazing. I have something even more amazing. Do you want it? Fu Zhanting suddenly stepped forward, his tall figure completely casting a shadow over her in the corner. He pressed one hand against the wall beside her ear and held her chin with the other, forcing her to look up at him. His actions were assertive, but his gaze was intensely serious, and the scent of chrysanthemums filled his nose. Tang Yueling also caught a whiff of the familiar minty fragrance. This man still acted like a peacock in heat. Fu Zhanting straightened up, his eyes burning as he looked at her. He withdrew his hand from her chin and pulled out a piece of brown paper tied with a pink bow from his black coat. Clearly, it contained a book. Before Tang Yueling could refuse, he had already forcefully placed it in her hands. Tang Yueling, a seasoned reader of historical novels, had never encountered such a dominating soldier in those stories. Usually, the protagonists in those books were shy and pure-hearted men who would blush and stammer. Seeing that she hadn't reacted for a long time, Fu Zhanting took a deep breath and adjusted her shoulders. He assertively said, "This is the latest edition of selected works of Mao Zedong. There's something inside. Comrade Tang Yueling, how about we develop a relationship that surpasses revolutionary friendship?" He confessed again, just like the first time they met. Tang Yueling felt her head buzzing, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom, and her eyes darting away, completely unsure of how to respond. Although she was a doctor before entering the story, she was still a sophomore. This straightforward request was something she had never encountered before. She opened a corner of the brown paper and saw a brand new red book, which seemed to have a piece of paper inside, but she didn't take it out. "What does this mean, Captain Fu? Do you think I still need to change my mindset?" Fu Zhanting looked at her again with longing, gently holding her chin, and said passionately, "There's a draft of my marriage proposal in the book, Little Wildcat. Do you want to check it now?" "Fu Zhanting, are you serious?" Tang Yueling's pupils narrowed, and her heart skipped a beat. With his large frame and coat shielding her, she felt completely enveloped by his chest. Fu Zhanting lightly caressed her delicate skin with his fingers, his voice deep and hoarse, filled with intensity. "I swear, I am serious. Everything I said yesterday and today, I won't take back a single word. I've already given you my name and my life. You must belong to me." He leaned closer, his warm breath near her lips, clenching his fists but holding back from getting any closer. "When I, Fu Zhanting, fight, I have a clear goal. I only advance, never retreat. What I say, I will do." Tang Yueling looked at his pale lips, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, knowing he was pushing himself. Still, she wanted to see just how strong this man was, how direct his words could be, and how long he could hold on without fainting. "Shen Mingyuan is your father. I'll go propose to him today. Let's get engaged first?" "No." As soon as she said this, Tang Yueling became anxious. It seemed this fierce man truly had feelings for her. It was a rare case of love at first sight. "I've already cut ties with him." "Oh? Then how about I send him to the northeast for re-education?" Fu Zhanting saw her finally react, a smile creeping onto his face, filled with joy. "No need to trouble Captain Fu. I can handle it." "But hiss. Fu Zhanting was exhausted. In the cold winter, large drops of sweat fell from his forehead, and he couldn't help but cover his abdomen with his hand. "Are you okay? With such a serious injury, why are you still running around and worrying? Do you really want to live dangerously? Little Wildcat, are you concerned about me? This little pain is worth it." Tang Yueling looked at his shameless expression, seriously doubting if the original book had miswritten his character description. Cold and heartless? He was completely a pure-hearted warrior. But she also knew that if he kept this up, even a fierce man could become a dead one. She took out a gourd filled with spring water from behind and handed it to him. "Drink this. You'll feel better. Feed me."
You.
Indeed, a man who acts spoiled has the best luck. Only with a thick skin can he get enough. Tang Yueling had completely lost her temper with him. Supporting him, she sat him down in a hidden corner and helped him drink the spring water. Not far away, Chun, who watched with worry from a corner, rubbing his hands and staring at the two with annoyance. When he saw Fu Zhanting being helped to sit down, he became anxious and started stomping his feet. He wanted to approach, but was warned off by Fu Zhanting's fierce gaze. Tang Yueling, understanding the situation, raised an eyebrow and said softly, "Come out, don't hide." Chun, who, realizing he had been discovered, awkwardly stepped forward, rubbing his hands. Comrade Tang, hello, I'm Chinhu. Sorry, I'll take our boss back to the hospital right away." "Comrade Tang?" So, the person who had been following her was also from Fu Zhanting's side. She had worried for nothing. "Okay, take him back now. Remember, don't let him get out of bed. He needs to rest. If he causes trouble again, you'll regret it." All right, sister-in-law, we promise to complete the task. Wait, tell me the hospital's location. After I'm done, I'll go see him. Okay, sister-in-law, the hospital is located at Fu Zhanting was too weak to say a word. If he hadn't just drunk the spring water, he would probably have fainted by now. Hearing that Tang Yueling would come to see him instantly revived his spirit. His breathing became rapid, and his gaze heated as he said to her, "Comrade Tang Yueling, I'll be waiting for you." Tang Yueling watched the two leave and shyly ran upstairs. She suppressed her racing heart, sat on a stool, and opened the brown paper. Inside was indeed selected works of Mao Zedong, along with a strong handwritten marriage application and a fresh little daisy tucked in the front page. At that moment, a ray of sunshine slowly warmed her heart. Compared to going to the countryside, going with Fu Zhanting as a battlefield medic seemed much more interesting than being a barefoot doctor in the village. Tang Yueling held the book and marriage application close to her chest and smiled. But soon, she snapped back to reality. There was still much to do today. She needed to head to the third treasure location before lunch and couldn't miss the big show tonight. After some clever disguise, Tang Yueling left the house. Meanwhile, Chun, who was helping the bleeding Fu Zhanting and flagged down a taxi to return to the hospital. "Doctor, hurry. Our leader's wound has opened again." Fu Zhanting was becoming a bit confused as two doctors rushed in to treat his injury. "Squad leader Chun, how is our leader? Have they found the person?" A young man, looking anxious, dashed over to Chun Hu. "The leader is fine, but it seems the captain might be in trouble with that girl." "You don't know, I've never seen such a gentle captain." Zhuzi's eyes widened with excitement. "Quick, tell me more while our leader is still asleep. Aren't there two girls? Is the first one?" "Not at all. Our leader seems to have a knack for finding the right person just by hearing their name." The doctor finished changing the bandages and left, while the two continued their excited discussion in the hospital room. "Oh my goodness. Am I hearing things? Our captain really likes a girl?" Zhuzi was still a bit skeptical and asked Chun Hu to pinch him. "You're not hearing things. It's true. You should have seen it. He brought her gifts and even blocked her path. We've been with the captain for almost 5 years. He wouldn't even approach a mosquito. When have we ever seen him so proactive? So, this lonely tree that has been barren for 25 years is finally blooming? Who would have thought? But unfortunately, that girl, while beautiful, comes from a wealthy family. But she saved our captain, and since he likes her so much, he won't care about her background." Exactly. No wonder he was supposed to rest at the military hospital, but when he heard about that task related to Comrade Tang's father, he insisted on participating. "Our captain's love life is finally happening. Zhuzi, quickly call the old commander. This is fantastic news. Our captain has finally woken up. The old commander will be overjoyed." Yes. Be quiet." On the hospital bed, Fu Zhanting stirred and shouted with great effort. The two immediately fell silent, sensing the weight of his command in the air. "Who dares to make a call? I will break their legs." Fu Zhanting struggled to sit up, causing the two to shrink back and rush to support him. "All right, Captain, no calls. But are you really going to file a marriage report to marry Comrade Tang? Shouldn't you check her background first?" "No one is allowed
To check.
No one is allowed to discuss. And definitely, no one is allowed to disturb her." His gaze warned the two, especially emphasizing the points about discussion and disturbance. Fu Zhanting took a deep breath, wincing in pain from his injury, but his tone was very firm. The pillar immediately raised his hand and began to swear. "Don't worry, Captain. We will keep our mouths shut. We promise not to say anything." Yes, we won't say anything." Both of them thought to themselves that this was too shocking. The long-standing ice mountain was about to melt. Fu Zhanting closed his eyes, seemingly exhausted. But the corners of his mouth faintly lifted, and he hoarsely uttered 3 words, carrying a hint of warmth. "Little wildcat." The pillar didn't hear clearly and leaned closer.
"What?"
"Captain, are you going to catch a nightcat?"
"Fool."
"That's Comrade Tang's nickname. Chun, who slapped the back of the pillar's head and looked at Fu Zhanting, taking a deep breath. Our captain's good days are coming. This girl not only saved him, but is also his lucky star. Meanwhile, in the villa, Aunt Wu had brought cloves and Grandma Shin followed, crying out to report to the police about a thief. In the end, they were all calmed down by Shin Mingyuan. However, no one could figure out who had emptied the villa last night. Finally, Shin Mingyuan had to attribute the cause to the black market, as only there could such hidden powers exist. It seemed he must take advantage of the darkness tonight to check the graveyard and see if the Tang family's ancestral property was real. The market in Shanghai was about to become chaotic, and he needed to prepare early. Shin Mingjiao quickly packed up and rushed to the hospital. Upon arriving, she realized she was already late. The staff noticed that she was the one reporting today, and since her professional knowledge was lacking, they all looked at her unfavorably, especially Zhang Yulan and Zhou Xiaofeng, who found everything about Shin Mingjiao displeasing. Unable to hold back, Zhang Yulan ran to the pharmacy to ask Jiang Baiwei and learned that Tang Yueling was being forced to go to the countryside. In no time, the entire hospital was buzzing with various speculations about Shin Mingjiao and Tang Yueling, which was exactly the effect Tang Yueling wanted. No matter how the job was given, even if she was the leading lady, lacking talent and virtue, she couldn't hold on to it. At this moment, Tang Yueling also guessed the situation in the hospital, but she had no time to think about her own matters. She needed to focus on collecting treasures. It was around 10 in the morning, and Tang Yueling confirmed there were no tails following her. Following the treasure map's instructions, she arrived at a Catholic church. The church had been damaged and abandoned, looking dilapidated. The third location of the Tang family's ancestral property was the underground tomb of the confession room. Following the mechanism on the map, Tang Yueling opened the secret room. Under the light, the entire secret room revealed its true form. This secret room was particularly large, containing more than 50 oversized camphor wood boxes. Tang Yueling opened the box and looked inside. There were 30 boxes filled with official kiln porcelain from various dynasties, mostly from the Ming dynasty. Among them were the rare Yongle sweet white glazed jade vase, large plate with entwined lotus patterns, high-footed bowl with sea dragon designs, and the especially rare chicken cup. There were also Qing dynasty pieces like the Kangxi blue and white 5-color flower and bird general jar, Yongzheng pink color pot with horsemen, and Qianlong enameled vase featuring Western figures. Additionally, there were famous Song dynasty porcelain pieces, such as the Ru Kiln sky blue glaze wash, official Kiln powder blue string pattern vase, and June Kiln begonia-shaped flower pot. The last time Tang Yueling saw so many rare porcelain items was at a museum. Some of these pieces had been sold abroad and had not returned to China even in the 21st century. Others were damaged during turbulent times, viewed as capitalist items. Fortunately, Tang Yueling discovered them first and would not let any of these treasures be harmed. She planned to keep them safe until China became strong again after reform and opening up, at which point she would donate them to the country. With her wealth, she didn't need to worry about these items. The other 10 boxes contained mostly small and large yellow crokers, along with gold jewelry and ornaments. The last box held property deeds purchased by the Tang family in Shanghai and other cities, including the deed for the family's Western-style house. No wonder her father couldn't find the deed despite searching everywhere. It was right here. Tang Yueling decided not to dwell on it and stored everything in her space. She roughly calculated that these treasures were worth at least 200 to 300 million. Converted to 2025 values, that would be over 15 billion. Adding in the 2 ancestral properties and the treasures from the Tang family house last night, she counted her total ancestral wealth to be around 600 million. By 2025, that would be about 34 billion. Tang Yueling flashed into her space, gazing at the immense wealth, hands on her hips, grinning widely. Now, she just needed to secure the last ancestral property and the treasures her father sent to the Shin family. But first, she needed to write an anonymous tip to deal with her father and her younger brother. After having lunch at a state-run restaurant, Tang Yueling prepared a meal for Xiao Tao and Uncle Fu and stored it in her space to keep it warm and fresh. She took the tram back to her place, pulled out paper and pen, and wrote 2 anonymous tip letters, one for Shinming Jiao and another for her father and Zhou Hohop. Just as she finished writing the letters, Uncle Fu and Xiaotao returned from lunch. Following Tang Yueling's instructions, they took the letters and went out to find 4 or 5 people to help with the writing. She rewrote the complaint letter 4 or 5 times, completely removing any trace of her handwriting. Being cautious is important. She didn't want to make a mistake. Meanwhile, Tang Yueling personally visited the newspaper office and submitted the disownment letter signed by her father. In the end, she spent $3.58 to publish the disownment notice. She wanted to completely cut ties with her father's family. On the other hand, she arranged for someone to bury animal remains at the designated site from the fake treasure map, attracting over 10 wild dogs to roam around. They were just waiting for her father and younger brother to go dig up the family inheritance that night. Tang Yueling understood her father's suspicious nature very well. He would only bring Shin Yaozu with him, and no one else. As she expected, her father's family had to leave the mansion in the afternoon and return to the Shin family, taking with them the pants that had not been taken before. Hearing about the plan to dig up the Tang family inheritance, Shin Yaozu was very excited. He even brought out a bottle of liquor and poured himself a drink. What are you doing drinking? You should be focusing on the task.
Dad, I'm scared.
Let me have a drink to build my courage. Shen Mingyuan shook his head helplessly at his son's uselessness. They both changed into a set of unremarkable, dirty pants taken from the mansion and set off for the burial site. Little did they know, Tang Yueling had prepared a surprise for them. At the wild dog burial site on the outskirts of the city, at 11 o'clock at night, the broken tombstones leaned at odd angles, and the dead trees looked eerie and frightening. The two of them braved the cold wind, with the moonlight swallowed by dark clouds, leaving only the beam of their flashlight cutting through the darkness. Shun Mingyuan held a military shovel, wore leather gloves, and kept the treasure map tucked under his arm, leading the way. Shun Yaozu looked around nervously, shivering and pale, occasionally touching the spring knife at his waist. Dad, how can there be Tang family inheritance in this creepy place? It's cold and scary. I say we should just go back and kidnap that Tang Yueling to help us dig. Shun Yaozu grumbled, kicking a half-buried bone and huffing into his hands. Be quiet. You coward. What's there to fear from the dead? That scoundrel Tang Hongsing could easily have buried the inheritance here. The map indicates the 50th solitary grave from east to west. Hurry up and count. Don't mess it up. Shun Mingyuan shone the flashlight on the map, directing him to get to work quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, 21, 30, 28. Ugh, I lost count, Dad. How can we keep track? Get out of the way, you useless fool. Shun Mingyuan pushed him aside, causing the pickaxe in his hand to fall to the ground with a loud clatter. 47, 48, 49, 50. Here, right here.
They.
It's right below. Shun Mingyuan counted twice, and Shin Yaozu counted 3 times, finally getting it right. Shin Yaozu swung the pickaxe, and it got stuck. Dad, there's something, it looks like an iron box. Is this family treasure buried so shallow? The decayed iron box was half dug up, and when it was opened, a terrible smell rushed out. This was the bait that Uncle Fu had buried in advance. What is that smell? Not good, Yaozu. We need to leave quickly. Shun Mingyuan became alert as the air filled with the stench mixed with spices. Dad, what's wrong? Before they could escape, they heard the sound of claws scratching the ground nearby, closing in on them. In the darkness, several eerie green lights appeared. Those were the reflections of dog eyes. Shun Mingyuan's heart sank, and he gripped the pickaxe tightly.
Dogs.
Wild dogs. So many.
Dad.
What should we do? I'm so scared. Shun Yaozu was already terrified, trembling and weak, sitting on the ground.
Fool. Get up. Fight back.
3 skinny old dogs attacked first. Shun Mingyuan swung the military shovel, hitting one dog on the head, but the other 2 lunged at him. My hand, my backside. Shen Yaozu was bitten on the palm, and his spring knife had fallen, while he covered his backside with his other hand. The wild dogs went crazy, driven wild by the scent. "Dad, help me. They're biting me.
Help me."
Shen Yaozu covered himself, rolling in the mud, as a one-eyed old dog jumped on him, biting hard and starting to tear. The muddy ground turned deep red. "Get away. Don't drag me down." "Yaozu, wait here, I'll call for help." "Dad, don't leave me, help me." Shen Mingyuan was so shocked by the scene that he felt frozen. If he didn't leave now, he would be in trouble too. Without hesitation, he turned to run up the slope. Unfortunately, as soon as he took a step, an old dog bit his pant leg, pulling him down and causing him to lose his balance. Four vicious dogs rushed at him, biting his thigh and groin. Shen Mingyuan's screams, mixed with Shen Yaozu's cries, echoed in the night sky over the graveyard. Just then, on the other side of Wild Dog Hill, 3 torches suddenly lit up. "Darn it, someone really came to steal a body." The committee said to shoot any thieves on sight. Tang Yueling informed Uncle Fu that they couldn't let the 2 be bitten to death. That would be too easy. Half an hour earlier, Uncle Fu had sent someone to the neighboring village to inform the guard team. "There are body thieves on Wild Dog Hill." At first, the villagers didn't believe it, but after hearing the screams, they grabbed their guns to check it out.
Bang!
The gun fired into the air, startling the pack of wild dogs, which scattered in all directions. TSK, looks like the second brother fed the wild dogs." The front villager raised his torch and saw Shen Yaozu's bloodied pants. Shen Yaozu had lost consciousness, lying on the ground like a dead fish, twitching, with a wound in his pants releasing steam in the firelight. Shen Mingyuan still had some awareness and, seeing someone approach, used his last bit of strength to grab a person's pant leg. Help me. "I have money. I'll give it to you, money."
Pa.
"Money? If you had money, you wouldn't be here stealing bodies." A villager kicked his hand away, looking disgusted. "Drag them back. Let the committee check if they're enemy spies." The villagers pulled the 2 back, heading toward the village clinic. The Wild Dog Hill returned to calm, and the moonlight suddenly broke through the clouds, illuminating the torn treasure map in the muddy ground. Behind a distant dead tree, Uncle Fu adjusted the brim of his cotton hat and looked up at the bright night sky. "Miss, our first course is served." Uncle Fu returned to report, and Tang Yueling and Xiao Tao were overjoyed. "Isn't that scoundrel father fond of the widow? Then let's confiscate his tools first. That bad brother loves to ruin people's reputations. Let's deal with the second brother once and for all. Grandpa Fu, you still need to visit a few families, the girls whose reputations were ruined by Shen Yaozu. I want that scoundrel to lose his freedom for good." "All right, miss, I've identified the people. Tomorrow I'll take the money you gave me to relieve their worries. Make sure he suffers endlessly." At the same time, lying immobile on the hospital bed, Fu Zhanting called for Chen Hu for the 5th time. "Has she come to see me?" "Captain, you need to rest well. Comrade Tang said she will visit you when she has time." "It's only been half a day." "Has it only been half a day?" "Yes." Fu Zhanting felt uncomfortable all over, especially a tightness in his chest. His large hands gripped the bedsheet tightly, his eyes dark as night. It was the first time he had lost his composure like this. "Chen Hu, go get the doctor. Use all the medicine that can help me recover quickly." "All right." Chen Hu suppressed a smile as he left the room, and Juzi grabbed him. "What's wrong with the captain?" "What else?" "He's lovesick." Early the next morning, Zhou Hohat's brother, Zhou Tianbao, urgently knocked on the Shen family's door. "Sister, something's wrong. Brother-in-law and Yaozu are in big trouble. The power of the black market is strong." Early in the morning, Zhou Tianbao received news that 2 people had been bitten by wild dogs last night. "What happened?" "Argun, go open the door." Zhou Hohat and Shin Mingjiao hadn't slept well all night. Shin Mingjiao had been complaining to her about her colleagues bullying until late, and she didn't even have the mood to write back to her fiancé. Zhou Hohat was worried about Shin Mingyuan and the others, wondering all night where they were. How much property did the Tang family actually have? The 2 of them hadn't returned after moving all night. After Zhou Tianbao explained the situation, Grandma Shin suddenly fainted and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Hohot sat down on the floor and started crying. After a lot of persuasion, Zhou Tianbao took the unconscious Grandma Shin to the hospital. Shin Mingyuan and Shin Yaozu had already been transferred to a hospital in the city. When they arrived, both were still unconscious. This hospital happened to be where Shin Mingjiao worked, and Sun Jiangwo was their attending physician. "Doctor, how's my son?" They were brought in too late. Some injuries were severe, possibly even eaten by wild dogs. "He can't be saved. But his life is stable. We don't know when he will wake up. Even if he does wake up, he might not be able to walk again."
What?
"Oh no. Yaozu is only 18. How will he live like this?" "Mom, please don't be too upset. Take care of yourself." Zhou Hohot cried out in the empty hospital corridor and fainted. Shen Mingjiao rushed to grab Sun Jiangwo's hand, crying, "Director Sun, as colleagues, please do everything you can to save my dad." "Your dad?" No, my uncle, my uncle. Uncle is the pillar of the Shin family. He can't fall. He must wake up. He still has many things to say." "I'm a doctor. I will do my best." Sun Jiangwo shook off her hand and walked away. The next day, Shin Mingyuan woke up to the sound of a nurse asking for payment. "Is Shen Mingyuan's family here?" "Who is Shen Mingyuan's family?" "You owe 300 yuan. "I have no money. The money left in the Tang family was stolen, and I still need to take care of Yaozu. Where will I find money to pay?" "Hohot, what are you saying?" Shin Mingyuan couldn't believe his ears. "Dad, uncle, you're awake? Did my mom say something? You must have heard wrong. Where did you hide the money in the Shin family?" "We have no money. Just tell me, and I will get it to pay for you." Shen Mingjiao is someone who only takes and never gives back. Now that the Tang family's inheritance is not in her hands, she is not foolish. When there is money, she calls him dad. When there is none, they are just strangers. And all of this is taught by Zhou Hohot.
You.
Shen Mingyuan looked at his immobile lower body and then at his important parts, sinking into despair. "Mingyuan, you say you haven't gotten the Tang family's inheritance, and you've also caused Yaozu trouble." Zhou Hohot cried as she spoke. Just then, from another hospital room, Shin Yaozu woke up, crying and shouting in distress. "Mingyuan, my dear child." As Zhou Hohot rushed out, the awakened old lady Shin, leaning on her cane, also entered the room. Old lady Shin looked visibly older this time. "Mom, I am an unfilial son." The two embraced and cried, while Shin Mingjiao nearby tugged at her shoulder, wanting to know where the money was. With Shen Mingyuan and Shen Yaozu both in trouble, she had to think about her own future. "You useless person, your dad isn't dead yet and you're already thinking about this." "Grandma, I didn't." "Don't accuse me. Besides, he is my third uncle. Please don't say that." Zhou Hohot had warned her before that now that Shin Mingyuan was in trouble, the higher-ups had started investigating him, and she must never admit their relationship. Indeed, Shin Mingyuan was cunning, and Zhou Hohot was no fool either. Two different kinds of people never share the same bed. What about Tang Yueling? Yes, she must have money. "Dear, we are not afraid. Once you recover, we will find the Tang family's inheritance, and we can still live like the elite in the city." "Grandma, what are you thinking? My third uncle has cut ties with her. Why would she care about him?" "I saw early this morning that she had already announced the severing of ties." Shin Mingjiao stood by, hands on her hips, looking disdainful. She now had a formal job at the hospital and a fiancé who was an officer. With Shen Yaozu incapacitated, the hidden wealth of Shen Mingyuan would eventually be hers. She would be the one living the best life between the Tang and Shin families. Shen Mingyuan listened in shock, watching the two people he once loved most betray him. And his most respected mother had only ever seen him as a tool for making money. In an instant, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. He remembered that only Tang Yueling had truly treated him like a father. However, he soon realized why so many wild dogs appeared in a graveyard without reason. Indeed, No one was genuinely good to him. In the end, he took a small piece of dried fish from his pocket and handed it to old lady Shun. Mom, take this gold and help me pay the medical bills. Uncle, give it to me. I'll go pay for you. No need for you. You can leave now. Okay, Mom, I'm going now. Aegon, come help me. Sure, ancestor. Shun Mingyuan looked at the young Aegon and then at himself, feeling heartbroken. In Shin Yaozu's hospital room, there were signs of destruction everywhere. Mom, just let me die. I can't go on living. Mom, it hurts. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Uncle Fu had already found someone to secretly send Shin Mingjiao's complaint letter to the hospital's personnel department, the health bureau, and the relevant offices. Last night, Jiang Baiwei excitedly arrived at Tang Yueling's place with a bag full of delicious food and some rare beer. As they enjoyed the food and drinks, Jiang Baiwei carefully recounted the tragic situations of Shin Yaozu and Shun Mingyuan at the hospital. The small hospital quickly spread the shocking story of the man attacked by wild dogs. Jiang Baiwei was genuinely happy for her. They were best friends and knew how Shin's father and others usually bullied the original owner and plotted against the Tang family. With Xiao Tao joining them, the three chatted until 2 or 3 in the morning, and only when they were too tired to continue did they finally go to sleep. In the morning, Uncle Fu was busy early on, but Jiang Baiwei and Xiao Tao overslept and were late for work. Tang Yueling handed the second letter to Xiao Tao, asking her to deliver it to the committee and the street office. She knew that now that Shin's father was incapacitated and no longer useful, the others would be fighting among themselves in the hospital. She had prepared her other gifts, which were on their way, and now it was time to let things unfold. In the hospital, Shin Mingjia had put on a brand new white coat, looking flashy and proudly went to work in her department. Naturally, she attracted the disdain of everyone in the department. Shun Mingyuan, on the other hand, lay alone in his hospital bed, constantly suffering from pain, with only Grandma Shin occasionally sending Aegon to care for him. He looked pitiful, like an abandoned elderly person. He secretly called for Zhou Tianbao. Zhou Tianbao had previously shown him great respect, flattering him as brother-in-law. Now that Shin Mingyuan was no longer useful, and Zhou Hohat had also made her stance clear, even if he came, he would not receive the same friendly treatment. Shin Mingyuan, you called me? What do you want? I'm very busy right now. He was mentally prepared for Zhou Tianbao's change in attitude. After all, his wife and daughter had abandoned him, so what else could he expect? He took a deep breath, enduring the pain in his lower body, and said calmly, Tianbao, tell me the truth. Did Bai Yi empty out the Tang family's mansion?
Bai Yi?
I haven't heard any news from the black market lately. Wang Jinfan shouldn't be after you. After all, we have a mutually beneficial relationship. Mutually beneficial? They're all just a bunch of ruthless devils. Bai Yi, known as Wang Jinfan, was the head of a recycling station on the surface, but in reality, he was the second in command of an underground bank in the black market. Over the years, my father used his position as a son-in-law of the Tang family to deal in stolen antiques and secretly built a relationship with him. But in business, there are always shady dealings. Two flies come together only because there's something to feed on. Now that the mansion has been robbed and he's injured, his only fear is this former ally. Tianbao, considering how I've treated you in the past, help me with one more thing. Zhou Tianbao looked at him impatiently, crossed his legs, and picked his ear with his pinky. Ugh, this is really annoying.
Just say it.
First, I need to make it clear that I have no money. You don't need to pay. Just help me find Yueling and ask her to come to the hospital to see me for old time's sake. Is that it? Yes, that's it.
Fine.
Just wait. I'll only pass on the message. Whether she comes or not is not my concern.
Thanks.
Shun Mingyuan's eyes darted around quickly. He was used to being subservient, so this little humiliation was nothing to him. He knew that the Tang family's ancestral property was still in that girl's hands, and he had to hide his true self and return to being the kind and gentle father. Zhou Tianbao moved quickly. He had previously scouted for his father and knew where Tang Yueling lived. After Fu Bo returned with breakfast, he went straight there. Tang Yueling felt a thrill. Since her father wasn't looking for her, she planned to visit him today. She definitely wanted to witness the moment that would completely shatter her father's family. Considering the timing, the anonymous tip-off letter from her father and the wicked aunt had already been sent by Xiao Tao. It would reach the committee and street office by noon, and the contents of the report were enough to ensure they would be in serious trouble. Tang Yueling looked at Fu Bo, asking if the necessary preparations were ready. Fu Bo nodded, understanding her meaning. So, without further delay, they went to the hospital to watch the drama unfold. 3 days after the incident at the Wild Dog Hill Cemetery, in a surgical ward of a hospital in the city, the atmosphere was tense. The white paint on the walls was peeling, and the smell of disinfectant mixed with blood was overwhelming. Shun Yaozu was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, his limbs tied to the iron bed, his face pale, eyes bulging, looking terrifyingly close to death. Yaozu, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Foam was coming from his mouth, and the monitor was beeping loudly, like a delayed judgment. Hearing the noise, the doctors and nurses rushed in to start the rescue. Tang Yueling stepped aside, took a deep breath, but a tear slipped from her eye. She was a doctor. With this level of trauma, even if Shin Mingyuan survived, he would likely become unable to speak or move. She walked out of the ward, watching the red armbands rush into the hospital, along with the preparations made by Uncle Fu. Shun Yaozu's judgment had arrived. In Shun Yaozu's room, he shouted, "You fool! Give me more painkillers quickly. I have money, and my mom has money. Do you believe I can ruin you?" Shun Yaozu twisted his body, yelling, causing the iron bed to rattle, with saliva mixed with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Just hold on. This is imported medicine. There isn't much." The nurse changing the bandages frowned. He had been bitten badly, yet he was still so arrogant. "Be gentle, please." Just as the nurse was about to speak, she looked up and saw 2 strong men with red armbands and holsters entering the room. "Who is Shun Yaozu? Someone reported you for committing a crime, and we are here to arrest you." One of the men presented an arrest warrant, slamming it on the bedside table. "Officers, you must be mistaken. Look at my son." Zhou Hohot stepped in front of them, wiping her tears and sobbing softly. "Arrest me? I've been bitten by wild dogs. What kind of crime could I commit?" Shin Yaozu threw off the blanket and laughed maniacally. "This is physical evidence. On the night of December 11th last year, you assaulted a girl from the Liu family and threw her into the river, almost freezing her to death. Another officer threw down a blood-stained, torn pair of women's pants. At that moment, a girl around 25, limping as she walked, rushed forward, ready to fight. Beast. When you pulled down my pants, you said your father was the 3rd in the black market. You still have my bite marks on your shoulder." The officer in front held her back, and indeed, there were scars from bites on his shoulder. "And me, young Master Shen, you forget things easily." A young woman wearing a veil slowly approached, pulling off her scarf to reveal a terrible burn. "You're lying. I don't know you." Shun Yaozu panicked upon seeing her, urging Zhou Hohot to get her out. "Don't know me? Young Master Shen has a red birthmark on his chest. The officers can check right now to see if it's true." "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Zhou Hohot had collapsed on the ground, being dragged by Shin Mingjiao like a lifeless piece of meat. Suddenly, Shin Mingjiao looked up and saw Tang Yueling standing in the crowd. Connecting this with the recent events, she suddenly realized, "Mom, it's that awful Tang Yueling. Our family situation is mostly her fault." Hearing this, Zhou Hohot's eyes flashed with anger, and she sprang back to life, jumping up from the ground. "So, it's you, Tang. You caused all this trouble for our family. You owe me my son and my treasures. I'm going to fight you," she shouted as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to hit. Tang Yueling felt a surge of joy. She hadn't provoked them, yet they were coming to her. "Aunt Zhou, that's quite an accusation. Shun Yaozu is a beast. It has nothing to do with me. Do you want to fight?" "I'm ready." Tang Yueling rolled up her sleeves, about to retaliate and collect some interest before their outburst. Seeing Tang Yueling about to be bullied, several people rushed to help. Jiang Baiwei dashed forward. Xiao Tao and Uncle Fu also stepped up. Zhang Yulan and Zhou Xiaofeng, who had almost become colleagues, blocked them as well. Chun, who, lurking nearby, also moved forward to assist. Last night, Fu Zhanting had specifically instructed Chen Hu to secretly investigate Shen Mingyuan while also protecting Tang Yueling. His exact words were, "You handle the black market and Shen Mingyuan. Let her enjoy taking down the bad guys." Chen Hu and Juzi eagerly agreed. Helping his sister-in-law while completing a task was a great deal. Just as Tang Yueling was about to step forward and slap the wicked mother and daughter, she realized that a crowd had gathered in front of her. She never expected to have such good connections. "You wicked woman. What do you want? My Lingling is not someone you can hit," Jiang Baiwei shouted, hands on her hips, pointing at Zhou Hohot. "Shen Mingjiao, what exactly are you? This job was originally Yueling's. Tell me, what dirty tricks did you use?" Zhang Yulan felt frustrated and took this opportunity to finally ask directly. Mentioning the job made Shen Mingjiao feel uneasy. Her eyes darted around, sensing trouble. "The job is obviously mine. It has nothing to do with her, Tang Yueling." "Oh, is that so, cousin?" Tang Yueling thought it was amusing to see the two of them about to lose control, feeling quite satisfied. Of course, Tang Jian, I advise you not to speak carelessly. You have already cut ties with Uncle San, and you have nothing to do with the Shen family."
Slap.
A loud slap echoed. "Shen Mingjiao, you rude person, I've tolerated you for a long time. It was one thing to bully Lingling before, but now you dare to insult her in front of me. Watch out, or I will teach you a lesson and make you learn how to behave."
Slap.
Another loud slap landed. Tang Yueling was also stunned. She didn't know Jiang Baiwei could be so fierce. She felt a bit relieved for the future. With such a strong personality, she would surely do well. "You, how dare you hit me? I'm going to fight back." Shen Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot had completely lost their minds. Zhou Tianbao wanted to step in to help but was stopped by Chen Hu, who held a gun to him. Tang Yueling had sharp eyes and had noticed Chen Hu's presence early on. They exchanged glances, and Chen Hu nodded obediently. "Sister-in-law, hello. Shen Mingjiao, come to the meeting room immediately." Before the fight could escalate, the head of surgery, Sun Zhengwo, arrived with several HR staff, looking stern. "Director, what's going on?" Shen Mingjiao, disheveled and looking like a mess, was startled, and her legs went weak at his shout. The other medical staff followed her to the meeting room.
The
third course was about to be served. In the hospital meeting room, Sun Zhengwo addressed everyone, "Comrades, we have received several anonymous reports claiming that our department is hiding a poisonous snake." He pointed to a large stack of reports, his voice heavy. The red stamp from the Health Bureau marked serious investigation was particularly eye-catching.
Bang.
"Shen Mingjiao, tell me, why do you think you can take Tang Yueling's position?" Sun Zhengwo suddenly raised a nearby white enamel mug and slammed it on the table, sending the reports flying into her face. Shen Mingjiao was startled and quickly jumped up from her chair. "Director Sun, you need evidence when you speak. This report must have been written by that Tang Yueling herself." "Evidence? This is evidence." The head nurse who helped Shen Mingjiao with her job application stepped forward. "Medical specialty? You wrote singing. Family background? You wrote successor of the motherland. Who is your father? Is it the eldest Shen from the Shen family, or is it Tang Mingyuan from the Tang family?" The head nurse, in her 40s, tall and serious-looking with neatly cropped hair, wore a red badge on her chest. Her sharp voice quickly pierced through the doors and windows, drawing the curiosity of those eavesdropping outside. "I can also testify that Shen Mingjiao has no medical knowledge at all. Yesterday, she mistook iodine for glucose while changing a patient's dressing. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Let her be sent to the countryside to work, to feed pigs, and to undergo labor reform. Yes, send her away. Send her away." Zhang Yulan took the lead in arguing with her and others from the hospital, whether they had received favors from the Tang family or not, stood up as well. Tang Yueling listened from behind, feeling a warmth in her heart, bowing to everyone on behalf of Grandpa Tang. Thank you all for remembering my grandfather. You red capitalist, stop talking nonsense. Tang Yueling, how much family property do you still have? Have you brought it out? Don't wrong-arm Jiao. She is a good child and should not be sent away. Zhou Ho-hot, gradually waking from her faint, opened her arms to block her. Shin Yaozu was already gone, and Shin Mingjiao was her only support. Mom, please save me. I don't want to be sent away. Where's Dad? Hurry, and let Dad find someone to save me. You fool, be quiet. Why are you mentioning your dad now? Do you want to die slowly? Shin Mingjiao and Zhou Ho-hot were surrounded by a group of people wanting to confront Tang Yueling when another group entered. Who is Zhou Ho-hot? Who is Shen Mingyuan? Who is Shen Mingjiao? 3 people wearing red armbands and 2 from the neighborhood committee marched into the hospital. Comrades, she is Zhou Ho-hot, and she is Shen Mingjiao. Shen Mingyuan is lying in the hospital room. Yes, that's them. We received an anonymous tip-off accusing you of colluding with Shen Mingyuan, engaging in improper conduct and misappropriating Tang family property, as well as Shin Mingjiao using improper means to take a medical position. You 3 need to come with us. After hearing this, Zhou Ho-hot fainted on the spot, while Shin Mingjiao cried out and shook her body. Shin Mingjiao clung to a hospital pillar, struggling not to leave, shouting insults at Tang Yueling. Tang, I won't let you go. Just wait. Tang Yueling stepped closer and whispered, Cousin, I'm waiting for you. You can slowly accept your fate. I have more surprises for you. Shin Mingjiao finally became scared, being taken away while crying and pleading. Zhang Yulan forcefully ripped off her medical badge and tore it in half. You disgrace, you don't deserve this badge. The unconscious Zhou Ho-hot and the bedridden Shin Mingyuan were also taken away by the committee. Old Lady Shin arrived late, and upon seeing this scene, she felt darkness before her eyes and fainted again. This time, whether she would wake up again was uncertain. Shin Mingyuan watched all of this, his forehead veins bulging, unable to move his body or mouth, as 2 streams of regretful tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. He calculated everything, but he ultimately overlooked one thing. Tang Yueling is the strongest person in the Tang family. When people saw that the bad guys were punished, they all came forward to comfort her. Yueling, that's great. Can you come back to work with us in the same department? Zhang Yulan, being a newcomer, asked without considering the others present. Xiao Zhang, don't say that. Comrade Tang's work issues will be handled by the committee and the street office. We have no right to interfere. Director Sun quickly corrected her, worried she might say something that could affect the hospital. It's okay, Yueling. You're so beautiful and talented. You'll definitely find a job that suits you. Yes. Thank you, Comrade Zhang.
I'm Fine.
Right, Lingling, if it comes to it, I can earn money to support you. Jiang Baiwei said, putting her arm around her and patting her shoulder to comfort her. Yes, yes. And Xiao Dao can protect you too. Yes, you all are amazing. Nearby, Zhou Xiaofeng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. Tang Yueling knew that returning to work at the hospital was impossible. Not only was she maliciously replaced, but she had also left her job to help her cousin. The hospital was no longer her family's. She was now an orphan without parents or grandparents. No one would show her any kindness. This is the reality of life. Tang Yueling understood this from the beginning, so she never thought about going back to work. Seeing her irresponsible father's family being held accountable, she finally felt relieved. If the original family could see the scene, they would probably feel a bit comforted. But now, that wasn't enough. She needed to retrieve some belongings that belonged to the Tang family before the committee confiscated them from the Shin family. As the committee took away 3 people, she said goodbye to everyone and, during the interrogation break, Tang Yueling slipped into the old Shin residence. With the original owner's memories, the once glorious but now dilapidated courtyard appeared before her. She had observed beforehand that the Shuns had gone to the hospital and the street office, leaving the house empty. The only thing that made her uneasy was a fierce-looking black dog at the entrance. But who was she? She was a book traveler with a magical space. What did she have to fear from a fierce dog? It was perfect to take it into her space, leaving them without a single hair. Tang Yueling took an unconventional route and climbed over the wall from the backyard. With her black belt in Taekwondo, she had enough jumping ability for this. As soon as she entered the yard, before the big black dog could start barking, she waved her hand and put it away. Remembering her past, she went to her father's room. The door was locked, so she ran to the kitchen and grabbed an axe. She didn't have time to find the key. Swinging the axe at the door, she conjured a full enamel cup of spirit water and drank it all. Great, just wait for bankruptcy, Dad and stepmother. Tang Yueling felt powerful as she swung the axe.
Hey.
It's open. 2 swings took care of her father's room. Inside was a heavy old redwood bed with a half-worn curtain, next to an old camphor-wood cabinet. There was an old redwood desk, 2 armchairs, and a small rosewood coffee table. Looking around, it didn't resemble the home of a wealthy family at all. In the desk drawer, she found an old watch, a Parker pen without a cap, some cash, and food stamps. The cabinet contained a few faded woolen suits and a wool coat. Under the bed were 2 pairs of old, misshapen shoes covered in dust. Tang Yueling couldn't believe her father lived so poorly. She waved her hand and stored the desk, bed, and coffee table in her space. Since she was there, she wouldn't be picky. Every little bit counts. After the bed was taken, a hidden door appeared. She smashed it open, revealing a treasure trove inside. There were about 10 large camphor-wood boxes. The first box contained over 20 small yellow fish, 30 well-preserved silver coins, a large stack of 10-yuan bills, and some fine, ancient jade and seals. Another jewelry box held a pair of high-quality jade bracelets, several delicate gold rings, gold earrings, and gold pendants. At the bottom were important ledgers recording her father's years of plundering, reselling goods, and accepting bribes in the black market. There were also notes with codes and contact information, with several mentions of Zhou Hohot being involved. The bottom of the other boxes contained a well-preserved Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain vase wrapped in oil paper and a famous purple clay teapot, cleverly covered with old clothes. The last 2 boxes held over 30 scrolls of famous paintings. Next to the camphor-wood boxes was a 3-door carved wardrobe filled with brand-new suit sets, a mink coat, and leather jackets. Tang Yueling looked at her father's little treasure trove and stored everything in her space. However, she casually left the account books and contact information in the already open secret room. This would make it easier for the comrades with their red armbands to find them later. Using the same method, Tang Yueling used an axe to break into Zhou Hohot's room, taking everything inside. Unlike her irresponsible father, Zhou Hohot did not have a secret room. Her little stash was scattered in various corners of the room. In the dresser's hidden compartment, she found 20 silver dollars and 5 large fish. Behind the side panel of the vanity drawer, there was a small embroidered bag containing 5 gold rings and 2 nice pieces of white jade. Behind the statue of Guanyin, there was a small hidden compartment with a pouch containing 10 large pearls and several emeralds. Inside the mattress on the bed, she found several large bankbooks and a stack of food coupons. After a thorough search, Tang Yueling collected everything into her space. She used the same method on the rooms of Shin Mingjiao, Shin Yaozu, and Grandma Shin, leaving no one untouched. Grandma Shin likely wouldn't wake up this time, so there was no need to show mercy. When she reached the servant's room, she saw Arjun and realized there was nothing of value, so she left it alone. Finally, she checked the kitchen for pots and pans, rice, oil, and salt, the living room for tables, chairs, vases, and plants, and even the storage room and tools, not missing the cellar. To her surprise, there were century-old wines stored in the cellar. Since they were all going to be distributed, it would be a shame to leave them, so she took them all. It was like plucking feathers from a passing goose. The Shen family originally had a second son who separated from the family a few years ago due to disagreements with Grandma Shen. The eldest son had passed away early, which led Shen Mingyuan to become a son-in-law. In just 1 hour, Tang Yueling had emptied the entire Shen family residence. She roughly estimated that the wealth from her father, Zhou Hohat, Shen Mingjiao, and Grandma Shen's rooms amounted to over 3 million yuan. In 1968 China, this was definitely a sign of a top wealthy family. Tang Yueling couldn't rest. She needed to hurry to the cave in the back mountain to collect the treasures hidden by her father. This way, she could witness the collapse of her father and his family when they returned to the Shen family residence. Retracing her steps, if it weren't for the daylight, Tang Yueling would have wanted to take the main door of the Shen family residence and walk out boldly. 10 minutes later, Tang Yueling reached the back mountain, and even after drinking the spring water, she was still sweating heavily. She carefully looked around to make sure no one was following her. She pushed aside some vines and stones to enter a hidden opening. If she hadn't read the original book, she would never have guessed that this was her father's true treasure trove. The cave twisted and turned, and after taking a couple of paths, she finally found the entrance to the treasure chamber in a secret spot. Inside, it was dry and cool, with a particularly large space. Tang Yueling held a flashlight and examined the area carefully. There were actually hundreds of boxes of various sizes. The treasures were neatly stacked on both sides, with a dry pathway in the middle. The bottoms of the boxes were elevated to prevent moisture. Tang Yueling first checked the left side, which was filled with precious metals and gemstones. 2 wooden boxes contained large yellow fish and smaller yellow fish, totaling around 700 or 800 pieces. The 2 large boxes nearby held hundreds of pounds of silver coins, including various foreign currencies. The 7 or 8 boxes below were filled with gold bracelets, necklaces, rings, silver necklaces, silver chopsticks, silver bowls, and other gold items. Many bore the Tang family crest, clearly left by their ancestors. 20 ornate boxes contained dozens of pairs of jade bracelets, rings, pendants, and earrings, along with jade carvings and other exquisite items. Rubies, sapphires, and emeralds were stored separately in silk pouches. In the last dozen boxes were various valuable porcelain pieces, carefully preserved paintings, and even traditional writing tools like inkstones, ancient ink, and famous teapots. Her father certainly had a taste for the finer things. On the right side, dozens of boxes were filled with bundles of cash, mostly 10 yuan notes, along with some old coins. There were also numerous ration tickets and industrial vouchers. Several boxes contained high-end cigarettes and alcohol, including well-known brands. 1 box held rare medicines like penicillin and quinine, which were hard to come by at the time. The last few boxes contained weapons and dangerous items, 2 well-maintained pistols, 10 boxes of ammunition wrapped in oilcloth. The last few boxes contained weapons and dangerous items, 2 well-maintained pistols, 10 boxes of ammunition wrapped in oilcloth, clearly meant for her father's protection and illicit activities. There were also 2 boxes of explosives shaped like large fish, sealed with wax, which were dangerous and sensitive. At the top was a small metal box with a combination lock, containing property deeds and bank documents from the Shen family, as well as other foreign bank certificates and seals. This was the total. Tang Yueling was incredibly happy. The treasures in this cave truly changed her perspective. With a wave of her hand, Tang Yueling was incredibly happy. The treasures in this cave truly changed her perspective. With a wave of her hand, she collected everything into her space, leaving no trace behind. There wasn't just 100 million, but around 80 to 90 million. She was now completely wealthy. Without wasting a moment, Tang Yueling hurried to calculate the time. It was time to go to the Shen family's old house to watch the show. When Tang Yueling rushed to the scene, she arrived just in time to see the red armband officers escorting. From the outside, the old house looked calm and quiet, just like usual. From the outside, the old house looked calm and quiet, just like usual. How is it? Has anyone gone in? No, no one is inside. I've been guarding here. The leader was a serious and capable middle-aged woman, directly from the street office. She had previously stationed people at the Shun residence, and now they were bringing people along with bags, ropes, seals, and other tools to conduct a search. Tang Yueling observed that this person must have come after she left. Fortunately, she was quick and had completely emptied the Shun family. Otherwise, the noise she made while smashing things would surely have attracted attention. Be quick and open the door. If not, otherwise, the noise she made while smashing things would surely have attracted attention. Be quick and open the door. If not, we'll just break it down.
Just open it.
Zhou Hohat's hair was disheveled, her forehead swollen, her eyes puffy like buns, and she looked haggard. She shakily inserted the key into the door. Shin Mingjiao also looked disheveled, standing on tiptoe with one leg already injured, being carried by a strong man with a red armband. At this time, how many people who had attended the struggle sessions still looked the same? Tang Yueling slowed her pace, a smile on her face, and joined the crowd to watch the unfolding drama. The old house's door was opened, and 2 junior staff members pushed the door inside. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating the empty Shin family's courtyard. A deathly silence fell, as if everyone had been put on pause.
What?
Director Li's serious expression was instantly replaced by shock, her mouth agape as she looked at everything before her. This bare courtyard, this empty living room. Was this really the former prestigious Shin family? The junior staff members were also stunned, their hands holding bags frozen in midair, exchanging bewildered glances. What is going on? Where are the belongings? Where is the furniture? Shin Mingjiao and Zhou Hohat were startled by the unusual silence and instinctively looked up. Zhou Hohat's pupils shrank suddenly, as if struck by lightning. Her body began to shake, and she almost fainted again. Empty? It's all gone. My home. Everything is gone. Oh, my goodness. How am I supposed to live? A wave of immense fear enveloped her, and she rushed madly toward her room. Then, a more heartbreaking scream echoed out. Shin Mingjiao reacted even more intensely, letting out a sharp, short scream.
Ah!
My room. My clothes. My jewelry. My lipstick. She desperately tried to break free but was held down by a nearby assistant, left to helplessly pound the ground and cry. It's gone. The Shin family is gone. Who did this? Who is responsible? Those wretched thieves. Those scoundrels. Tang Yueling felt a sense of satisfaction hearing their wails. Unlike Zhou Hohat and Shin Mingjiao, Shin Mingyuan, on the stretcher, became even more agitated upon hearing their cries, his body convulsing violently. If Tang Yueling had truly emptied the Shin family, then all the treasures in the cave behind the mountain must be gone too. Gone, completely gone. Shin Mingyuan had lived a cowardly life, abandoning his wife and daughter, thinking he could finally live a better life. In the end, he lost everything in one day, with no chance of recovery. Realizing this, the scoundrel could no longer control himself, frothing at the mouth, tears of regret and bitterness streaming down his face. Miraculously, he turned his head to see Tang Yueling in the crowd, smiling at him while holding a silver coin to her ear, listening to its sound, and he took his last breath. Good riddance, scoundrel. Go to hell and atone for your sins. Meanwhile, Shin Mingyuan had already passed away, but no one noticed. Outside, people were discussing the strange situation of the emptied Shin family, and the street office staff were focused on that. At the same time, Ajen, who was taking care of Grandma Shin in the hospital, ran out in panic. Third Master, the ancestor has passed away. In the large hospital, however, not a single member of the Shin family could be found.
Quick.
Let's go see what's going on. The assistants seemed to wake from a dream, dropping what they were holding and rushing to check each room. Director, it's all empty. Everything in all the rooms is gone, even the kitchen is just a black hole. Yes, the same here. The wardrobe, the table, the bed, even the toilet is gone. Only one servant's room still has things, but there's nothing valuable in there. Director, there's a secret room here with a few ledgers inside. Director Li heard the shouting and ordered people to bring Shin Mingjiao and the others inside. Director, I found this in a hidden corner, the young staff member said happily, finally discovering some useful information in this empty old house. Director Lee carefully examined the documents, which included account books from Shun Mingyuan and Zhou Hohot, as well as contacts from the black market. These account books were enough to convict the two. Looking around at the distressed Shin Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot, she furrowed her brow and gave orders to the others. Xiao Sun, go to the police station and report a serious theft at the Shun family home. All their treasures have been stolen, and the situation is very serious. Director Lee knew that regardless of the truth, they had to follow the proper procedures for the theft. Wait, make sure they investigate Zhou Hohot's missing brother, Zhou Tianbao. He may be a key suspect. Everyone else, search carefully. Look for hidden compartments or secret spaces. Keep Shin Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot under watch until the committee makes a final decision. After giving her orders, Director Lee felt a surge of anxiety. Was the Shun family really using a clever trick to escape, or had someone truly broken in? If it was the latter, everything happening was indeed very strange. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianbao had already been taken out of the hospital by Chen Hu and brought before Fu Zhanting. The drama at the Shun family home concluded with the discovery of a gold bar hidden in a secret compartment in Zhou Hohot's bedroom, which was meant for Tang Yueling. How could a fallen family have such a gold bar? That meant even more had been stolen. Shun Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot were taken back to the committee. Shun Mingyuan was found dead, and since no one cared for him, Tang Yueling publicly severed ties with him, and that afternoon, he was cremated and buried in a mass grave. Shin Yaozu was sentenced to eat peanuts for his severe crime and was executed immediately. At the moment of sentencing, Zhou Hohot couldn't bear the blow and fainted again. When she woke up, it was time for her and Shin Mingjiao's sentencing. Shin Mingjiao was ultimately assigned to a reformation program in Beidawang, leaving a week later by train. Zhou Hohot, due to her close ties with her irresponsible father, was also sent to Beidawang, reuniting with Shin Mingjiao 2 weeks later. The sentencing concluded at 11 o'clock at night, and the two, feeling lost and empty, supported each other as they returned to the desolate Shin family home. However, Zhou Hohot was not ready to give up. She still had one card left to play. Mom, what should we do? I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day. I don't want to be sent away. I don't want to go to Beidawang. Shin Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot were curled up together in the servant Agen's room. The Shin family had fallen, and both Shin Mingyuan and the old lady had died. Agen and the other servants had left, leaving just the two of them in the large, empty Shin family home. They were used to a life of luxury, where everything was provided for them, and now they suddenly had to worry about food, which left them unsure of what to do. Mingjiao, I haven't eaten all day. I'm so hungry, Zhou Hohot exclaimed. Oh, my poor Yaozu. How could he leave us like this? She thought of her beloved son and began to cry. It's all that Tang Yueling's fault. If it weren't for her, our family wouldn't be in this situation. But, Mom, I'm so scared of being sent away. I'm afraid I'll freeze to death in the wilderness. What about Uncle Tianbao? Doesn't he have power in the black market? Maybe he can secretly help us. Mingjiao, your uncle is probably in trouble himself. With everything that happened to the Shin family, the black market is already under scrutiny. Wait, Mingjiao, don't be afraid. I have another plan that can save you. Zhou Hohot suddenly patted her chest, recalling something, and a smile appeared on her face. What is this? A marriage certificate?
Yes.
That certificate wasn't taken by those thieves. Of course not. Your father changed it to your name, and I kept it at the Shin house while sending another copy to the Fu family. This morning I kept it close to me. The committee didn't find it during their search. Tang Yueling is so lucky. Your father said the Fu family is a prominent family in the capital. Didn't you receive a letter from Fu Jingqing? Now is the perfect time to reply and ask him to help you. Once he comes, he can save you in no time. Then I won't have to be sent away, and I can go with you to enjoy a better life. No, it's too late to write a letter. We need to send a telegram. Yes, a telegram. Zhou Ho-hot clutched the marriage certificate, as if it were her last hope. That's great, Mom. I won't be sent away or freeze to death. Shen Mingjiao laughed, eager to send the telegram right away, but then she remembered something. But, Mom, we have no money. We can't even afford to buy food, let alone send a telegram. Don't worry, look at this. Zhou Ho-hot pulled out a nice jade ring from her pants. A jade ring. Tomorrow morning, you can quietly exchange it for cash in the black market, then send the telegram. We can use the rest to buy food. We need to be careful and make it last until Fu Jingqing arrives. Tonight, just hold on and sleep. Shen Mingjiao, feeling hungry, covered herself with a patched blanket and lay on a wooden bed, her eyes filled with secret joy. Tang Jian, you can't even imagine that I will be a military doctor's wife. And you, just wait to go to the northern wilderness and eat dirt. Freeze to death. On the other side, Tang Yueling returned to the Tang family mansion with Uncle Fu and others. With her irresponsible father gone, Shen Mingjiao and Zhou Ho-hot could no longer make waves and didn't have to be as careful as before. Uncle Fu tidied up a bit and, along with Jiang Baiwei and Xiao Tao, prepared a celebration for her. They specially bought a lot of delicious food from a state-run restaurant, and everyone enjoyed the meal. After eating and drinking, Tang Yueling decided to go out under the cover of night. Xiao Tao wanted to stop her, worried about her safety, but was held back by Uncle Fu and Jiang Baiwei. They all noticed that Tang Yueling was no longer the delicate young lady she used to be. Before stepping out the door, Jiang Baiwei held her hand, looking worried, and reminded her to come back early. Tang Yueling dressed up, nodded, and disappeared into the night. She was quite brave. Since arriving in the 1960s, she seemed to always go out at night. Thankfully, with the help of the spiritual spring water, her body could handle it. Meanwhile, in the hospital room where Fu Zhanting was, the atmosphere was tense. Zhou Tianbao lay on the floor, tied up, with blood at the corner of his mouth and 2 front teeth missing, gasping for breath. Captain, he has already confessed everything. You haven't fully recovered. Maybe you should rest. Chen Hu, worried about his health, finally spoke up.
Yes.
Captain, your health is important. Shut up, I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Zhuzi and Chen Hu exchanged puzzled looks. In the dark of night, who would come to the hospital now? Captain, didn't Shen Mingyuan die? I saw it with my own eyes. It was terrible. Who else would come to save him? Fu Zhanting closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to adjust his body, thinking of the person in his heart, his tone softening a bit. You two go stand outside, and don't interfere. Chen Hu and Zhuzi dared not say more and left the room, standing at the door. Squad leader, who do you think the captain is waiting for? What do you think? Is it really her? Our sister-in-law wouldn't come to see him at this hour. Is the captain's longing so severe that he's imagining things? Squad leader, should I go and bring her here? If she doesn't come, the captain will be so upset. The pillar tilted his head, seriously whispering to Chen Hu, his eyes full of worry. Go on, sister-in-law is not an ordinary person. You can't just ask her to come, and besides, you wouldn't be able to convince her. You don't know, I saw her strength at the hospital today. Just watching made my face hurt. Shen Mingjiao was thrown far away by just 2 slaps. I can guarantee our sister-in-law has trained. Her strength is impressive. But I wonder what the captain will do later, hee. Fu Zhanting, with excellent hearing, unconsciously tilted his head to listen to the conversation outside. Hearing them refer to her as sister-in-law made the corners of his charming lips curl up, and he tightened his strong hands, feeling happy inside. He had a feeling his little wildcat would definitely come to see him tonight. Chen Hu and the pillar were still chatting outside when they saw someone in a bulky coat, wrapped up tightly, approaching, making it hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. Chen Hu, is your Captain Fu in? Sister-in-law, you really came? The captain is inside. He has been waiting for you all night. Please, come in. Tang Yueling nodded and followed Chen Hu as he opened the hospital room door and stepped inside. The pillar stared at her, grabbing Chen Hu's arm, excited. Squad leader, is this our sister-in-law? Inside the room, Fu Zhanting heard the noise outside and nervously started to swallow. He quickly jumped onto the bed, covered himself with the blanket, then suddenly pulled it off and jumped down. As soon as Tang Yueling entered, she saw Fu Zhanting standing somewhat awkwardly by the bed. He clenched his hands, with a new bandage wrapped around his abdomen. His cold, handsome face appeared even paler and harder under the dim light. The moment their eyes met, a sharp gaze like that of a hawk locked onto her. Tang Yueling avoided his gaze and reached into her thick coat to pull out a white ceramic thermos. Before she could fully take it out, she noticed something unusual on the floor. Zhou Tianbao also noticed her and immediately reacted as if he had seen a ghost, writhing in excitement and making angry and fearful woo-woo sounds. "Shut up!" With a glance from Fu Zhanting, Chun Hu and the others quickly lifted Zhou Tianbao off the ground and dragged him out, locking him in the next room. "Sister-in-law, I'm the pillar. You two chat first." Tang Yueling didn't argue. This handsome man, who seemed to care for her, was developing naturally, and she thought that was fine. She is not a timid woman. In this sensitive era of the 1960s, carrying the title of a capitalist's daughter, she really has nowhere to go. Not to mention that going anywhere requires a letter of introduction and checking household registration. Even taking a bus requires proof from her workplace, which is quite exhausting. In the original story, Fu Zhanting has an extraordinary identity and a complicated family background. It is rare for someone like him, who is so focused on love, to be interested in her, and she longs for it. Tang Yueling just placed the enamel thermos on the bedside table when Fu Zhanting couldn't help but speak. "It's been 3 days, Comrade Tang Yueling. Have you finally decided to visit me?" Fu Zhanting's gaze was intense, his voice hoarse and deep, filled with the longing and scrutiny of the past 3 days. "Oh, are you really waiting for me, Captain Fu? What do you think?" His eyes were glued to her face, as if he wanted to express all the sweet words he had thought of during their time apart. "You know, I had some family matters to handle." Tang Yueling took out a small bowl and, without asking if he wanted any, poured steaming golden chicken soup into it. She had specifically asked Uncle Fu to get it from the state-run restaurant in the evening. She also added a small amount of restorative spring water. Since she was visiting a patient, it was only right to bring something. Managing a difficult situation was not a big deal for her. The white spoon lightly tapped against the ceramic bowl, making a sound. Fu Zhanting's eyes flashed with surprise. "I dealt with my useless father and his precious son. They were unlucky and had an accident. Their vehicle caught fire and burned completely." Tang Yueling spoke very calmly, as if discussing the weather. Fu Zhanting did not press for details, feeling a bit sorry for her. They both understood what had happened over the past few days. He gazed at her deeply and suddenly reached out, grabbing her delicate hand that held the bowl. "Soup. Feed me." His grip was a bit strong, causing the soup to wobble but not spill. It was not a request, more like a command, with a hint of stubbornness and unnoticeable grievance. This man, taking advantage of his injury, always wanted her to feed him. However, given his severe injury, he indeed deserved such treatment. Tang Yueling was startled by his warm hand and looked up to meet his charming amber eyes. After 3 days apart, his jawline looked even more defined. However, there were noticeable blood vessels in his eyes, and his strong presence had not diminished at all. She did not pull away. Instead, she sat down on the edge of the bed, scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and brought it to his lips. Fu Zhanting stared at her intently, his throat moving as he opened his mouth to drink, his fiery gaze fixed on her face. "Sweet." He was breathing heavily, slowly swallowing the soup, his voice still hoarse, but with a different tone. Lost in thought, he wasn't sure if he was talking about the sweetness of the soup or the person in front of him. Yes, he really wanted to take a bite and see just how sweet the one he had been thinking about was. "Chicken soup, sweet?" Tang Yueling paused, spilling some soup on the bandage around his waist. "Is this hot? Is it hot?" Although the soup was no longer boiling, she instinctively turned to find a tissue to help him wipe it off. "Not hot." Fu Zhanting's gaze grew more intense as he slowly held her flustered hand. With his other hand, he gently brushed his rough fingers under Tang Yueling's beautiful eyes, which had a faint shadow. Did you not sleep well? Yes, did you miss me? His tone was calm but had a hint of pressure. Tang Yueling felt a tickle in her heart, a mix of embarrassment and irritation at being seen through. Her breathing quickened as she quickly put down the bowl and stepped back.
Genu, come in.
Your Captain Fu wants chicken soup. You feed him. Tang Yueling's heart raced, and her face felt hot enough to fry an egg. After all, she was a modern woman from the 21st century, overwhelmed by this charming man from a historical novel. She couldn't take it anymore. Fu Zhanting looked at her adorable expression, a hint of pride on his lips, and stopped Chen Hu, who had rushed in. No need, I can drink it myself. In front of the three of them, Fu Zhanting happily finished the entire pot of chicken soup, even chewing on the bones. After finishing the last drop, he looked up like a child, waiting for Tang Yueling's praise. Indeed, men in love can be a bit clueless. Chen Hu and Juzi watched in astonishment, mouths agape, as if they had discovered something new.
Great.
Your injury is healing well, almost done. But now I need to ask Zhou Tianbao a few questions. Can you bring him to me? Before Fu Zhanting could respond, Chen Hu and Juzi turned and went to fetch him. Zhou Tianbao had the cloth strip taken from his mouth and thrown on the ground. It's you, Tang Yueling. It was you causing trouble behind the scenes. The Shin family is finished. What more do you want? Zhou Tianbao spoke hoarsely, his mouth stained with blood. Zhou Tianbao, I will only ask you one thing today. 13 years ago, at the Hushi dock, besides smuggling Tang family silk, what else did you sell? Just a reminder, a little boy, 5 years old, with a red birthmark on his left ear. Tang Yueling's eyes suddenly turned cold as she stood in front of him, grabbing his collar and speaking slowly and clearly. Zhou Tianbao trembled all over, his gaze darting away as he shook his head wildly. No, I don't know. I don't know anything. Hearing this, Tang Yueling crouched down, gripping his collar tightly, and spoke again in a chilling tone. Your sister and niece are about to go to the northern wilderness to work in the fields. I heard that the winters there can freeze a person solid in no time, and a light tap can shatter them, just like ice. Do you want to try it yourself? Zhou Tianbao was already terrified, tears and snot covering his face. Tang Yueling wanted to keep pressing him when a warm hand wrapped around her waist and gently pulled her back into a strong embrace. Fu Zhanting had somehow come up behind her. The sudden movement caused his abdominal wound to start bleeding again, but he was unaware. He held Tang Yueling tightly against his warm body with one hand while the other hand grabbed Zhou Tianbao by the neck and lifted him up. His gaze was fierce, resembling a living nightmare. She asks, you answer. Dare to say a single word. His voice was cold and filled with menace, his thumb pressing hard against Zhou Tianbao's throat, making a chilling sound. If you tell a lie, I will send you down to join your sister-in-law and nephew right now. Tang Yueling momentarily lost her focus, completely forgetting to break free. This was what it felt like to be protected. It was so warm and comforting. Zhou Tianbao had completely broken down, wetting himself in fear. I'll tell you, he stammered. It's Cobra, Zhao Daqian. He specializes in trafficking. And then sends them
South. Then
out to sea. Zhou Tianbao's lips trembled, struggling to speak coherently. Where are they sold? Hurry up and say it. The man beside him was anxious, pacing and shouting for him to clarify immediately. Sold to rubber plantations in the South Seas. That child from the Tang family. It was my sister who arranged the sale. It's not my fault. At that time, it seemed like a boss named Wang bought him. It really isn't my fault. Yueling, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I don't want to die. I won't do it again. Zhou Tianbao finished speaking, completely terrified, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing his head in plea. No one else spoke. The atmosphere in the hospital room became extremely tense. Tang Yueling's body was stiff. The original owner's younger brother had been sold to a rubber plantation in the South Seas. Although she had only entered this story After living here for so many days, the original owner's experiences had become part of her. She had already avenged the original family, but having taken so much of their inheritance, she truly wanted to help find her younger brother. The South Seas? Abroad? This made Tang Yueling suddenly think back to 2025, where people were trafficked to various plantations and islands, often ending up worked to death or severely harmed. While she could still search within her own country, in this era, she lacked the courage to step outside the borders of China. Fear of death and valuing life are human instincts. In an instant, a mix of complex emotions surged within her, and a tear unexpectedly fell from her eye. Fu Zhanting noticed this keenly, tightening his arm around her waist. He rested his chin on the top of her head, his warm breath brushing through her hair, both strong and silently comforting. Chun Hu and Juzi awkwardly covered their eyes, not daring to look further. People in this era were generally innocent, and they were truly surprised by such boldness from the commander. They both thought that if the commander didn't marry the Tang family's young lady, he would be acting inappropriately. They would definitely report him together. Chun Hu, take him away and get a clean confession. Yes, Commander. The two of them escorted the trembling Zhou Tianbao out of the room, closing the door behind them with understanding. At the moment the door shut, Fu Zhanting turned to support her shoulders, locking eyes with her. The deep amber in his eyes lost the harshness from earlier and became incredibly gentle. Look at me. Don't be afraid. With me, I will help you search everywhere. Tang Yueling looked at him, her bright black eyes flashing with emotion. This man had such a gentle side. He was so handsome and kind. But did she really want to tie herself to him and ask for his help in finding her brother? Tang Yueling was not indifferent. On the contrary, she was deeply moved. However, Fu Zhanting was a soldier, and his duty was to be loyal to the country and the people. Could she selfishly burden him? Fu Zhanting, the South Seas are far away. The world is chaotic now. My identity. Her voice was low, almost choked, as if stuck in her chest. She was clear in her meaning. She had too many troubles, and it wasn't worth it for him to risk everything to be with her. Hearing this, Fu Zhanting became anxious. He suddenly grasped her chin, forcing her to look up at him. In the dim light, his pale face showed no color, but his eyes shone brightly. Like a wildfire, it crashed into her eyes, leaving no room for her to dodge. Far? I have a gun and a boat. Chaotic? I am the strongest rule in this chaotic world. Tang Yueling, from the night you saved me at the guest house, you have been my trouble, and I can never shake you off. Fu Zhanting's fingers brushed against her hot cheek, his tone arrogant and commanding. He leaned down, his nose almost touching her face, breathing heavily as he looked at her tempting lips, nearly losing control. His confession was like a warrior storming a fortress, forcefully breaking down Tang Yueling's defenses. There were no sweet words, only raw possession and the boldest promises. Tang Yueling saw the flames burning for her in his eyes, and the last thread of her rationality snapped. Without any hesitation, she only wanted to go with him. Taking a deep breath, all her doubts were replaced by excitement, and meeting his fiery gaze, she said firmly, "Okay. You. What did you say?" Fu Zhanting's body stiffened, a storm of emotions rising in his heart, and the hand gripping her chin trembled slightly. Tang Yueling raised her hand, a charming smile on her lips, her slender fingers touching his neck. I said, "Okay, Fu Zhanting. I am willing to develop a relationship that goes beyond friendship. No matter the distance, through life and death." A wave of joy overwhelmed him instantly. He wanted to speak, but all that came out was a low growl. Unable to hold back any longer, he closed his eyes and leaned down to kiss her.
Wait.
Give me half a month first. I still need to wrap up things with the Shin family. There are matters with the Tang family I haven't finished. I need to dig deeper into my brother's leads. And Uncle Fu, Xiao Tao, Wei Wei, I still need to take care of him. The flames in Fu Zhanting's eyes crackled as half a month felt too long, turning his joy into impatience and anxiety. How could he wait? His troops were originally stationed on Cheongjo Island, and this trip to Shanghai was a temporary assignment. If he hadn't been injured and specifically requested permission from his superiors, he would have returned to Cheongjo Island by now. His injury was stable, but his superiors had already urged him twice. He had to leave the day after tomorrow at the latest. Was he about to lose the woman he wanted?
No way.
Fu Zhanting suddenly grasped the hand resting near his lips and kissed it gently, leaving a warm breath like a personal mark. Little wildcat, I can't wait half a month. Uncle Fu and Xiao Tao, I've sent someone to help you arrange things. I'll handle the Shun family's issues. I'll help you find your brother. The organization has given orders, and I have to return to the army in a couple of days. I can't wait. Right now, I just want a commitment. Fu Zhanting spoke quickly, his eyes filled with anxiety, pacing back and forth in the hospital room. Suddenly, he noticed the medical record at the bedside and had an idea. A marriage certificate. Yes, he would write a marriage certificate and give his all to her. He quickly stood up, and in Tang Yueling's surprised gaze, he roughly opened the medical record, finding the last blank page. After searching hard, he finally found a pen and, under the dim light, bent over the bed and began to write vigorously. The pen scratched across the paper, making a strong sound. The room was extremely quiet, so quiet that they could hear their hearts beating. Tang Yueling stared at him, seeing his sharp profile for the first time, just as described in novels. It was true. There were men who looked like this. Perhaps the sudden movement had affected his injury, as she noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead and his lips turning pale. Even so, his hand remained steady, filled with determination and possession.
Here.
Soon, the finished paper was heavily placed in her palm, warm and damp from his hand. Tang Yueling looked down in surprise, her eyes widening. The writing was bold and wild, yet incredibly clear. Marriage certificate Fu Zhanting, male, and Tang Yueling, female, deeply in love, voluntarily become revolutionary partners. From this day forward, live together and die together. For a lifetime, never part. The heavens bear witness, the sun and moon as witnesses. If there is betrayal, may bullets pierce the heart. Written by Fu Zhanting, December 20th, 1968. At the end of the marriage certificate, next to his name, there was a bright red thumbprint. This was Fu Zhanting pressing his bandaged abdomen, using his own blood to seal it.
Take this.
My life and my whole heart are pledged to this paper. Tang Yueling, if you dare to back out, no matter where you go, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I'll bring you back to the altar. Fu Zhanting panted, his gaze burning with intensity. Staring deeply into her eyes, his voice was hoarse, yet commanding. Tang Yueling stared blankly at the marriage certificate in her palm. The rough paper, wild handwriting, and bright red thumbprint felt like a fire, burning her heart. This was not just a marriage certificate, it was clearly a commitment of a lifetime. The domineering and unreasonable nature was intense, making one's heart tremble. She slowly looked up, meeting his anxious, eager, fierce gaze, which also hinted at a touch of vulnerability and hope. Suddenly, she smiled. Her smile was bright, like fireworks that could tear through the night sky, leaving Fu Zhanting feeling a rush of warmth. In front of him, she carefully folded something, opened her coat, and tucked it into the pocket of her shirt. In reality, she had already put it away in a delicate rosewood box. Fu Zhanting, remember what you said today. I accept this marriage certificate. Your life and heart I will keep safe too. If you ever betray me, I won't need bullets. I'll use a scalpel. Tang Yueling looked at him with glistening eyes, mimicking his gesture by pointing to his heart, her lips curling into a dangerous smile. She truly was his little wildcat, fierce enough. Yet he liked it. Fu Zhanting's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, overwhelmed by immense joy and the fear of losing her again, pulling her back into his embrace. His warm lips gently brushed her hair, filled with the tremors of survival and satisfaction. Little wildcat, you can never escape me. Outside the hospital room, Chun-Hu and Juzi were tiptoeing, pressing their ears against the door, trying to listen to the sounds inside. Why is it so quiet? Did the captain succeed or not? This is driving me crazy. This hospital room is too soundproof. They squeezed closer, and Juzi accidentally turned the doorknob. Two shadows suddenly pushed the door open, startling Tang Yueling, who quickly jumped out of Fu Zhanting's arms.
Sorry, I continue.
The two of them met Fu Zhanting's fierce gaze and were about to turn and run. Don't leave, I should go. It's late. Tang Yueling called out to them but turned to see Fu Zhanting's reluctant expression. Why was this stubborn man so clingy? She hadn't even left yet, and he couldn't bear it. Reluctantly, she had to remind him again. Grandpa Fu and Xiao Tao are fine. You don't need to worry about the Shin family. Just focus on healing. My brother will need your help later. I can handle everything else. All right, you have that ability. Just make sure you enjoy dealing with the bad guys. Fu Zhanting believed in her strength. He had trusted her from their first meeting. Just don't overdo it. You're human, not a god. Okay, I will get better soon. I'll call back tomorrow to report our marriage. I won't make you wait too long. Juzi and Chern, who were stunned. This was no longer their military district, the place that made enemies tremble. It felt more like a well-behaved puppy. They had been taken in. Their captain was surely charmed by this beautiful capitalist lady. Tang Yueling turned around and took out an enamel cup, handing it to him. Inside was spring water. After drinking it again, he would feel much better. The spring water was supplied in large quantities each day, and since she hadn't bought seeds or livestock, plus what she drank herself, there was plenty left over. Fu Zhanting didn't ask. Whatever his wife gave him, even if it were poison, he would drink. Watching him finish, Tang Yueling turned to leave, leaving Fu Zhanting gazing at her with intense eyes. Juzi stepped forward to open the door for her, patting his chest and assuring her, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, we will take good care of the captain."
Okay.
You've worked hard. By the way, you are Juzi. Yes, I am Juzi. Sister-in-law has a good memory. Tang Yueling nodded, about to leave when Fu Zhanting, feeling a bit jealous, spoke up again. Let me walk you. You just lie down, I don't need anyone to walk me. Oh, okay. Fu Zhanting obediently acted like a little puppy, watching her leave with a droopy expression. Juzi and Chern, who were left in shock again. Chun-Hu, follow her carefully from behind and make sure she gets home safely. Yes, Captain. As soon as Tang Yueling left, Fu Zhanting couldn't help it. It was late at night, and such a beautiful girl going home alone was truly unsafe. If he weren't injured, this would have been his responsibility. He could have gone despite his injury, but he didn't want to upset the little wildcat. Thinking this, he quickly lay down and covered himself with a blanket. Tomorrow, he had something very important to do himself. Rest well to recover, and be healthy to spend more time with his little wildcat. After leaving the hospital, Tang Yueling was completely wrapped up, making it hard to tell if she was male or female from a distance. Chun-Hu followed at a careful distance, trying to avoid being noticed. However, strangely, as he followed, the figure ahead became increasingly blurry, and soon he couldn't keep up with the pace he practiced in the army. After running through several alleys, he lost her. He searched around in circles, confirming he had lost her, before heading back with a defeated expression. At 3 a.m, in a small alley in the city, a group of young thugs wearing thick coats were taking a break from their duties, drinking together. Tang Yueling was moving quickly. She had intentionally shaken off Chun-Hu. She saw the group from a distance and felt no panic. With determination, she quickly made her way through. Hey, big cannon, did I just see a big black bear? Oh, ergo, you must be seeing things. Come on, let's keep drinking. It'll be freezing soon. Tang Yueling smiled at their conversation. No matter the era, there's always nightlife. Meanwhile, Chun-Hu returned with a report, instantly shocking Juzi. Squad leader, you said you lost her? You, a skilled trainer in the camp, lost track of a little girl? Shut up. Everyone go back to sleep. No discussing today's events. Fu Zhanting pulled off the blanket and ordered them to leave. His little wildcat was no ordinary person. She could easily take down 2 trained enemies. The next day in December, the Shanghai market was as cold as usual. Shen Mingjiao, hungry for a day and night, got up early, dragging her injured leg. She wore a bulky blue cotton coat, pulled her hat down to her eyebrows, and wrapped half her face with a worn scarf. These clothes were hard to find in the servants' room. This wasn't Shen Mingjiao's first visit to the black market. She used to come to buy treasures, but today she was there to sell a jade ring. After searching for several black market dealers, she had to sell it for 15 yuan and 50 national food tickets. Such a nice ring would normally be worth 40 or 50 yuan. With the money, Shen Mingjiao quickly ran to a restaurant, spending 25 cents and 4 liang of food tickets for a big bowl of pork and vegetable wontons. After finishing one bowl, she still felt hungry and ordered another. Zhou Hohot had hurt her head yesterday and couldn't come out because she hadn't eaten. After filling her stomach and gaining some strength, Shen Mingjiao used the national food tickets to buy a tram ticket and headed to the Shanghai Post and Telecommunications Bureau. The envelope for Fu Jingcheng had an address, and after some inquiries and showing her marriage certificate, the staff agreed to send her an urgent telegram. The address she provided was special. Without the marriage certificate, they wouldn't send a word. However, each urgent telegram word cost 6 cents, so the former young lady of the Shin family started to budget carefully. She was being sent away in a week and wasn't sure how long it would take Fu Jingcheng to come. Finally, she thought hard and came up with the phrase "the married person will come to pick me up urgently," which was 8 words. She saved on punctuation, spending a total of 48 cents. As expected of the original book's heroine, saying she was foolish was definitely false. After all, in the face of danger, everyone can tap into their potential. After filling in the address and name, Shen Mingjiao let out a long sigh of relief. The staff informed her that the urgent telegram would arrive in about 4 hours, meaning she could receive it before noon. Once she got it, he would leave immediately, and it would take at least 72 hours to reach the city. Shen Mingjiao silently hoped that her inexpensive fiancé would be sensible and not delay. She wished he would hurry and rescue her before her transfer. She understood that just having a marriage certificate would not stop the committee from sending her to the remote area. After sending the telegram, she thought about Zhou Hohot and bought some food before heading back. Just as she was about to get on the tram, she ran into Tang Yueling, who was also bundled up and getting off the tram. Is that her? It really is her. They both recognized each other at the same time, but quickly adjusted their scarves. Tang Yueling had just woken up and grabbed a quick breakfast from her supplies. She was on her way to the 4th treasure location. When enemies meet, tensions rise. She was ready for a confrontation, but she saw Shen Mingjiao acting like a mouse avoiding a cat, quickly getting on the tram.
What?
Has Shen Mingjiao changed her attitude? Or was she hiding some big plan? Tang Yueling didn't think much of it. She was prepared to face whatever came. Before the military moved out, she needed to ensure that Shen Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot boarded the train to the remote area so she could feel completely at ease. Watching Tang Yueling walk away, Shen Mingjiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had nothing left. Her home had been robbed, and her bank account was frozen due to Shen Mingyuan and Zhou Hohot's involvement. If Tang Yueling found any dirt on her, she wouldn't have to wait for her fiancé to save her. 40 minutes later, Tang Yueling arrived at the last treasure location, the abandoned Dafeng cotton mill. Founded by the Tang family in 1918, it closed in 1949 due to war. The 4th treasure location took up a significant part of the map, which was why Tang Yueling had delayed coming. The treasure was hidden in the 3rd-level concrete air raid shelter beneath the mill, built during the invasion and later modified by the Tang family. The mill was in a very remote area, and during the day, apart from some stray animals, there was no one around. To enter the underground shelter, she needed to pass 3 challenges. The first challenge was to find the entrance key, which was 6 discarded Toyota looms that needed to be activated in a specific order. She had to trigger the tiles in the correct sequence of Shun, Yu, Su, Hai, Zi, and Cho to finally reveal the key and open the door below. The large door opened to reveal a passageway, its walls coated with white phosphorus that ignites upon contact with oxygen. There were many stone steps, and a wrong choice would trigger a spray of concentrated sulfuric acid. In the original story, a group led by a careless character also found this place but made a wrong step in their haste, resulting in one of them being disfigured. Tang Yueling drank a large cup of spring water and, with her understanding of the map, easily passed the first two challenges. The final challenge was a puzzle resembling a Huaron road. A whole wall featured Suzhou Pinken's Jade Dragonfly, which, according to the original owner's memory, was the favorite song of Tang Yueling's great-grandmother. Using her memory, Tang Yueling effortlessly pieced it together in order. The closer she got to the cave entrance, the more curious she became about the remarkable inheritance that made her grandfather so concerned. The door creaked open, and Tang Yueling widened her eyes in astonishment. The underground air raid shelter was spacious, neatly stacked with a wall of shimmering 22K gold bricks. Each brick weighed about 10 kilograms and was stamped with the characters Tang Feng. Tang Yueling estimated there were around 3 tons of gold bricks. Her breath quickened as she struggled to move forward, lifting 2 large gold bricks with overwhelming joy. By 2025, gold prices had skyrocketed, and even a typical commercial bank likely didn't hold as much gold as she did. After setting down the bricks, she looked behind the wall of gold and found over 50 large wooden boxes. Opening one, she discovered it was filled with a large quantity of silver dollars, each box containing over 1,000 coins. As she rummaged through, she found several small cloth bags in the middle compartment, filled with sparkling diamond ruffs. She was thrilled. This was a fortune. Tang Yueling suppressed her excitement and continued to explore, finding more boxes marked with the Tang family emblem. Each box contained small golden fish, each with a hidden dragon pattern. According to the descriptions, these fish were melted down from gold artifacts from the Qing dynasty. The Tang family's ancestors were not merely merchants. Further back, there were more wooden crates filled with straw, over 40 Thompson submachine guns, and more than 8,000 rounds of ammunition. The top of the crates indicated the gun's origin. They were a reward for helping the country intercept supplies from the Eagle Army in 1946. These submachine guns were valuable, selling for up to $3,000 each on the black market in Shanghai in 1948. A little further back was a large square wooden gift box. She carefully opened it, only to find more guns inside. 12 German-made Luger P08 pistols, along with an officer's ceremonial gun, feature a unique blue sapphire family crest on the grip. This Luger pistol was used in 1937 by a German engineer's wife, whom the Tang family sheltered, as a form of debt repayment. Tang Yueling held the pistol in her hands, enjoying its feel. It was indeed nice and just as appealing as a surgical knife. Behind the gift box was a slightly smaller cedar box containing the land deed for the 12 Western-style houses on Zifi Road, purchased by her grandfather in 1948, as well as a share certificate from HSBC dating back to 1919 with a 0.5% stake. If the Tang family was as wealthy as a nation at that moment, Tang Yueling truly believed it. Beneath the share certificate was a pile of documents showing the Tang family's support for China, including donations of food, weapons, money, and machinery. Tang Yueling carefully examined these documents for a long time. The amounts were comparable to the value of this treasure trove. The Tang family could truly be called genuine capitalists. In one corner of the box were 2 exquisite boxes, one large and one small. Inside were a jade headpiece made of green glass and a silk shawl embroidered with 100 children design. These were the dowry of Tang Yueling's great-grandmother. From the original owner's memories, she recalled her grandfather mentioning these 2 pieces twice. It was said that they were personally awarded by Empress Dowager Cixi, indicating her great-grandmother's remarkable status. At the end of the air raid shelter was a temperature-controlled cellar containing over 600 kilograms of nitroglycerin explosives. Given the storage condition, it had been specially treated to prevent accidental detonation and could still be triggered. Tang Yueling looked at the explosives and, driven by her instincts as a doctor, quickly removed the fuse and stored it away. This place could not explode. If it did, she would have to restart everything. Turning around, she saw a cave full of treasures and felt immense joy. Treasures. I'm coming to collect you. 2 minutes later, Tang Yueling finished gathering gold bars, silver coins, and firearms. She estimated that there was at least 400 million renminbi worth of assets here. Tang Yueling stepped into her space, standing before a mountain of treasures, counting on her fingers. Adding the assets from the Shen family's old residence and the treasure cave from her father, and converting it to 2025 purchasing power, her total assets surprisingly reached 55.6 billion renminbi. It would take dozens of lifetimes to spend all of that. Tang Yueling only saw the decay of money lying atop mountains of gold and silver, blissfully lost in happiness. In her past life, she was a poor orphan, but now, having entered this story, she had become a wealthy woman. The heavens had truly treated her well. Happy after a long time, Tang Yueling took out the honey-glazed pig trotters she had packed from a state-run restaurant and started to eat. The only assets I have left are these few bank books. I can't withdraw from Hong Kong or abroad right now, but I must take out money from the Shanghai market today. But to withdraw money from Shanghai, I need to prove my identity. I have no salary and my situation is special.
How can I do that?
Her irresponsible father had passed away, leaving her with over 30,000 in savings as her inheritance, and she didn't want to waste it. She still had more than 20,000 in her account, and with her household registration document, she just needed an ID. Suddenly, it felt like the space responded. The wooden box containing Fu Zhanting's handwritten marriage certificate glimmered.
Oh.
That's right. I am a military wife now. Tang Yueling slapped her thigh and quickly left the empty air raid shelter. Before leaving, she carefully erased any traces of her presence and sealed the entrance. The concentrated sulfuric acid was still there. It wouldn't be good if someone accidentally got hurt. As a healer, she couldn't be heartless. After leaving the textile factory, Tang Yueling hurried to the Shanghai bank, swinging her ham. It was now 11:30 a.m., with only half an hour until closing. When she gasped for breath and leaned against the weathered green wooden door of the savings office, the timing was perfect. Behind the tall wooden counter sat a female clerk in her 40s, wearing a sleeve and a red badge on her chest. "Comrade, I need your help. I want to withdraw money," she said. The woman glanced at her and asked in a businesslike tone, "Which unit are you from? Where's your introduction letter? Do you have a deposit slip or a bank book?" Her tone was flat, as if reading from a script. Just as she expected, they required a unit and an introduction letter. "I don't have a unit. Comrade, I am going to support my fiancé, who is a soldier. He was injured in the army, and I need to take care of him. Could you please check if there's a special channel I can use? This is my bank book, which belongs to my father and me. I want to withdraw it all. Here are my household registration documents and my marriage certificate. Military spouse?" The clerk listened to her and was about to ask for proof again, but when she saw the marriage certificate with the red seal, she softened.
Oh.
"You are a military spouse." She quickly set down the marriage certificate. Her attitude completely changed as she took Tang Yueling's bank book and household registration. "You want to withdraw money? No problem. Supporting a revolutionary soldier is a noble thing. However, since you are withdrawing a large amount, we need to verify your identity. Please wait a moment." The hospital where Fu Zhanting was located indeed received a call, and after confirming with him, they proceeded. Tang Yueling finally managed to obtain the large sum of 50,000. As expected, it required his intervention. Meanwhile, in the city, the Fu family and the military district of Cheongzhou Island were in an uproar. 4 hours earlier, at a special hospital in the city, Fu Zhanting had just opened his eyes and quickly finished the hospital's special nutritious breakfast. Ignoring the doctor's and everyone else's advice, he forced himself out of bed. With a strong effort, blood began to seep from his abdomen again. No one could persuade him. Not Chun Hu or Zhuzi. Although his face was a bit pale, he looked much better than the day before. He picked up the military phone and dialed, his expression very serious, like he was holding a steel gun. In the old Fu family home in the city, a typical military-style courtyard, simple and solemn. The living room walls were adorned with military maps and portraits of great leaders. The 5 members of the Fu family were gathered around a round table for breakfast. Fu Zhanting was the youngest son, the cherished grandson of the elder Fu. In the center of the living room sat Fu Zhanting's grandfather. Over 80 years old, he was slightly hunched but full of spirit. His hair was completely white, and his weathered face was lined with deep grooves, yet his eyes were bright. He wore an old military uniform that had faded over time, without any insignia. He was a veteran of the Red Army, having made significant contributions in his youth, and was now retired for many years. He had a relatively open mind and favored his clever and brave, yet stern grandson, Fu Zhanting. Currently, he was holding an old pipe and wearing reading glasses while reading the newspaper. To his left were Fu Zhanting's parents. Fu Zhenghua, his father, was 60 years old, tall and sturdy like a pine tree, with graying hair cut very short. His square face had thick eyebrows and deep lines, giving him an imposing presence. His sharp eyes resembled those of a hawk, and he had a strong jawline. Fu Zhanting inherited much of his father's sternness. He also wore an old military uniform without insignia and sat upright. He was holding a spoon, eating thin porridge, with large knuckles and calloused hands, one of which bore a noticeable scar. Fu Zhenghua was a founding major general of the country and currently served as the deputy commander of a major military district. Next to him was his wife, Lin Manqiu. Lin Manqiu, around 56 years old, maintained her figure well and had an elegant demeanor. Her dark hair had strands of silver, neatly styled in a bun. Her fair and delicate face suggested she must have been a beauty in her youth. Though there were fine lines at the corners of her eyes, they radiated warmth and gentleness, reflecting a scholarly and resilient spirit. She wore a simple deep blue modified qipao and a modest pearl necklace around her neck. She used to be a key member of the military arts troupe and later transferred to a local cultural bureau as a leader. Now she has stepped back from her main duties. Lin Manqiu also comes from a distinguished family and is particularly worried about her youngest son, Fu Zhanting, and his marriage. Across from her sits her daughter-in-law, Song Wanrong, who is the wife of her eldest son, Fu Zhanhong, and the mother of the original male lead, Fu Jingcheng. Song Wanrong has a chic short haircut, a delicate face, and a gentle yet capable demeanor. At 37, she is the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department at the military hospital on Cheongzhou Island. Dressed in a fitted beige sweater, she is also quietly eating porridge. Next to her is Fu Zhanhong, Fu Zhanting's older brother. At 38, he is tall and strong, having inherited his father's good physique, but with a more cheerful demeanor. He has short hair, a well-defined face, a healthy tan, and bright, sharp eyes. Wearing an Air Force blue uniform sweater, he sits upright like a soldier, though slightly more relaxed than his father, Fu Zhenghua. He is a top pilot in the Air Force and the captain of a flight squadron. This time, he took leave from a flying mission in the capital to visit his grandfather and parents. The Fu family has strict rules, and talking during meals is not allowed. In the large living room, only the sounds of spoons and bowls, along with the rustling of newspapers by the elder Mr. Fu, can be heard. Suddenly, the operator, Xiao Wang, rushed in, looking a bit anxious. "Report, sir. Captain Fu Zhanting from the Special Forces on Cheongzhou Island requests to speak with Commander Fu. He says he has important news to share." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone paused, putting down their bowls and chopsticks. Fu Zhenghua's expression was serious, mixed with some confusion. "Put him through. Isn't this kid injured? Why is he causing a fuss?" He turned on the speakerphone, and amidst the unique static of that era, Fu Zhanting spoke directly, his voice a bit hoarse but strong. "Dad, Mom, big brother, sister-in-law, is Grandpa there? I want to announce my marriage." In an instant, there was complete silence on the other end of the line. Even the earlier background noise vanished, and the entire Fu family living room felt like it had been struck by a silent bomb. It was Lin Manchio, Fu Zhanting's mother, who reacted first, her voice rising several octaves as she trembled.
Something.
What did you say?
You.
You want to
Get married?
Who are you marrying? Which girl? Did you hit your head during a mission? Why so sudden? In that moment, the once elegant lady lost her composure. Meanwhile, across the table, big brother Fu Zhanhong nearly spat out his porridge, coughing and laughing. Cough, cough, cough.
Ha ha ha.
Oh my goodness. Is the sun rising from the west today? My family's living tyrant is actually getting married. Third brother, are you seeing things from catching spies? Or are you saying you were turned by that female spy? Next to them, Song Wanrong quickly patted her husband's back, her voice gentle yet equally shocked. Hey, take it easy. Zhan Ting, is what you said true? Is the girl also a soldier? Or is it? Fu Zhan Ting quietly listened, not saying anything further. At that moment, Grandpa Fu processed what he had heard, and his loud voice suddenly erupted, drowning out everyone else. You rascal! Say that again? Married? To whom? When did this happen? How come I haven't heard a thing?
Speak.
Did you force that girl? As he spoke, Grandpa Fu grew more agitated, picking up his wooden cane and banging it on the ground. Before Fu Zhan Ting could respond, Fu Zhengguo's booming voice thundered again.
Fu Zanting.
You better explain yourself quickly. Married? You can't even stand a female mosquito. Who are you marrying? What's her name?
Age.
Hometown. Family background. Political status. Workplace. How did you fall in love?
Right now.
Immediately. Give a detailed report. Fu Zhengguo's rapid-fire questions were like a machine gun on the battlefield, creating an atmosphere of interrogation. Fu Zhanting ignored the chaos, took a deep breath, and spoke with a firm tone that brooked no argument. Amid the noise on the phone, he said, Tang Yueling from Shanghai. 19 years old. Family background, descendant of a red capitalist. Political status, civilian, no workplace. How we fell in love. It was love at first sight. I am certain about her. His declaration of love at first sight was natural and assertive. Once again, the Fu family on the other end of the line erupted in chaos. Lin Manchio gasped, feeling a bit uneasy, filled with a mother's concern for her son, and spoke again. Capital? Descendant of a red capitalist? Zhan Ting, that's a very sensitive background. And only 19 years old, without a job. Has she even been to school? How did you two meet? How long have you known each other? Older brother Fu Zhanhong also put away his smile, his expression turning serious. Third brother, marriage is not a small matter. Love at first sight. Are you sure there are no issues with her? Did you do a background check? You know the situation on Cheongzhou Island is quite complicated. One can't blame Fu Zhanhong for being so serious. His family is a military one, and naturally, they are more sensitive than ordinary families in Huagua. Across the table, Fu Zhenguo quickly stood up and slammed his hand on the table, causing a white ceramic teacup to fall to the ground. This is nonsense. Absolutely ridiculous. Fu Zhanting, have you lost your mind? You're telling me you've fallen in love at first sight with a wealthy young lady of unknown background. And you want to file a marriage report. I order you to stop all unnecessary contact immediately. Focus on your recovery and wait for the review from above. Fu Zhanting remained silent. He clearly expected his father's military-like tone. As soon as Fu Zhenguo finished speaking, the elder Fu was furious, raising his wooden cane as if to strike. Fu Zhenguo, you're talking nonsense. What's wrong with a wealthy young lady? As long as she is a good girl with a proper background, she can handle your stubborn son. Zhan Ting, tell your grandfather, is that girl pretty? Is she strong-willed? Can she keep you in line? Who else is in her family? When will you bring her home for me to see? The elder Fu was beaming with joy, clearly excited about his grandson's unexpected news. All right, Grandpa, you will definitely like her. Dad, Mom, I'm not asking for permission. I'm informing you. I will file the marriage report today. I personally guarantee her background. I am determined to marry her. Fu Zhanting's tone suddenly turned cold, filled with a strong sense of determination. After a brief pause, he pressed his lips together and revealed his ultimate declaration. She has saved my life, more than once. Last night, I already signed the marriage contract. Tang Yueling is my wife, Fu Zhanting, and that will never change. Immediately, the other end of the line fell completely silent. Even the background noise and breathing stopped. Both the Fu family and the hospital in Husher were suddenly still. A marriage contract? And it was already signed. This solitary man, who had not shown interest in women for 25 years, was moving so quickly. I will follow the reporting process. Prepare to welcome her here. Goodbye. Beep. With a decisive click, he hung up the phone. Fu Zhanting took a deep breath, supporting himself on the table, as the bandage around his abdomen grew a deeper shade of red. With the announcement complete, he had cleared a significant number of obstacles. The next step was to go to the military district's political department to submit the report. Anyone who dared to stop him would face his wrath. Meanwhile, at the Fu family, the operator, Xiao Wang, held a notebook, his hands shaking as if he had Parkinson's. What did he just hear? The fierce Captain Fu was going to marry a wealthy young lady, and he had already privately committed for life? If this explosive news gets out, the entire capital city and the whole military district of Cheongzhou Island will surely be shaken. After Fu Zhanting hung up the phone, the Fu family living room fell into silence. A minute later, Lin Manchio, holding her chest and looking pale, sat on the sofa and murmured, "Marriage certificate? This kid has even learned to make lifelong commitments? I wonder what kind of charm this girl, Tang Yueling, has cast on him." Fu Zhanting also looked bewildered. And he has saved her more than once? And signed a marriage certificate? Haha, my third brother is either clueless or once he gets it, he goes all in. Unlike Fu Zhanting, his sister-in-law, Song Wanrong, looked worriedly at her father-in-law. Dad, there are issues with this girl's background. Fu Zhengua's face turned dark, his chest heaving, and he gestured to the operator, Xiao Wang, saying, "Connect me to Director Zhao of the political department in the Cheongzhou Island military district." Right away. Immediately. His younger son's future was bright, and he did not want him to stumble over personal matters. Although the Fu family had always worried about his marriage, fearing he would remain single forever, it was clear he would prefer being single over facing trouble, criticism, or losing his job. Meanwhile, the elder Fu seemed relaxed, leaning on his cane and laughing heartily. Haha, what a good boy. He has my boldness from back in the day. If you like her, go for it. Love at first sight? A life-saving grace. Yes, this is a match made in heaven. So, what if she's a capitalist's daughter? If she can make our family's dormant machine gun, which has been silent for 25 years, come alive, she is the best girl. Zhenghua, Manchio, prepare the big red envelope. Fu Zhenghua wanted to call Cheongzhou Island again, but was stopped by the elder Fu. The family sat back down to continue eating, each lost in thought. Half an hour later, another urgent phone ring echoed. Xiao Wang, let me handle this. Fu Zhenghua, still angry, thought it was his younger son calling again. He grabbed the receiver, switched to speakerphone, and spoke firmly.
What now?
Grandpa, it's me, Jingcheng. Mom and Dad, Grandma and Great-Grandpa, are they all there? Fu Jingcheng tried to control his anxious heart, and in the background, faint sounds of waves could be heard. Jingcheng? What's going on? Hearing Fu Jingcheng's voice softened Fu Zhengua's tone, and the rest of the Fu family listened intently. Grandpa, I just received an urgent telegram from Shanghai. Yes, it's from Shenmingjiao. Shenmingjiao? As soon as this somewhat familiar name was mentioned, everyone in the Fu family showed a hint of confusion. Lin Manchio tried hard to remember. It seemed that this name was mentioned in the marriage certificate sent by the Tang family last month. The telegram said I should go to Shanghai to meet her and get married. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, Great-Grandpa, this is too sudden. But the tone of the telegram was urgent. She is just a young girl in Shanghai. Could something have happened to the Tang family? Is she in some kind of trouble? So, no matter what, I have to go. Fu Jingqing spoke quickly, filled with the urgency and responsibility of youth. The Fu family exchanged glances rapidly, sharing unspoken information.
Grandpa Fu, Fu Tsengwo, Fu Tsanang, and Song Wanrongo looked puzzled.
Shenmingjiu?
Who is she?
Marriage. Bring her here? When did Jingqing get a fiancé? It seems there really is such a marriage agreement. Lin Manchio suddenly remembered, her expression changing slightly as she lowered her voice to whisper to Fu Jinghua and Fu Zhanheng. What marriage agreement? Yes, Mom. Please explain. Lin Manchio gathered her thoughts and said to everyone, it seems that when Mom was still alive, she made this agreement with the old man of the Tang family many years ago. So many years have passed, and just recently, there was a bit of news. They say the eldest daughter of the Tang family is named Shenmingjiao, but I'm not clear on the specifics. Lin Manchio's vague words worried Grandpa Fu. The Tang girl? Shenmingjiao? What is going on? Manchio, quickly explain everything from the beginning. Lin Manchio stood up, went to her bedroom, and brought out the marriage certificate that Shen Mingyuan had sent, which had been altered. Here it is. It was just mailed from Shanghai last month. Before Mom passed away, she mentioned it to me once, but she wasn't sure if the Tang family still recognized it. She said that during the revolution, the old man of the Tang family owed some favors. It was agreed that if the eldest child of the Tang family had a son and the eldest grandchild of the Fu family had a daughter, they would marry. But later, the two families completely lost contact and hadn't communicated for many years. Last month, someone from the Tang family in Shanghai, a son-in-law with the surname Shen, suddenly wrote to send this marriage certificate, saying his eldest daughter Shenmingjiao was willing to marry. At that time, I didn't think much of it and just mentioned it to Jingqing so he would be aware. Who knew they would suddenly send such a telegram? Lin Manchio said this, and on the other end of the phone, Fu Jingqing excitedly spoke up.
Yes.
Just like Grandma said, Dad, Mom, Mingjiao must be in big trouble. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent this telegram. Grandpa, Dad, Great-Grandpa, I must take leave to go to Shanghai. She is my responsibility. Fu Zhenghua felt overwhelmed, having just dealt with the issues caused by his younger son, and now this grandson was bringing another problem. Not to mention that his mother had never mentioned this matter to him. The two families had not had any contact for many years. Now, suddenly, they were asking to fulfill a marriage agreement. It was clear that something must have happened in Shanghai, and they were trying to take advantage of them. At this sensitive time, Fu Zhenghua had no good feelings about this granddaughter-in-law, who appeared out of nowhere. Nonsense. Fu Jingqing, a telegram of unknown origin, from a woman you have never even met. Talking about marriage and wanting to pick someone up. What about your discipline as a soldier? Don't you know the situation in Shanghai? You can't go. Fu Zhanheng also found the situation suspicious. He had never heard of this marriage agreement in the Fu family. Jingqing, calm down. This matter is indeed strange. Whether the marriage agreement is real or not is hard to say. After all these years, the person who arranged the engagement never mentioned it, and they are no longer around. Even if it is true, we need to investigate first before you go. Song Wanrong also disagreed. As a mother, she was even more worried about her inexperienced son. Jingqing, listen to your dad and grandpa. The situation in Shanghai is too complicated. You can't take risks alone. Your uncle just called and said he wants to get married too, and he's in Shanghai with the surname Tang. Did you two agree on this today? Marriage is not a joke, and the Fu family is not foolish. They cannot just be led around. Uncle, why is there suddenly a wedding? Fu Jingqing was quite surprised. In his eyes, this uncle, who was only 6 years older than him, rejected all women. For some reason, when he heard the news, he felt a vague unease, but he didn't know why. We don't even know who the old man of the Tang family is, and we are supposed to form a marriage alliance. Shenmingjiao? That name doesn't sound impressive. Jingqing, stay calm. This matter might really be strange. Most importantly, There is just a marriage certificate, not even a token. Even if your great-grandmother arranged it, it was just a joke between the two families. It can't be taken seriously. Old Master Fu stroked his chin, his gaze sharp. Great-grandpa, Dad, Mom, this is serious. Since it's decided by the elders, and she's now sending a telegram for help, I can't just stand by. I'm a soldier and a military doctor. Isn't it my duty to protect the weak? Besides, there's a marriage certificate. She is still my fiancée in name. Fu Jingqing looked at his family's objections, feeling anxious and a bit wronged, and unconsciously raised his voice. Among the younger generation of the Fu family, 19-year-old Fu Jingqing was the most worry-free. He inherited his parents' good traits, standing tall and handsome, with a gentle demeanor and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. On the other end of the phone, he was in neat military attire, serving as a military doctor, feeling anxious on the distant Cheongzhou Island. He had just graduated from military medical school and was assigned to intern at the military hospital on Cheongzhou Island, working in the same military district as his uncle, Fu Zhanting. The reason he stubbornly wanted to go to Shanghai, even after learning about the marriage certificate, was that he had written a letter to confirm it. Although he had not received a reply yet, the telegram excited him. 5 years ago, while studying abroad, he had an accident and was saved by a young woman who was also a Chinese student. He was seriously injured, and although he saw her face, he didn't know her name. He vaguely heard others call her the young lady of the Tang family. As a romantic young man, the moment he saw the marriage certificate, he began to fantasize. Perhaps this was his destiny. Indeed, both Fu Jingqing and his uncle were hopeless romantics. Finally, Fu Zhenguo lost his patience and scolded him sternly.
Fu Jingqing,
You are not allowed to go. Without our permission, you cannot leave Cheongzhou Island. And do not contact that Shunmingjiao easily. With that, he hung up the phone with a click. In the Fu family's living room, there was a cloud of worry and chaos. Song Wanrong was especially anxious, worried about her son's impulsiveness and filled with doubts about the vague Shunmingjiao. She vaguely felt a connection to the recently announced Tang Yueling by her brother-in-law, but there was too little information to connect the dots. Fu Leoi, sharing the same concerns, furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp. Years of experience in battle and strategy told him that there might be a big problem here. Tang family? Shunmingjiao?
Tang Zuling.
Is that kid Zhanting going to marry someone with the surname Tang too? In Shanghai? Is this a coincidence? The others in the Fu family felt overwhelmed. The amount of information this morning was indeed too much. After hanging up the phone, Fu Jingqing fell into a dilemma about whether to go or not. Half an hour ago, a storm was brewing at the political department of the Cheongzhou Island Military District. In Director Zhao's office at the political department, he was in his 50s, his hair neatly combed, wearing reading glasses and frowning as he reviewed documents. Assistant Zhang carefully brought in a cup of freshly brewed tea. The phone rang urgently, but Director Zhao did not look up. Zhang, answer it. If it's not urgent, just say I'm in a meeting. Zhang quickly picked up the receiver. Hello, this is the political department of Cheongzhou Island.
Ah, Captain Fu?
Zhang's voice changed instantly, sounding choked, and his face turned pale as he looked at Director Zhao for help. Upon hearing Captain Fu, Director Zhao's frown deepened, and he put down his pen with a sigh. Whenever this man called, it was never good news. It was either about special equipment quotas or requests for cross-district arrests.
Hello, Something.
How is your injury? The organization requires that a special plane be sent to pick you up tonight. Or is there another urgent task that needs coordination? On the other end, Fu Zhanting's voice came through, hoarse yet clear and strong. Director Zhao, the injury is fine.
This is not a task.
I, Fu Zhanting, am submitting a marriage application.
Clatter.
Director Zhao's hand shook, and the cup he had just picked up fell onto the documents, spilling hot tea everywhere. Zhang gasped and hurriedly looked for a cloth. What?
Fu Zhanting.
Say that again? Marriage application? Who are you marrying? Director Zhao was so shocked that he forgot about the spilled tea, his glasses slipping down his nose, eyes wide open, and his voice raised several octaves. Tang Yueling, female, 19 years old, from Shanghai. Family background, descendant of a red capitalist. Political status, ordinary citizen.
No job.
But she studies medicine. I will dictate the report, and Zhang will take notes. It will be sent to the correspondent in half an hour. Fu Zhanting ignored everything else and jumped straight to the execution phase. The special plane returning to Cheongzhou Island would arrive to pick him up tonight, and he needed to complete the marriage application before then to give it to Tang Yueling. The office fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even Zhang, who was wiping the table, froze, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Director Zhao, reacting similarly to the Fu family, was stunned for 3 seconds before regaining his voice, saying very seriously, Fu Zhanting, are you joking? Do you know what you're saying? Descendant of a red capitalist? And an ordinary citizen? You are a battalion commander in the Special Forces. An important member on the front line of Cheongzhou Island. You want to marry the daughter of a capitalist? Have you been brainwashed by enemy agents? Or is the pressure of the mission too much, and your mind is troubled? He was so agitated that he was about to slam the table. Nearby, a few staff members who were eavesdropping were also in shock. Although they lowered their voices, their gasps and discussions were still clearly audible. Oh my goodness! The living king of hell is getting married? And the bride is a capitalist's daughter? The sun must be rising in the west. What about Zhou Xiaowei and Lin Hongying? They have been waiting for the living king of hell for many years. This is bad. Zhao Director's blood pressure is going to explode. Can this political review pass? This is going to cause a big problem. It would be strange if it passes. Director Zhao definitely won't approve. Fu Zhanting ignored all the doubts and noise. His voice suddenly turned cold as he said, Director Zhao, I am very clear-headed. Comrade Tang Yueling has strong roots. Her grandfather, Tang Hongsheng, is a patriotic capitalist. He secretly delivered a large amount of supplies to Huagua back in the day, and after liberation, he actively supported national construction. She herself is progressive in thought, firm in stance, and even saved my life. I will provide all relevant supporting documents when I return the day after tomorrow. Director Zhao felt a buzzing in his head, shaking it as he searched for his last bit of reason. Zhanting, don't be confused. The army has trained you as a key talent, which is not easy. This is a special period. Do you not understand how sensitive this situation is? I cannot accept this report. It's too ridiculous. Hearing Director Zhao say this, Fu Zhanting completely lost his patience. He had to remove all obstacles before their wedding. If she chose to accompany the troops to the island, he had to clear this hurdle now. He needed everyone to understand his stance so that they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for her in the future. After thinking for 2 seconds, his tone became ominous. Comrade Zhao Yongkong, this report must be processed. The procedure must be followed. If you delay me for a day, I'll stay in the hospital for another day. You find someone to fill in for the chief instructor of special operations training on the island. If you delay me for 2 days, I'll apply to be transferred from the front line to logistics to chop vegetables and feed pigs. On the other end of the phone, there was suddenly dead silence. Director Zhao's hand holding the receiver was shaking, his face changing from red to white, then to green. This was a threat using the entire training and combat capability of the Cheongzhou Island Special Forces. The living king of hell could definitely follow through on what he said. If he really quit to raise pigs, the commander would skin him alive. Materials will arrive in half an hour. Tang Yueling is my wife, no doubt about it. Who dares to create trouble during the political review? Don't blame me, Fu Zhanting, for turning against you.
Goodbye. Click.
The phone was abruptly hung up. Director Zhao's eyes widened as he slumped into his chair, as if all his strength had been drained. His glasses slipped to the side, his chest heaving heavily. Xiao Zhang was so scared he was trembling, handing over some medication to calm him down. When it comes to being infuriating, this living king of hell is definitely number one. Director, do we need to record this? Record? What are you in a hurry for? No, write it down. Don't miss a single word. Notify the Political Review Department, Personnel Department, Security Department. All the heads of relevant departments. Emergency meeting in 10 minutes. Just say the sky is falling. This living king of hell is getting married. Soon, the entire political department of the Cheongjo Island Military District and even higher-ups were swept up by this wedding announcement phone call. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner. Everyone's first reaction was, impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Then they fell into a state of shock. The living king of hell, Fu Zhanting, is getting married? And his partner is a wealthy young lady? This is definitely the biggest news of the year. No, since the establishment of Cheongjo Island. The meeting had just ended, and Director Zhao was in his office, overwhelmed. After finishing the call, Fu Jingcheng walked in, looking troubled. He had already decided he must go. There was a direct flight to Yangqing tonight, and he could take a train from there. Jingcheng, I have some explosive news. Your living king of hell uncle is going to submit a marriage report. And his fiancée is a wealthy young lady from the capital. Quickly call the leader in the capital. I'll hold things down here. Make sure he doesn't do anything foolish. Director Zhao spoke rapidly, feeling like he had found a lifeline. Director, my uncle called home this morning. No matter what, you know my uncle's temper. Once he decides on something, it's useless to argue. But I want to apply to go to the capital. Fu Jingqing's gaze was a bit evasive as he adjusted his glasses and spoke up. You want to go to the capital? I also want to meet my fiancé. I didn't hear you had a fiancé. Oh my. What's going on with you and your uncle? Both of you suddenly have partners. Outside a bank in the capital, Tang Yueling had just stepped out. She looked up and bumped straight into a solid chest. A faint scent of mint mixed with the smell of disinfectant entered her nose, making her feel both familiar and relaxed. Tang Yueling looked up and met the handsome face of Fu Zhanting. The fierce aura he usually had was gone, replaced by tenderness, and his deep amber eyes were filled with her image. When the bank called to verify her identity, he had insisted on coming in person despite the objections of Chern Hu and others. He stood outside the bank, wearing a military green coat, waiting patiently for his little wildcat to come out. Fu Zhanting, is that you? Yes. Was everything smooth? Yes. Thanks to your call. It's your money. It's only right for you to take it. Now, I belong to you too. Fu Zhanting's gaze was intense. Since they parted last night, his mind had been filled with thoughts of his little wildcat, even while handling calls and tasks. She was so captivating that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Even now, wrapped in coarse fabric, she still mesmerized him. Hearing his words made Tang Yueling's face flush. If it weren't for her scarf, she would have felt even more embarrassed. She quickly stepped back, aware that they were outside during a sensitive time, and his handsome face had already attracted the attention of several passers-by. Especially the woman who had just helped her with her banking, now excitedly watching them from a distance. Thankfully, they already had their marriage certificate. Otherwise, they might have been reported for inappropriate behavior. Yueling, I called my family in the capital this morning and reported our marriage to the military. It should be approved soon. Can we talk now? So soon? Is your injury okay? I'm fine. Thanks to your care last night, I'm all healed. Fu Zhanting quickly opened his coat, revealing his abdomen as if to check her on the spot. Seeing the growing number of curious onlookers, Tang Yueling was startled and hurriedly walked ahead. Not here. There are too many people. Okay. Oh no, what a bold statement. Tang Yueling realized their conversation was becoming increasingly strange. The way he looked at her seemed almost hungry. She thought he wouldn't be so forward, but it seemed the author had misled her. She hadn't expected Fu Zhanting to be so eager. In less than a morning, their situation was already known to their families and the military. It seemed that this fierce man truly had his eyes set on her. Fu Zhanting, how about we go to my house? It's just noon. Grandpa Fu should have lunch ready. Go to your home. Fu Zhanting was visibly nervous. Happiness came too quickly, and even the fearless military commander felt anxious. You don't want to?
No, no.
You can go wherever you want. But please wait here for me, okay?
Huh?
Wait for me. Don't leave without me. Without waiting for Tang Yueling's agreement, Fu Zhanting had already taken his long legs and ran toward the largest department store in the city. This guy even knows how to be shy. Ignoring his abdominal injury, Fu Zhanting quickly walked to the nearest shelf and spent 6 yuan on 2 packs of special milk powder. He spent another 5 yuan and 60 cents on 2 cans of malt extract and 8 yuan and 30 cents on 2 bottles of liquor. He had done his homework and knew that after Tang Yueling's grandfather passed away, only Uncle Fu remained as an elder. He couldn't skimp on gifts for his future in-laws. Finally, he rushed to the watch section and spent 125 yuan on a stainless steel women's watch. By then, he had spent all the money he had, including the amount he borrowed from Chern Hu earlier. When he reappeared in front of Tang Yueling, he was carrying a large and small bag. Why did you buy so many things? We're just going for a simple meal. It's only right. It's your home. Tang Yueling smiled, feeling special that such a handsome man considered her and her family so important. She reached out to help him carry the items, but Fu Zhanting insisted, I can handle it. Let's hurry back. Unable to argue with him, Tang Yueling had to take a taxi. As they got in the car and placed their things down, the middle-aged driver was astonished by what Fu Zhanting was carrying. In this era, everything he had was quite expensive, enough for the driver to work for 2 days. You are a lucky lady. Tang Yueling smiled shyly, while Fu Zhanting straightened up and said seriously, I'm the luckier one. Once in the car, Fu Zhanting sat in the front passenger seat and turned to look at her with intense eyes, making Tang Yueling feel quite embarrassed. This fearless commander was acting all romantic. How could she handle it? As a modern woman from the 21st century, she could only awkwardly smile at his handsome face. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Tang family's house. Before leaving in the morning, Tang Yueling had given 500 yuan to Uncle Fu, explaining that the furniture used by her irresponsible father and stepmother could no longer be used. Everything was packed away, and taking it out again would be too embarrassing. Fortunately, the situation is sensitive now, so she asked Uncle Fu to buy some simpler furniture. Grandpa Fu, I'm back. Mrs. Back. Uncle Fu clapped the dust off his hands and happily came out to greet her. When he looked up, he saw a tall and handsome man standing beside her.
Who is this?
Grandpa Fu, this is Fu Zhanting, my fiancé.
Hello, Grandpa Fu.
Fu Zhanting bent down and, despite Uncle Fu's shocked expression, politely handed him a gift. He seemed a bit nervous but was no longer cold. Fiancé? Very good, very good.
Come in, come in.
Uncle Fu bent down even more and carefully took the gift from him, his head full of questions. After arranging for Fu Zhanting to sit down, he kindly poured a cup of tea and then pulled Tang Yueling aside. Miss Fiancé? How come I didn't know you had a fiancé? Is he from the Fu family mentioned by the old master? Tang Yueling was also a bit surprised that her grandfather had mentioned it to Uncle Fu. Does Grandpa Fu know about my marriage contract? The old master mentioned it to me before he passed, but he wasn't sure if you liked him. After so many years, the Fu family hasn't been in touch since the old lady passed away. He didn't want you to marry far away, so he never brought it up. Later, when that bad guy Shinming Yuan took the marriage contract, I never mentioned it again. This Fu Zhanting really. Knowing the background, Tang Yueling smiled slightly and stopped him. Grandpa Fu, he's not the one from the marriage contract. I found him myself. He's the camp commander from Cheongzhou Island, and I like him. Commander? Not bad, not bad. He can protect my little miss. As long as my little miss likes him and he treats you well, I will be at ease. Uncle Fu sighed in relief and turned to carefully examine the man sitting straight in the living room. The more he looked, the more he liked him. Fu Zhanting felt even more nervous, stiffening up and not knowing what they were talking about. He could only take the opportunity to sip his tea, almost swallowing the foam. At that moment, Uncle Fu suddenly remembered something and turned to Tang Yueling, saying loudly, Miss, guess who I brought back?
Huh?
Wang Ma, come out. Miss, I'm so sorry. A middle-aged woman in her 50s, with a round face and slightly yellow skin, wearing a dark blue coarse cloth short jacket and a dark gray apron, slowly walked out. Upon seeing her, she suddenly knelt down on the ground. This is Aunt Wang, who has taken care of the original owner's meals since childhood. She was previously driven away by Zhou Hohat and Shen Mingyuan, but now she should have been brought back by Uncle Fu. Aunt Wang, please get up. This is not your fault. It's Shen Mingyuan and Zhou Hohat's issue. With this kneel, Fu Zhanting also stood up quickly and moved to Tang Yueling's side, always keeping an eye on her safety. Thank you, young miss. I'm useless and you've lost weight, Aunt Wang said, tears streaming down her face. Young miss, you used to love the meals I cooked. My son just passed away, so I took the liberty to call her back. I understand, Tang Yueling replied. Aunt Wang is kind and has treated the original owner well. She will also be leaving to join the military. Uncle Fu is getting older, and Xiao Tao usually has to work at the tailor shop, so someone needs to take care of him. She has enough money, so it's perfect to keep Aunt Wang. Of course, Aunt Wang can stay. No one will drive you away again. Uncle Fu, you can decide these things from now on without asking me. Uncle Fu nodded and smiled, and Aunt Wang tried to kneel again, but Tang Yueling quickly caught her. Thank you, young miss, for taking in this old woman. By the way, young miss, can we eat now? I made a lot of delicious food that you love. Sure, let's eat. Tang Yueling turned to the tall man standing beside her and shyly said, let's eat first, and then we can talk? Okay. The large house had been emptied, and now the first-floor living room was furnished anew by Uncle Fu. Following Tang Yueling's instructions, everything was kept simple. The previous large square dining table was replaced with a plain white wooden table without carvings or paint, accompanied by 4 simple stools, making it seem out of place in the house. The carved teak sofa was replaced with a military green fabric sofa covered with a white cloth that had the words "Labor is honorable" printed on it. My home is a bit special now, so I had Uncle Fu change the furniture. That's great. My wife has a good understanding. Fu Zhanting's serious face showed a hint of an awkward smile, as if he had just learned it. Uncle Fu and Aunt Wang exchanged glances and nodded, smiling. He actually called her wife in front of Uncle Fu and the others. This was the first time. All right, young miss, young master. The dishes are ready. The small square table was filled with plates. There were drunken crabs made with Shaoxing rice wine, sliced soy sauce duck legs, and a local specialty dish, for happiness braised gluten. Vegetables are cooked, chopped, and mixed with dried tofu to make a dish called Malin head with fragrant tofu. The liver of the green fish is used, and the fish is stir-fried with pork fat to make green fish lung. In winter, the signature dishes include marinated fresh ingredients, an improved version of spicy 8 treasure sauce, and a clay pot dish with wine for warmth, along with crispy rice. Wang Ma is truly a great chef from the Tang family. Her skills and presentation are even better than those at state-run restaurants. Before entering the story, Tang Yueling was from Sichuan, but not very authentic. Due to her job as a doctor, she doesn't only crave spicy food, she enjoys trying various flavors. Now, as a young lady from a prominent family in Shanghai, she is adapting to local customs. Wang Ma, thank you for your hard work. Please sit down and eat with us. No, young lady, that's not appropriate. Why not? It's a new society. We are all family now. Family? Thank you, young lady. Fu Zhanting watched her from the side, becoming more captivated by her. She truly is his type. During the meal, he remembered her food preferences and decided to cook for her in the future. After eating, they went upstairs, leaving Uncle Fu and Wang Ma downstairs enjoying some snacks. Uncle Fu, I think this young master is really nice. He looks good and is very polite. He will definitely be someone who cares for his wife. He really is great, and his work is good too. The young lady has great taste. They arrived at the study on the 2nd floor, which had changed a lot. The previous mahogany desk, leather chair, and English bookcase were replaced with a white wood table and elm stools. A wicker basket held newspapers and notebooks, and the old teak bookshelf was divided with wooden boards displaying selected works of Mao and agricultural technical manuals. On both sides were smaller green fabric sofas, and in front of them was a simple wooden coffee table covered with a white cloth. "Feel free to sit." "Okay." Just as they settled in, Uncle Fu brought in 2 cups of Shanghai coffee. "Enjoy your coffee and chat slowly." He placed the coffee down, smiling as he left and closed the study door. After the door closed, the atmosphere in the study became a bit intimate. Tang Yueling felt a little warm, casually dropping her scarf and wanting to take off her heavy coat, but then she sensed something was off. Fu Zhanting slightly pursed his lips, his gaze on her growing more intense. "So, didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about something?" She quickly changed the subject, avoiding his burning gaze. Fu Zhanting looked at the woman in front of him, who was even more radiant and charming. At that moment, she seemed to resemble the woman from his dreams, the one he had always looked down upon. With her dark hair, fair skin, almond-shaped eyes, and soft lips, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye made him want to kiss her. He swallowed hard, reminding himself, the little wild cat is beautiful and alluring, but we aren't married yet. She might be scared by her own actions. He struggled to restrain himself. "Yueling, I want to talk to you about my thoughts. After we get married, do you want to stay here?" There are 3 options. The first is the Shanghai market. This is where you are most familiar, and it might be the most comfortable for you, but the Shanghai market is currently unstable, and I'm a bit worried about you. But don't worry, if you choose to stay in Shanghai, I will help you find a job as a doctor. However, if we want to meet, we can only wait until I have time off. I don't want to deceive you. My vacation days are limited." Fu Zhanting said carefully. For the first time, this cold and fierce man showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "And the second option?" Tang Yueling picked up her coffee cup and stirred it leisurely. "The second option is to go to Beijing. I already mentioned it to my family this morning. If you think Shanghai is too dangerous, we can go to Beijing. My grandfather and parents are all there. Once you're in college, if you want to work, you can also work at a hospital in Beijing. Just one thing, we might need to wait until I have time off or assignments before we can meet." Tang Yueling understood clearly that this fierce man was trying to suggest she join him in the military, but he was hesitant to say it directly. "And the third option?" She raised her captivating eyes and stared intently at the man across from her, her gaze filled with knowing delight. Fu Zhanting's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a jolt of electricity run through him. His little wildcat was truly driving him to the edge. "The third option is, after we get married, to go with me to Cheongzhou Island for military service. But the conditions on Cheongzhou Island are very harsh. Typhoons, heavy rain, tsunamis, and such can happen frequently. I don't want to make you suffer, but..." He really couldn't bear to be apart from her. He wanted to see his little wildcat every moment of his life. So he had thought a lot and made 3 plans. For someone who fell deeply for her at their first meeting and had even almost decided on names for their future children, these thoughts were not excessive at all. "You don't need to worry. No matter what you choose, I will support you. My parents will definitely like you too." Fu Zhanting knew that even though his parents strongly opposed him marrying a wealthy girl, it was only because they loved him and didn't understand Tang Yueling. The Fu family often spoke harshly but cared deeply. He believed that if he firmly declared his love for Tang Yueling, his family would eventually accept her, even come to like her more. After saying this, he struggled to express his next thoughts. Noticing she was silent and looking at him with a teasing smile, he felt anxious. "If you have other thoughts, feel free to share. As long as you're willing to marry me, I'll support your decision." This once strong and cold man was now trying hard to please a woman. Yes, outside he was a fierce warrior, but with Tang Yueling, he was like a loyal dog, eager to please her. Tang Yueling understood what he wanted to say. Seeing his urgency, she decided to stop teasing him. She wasn't a saint or someone with grand ambitions to save the world. She was just an ordinary person. Before her journey, she had been an unwanted orphan, longing for a home. She studied medicine so she could take care of herself when times were tough. So, why not join the military? She wasn't a true wealthy girl. Many on Cheongjo Island survived, so why couldn't she? Besides, she wanted to see this handsome man with the perfect physique every day. Stop overthinking. I'll go to Cheongjo Island with you. What? Fu Zhanting couldn't believe his ears. He had been anxious before, and the lavish lunch only added to his worries. She had a comfortable life in the city, with friends and money. How could he let her leave it all behind for a tough life on an island? Are you really willing? Yes, I am. Since we're getting married, what's the point of not being together? Are you saying you don't want to?
No.
I want to. I really want to. At that moment, his breath caught. His heart felt like it was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, then suddenly released, sending a rush of blood to his head and back to his chest. It was happening. His little wildcat was really going to join him. This suffocating joy was more intense than hitting a target a kilometer away, more thrilling than turning the tables on an enemy in a desperate situation, and more life-changing than receiving any military honor. The ecstasy lasted only a fraction of a second before being overwhelmed by a deeper, instinctive desire. His gaze, like a cold spotlight, locked onto Tang Yueling. From her slightly trembling long eyelashes to her tempting lips, and then to her fingers resting on the coffee cup, turning pale at the knuckles. His throat tightened, and the old scar under his left eye throbbed. A nearly violent impulse roared through his veins. Now. Immediately. He wanted to pull her into his very being and hide her away in a place only he knew. Finally, he could no longer hold back. With lightning speed, he rushed toward her, wrapping her completely in his arms. Little wildcat, you are mine. Once you promise me, you can never escape. Tang Yueling was startled by the sudden embrace. Through his thick clothing, she could still feel two racing, warm hearts. She did not push him away. Instead, she slowly reached out to respond to his hug. It was warm and comforting. She knew he was trying hard to restrain himself and was showing her respect. Her head rested gently against his chin, which eventually turned into a tender caress with his face and a gentle nuzzle of noses. Just as Fu Zhanting had imagined. During the lunch break, in Fu Jinggua's bedroom, Lin Manchio sat on the mahogany sofa, holding a half-stitched handkerchief, her brows furrowed as she sighed, while looking out the window. Fu Jinggua had just finished a conference call, removed his military uniform, and placed it on the sofa, walking lightly, almost comically, as if he were navigating a minefield. He carefully sat next to Lin Manchio, nudging her shoulder, his voice deliberately soft. Manchio? Still worried about that rascal Zhanting? His large hand tentatively covered her cool hand, gently rubbing the pearl ring on her finger. Lin Manchio pulled her hand back and shot him a glance, her tone filled with concern. How can I not worry? That girl from the Tang family. Her background is a thorn. With Zhanting's stubbornness, you can't pull him back with 10 oxen. And things with Jingqing are.
Sigh.
A complete mess. And that Shunmingjiao. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden again. Fu Jinggua immediately became serious and decisively pulled her into an embrace. No more worrying. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. I was too hasty this morning and spoke too harshly. Thinking back, I shouldn't have. Zi Hanting is indeed a stubborn mule, but his judgment is sharp. The person he chooses is never wrong. So, what if there are background issues? I fought my way through gunfire back then. Relying on my background? It was this. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, then realized his tone was too harsh and quickly softened it. Ahem. I mean, the organization is reviewing things, and I'm here to keep an eye on it. Anyone who tries to cause trouble will end up in the kitchen for life. Lin Manchio couldn't help but laugh at his kitchen duty comment and lightly punched his shoulder. You always act so recklessly. What about Jingqing? That kid is thoughtful. And now. Fu Jinggua grabbed her small fist, wrapped it in his rough hand, and kissed the back of her hand naturally, as if it were second nature, but his gaze was serious. Jingqing? No need to worry. That kid is just like his father, very stubborn. He can be as stubborn as a mule, but he has a good heart. Give him time, and he will figure things out. He leaned closer to Lin Manchio's ear, lowering his voice with a hint of pride. Look at John Hong. He did some foolish things to win Wanrong's heart back in the day. And now, a model husband. This kind of thing runs in the family. The men in the Fu family, once they choose a wife, they are completely devoted. No doubt about it. Lin Manchio's face turned slightly red as she pulled her hand back. You're being silly. We're talking about the kids. Fu Zhengwu chuckled and held her a bit tighter, resting his chin on her hair, breathing in the familiar scent with gentle eyes. The kids have their own paths. If I worry too much, how will my wife manage? You just focus on your embroidery, make some tea, and play with Xiao Bei. With all the storms outside, I've got it covered. Okay. Outside, the cicadas were noisy, but the bedroom was peaceful. Lin Manchio leaned against his strong chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and her tense heartstrings slowly relaxed. Indeed, the romantic nature of the Fu family seems to be passed down through generations. Meanwhile, Fu Jingcheng was already on the private plane, holding the telegram that summoned him to Shanghai, feeling quite excited. But soon, he became curious. Just now, Director Zhao mentioned that his uncle's fiancée is named Tang Yueling. She is the daughter of a red capitalist from Shanghai, and it was clear that he was encouraged to take the opportunity to visit. Without needing Director Zhao to emphasize it, both personally and professionally, he felt he should visit his injured uncle. He also wanted to see what made this future aunt, who could melt his uncle's long-standing commitment to being single, so special. Just half an hour after he left the office, Director Zhao received a detailed file. Tang Yueling, 19 years old. Biological father, Shen Mingyuan. Cousin, Shen Mingjiao. This capitalist's daughter seems quite unfortunate. At just 19, she has become an orphan. Why is there someone named Shen Mingjiao here? I remember that Fu Jingcheng just mentioned wanting to meet his fiancée, who is also named Shen Mingjiao. What is going on here? In the quiet study of the Tang family mansion, after the dust had settled, Fu Zhanting held his little wildcat tightly, not wanting to let go for a long time, until Tang Yueling sharply sensed a smell of blood. Let's go to the bedroom. Let me check your wound. Okay. Tang Yueling, feeling anxious, naturally took his large hand. Fu Zhanting's palm was warm, and his face turned even redder as he gazed at the delicate, fair, and exceptionally soft hand of his little wildcat. It was a stark contrast to his own hands, which were calloused from years of holding a gun. The bedroom had changed a lot. The ornate bed, dressing table, and Western-style cabinet were gone. They were replaced with a simple wooden bed, but the blankets and mattress were quite nice, surely chosen by Uncle Fu with care. The wardrobe was now a solid wood double-door one, filled with clothes that Uncle Fu had specially bought for her. Although it couldn't compare to what she had before, the styles and materials were still quite good. At this moment, she didn't think about anything else and pulled Fu Zhanting to the bedside, saying softly, "Lie down." As soon as she said lie down, Fu Zhanting felt a rush of warmth. His ears turned suspiciously red, but he still maintained a soldier's upright posture. Inside, he was torn. There was something uniquely attractive about the little wildcat that made him want to get closer and hold her tightly. If it weren't for his extraordinary willpower, he would have already lost his balance. His throat moved, and in a hoarse voice, he leaned closer to her, their noses almost touching her trembling eyelashes. "I think I'll stand. There's blood. It will stain the blankets." As he suddenly moved closer again, both of their faces turned bright red. But soon, Tang Yueling's rationality overcame her desire. "Hurry and lie down," she said, slightly impatient, adopting a doctor's tone. "Okay, I'll lie down." The stern tone worked. This fierce king of hell switched to a well-behaved mode. He took off his shoes and lay on the bed, feeling excited. This was the little wildcat's bed, and it was his first time lying down. Tang Yueling ignored him and began to carefully unwrap his clothes and bandages. This time, she had some other thoughts. The man lying on the bed, with a great physique and handsome face, was hers. She instinctively wanted to feel the 8-pack abs and the lines of his body. Fu Zhanting stopped talking and stared at her delicate face, which was gradually turning red, enjoying the moment. The clothes were all pulled aside, revealing strong eight-pack abs and a defined line. Soft fingers gently touched the skin, which was firm and elastic, making Tang Yueling feel a strange desire for the body for the first time. Her face grew warmer, and her breathing became more rapid. With each touch, Fu Zhanting felt an intense urge, his large hands unconsciously gripping the blanket. He was really struggling to hold back. This was harder than running 30 kilometers off-road. Tang Yueling noticed his unusual reaction, especially in a certain area. She quickly turned and ran away, using the bookshelf for cover, and took out some gauze, anti-inflammatory medicine, and other tools from her bag. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and returned to her serious doctor demeanor. The recovery looks good, no major issues. And the texture feels nice. She accidentally blurted out her thoughts. Do you like it? From now on, you can touch it anytime. Fu Zhanting quickly caught on. If they weren't already engaged, things might have escalated. Tang Yueling didn't dare to respond, her face turning as red as a winter persimmon. Seeing her shy, Fu Zhanting decided not to tease her further. They had plenty of time ahead for beautiful days and nights. I have to leave the city early tomorrow. What are your plans? I can arrange for Juzi to stay here, and when the marriage certificate is ready, I'll bring it to you. Tomorrow? Yes, early tomorrow. I think I need to wait a bit longer. At least until Shun Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot leave. Okay, I'll wait for you. Once I finish, I'll come to you right away. I won't make you wait too long.
All right.
Tang Yueling picked up scissors and carefully cut the gauze, applied the anti-inflammatory medicine, cleaned the area, and wrapped it up. They chatted back and forth, feeling warm and happy. Fu Zhanting didn't say anything more. Since she agreed, he had to give her this freedom. Although he wished she would pack her things and leave with him first thing in the morning, he couldn't bring himself to rush his little wildcat. Oh, by the way, this is a watch I bought at the mall this afternoon. I didn't bring my salary, so you can keep it for now and I'll pay you back later. Fu Zhanting suddenly remembered and quickly pulled out a delicate watch box from the lining of his military coat and handed it to her. When the box opened, a beautifully crafted stainless steel lady's watch appeared. She knew it wasn't cheap. Great, I really like it. I'm glad you do. Fu Zhanting looked at her with intense eyes, feeling very satisfied. It's only polite to return a favor. Tang Yueling thought for a moment. She needed to give him something in return. In the realm of consciousness, there is a treasure trove of valuable gold and silver jewels. If the gift is too extravagant, it feels a bit uncomfortable. If it's too casual, that wouldn't be right either. After searching for a while, she suddenly discovered a double-layered, engraved silver pocket watch. This must be a keepsake from her grandfather, perfect for Fu Zhanting. She got up and went to the desk, pretending to take out the old pocket watch, intentionally changing the brass chain to an old red string. Inside, there was also a thought for his safety. Is this for me? Fu Zhanting was overjoyed, carefully taking it as if it were a treasure. Without any hesitation, he held it for a long time, gently placing it close to his chest and putting it away. This could be considered a token of love between them. In the afternoon, Chen Hu arrived at the villa and took him to the black market. He needed to wrap up the black market connections before leaving. After so long, it was time to gather the results. In the end, Zhou Tianbao and the black market supporter, Wang Jinfan, along with his underground bank, were completely taken down. The crisis of the black market was entirely resolved. That evening, when Xiaotao and Jiang Baiwei returned from work, Uncle Fu and Aunt Wang told them about Tang Yueling's fiancé. The two of them could hardly wait to go to the hospital to see how handsome he was to match Tang Yueling. At 2 in the morning the next day, Fu Zhanting, dressed in military green uniform, looked incredibly handsome as he arrived at the Tang family's villa again. Little son-in-law. As soon as the words little son-in-law were spoken, Jiang Baiwei upstairs and Xiaotao downstairs opened their eyes at the same time. Lingling, get up quickly. Your man is here. During dinner, they predicted that this soldier wouldn't want to leave without saying goodbye. but they weren't sure if he would come the middle of the night or early the next morning. When Fu Zhanting walked into the villa with a package, he saw 4 pairs of eyes staring at him.
Wow.
He's really handsome, so tall, so imposing. No wonder he's a soldier. With that build and charisma, he's a great match for Ling Ling. Jiang Baiwei and Xiao Tao whispered excitedly.
Who are you?
Where's Yueling? If she's asleep, don't wake her. Fu Zhanting felt a bit disappointed not seeing the person he longed for. I'm here. Tang Yueling tiptoed down, arriving late because Jiang Baiwei had hurriedly worn the wrong shoes, making her search for a while. As she came down, she was surrounded by 4 people and couldn't get through. Fu Zhanting's sharp gaze instantly locked onto her. Ling Ling, quickly introduce your family to the soldier. Jiang Baiwei was anxious. She knew Tang Yueling would soon leave with the army. As her best friend, she felt a deep sense of reluctance and had so much to say.
Oh.
Fu Zhanting, this is my good friend, Jiang Baiwei, who is also a doctor. This is Xiao Tao. Hello, Comrade Jiang Baiwei. Hello, Comrade Xiao Tao. Thank you for taking care of Yueling. Fu Zhanting did not extend his hand but politely nodded, his gaze returning to Tang Yueling's face. Such a handsome and polite soldier made both women even more excited. They also sensed his affection for Tang Yueling, which eased some of Jiang Baiwei's worries. We are Yueling's family, and we hope Captain Fu will take good care of her. If she faces any difficulties, we won't let you off easily. Yes, you must treat Our Lady well. Following Jiang Baiwei's words, Xiao Tao couldn't help but sniffle softly and join in. Don't worry, my life is hers. In this lifetime, I will cherish and love her. Fu Zhanting stared intently at Tang Yueling, his serious expression resembling a solemn vow. Tang Yueling felt touched. This man seemed truly wonderful. Finally, he took out over 500 yuan wrapped in brown paper. It included both coins and bills, along with some food and industrial coupons. He had borrowed this money from acquaintances after working hard that evening. In a time when a big meal only cost a few dimes, 500 yuan was a significant amount. This is what I gathered in a hurry. I know you don't need money, but this is my heartfelt gesture. You must accept it. I can't personally take you back to Cheongzhou Island, so buy something you like. I have a flight at 5 tomorrow morning, so I wanted to see you first. After saying this, he stuffed everything into her hands, looking at her intensely, and pulled her into an embrace. Little wildcat, don't make me wait too long. He whispered this in her ear and, before she could respond, quickly turned and got into the military jeep. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Safe travels. Chun, who waved goodbye as she disappeared into the thick night. As soon as they left, Jiang Baiwei and Xiao Tao squealed in excitement. This soldier was so charming. Tang Yueling's heart raced, and she bit her lip, feeling her face flush. 4 hours earlier, at the Fu family home in Beijing, in Fu Zhanhong's bedroom, Song Wanrong held a medical journal in her hands but hadn't turned a page for a long time, her gaze blank. Fu Zhanhong had just finished showering, his hair still damp, wearing only military pants that revealed his strong upper body and a few noticeable scars. He quietly climbed into bed, lying next to his wife like a large dog, squinting as he nudged her shoulder with his head. Wife. Still thinking about that silly kid Jingchen? His voice was lazy as he reached out, pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin on her neck, his breath warm. Can I not think about it? He left for the city without a word, and even took a private plane. This kid seems steady usually, but why does he get so impulsive around that Shimingjiao?
Sigh.
Song Wanrong sighed, putting down the book and rubbing her forehead. Her tone was filled with worry and confusion. That evening, they called the military district and learned that Fu Jingcheng had already filed a report and gone to the city. Fu Zhanhong immediately lifted his head, cupping her face, his gaze intense and sharp like a pilot's.
Hold on.
Director Song, you're carrying too much of a burden. Impulsive? What's there to fear? Back in the day, I almost got a serious punishment for picking wildflowers on a cliff for you, but I made it through. Men need to face some storms to grow, right? Once they grow up, they can be strong enough to protect their wives. Fu Zhanheng raised an eyebrow, smiling brightly and playfully. Get out of here. You're so ridiculous. Is it the same? What you did was. That was. Song Wanrong laughed at his teasing and lightly patted him. Fu Zhanheng took her hand, intertwining their fingers and gently pulling it to his chest, close to his heartbeat. How is it not the same? It's all for the girl he loves. We're all warriors charging for love, he said confidently, lowering his head to gently kiss her fingertips. Our son is just inheriting my deep feelings. How wonderful. Think about it. If I hadn't been so persistent back then, overcoming all obstacles, would we have our sweet life now? Would we have Jingqing and Xiaobei? So this is normal. Even if he stumbles, it's worth it. Fu Zhanheng's gaze became dreamy as he held his wife a little tighter, his breath quickening as he nudged her again. Xiaobei is their second son, named Fu Jingyan, 8 years old, and he had gone to sleep with his grandfather tonight. Song Wanrong felt a tickle from his nuzzle, a blush creeping up, and her worries eased a bit. You're the only one who can say that.
So,
with him acting like this now, what about John Ting?
hey.
If the sky falls, his uncle will be there to support him. Jean Ting's temper is like that of a king of hell. Dealing with a careless little brat is easy for him. It's a good chance for him to practice. Fu Zhanheng shook his head casually, leaned closer to her ear, and playfully nibbled. Wife, don't worry about those two. Our children will have their own blessings. Our happiness is simply being stable together. I just want to hold you like this every day. It's even better than flying a fighter jet. Be good, close your eyes. Let's get to the main event. His large hand covered her eyes, his voice deep and charming, filled with an enticing energy. Are you a dog? Is it never enough? Yes, I'm a dog. My wife's. Song Wanrong melted completely in his warm embrace, her tense nerves finally relaxed. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes in response to him. In the deep night of the capital, the cold wind howled outside, while warmth rose inside, enveloping their intertwined figures. The next morning, as Tang Yueling was just getting up for breakfast, Uncle Fu rushed in urgently. Miss, something bad has happened. Shinming Jiao and Zhou Hohot have been taken away by the committee.
What?
Tang Yueling had asked Uncle Fu to keep an eye on their movements. Now that they had been taken away, something important must have happened. Indeed, when she learned that Shinming Jiao had sent a telegram to Cheongzhou Island, she realized this was following the original story's plot, especially since Uncle Fu provided even more crucial news. Before being taken away, Zhou Hohot spent $2 to send someone to find Qian Fugui. Almost all of the Shin family's relatives and supporters had been wiped out, and the remaining ones were wary of the two. She certainly knew who Qian Fugui was. In the original story, when Shin Mingjiao's family fled to Hong Kong, they were missing a ticket because of this spoiled young master. The price was high, and they ended up in a difficult situation, but Shin Yaozu arrived just in time to save her. Thinking of this, Tang Yueling's anxious heart relaxed significantly. Let her go. Qian Fugui is no good. I'm just afraid that those two might end up hurting themselves. Uncle Fu, send someone to keep a close watch on them and let me know if anything happens. Also, keep an eye on the Shun family's old house. I think the marriage certificate and telegram Shin Mingjia sent to the Fu family will be important. Uncle Fu looked puzzled and asked, Miss, do you mean the Fu family will send someone to rescue them? It's hard to say. It's possible that Fu Jingqing might come himself. If someone comes to inquire about the Shin family, just tell them the truth. I need to go out today, and we'll probably be back in the evening. Okay, miss. Tang Yueling felt calm and unafraid. If Shun Mingjiao and her companion brought trouble upon themselves, it was not her fault. She had more important things to do. She had a lot of money and tickets, as well as furniture and items to sell at the second-hand market, which she needed to take care of before leaving the city. Besides the money and national food tickets, she had local tickets and those sent by Fu Zhanting last night. If she didn't spend them in the city, they would just be useless paper elsewhere. So, the next few days would be a time for intense shopping. In the 1960s, when resources were scarce, gathering a large amount of supplies to withstand the unique climate and environment of Cheongjo Island would not be easy. However, there was one good thing. Tang Yueling was in the most prosperous city in China, where everything was abundant. She made a simple plan. She needed to hide her beauty and change her outfits frequently to avoid drawing attention or being mistaken for an enemy. Tang Yueling was independent, bold, and meticulous. She liked to be fully prepared before doing anything and never fought battles without preparation. This mindset stemmed from her past as an orphan. She lacked love, a home, and the sense of security that comes from others. Relying on herself became her only life motto. Fortunately, she met Fu Zhanting, who made her feel protected for the first time. She used the properties she had gathered to create 3 different personas, each with a distinct look that was far from her true self. The first was a logistics buyer for a state-owned steel factory. She wore a thick gray Lenin-style coat with matching patches on the elbows, a collar worn down, and old cotton sleeves. She paired it with dark gray trousers, a maroon knitted scarf, and black corduroy shoes with gray socks. She wore a large red badge on her chest and carried a slightly worn canvas bag that said "Serve the People." Her hair was styled in a braid and pinned up, with some loose strands in front. She even applied a layer of charcoal to darken her fair skin. Finally, she added some black spots and wore black-framed glasses to completely conceal her true appearance. Tang Yueling looked at her new outfit and felt very satisfied. This way, she wouldn't attract attention when going to the supply and marketing cooperative or the department store. Wearing this makeup, she took the tram, then switched to a turtle car, and finally walked to a freight suburb far from the city center. She needed a materials transfer station and wanted to rent a warehouse for receiving goods. In the end, she spent $25 to rent an old supply store warehouse of about 300 square meters. The rental period was 7 days, and to avoid disturbances, she spent an extra $3 to secure exclusive use for those days. She even hung a handwritten wooden sign at the warehouse entrance that read Agricultural Products Transfer Station as a cover. First, she went to the largest state-owned supply store in the city. Tang Yueling did not go to the counter, as those had limits and could only sell a few dozen pounds at a time, which was clearly not enough. She went straight to the office at the back of the supply store and found the manager, presenting a forged introduction letter and work ID. "Hello, comrade. My name is Zhang Weihong, and I am a logistics buyer for the Hongqing state-owned steel factory. I want to purchase all the materials for our factory for next year." The manager of the state-owned supply store, a man in his 40s, looked at her with suspicion. He was initially a bit arrogant, but when he saw her documents, introduction letter, and a large stack of cash and food coupons, he happily rubbed his hands together. "Of course, comrade. What do you need? How much do you want?" "I need a lot. Our factory has plenty of money and coupons. Whatever you have, we will take." "Great, great. I guarantee your satisfaction." Using the same approach, she visited 5 other state-owned supply stores of similar size, using the same words to purchase a massive amount of what she wanted. In the end, she stocked up on premium flour, buying 10,000 pounds at 28 cents per pound. She bought 50,000 pounds of rice at 17 cents per pound. 4 long-lasting coarse grains like cornmeal, millet, and sorghum, she stocked up on 20,000 pounds at an average price of $0. 11. For convenient food like noodles, she bought 1,000 pounds at 32 cents per pound. Staple foods were stocked along with side products. She bought 1,000 pounds each of rapeseed oil, soybean oil, and peanut oil, averaging 90 cents per pound. Although she could render lard herself, she also stocked up on 300 pounds at 80 cents per pound. Salt is a necessity, and she stocked 5,000 pounds at 11 cents per pound, assuming the island wouldn't run out. She managed to stock 2,000 pounds of white sugar and rock sugar, which are important strategic materials, at an average price of 75 cents per pound. This was clearly not enough, so she planned to continue stocking in the black market later. Lastly, she wanted brown sugar, an essential for women's nourishment. This was a popular item at the supply store, and she only managed to stock 800 pounds at 71 cents per pound. Soy sauce and vinegar, stocked up 600 pounds each. High-end seasoning MSG, stocked 80 pounds. Yellow wine and cooking wine, also stocked 500 pounds. Various beans, including yellow beans, green beans, red beans, and black beans, can be used for sprouting or as seeds. Each type stocked 2,000 pounds, with yellow beans being the priority. They can be used to make tofu, soy sauce, and oil, so an extra 1,000 pounds were stocked. A lot of dry goods were also stocked, including sweet potato noodles, pea noodles, dried black fungus, dried mushrooms, and daylilies, totaling 1,000 pounds. Dried kelp and seaweed were only stocked 100 pounds, considering Cheongjo Island should have enough. The supply store had limited meat, so 500 pounds each of pork, beef, and lamb were bought for cover, and the rest would need to be live animals raised in space. The space has a one-click farming function and a one-click automated slaughter function. Live animals need to be purchased at high prices on the black market. Next are the most important daily necessities. Transportation on the island is inconvenient, so it's essential to stock up. The island is windy, so moisturizing cream is a must. 80 bottles each of brands like Pekoin, Friendship, Yashuang, Husher, Muden, and Wanzihong were stocked, averaging 40 cents each. Clam oil in natural clamshells was stocked at 20 cents a box, totaling 200 boxes. Soap for washing hands and faces is common, as there aren't many chemical skincare products and people's skin is often better. Husher sulfur soap at 20 cents and Gu Ban and Lighthouse brand soaps at 40 cents were stocked in hundreds. Shampoo is currently scarce, and people have thick hair, making thinning cuts popular at salons. Most use shampoo powder, primarily soap-based. Tang Yueling stocked some Seagull and Beflower brand shampoo powder at 10 cents a bag, totaling 500 bags. 700 bags of Gongnon brand laundry powder were stocked, along with 1,000 face towels and 2,000 enamel cups, basins, bowls, and aluminum lunch boxes. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, yellow toilet paper, thermos bottles, and various types of iron and frying pans, knives, and scissors were all stocked in large quantities. Women's hygiene products are scarce in state-owned stores, and menstrual pads are hard to find even with money. Most women make their own cloth pads at home, using yellow paper for padding, while ready-made pads must be bought separately on the black market. With the strong winds on the island, clean clothes are essential. Fabrics like plain cloth, khaki, corduroy, artificial cotton, and polyester were heavily stocked, including the newly popular dacron. Regular cotton cloth costs between 30 to 80 cents per foot, while dacron and corduroy are a bit more expensive at 1 yuan per foot. Tang Yueling stocked 500 feet of each. 40 sets of women's collared tops, military uniforms, straight-leg pants, and cotton jackets were stocked. For underwear, 200 sets of white and gray tank tops, shorts, cotton socks, and tight nylon stockings were gathered for women, while 50 sets were collected for men. 20 pairs each of plastic sandals, layered cloth shoes, Liberation rubber shoes, and Wuhua brand shoes were stocked, regardless of gender. Beautiful women's leather shoes from the Bullhead and Flower brands were priced at 20 yuan per pair, with 10 pairs of each collected. 20 scarves made of cotton checks, solid cotton fabric, synthetic cotton head scarves, and wool scarves were gathered to shield against the island's wind and sand. 50 women's liberation hats, also known as workers' caps or duckbill caps, and 20 men's winter cotton hats were stocked. Now, she was thinking of someone special, so while buying for herself, she also picked up a few things for him to give later. She even stocked up on hair accessories, black metal hairpins, colorful plastic clips, rubber bands, and yarn hair ties, filling a large bag. Small round mirrors with red lettering, square mirrors with revolutionary designs, needles, cotton thread, polyester thread, thimbles, plastic buttons, and Bakelite buttons were all gathered in 30 sets. Next came cigarettes and alcohol, essential items for social interactions, whether in the 1960s or the 21st century. All cigarettes were rationed, but luckily, Tang Yueling had plenty of tickets and secured several state-run stores. 5 cartons each of Dakianmin, Faima, Huangjinya, Guangrong, Haihe, and Hengdao were stocked, with 20 packs per carton, each pack costing between 20 to 40 cents. High-end peony and special supply Zhonghua cigarettes were also collected, with peony at 50 cents per pack and Zhonghua at 70 cents. The focus for liquor was mainly on bulk or bottled ordinary white liquor, with 400 bottles each of Jing City Ergotu, La Baigan and Shugon wine, and Qibao Daku from Shanghai. Seeing the old-fashioned double-sided razor from the Eagle brand, Tang Yueling couldn't resist and stocked up 20 sets for Fujianting at 3.5 yuan per set. Daily necessities and tools were also essential for the island's unique environment. Heat, moisture, insect, and typhoon protection, along with replenishing possibly lacking supplies, was a huge project. 3 large cartons each of Gongnon and Hutu brand flashlights, Swan, White Elephant, and Hutu brand batteries, sizes 1, 2, and 5, as well as Kuaishua lighters and matches were gathered. 200 raincoats at 8 yuan each were stocked, along with 500 pairs of high-top rubber boots at 5 yuan per pair. Moving to the hardware and labor protection area, 2,000 pairs of labor gloves at 50 cents each were collected, along with 500 sets of waterproof canvas work clothes. Shovels, hoes, pickaxes, axes, hammers, saws, and pliers were also gathered. Screwdrivers, wrenches, nails, iron wire, lead wire, hinges, bolts, locks, and more, over 50 boxes stored. Sun hats and rain hats, 300 sets stored. Scythes, rakes, buckets, sprayers, dustpans, baskets, yokes, and mops, 200 sets each stored. Powerful insecticides like DDT, powder, and other pesticides were stocked according to the maximum limits from several department and grocery stores. Mothballs and anti-bug tablets were stored in 10 large boxes. Repair materials like tire glue, universal glue, patch cloth, metal sheets, plastic sheets, waterproof tarps, and anti-corrosive oil were stocked in 10 boxes. Kerosene and diesel require special permits, so Tang Yueling had to lie, saying, "The factory has the permit. I'll bring the paperwork next time." The manager saw her buying so much and didn't question her at all, which was quite nice. She stocked 1,000 pounds of kerosene at 50 cents each, 2,000 pounds of diesel at 30 cents each, and 20 kerosene stoves, all at maximum limits. Coming from the 21st century, Tang Yueling knew the importance of oil. More is definitely better. If she wanted more, she would have to change her identity to buy it on the black market at high prices. Next were bedding supplies, which were very important. High-quality cotton, 5,000 pounds stored. Plain and pattern comforters, pure cotton inner linings, 300 sets stored. Old-style sheets, pillowcases, nylon and cotton mosquito nets, bamboo and grass mats, 200 of each stored. Finally, she also stocked some luxury items, as the island had little contact with the outside world, which helped her pass the time. She stored 10 bicycles, each of the Permanent, Phoenix, and Flying Pigeon brands. She also stocked 10 half-steel and steel watches from various brands. 10 radios from different brands were also included. These big items cost over 1,000 industrial coupons and more than 20,000 yuan. The total for rice, flour, oil, and miscellaneous items added up to over 120,000 yuan. In this era, that was an enormous amount. Luckily, she spent it across several places, or she would have been caught. However, the shopping process was simply enjoyable. If many state-run stores and hardware shops hadn't run out of stock with her large amount of money, she could have bought everything without leaving anything behind. She left the addresses of warehouses on the outskirts of the city, so all these items could be delivered from several state-run stores and supply cooperatives. Now, she just needed to wait at the warehouse to receive everything. She was busy from 7 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. And finally, it came to a temporary stop. The rest will wait until tomorrow, when I will change identities and go to the black market and seed station, as well as the library and pharmacy. Tang Yueling was exhausted and, without time to return to the Western-style building, stopped at a state-run restaurant for a quick meal. Not bothering to rest, she took a taxi directly to the warehouse in the suburbs. Upon arrival, the area was quiet, with no one in sight. She took out a lounge chair and a large straw hat from her space, put a piece of straw in her mouth, hummed a little tune, and began to relax. Life was really comfortable. Just after resting for less than half an hour, she heard the sound of a truck approaching. A dark green Liberation CA-10 truck, with a sign reading Shanghai Commercial Storage and Transportation Company on the front and the slogan "Prepare for War, Prepare for Hardship, for the People," painted on the side, roared loudly as it drove into the supply and marketing cooperative's warehouse. The first delivery had arrived. Tang Yueling adjusted her hat and signaled them to unload the goods. She had not only purchased the items but also paid extra for the unloading service. This truck was large, a national truck of that time, capable of carrying about 4 tons. Once the unloading was finished and everyone left, Tang Yueling waved her hand, keeping only a small amount of goods and storing the rest in her space. The same procedure continued with the second, third, and fourth trucks. By the time all the vehicles had unloaded and everyone had left, it was already 6 or 7 in the evening. Tang Yueling collected all the goods, closed the door, and waited to continue stockpiling in other places tomorrow. She took out a Shanghai brand bicycle, rode it to a spot near the city, parked it in a hidden corner, then took a taxi back to the Tang family's Western-style building. Uncle Fu, Aunt Wang, Xiao Tao, and Zhang Baiwei were all waiting for her to return for dinner. Knowing she would soon be going with the troops, Zhang Baiwei had been sleeping with her these past few nights, sticking close and chatting with her, feeling quite reluctant to part. Indeed, kind and beautiful girls attract not only men but also friendship. On the other hand, Shen Mingjiao was not having a good time. Early in the morning, while they were still asleep, people wearing red armbands began banging on the door. They had already raided the house, and there was still money to send telegrams and buy meals at the state-run restaurant. Clearly, these actions had not escaped the notice of the neighborhood committee. To prevent the two from escaping before being sent away, the Revolutionary Committee issued a notice early in the morning to detain them first. The temporary detention center of a district Revolutionary Committee in Shanghai was dark and damp. Shen Mingjia had completely broken down, clutching the rusty iron bars and crying with Zhou Hohot.
"Mom,
"We're finished.
completely finished."
That useless Fu Jingqing definitely won't come. He must have heard something and is too scared to show up. I'm sure it's that nasty Tang Yueling who leaked the news. If I get the chance, I'll make her pay. Mom, do we really have to go to that freezing place in the northeast and spend our lives shoveling pig waste? I refuse. I'm not going. At this moment, Shen Mingjiao's hair was messy, and her usually delicate face was stained with tears and dirt. Her floral cotton jacket was wrinkled, and she no longer looked like the innocent girl she once was. She was now in a state of despair. Zhou Hohot wiped her nose and carelessly cleaned her hands on her clothes. Her eyes were fierce as she lowered her voice, revealing the cunning of an old fox. What are you crying about? Save your strength. There's always a way out. It's not the last day yet. We still don't know if anyone from the Fu family will come. Just look at how Fu Jingqing wrote to you alone. He must value you as his fiancé. Besides, I have a backup plan. Do you remember that wealthy young man from the Qian family, Qian Fugui? Qian Fugui? Shen Mingjiao certainly remembered him. He was unattractive, overweight, and very lecherous, but his family was indeed rich and powerful. They first met at a dinner hosted by Xin Mingyuan, where Qian Fugui had been overly attentive to her. Mom, you contacted him? When? Just last night. I paid someone to inform him, because I noticed how he looked at you. Jia, I have no choice. We don't know when or if Fu Jingqing will come. As long as we can avoid being sent to the northeast, we can still have a good life. I found out that his uncle is a small leader in the Revolutionary Committee and controls supplies. He has real power. Shen Mingjiao's eyes lit up, reigniting her unhealthy hope. Compared to life itself, what did this body matter? Seeing her wavering, Zhou Hohot leaned closer, her voice enticing like a snake. Jia, this might be our last chance. Your life depends on you. If Qian Fugui comes, you need to find a way to win him over. Men are simple. Just give him a little sweetness, flatter him, and he'll help us. Even if it means getting a closer and easier farm to work at, that would be fine. Shen Mingjiao was moved by her words, gripping her wrinkled clothes tightly, and with determination, she nodded vigorously. Just as Zhou Hohot expected, the two had only been captured for half a day when Qian Fugui came to see Shen Mingjiao in the afternoon. Qian Fugui, 26 years old, was wearing a dark blue double-breasted coat with a gray checkered three-piece suit underneath. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." She is a refined individualist. When she was a child in the orphanage, she was often bullied by other kids, and fighting was a common occurrence. Fortunately, the caretaker, Grandpa Li, was an old traditional doctor without a medical license. He often bandaged her wounds when she got hurt. Later, when he discovered her interest in medicine, he passed on all his medical knowledge to her. This was one of the reasons she was willing to work 3 jobs just to get into medical school. She understood early on that relying on others could lead to disappointment. In her world, she realized that she could only depend on herself. Thinking of this, Tang Yueling shook her head, quickly lay down, covered herself with a blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. Over 2,000 kilometers away on Cheongzhou Island, Fu Zhanting was also unable to sleep. After finishing his military duties at night, his superiors advised him to rest early. He lay flat on his military bed, carefully stroking the old pocket watch that Tang Yueling had given him, gazing at the old red string, filled with longing. What should he do? It had only been a day, and he was already struggling. How long would it take for his little wildcat to join him? After returning to Cheongzhou Island and handling urgent military matters, he rushed to Director Zhao's office. Fortunately, Tang Yueling's identity had been thoroughly checked, and the marriage report would be ready by tomorrow morning, allowing him to send a telegram back. Tang Yueling could also bring the marriage report and related documents to join him. Thinking of this made Fu Zhanting miss her even more. In the end, he had no choice but to force himself to close his eyes and sleep, considering all the arrangements he needed to make once he received the marriage report. Before meeting Tang Yueling, he had never felt anything for any woman. There were even rumors in the military that he might prefer men. He had questioned himself about it but dismissed the idea, as the woman of his dreams had never appeared until he saw Tang Yueling for the first time. So, despite being a company commander for many years, he had never applied for separate housing. He only had his own office and slept in the barracks. Now that he was a married man, everything needed to be arranged before his wife joined him. With this thought, Fu Zhanting held the old pocket watch close to his chest and slowly fell asleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Baiwei and Xiao Tao went to work. Tang Yueling sat at the dining table, biting into a warm, savory rice dumpling made by Zhang Ma that morning. Uncle Fu also sat at the table, reporting on Shen Mingjiao's situation to Tang Yueling. "Miss, you really are quite perceptive. Qian Fugui went yesterday at noon. Our people are keeping watch outside. He went out again last night and didn't come back until after 1 in the morning." Hearing this, Tang Yueling felt a surge of joy. It was clear that Shen Mingjiao was under pressure and might have given in. With this thought, she smiled, feeling pleased. It was time to add a little more drama for the original female lead. "Uncle Fu, it's fine. I won't let him rescue her. Sending them to the northern wilderness to feed pigs is their final destination. I have someone for you. Find someone to talk to her about the relationship between Qian Fuqi and Shen Mingjiao. This person is Qian Fuqi's fiancé, and her last name seems to be Su. All right, young lady, I will go right away." Uncle Fu's face, full of wrinkles, broke into a smile as he quickened his pace, happily leaving. Both Uncle Fu and Tang Yueling shared the same sentiment regarding Shen Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot. They would never let the two of them have it easy, nor would they allow them to turn their fortunes around. After breakfast, Tang Yueling tidied up a bit, took an electric bike to the outskirts of the city, and went to a hidden spot to change her appearance. Today, she had 2 disguises. The first, a procurement officer for the Eastern Cooperative, Wang Guixiang. The second, a staff member from the Yangqing Health Bureau, Li Aihua. Wang Guixiang's identity was that of a farmer. Tang Yueling chose a clean and neat floral cotton jacket, intentionally patched in 2 places. She wore dark gray coarse cloth pants and muddy cloth shoes. A bulging army green bag hung from her shoulder, containing some money and tickets for disguise. On her back was a large, somewhat worn bamboo basket, which she bought for 20 cents from a local farmer after collecting supplies yesterday. This was an important prop. She had made too much noise yesterday and might be under scrutiny, so she couldn't return to the warehouse today. Now, she was also a military wife lacking only a marriage certificate. If someone targeted her as a spy, Fu Zhanting would have to travel over 2,000 kilometers to rescue her. With this in mind, she became even more cautious. Following the same routine, she hid in her space, used charcoal to darken her fair skin, and applied brown paint for further disguise. She tied a blue scarf around her thick black hair. Her appearance now looked simple and weathered. She was also getting addicted to acting, opening her mouth, clearing her throat, and slowing her speech, recalling the way several rural women spoke. She began to act convincingly. Comrade, hello. The commune has heavy tasks, so please hurry. The crops in the fields can't wait. Tang Yueling tried to say a few words and couldn't help but laugh at her own acting skills. After making all the necessary preparations, she put on a large backpack filled with burlap pieces for cover and walked for 10 minutes to reach the first agricultural technology station. There are 3 agricultural stations in the suburbs of the city, serving hundreds of counties around it. This is an ordinary 2-story brick building with a reception office on the first floor, where portraits of great leaders and agricultural propaganda posters hang on the walls. Red slogans read, "Learn from design in agriculture," and "Use science in farming to increase grain production." A few solid wood long tables and 2 glass counters displayed different types of seed samples. A middle-aged technician, wearing a faded Zhongshan suit, wrapped in a cotton coat and wearing glasses, was busy organizing materials. Tang Yueling hesitated for a moment, then steeled herself and approached. She had acted in school plays before, so she was somewhat familiar with this. Standing awkwardly at the door, she knocked on the open door frame, her voice thick with a rural accent. "Comrade, excuse me for bothering you." The technician looked up, adjusted his glasses, and his expression was neutral. "Oh, come in. Which commune are you from? What do you need?" Tang Yueling quickly stepped forward, slightly hunching her back, and took out a neatly folded introduction letter with a blurry red stamp from her pocket. She had prepared this in advance. In this era, verification techniques were not advanced, and most relied on visual judgment. The most important thing was that buying things required money and tickets, which couldn't be faked, making identity less significant. "Comrade, I am Wang Guixiang, a purchaser from the Dongfang commune. Here's our commune's introduction letter. Please take a look." As she spoke, Tang Yueling felt a sense of satisfaction. With her acting skills, even a top actor wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The middle-aged man took the letter, unfolded it, and examined it closely, but his brow furrowed slightly.
Dongfang commune.
Comrade Wang Guixiang, what does your commune need to buy? Seeing him frown, a hint of worry crossed her mind. She glanced at the man's name tag and said anxiously, "Oh, you must be Comrade Zhao. Don't mention it. This spring, pests have caused serious damage, and the crops are suffering. The commune is in a panic. We have over 100 teams under our commune, and they specifically sent me to the city for help. We want to buy some effective pesticides and also better seeds. Some of the seeds we originally prepared were damaged by pests, and some.
Sigh.
We are worried about poor harvests, so we need to replant with fast-maturing seeds. This way, we can actively respond to the call to use science in farming." Tang Yueling spoke passionately and confidently. The middle-aged man across from her put down the introduction letter, showing sympathy in his eyes. He would never guess that the woman in front of him was actually the wealthy young lady from the Tang family in Shanghai. "Pests? What kind of pests? Did you use any traditional methods?" "Right now, pesticides are in short supply, especially the best ones like dichlorvos and carbofuran." Upon hearing this, Tang Yueling quickly nodded, rubbing her hands on her clothes. Although she grew up in an orphanage, she was a doctor. Grandpa Li from the orphanage used to be a barefoot doctor in the village, and often shared interesting stories about rural life with her. She had a good memory and remembered almost everything. Yes, yes. It's the heartworm and aphids. They are really fierce. Sprinkling wood ash doesn't help much. We know the medicine is expensive, but the crops can't wait. Comrade Zhao, please help us out a little, and we also need seeds. We are really short on seeds right now. Tang Yueling had only stocked up on a small amount of pesticides yesterday, and the seeds and pesticides from the agricultural station were essential. When she went to Cheongzhou Island with the military, she might need to farm there. Of course, her main goal was to stock up on seeds, as the space she had could grow crops without pests. The pesticides were mainly for future farming and pest control. Alright, supporting agricultural production is important. Tell me, what seeds and pesticides does your commune need? But first, let's agree that supplies will be limited and according to plan. Tang Yueling's eyes lit up as she leaned in closer, lowering her voice but remaining firm. Comrade Zhao, look here. Can you allocate 150 pounds of carbofuran for us? We need 100 pounds of dichlorvos. I brought a big sack. We also need 100 sprayers. Next, we need various seeds. 500 pounds of sweet potato seeds, 300 pounds of high-yield white corn seeds. Additionally, we need 400 pounds each of rice and wheat. For vegetables like cabbage, carrots, radishes, tomatoes, peppers, loofah, green beans, and cucumbers, 20 pounds of each would be great. For cotton, peanuts, rapeseed, and sesame, 10 pounds each. And we like some fruit seedlings too. Apple seedlings, pear tree seedlings, grape cuttings, and peach tree seedlings would be nice. By the way, Comrade Zhao, do you know if your agricultural station has tropical fruit seedlings? I heard there might be mango, pineapple, durian, banana, and jackfruit seedlings around here. If so, we'd like 10 of each. We also want to try growing some back home. Responding to the call, let's develop diverse businesses and contribute more to our country. It's winter now, the perfect season for these seedlings. Tang Yueling excitedly talked a lot while the middle-aged man frantically marked the forms. When he heard about the tropical fruit tree seedlings, he couldn't help but look up in surprise. Mango? Pineapple? Durian? Comrade Wang Guixiang, we might not have those tropical fruit seedlings at our agricultural technology station. Even if you do, the climate there. It can work. It can work. If you have them, give them all to me. All right then. For this many, do you have enough money, tickets, and special permits for pesticides? I have plenty. Definitely enough. The commune has gathered everything for me. Comrade Zhao, you are truly our great benefactor. I'll be waiting for your news. Thank you in advance. Tang Yueling quickly patted her bulging shoulder bag, making the sound of money and tickets rubbing together. She then deeply bowed. To act well, one must immerse in the role. Okay, you sit for a bit. I'll check the storage room and call to ask. Tang Yueling sat alone on a bench, seemingly anxious as she rubbed her hands, but her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure her safety. After more than 10 minutes, the middle-aged man returned with a big smile, followed by 3 young men. Each carried the seeds and pesticides Tang Yueling requested, while holding the fruit tree seedlings in their hands. They made 7 or 8 trips before bringing everything she needed. Comrade Wang, the tropical fruit tree seedlings you wanted are only available at the neighboring overseas Chinese farm. But it will take about 10 minutes. I called them to deliver right away. Okay, no rush. In the end, Tang Yueling paid for everything and had them help move it to a corner, saying that someone from her village would come to help, which she used to cover up. Once everyone left and she confirmed her safety, she waved her hand, storing everything away. Familiar processes, familiar methods, she then went to 2 more agricultural technology stations. She continued spending money, stocking up, and storing in her space. However, at the last 2 stations, she didn't ask for tropical fruit seedlings again, as they were hard to find and not many people were cultivating them in this era. In times when people struggled to have enough to eat, who had the energy to plant more fruit trees? Now, Tang Yueling needed to stock up on more useful items. The space could preserve and prevent spoilage, which she could use for a lifetime. With just a few fruit trees planted in her space, she could ensure a steady supply of fruit. The agricultural technology station kept her busy until 11:30. Tang Yueling drank some spring water, so she didn't feel tired, but she still needed to eat. Last night, she specifically asked Aunt Wang to prepare some special dishes from Chuan City for an important friend. The menu she provided included a pot of spicy hot pot, 2 large plates of twice-cooked pork, a large plate of fish-flavored eggplant, a large plate of garlic pork, a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and finally, a classic bowl of tomato and egg soup. Aunt Wang, knowing it was for the young lady's friend, went all out and even sought advice from a friend who specializes in Sichuan cuisine late at night. By early morning, everything was ready and placed in a warm wooden box. Luckily, Tang Yueling was strong enough to carry the heavy box out the door and store it away. Now, during lunchtime, she didn't need to go to the state-run restaurant anymore. Deep down, Tang Yueling was just a medical student from Chuan City, and her favorite food was still home-cooked dishes from her hometown. After a satisfying meal, she needed to change her outfit for her next destination. She initially planned to visit the local supply store to buy some fertilizer, but it required special permits from the city. She had never seen one, so she couldn't forge it. Moreover, at this time, the fertilizer had already exceeded the planned quota. If she wanted to buy it, she would have to go to the black market at a high price. She had already stocked up on tools yesterday at the labor protection store. While she was thinking, she quickly entered her space to change her outfit. Her third disguise was as a staff member from the Health Bureau of Yangcheng named Li Aihua. She quickly put on a light gray female official uniform, layered it with a black turtleneck sweater, and wore a pair of brand-new black leather shoes. On her wrist was a Shanghai brand watch, and she carried a bulging black faux leather handbag. She wore a red badge on her chest, and her hair was neatly styled into a bun at the back of her head. To conceal her identity, she used medical tape from her space clinic to alter her appearance. Her originally delicate features now appeared somewhat stern and harsh, and the red mole at the corner of her eye was covered with skin-colored makeup. Her entire demeanor changed dramatically, instantly adopting the aloofness of a bureaucrat. Her first stop was a pharmaceutical company to confront a problem section chief, Director Chen. Director Chen was a powerful figure in the supply and marketing department of a pharmaceutical company in Shanghai, but he was not very clean in his dealings. In the original story, he was involved in selling drugs from the planned inventory, falsely reporting losses, and accepting bribes from various sources. Many overpriced drugs on the black market came from this section chief. He was a major parasite within the organization in Shanghai. Tang Yueling took a taxi and arrived at the pharmaceutical company. She calmly walked into the office building, showing her forged work ID and introduction letter, heading straight to Director Chen's office. The hallway was quiet and tense, filled with the faint smell of disinfectant and paper. On the walls, there were slogans like, "Develop the medical and health industry, ensure the health of the people." Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Tang Yueling took out a prepared brown paper folder and entered the room. Without any pleasantries, she tossed the thin folder onto Director Chen's desk. The sound was calm but carried a chill. "Director Chen, take a look inside. You should be familiar with what's there." Director Chen opened it, pulled out a few sheets of paper, glanced at them, and his face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as his hands began to shake. Who are you? These documents are all false accusations." Tang Yueling leaned forward, her gaze sharp, staring at him with a sly smile, her hands resting on the edge of the desk. "You know best whether it's a false accusation. On the 13th of last month, in the East Suburb Black Market, that batch of penicillin, and the loss of chloroquine in the company warehouse. Do I need to continue?" Director Chen slumped in his chair, his voice trembling. "Who are you? What do you want?" Seeing his mental defenses crumble, Tang Yueling raised an eyebrow, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She tossed her forged ID onto the table, smiling. "Director Chen, relax. If I wanted to make things difficult for you, I wouldn't have come to see you in person. This is my ID. I'm here simply for a task from the Bureau and hope your company can cooperate. As long as you don't block my order, We can discuss the money and matters. Director Chin picked up the ID, his pale face easing slightly. Oh, so it's Lee from Yangcheng. Please let me know what you need, and I will definitely help. It's quite simple. Our bureau urgently needs a batch of medicines that only you have. Don't worry, the payment will be complete. Tang Yueling's tone softened as she patted her bulging handbag and handed over the list. Director Chin took the list and widened his eyes in shock. Chloroquine phosphate tablets, 20,000 pieces, primaquine tablets, 10,000 pieces, 800,000 units of sodium penicillin, 1,000 vials, streptomycin, 500 vials, tetracycline tablets, 5,000 pieces, sulfanilamide powder, 100 bottles, medical alcohol, 200 liters, iodine tincture, 100 bottles, bandages, 500 rolls, cotton, 300 packs, surgical sutures made of sheep intestine and silk, 50 packs each, AD cod liver oil capsules, 500 bottles, vitamin B tablets, 300 bottles, snake and insect repellent tablets, 500 boxes, medicated oil, 500 bottles, DDT emulsion, 100 kilograms. After he finished reading the list, his eyes were filled with struggle. These items. The quantity is too large. Too obvious. Stop. That's your problem, Director Chen. I need it urgently. In 2 hours at the back door of the old warehouse. I want to see the goods. Tang Yueling didn't want to waste time with him and quickly interrupted, her gaze sharp as a knife. Remember, this matter is known only to heaven, earth, you and me. If it's done well, these waste papers will disappear. If it fails, or if you try any tricks. Tang Yueling smirked, pausing meaningfully for 2 seconds. You know the consequences. The higher-ups I represent have limited patience. Director Chen's face turned pale, and he nodded slowly. Okay, I'll do my best. He quickly grabbed the list and started making calls, his tone very anxious. 2 hours later, using his authority, Director Chen forged documents and gathered the medicines on the list under the pretense of allocation to a special unit, placing them in a corner at the back door of the old warehouse. Tang Yueling arrived on time, quickly checked the goods, completed the payment and receipt, and handed him the file bag. She would definitely report him. How could she let such a big pest go? Since she could forge one document, she could forge a second. Giving him the file bag now was to confuse him and prevent him from investigating her identity. Tang Yueling planned to prepare a new set of materials first thing in the morning and submit them again. If all went well, by the time she left Shanghai with the troops, Director Chen would be caught. After everyone left and she confirmed it was safe, she waved her hand, storing the mountain of medicine boxes in her space, and left gracefully. 15 minutes later, Tang Yueling took her foreign exchange vouchers and walked into the largest overseas Chinese shopping mall in Shanghai. It was clearly more spacious and brighter than regular stores, with shelves full of a wide variety of goods. Most were imported or high-end domestic products. Although there were few customers, they all dressed well. The saleswoman was a young woman with slightly curly hair who noticed Tang Yueling's authoritative demeanor and handbag, and her attitude was very friendly. Hello, comrade. How can I help you? Tang Yueling remained calm, her gaze sweeping over the shelves, and walked directly to the food and daily necessities section, speaking in standard Mandarin. Hello. For work, I need to buy some comfort items and nutritional supplements. She didn't hesitate, as she had to go to the black market in the afternoon and didn't want to waste time. She showed her foreign exchange vouchers to prove her identity and purchasing eligibility. All right, please go ahead. I need 50 cans each of Guangming and Hongxing full-fat milk powder. Also, 50 cans of Eagle brand condensed milk. For these fruit-hard candies, white rabbit milk candies and sorghum candy, I want 20 pounds each. And 50 packs each of animal crackers and calcium milk biscuits. I also want 50 cans each of these 2 types of malt extract. Comrade, these 2 are Le Coq Fu and Husher brand malt extract. Yes, those are the brands. Comrade, the quantity you want. Is this for a unit purchase? Yes, that's why the task is quite heavy. Tang Yueling smiled lightly with a hint you know what I mean, and turn back to continue shopping. Lastly, I need 40 boxes each of luncheon meat and chocolate, and 5 units each of these 2 foreign radios. By the way, do you have sanitary products? Sanitary products, you mean sanitary pads, right? They just arrived today from the foreign brand Jiaoshuang, but they are a bit expensive, 2 yuan per pack. Yes, I want as many as you have.
All right.
I'll get them all for you. The last box of 50 packs of sanitary pads was sold to her. Then she asked for some imported silk nightgowns, both 1-piece and 2-piece, totaling over 20 sets. The quantity was so large that the salesperson was taken aback. However, the experienced salesperson didn't ask too many questions and quickly processed her order. After all the items were packed and paid for, she mentioned that a special vehicle from her office would come to pick them up and asked them to deliver to a discreet location. Once everyone left, she waved her hand and put everything into her bag. She had stocked up on everything available outside and now needed to go to the black market. She planned to gather high-end items, illegal goods, and limited editions that couldn't be found in stores. Time was short, and she knew she couldn't gather everything at once, so she planned to stock up on young chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep before dark, storing them in her space. Fertilizers, special medicines, and high-end clothing would wait until tomorrow. She quickly changed her outfit, this time not needing to disguise herself. She put on a thick dark blue cotton coat, wore black framed glasses, carried a gray cloth bag, and covered her face with a gauze mask. Finding the entrance to the black market, she began searching for what she needed. While Tang Yueling was busy shopping, Fu Zhanting, far away on Cheongzhou Island, had been thinking about her all day. Early in the morning, he received the marriage report and called Zhuzi. Zhuzi rushed to Tang Jiayong building with a marriage certificate from the military reception office in Shanghai, but he couldn't find Tang Yueling. When Wang Ma returned from grocery shopping in the morning, she told him that Tang Yueling had left early and didn't know when she would be back. Zhuzi had no choice but to wait anxiously in the building for her return, which turned into a whole day of waiting. He paced back and forth, scratching his head, feeling restless. Where could she have gone? Meanwhile, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a significant event occurred on Shen Mingjiao's side. The person that Fu Bo had sent yesterday was effective. Qian Fugui's fiancé, named Su Meili, was just as round-faced as Qian Fugui, making them look like a perfect couple. Su Meili's family was also quite well off in Shanghai. The union of their families was a strong alliance. However, Su Meili was a tough character with a fiery personality and kept a close watch on Qian Fugui. Tang Yueling was aware of this from the original book, which is why she had asked Fu Bo to find someone to share this information with her. Qian Fugui, on the other hand, was indeed a spoiled rich kid. He could never have genuine feelings for Shen Mingjiao. What he said yesterday was merely to take advantage of her and deceive her. More importantly, if his fierce fiancé found out, he would be in serious trouble. Their families were already tied together, and his family accepted that Su Meili strictly monitored his actions. After Qian Fugui faced embarrassment twice last night, he felt even more frustrated today. By noon, he couldn't hold back any longer and took 10 expensive health pills to improve his situation. His round face turned bright red as he appeared before Shen Mingjiao and her mother again. Zhou Hohot thought he had come to share good news after smoothing things over, but instead, it was another setback. Shen Mingjiao felt resistant. After all, it was broad daylight, and if they were caught, she could be in serious trouble. Zhou Hohot sighed and nudged her with her elbow. Jiaoer, whether it's once or twice, it's still the same. If we endure this once more, maybe it will work out. Shen Mingjiao looked at Zhou Hohot, forcing a bittersweet smile, and nodded in agreement. She really didn't want to be sent away to the wilderness. In the end, under Qian Fugui's arrangement, the two slipped out through the back door and went to a more remote warehouse. They couldn't return to the warehouse from last night. It was broad daylight and unsafe, and he couldn't effectively use the 10 health pills there. Once inside the warehouse, as soon as they closed the big door, Qian Fugui quickly turned around and eagerly rushed forward, but within 10 seconds, he was deflated. Qian Fugue felt extremely displeased and was about to curse.
Bang!
I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Two women received a signal and nodded heavily. Su Meili stepped forward, raised a stick, and joined in. The blows from sticks and fists fell like rain. A few minutes later, Shen Mingjiao's screams grew quieter. Her mind was hazy, her body in agony, and her once delicate face was now swollen. She was unwilling to accept this. She was supposed to be the favored one. Her father was about to acquire the Tang family's inheritance, and Tang Yueling's job was meant for her. She was supposed to go to Hong Kong and enjoy wealth and luxury, and she would become a respected military doctor's wife. As Shen Mingyuan's daughter, she was even more cherished than Tang Yueling. Why was she being punished, humiliated, and beaten in this filthy warehouse while Tang Yueling returned safely to the Tang family's mansion?
Why?
Why was her fate so tragic? Why was it her suffering instead of Tang Yueling's? All the benefits were rightfully hers. Was it just because her last name was Shun and not Tang? The pain in her body became numb, filled with strong resentment, and Shen Mingjiao fainted. Meili, stop hitting her. She might die. Qian Fugue finally found his conscience and spoke up to stop the three. The woman next to Su Meili checked for a pulse and sighed in relief. Meili, she has fainted, but she's still alive. Shen Mingjiao lay on the ground like a rag doll, bruised and bleeding, her coat torn in several places. Her hair was messy and dirty, resembling a wild woman. Su Meili kicked her and spat on her.
Ugh.
What bad luck. Lift her up and throw her back to the detention center. Okay. They quickly turned, grabbing Qian Fugue by the ear and headed outside. Take me home, and you'll see how I deal with you. 5 minutes later, Shen Mingjiao was thrown back into the detention center's room like a discarded rag. No one cared why she was beaten so badly, and the two women who brought her back were still shouting. You better keep an eye on her. This criminal was about to be punished, and she almost got away. We thought she was a thief, so we hit her a bit harder. The guards understood the situation and did not argue. While inside, Zhou Hohot cried out loudly. Jiao Jiao. My daughter. How can you treat my Jiao Jiao like this? Comrades, this is murder. You must arrest them.
Give my daughter justice.
I can't go on living. Zhou Hohot looked at her bloodied daughter, thinking she was dead, and fell into deep despair. She clawed at the door, wanting them to pay for her daughter's suffering. You old hag! What are you screaming about? Your daughter ran away and got hurt, but she's not dead. Why should anyone pay for her? A nearby female guard, unable to watch any longer, almost revealed her own scandal. Hearing this, Zhou Hohot turned back and hugged her daughter, who was barely recognizable, crying heartbrokenly. She should have known that beasts like Qian Fuqi would never be good people. It was her own actions that harmed her daughter. Now, she had lost her husband, her son, and could not even protect her last daughter. What would she do now? Who would take care of her? As she thought of this, tears of fear fell onto Shen Mingjiao's face. Shen Mingjiao slowly regained consciousness, but her eyes were terrifyingly vacant. Her body trembled uncontrollably from pain and humiliation. The burning pain on her face and body reminded her of everything she had just endured. Her last hope and dignity had been completely trampled into the mud. Jiao Jiao, it's over. Everything is over. With you hurt like this, who will even look at you? Once we are sent to the wilderness, there will only be a dead end. It's all that Tang Yueling's fault. All our misfortunes are because of her. I swear, even as a ghost, I won't let her go. Zhou Hohot thought of all this, feeling the coldness in the room. Cold tears mixed with snot flowed down her face as she clenched her fists and bit her teeth. Shen Mingjiao remained silent, looking at her mother, who only saw her as a means to an end, and her heart turned completely cold. In the black market, Tang Yueling was negotiating with a trader wearing a cap, confirming the quantity. Suddenly, she sneezed loudly. Is someone thinking of me? She wondered but didn't dwell on it and continued talking to the trader. In fact, there were indeed many people thinking of her. At the end of December in Shanghai, The weather was particularly harsh, and it started to snow around 2 in the afternoon. The fine snowflakes were whipped by the north wind, swirling and finding their way into people's collars. The air was dry and cold. A breath taken froze from the nose down to the lungs. At the Tang family's mansion, Uncle Fu prepared hot tea, hoping to invite Juzi inside to warm up while waiting, but Juzi politely declined. He had intended to give him the documents to pass on, but seeing Juzi standing under the eaves, tightly clutching the envelope in his hand, he knew it was pointless to ask. The truth is, Juzi has been too afraid to return to the military reception area with the marriage certificate stamped in red. He insists on delivering it personally to Tang Yueling. Fortunately, even though the weather is bad today, he doesn't have any urgent tasks. However, he can easily imagine that their strict leader, Captain Fu, has probably made several phone calls by now. Just as he expected, Fu Zhanting has indeed called 3 times, once at 10, again at 12, and a third time at 3 in the afternoon. The answers he received were all the same. Juzi hasn't returned yet, and it's unclear whether the marriage certificate has been delivered. Far away on Cheongzhou Island, Fu Zhanting is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His comrades and superiors look on, amused, but no one dares to ask the wrong questions. However, they start whispering among themselves. Could it be that the young lady from Shanghai has changed her mind? Yeah, after all, Captain Fu has a fierce reputation. Anyone who inquires about him would surely be scared off. It's hard to say. Maybe she just got held up by something. Everyone is buzzing with speculation, and Fu Zhanting can guess what they are thinking without even listening. He feels anxious, fiddling with his old pocket watch, completely lost in thought. No, his little wildcat would never lie to him. She said she would come with the troops, and she will. She must have been delayed. She will come. She will definitely come. At 5 in the afternoon, Xiao Dao, with her neck pulled in, hurriedly walks towards the Tang family mansion, carrying a cloth bag. She has 2 thick braids, her face is flushed, and she wears a faded blue shirt and cotton shoes. She returned early today because her heart has felt heavy for the past few days. Sold to the Tang family at the age of 5, she has been treated like a sister by Tang Yueling. Not only did Yueling teach her to read, but she also shared delicious snacks and cared for her when she was sick. This bond is more precious than anything in these uncertain times. Now that the young lady is going to the army, far away in the mountains and rivers, they don't know when they will see each other again. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Dao decides she must give the young lady a gift, something that truly expresses her feelings. Not something flashy that might cause trouble, but a personal, warm item that belongs only to her. Xiao Dao takes out half a year's worth of savings and chooses the most expensive roll of silk fabric from the shop to make a close-fitting shirt. The color is a very soft and elegant lotus pink, like the wisteria buds in the morning dew of spring. The fabric is delicate and smooth, thin and soft, and she is quite pleased. The sewing shop is crowded and busy, and making such obviously bourgeois delicate clothing carries too much risk. She can only use every spare moment to secretly sew by hand. At this moment, she is holding the half-finished gift in one hand while tightly gripping the front of her coat with the other, hurrying against the cold wind towards the Western-style house. This dreadful weather, I can feel the chill in my bones, she mutters softly, her breath forming a white mist in the air. As she approaches the familiar, weathered green door of the Tang family, her steps suddenly stop. There is a person standing under the eaves of the entrance. The person stands straight and still, wearing a thick, slightly faded army green coat, with a wet patch on the shoulder. The snow is light now, melting upon contact, but it feels especially cold. Under the military cap, a bit of an ear is visible, red from the cold, resembling 2 small, ripe cherries, standing out against the gray background. Her heart inexplicably skips a beat. In these times, seeing someone in military uniform at the door of an old Western-style house like the Tang family's always makes one anxious. Is he here to seize property? Or is he the young lady's fiancé? Didn't the young master leave last night? She instinctively lightens her steps, tiptoeing quickly into the nearby entrance that is slightly ajar. Although her steps are light, they still alert the ever-watchful guard. Just as he opens his mouth to say something, he sees her dart away like a mouse avoiding a cat.
Grandpa Fu, outside.
Who is that soldier? How long has he been standing there? He's not here to seize property, is he? Her last few words are barely a whisper, filled with worry. Over the years, she has seen too many people in uniforms storm into the house. Inside, a small coal stove is burning brightly. Uncle Fu, wrapped in an old cotton coat, is huddled by the stove with Aunt Wong, preparing a dowry for Tang Yueling. The dim light casts shadows on his weathered face, making him look particularly old. Oh, that guy. They say his name is Juzi, a comrade of the young master. He claims to be here to deliver some marriage certificate for the young lady. He arrived at noon and has been standing there like a post. Aunt Wong and I have called out to him several times, and in this cold weather, being a comrade of the young master, I worry he might freeze. But he insists on not coming in, saying he has a task and cannot enter casually. Fu Bo paused, seemingly finding it a bit unbelievable. Seeing this, Wang Ma stopped her work and quickly said, "That's right. He insists on personally handing the report to the young lady. This young man is quite stubborn. He said he won't leave until he sees her today." Hearing this, Xiao Tao couldn't help but smile, feeling unexpectedly warm inside. She unconsciously looked outside through the crack in the door. Juzi was sideways to the door, the dim light outlining his strong jawline, straight nose, and tightly pressed lips, showing a serious determination. At that moment, as if sensing the gaze from inside, Juzi suddenly turned around without warning. His movements were sharp like a soldier's, but he seemed a bit stiff from the cold. Xiao Tao was caught off guard, and their eyes met directly. He had a very young face, with the openness and simplicity typical of the northern plains. His skin was slightly blue from the cold, with high cheekbones and large, expressive eyes that were a bit moist from anxiety and long waiting, glistening like they were covered in a layer of water. His thick eyebrows gave him a somewhat naive yet spirited look, his expression stubborn and a bit awkward. When Juzi saw Xiao Tao, a flash of panic quickly crossed his big eyes, and he froze. Why are all the girls from this family so lovely? But soon, urgency replaced his surprise. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but hesitated, his throat moving before he finally spoke. His voice was shaky from nervousness and cold. "See, comrade."
Excuse me.
"When will Comrade Tang Yueling be back?" Juzi's gaze was fixed on Xiao Tao, filled with endless hope and a bit of self-disgust. It was his first time at the Tang family mansion, and his first time seeing such a lovely girl. His somewhat clumsy mouth failed him at a crucial moment. Seeing his serious yet slightly silly determination, all of Xiao Tao's earlier tension and doubts vanished. Uffed, a light laugh, like a silver bell, rang out clearly in the quiet, snowy dusk. "What are you in such a hurry for? My young lady said this morning that she would be back late. And besides, the report in your arms won't just run away." Juzi turned bright red at her playful gesture. At that moment, he felt no cold, only that his blood was boiling. It was the first time he saw a girl with curved eyebrows and a cute, rosy face, who smiled so brightly. Juzi awkwardly adjusted the folder in his arms, looking shy like a peeled red dragon fruit. He stammered for a long time but couldn't find the right words, just lowering his head to look at his heavy cotton shoes. Xiao Tao stopped teasing him and turned to pour a large cup of hot water from a colorful thermos. Holding the white enamel cup, she walked out. It was already 6 in the evening, and the sky had darkened. Taking advantage of the night, Tang Yueling collected the last few young animals in the black market. She had a good haul today. 10 piglets, 5 lambs, 20 chicks, 10 ducklings, 2 calves, 3 young water buffaloes, and even 6 fluffy white rabbits. Tang Yueling had wanted to adopt a tabby cat, something she had dreamed of before her journey began. But back then, she struggled to take care of herself, let alone a kitten, which would have been an irresponsible wish. She had come too late today, but She had asked the vendor in the black market to help her find one, promising to return to buy it. As a big customer, the vendor was more than happy to assist. After everything was settled, Tang Yueling checked her space, where each animal was automatically assigned to its own area. She pressed a feeding button and saw what seemed like dozens of invisible hands starting to work. The little ones paused for a moment, but when they saw the delicious food in front of them, they couldn't resist and began to eat. Clearly, they adapted well and loved this paradise. She smiled and exited the space, taking a turtle car home. After being gone all day, Uncle Fu and Xiaodao must be worried. In the Tang family mansion, Xiaodao handed the enamel cup to Zhuzi. Here, drink some warm water to warm up. Look how cold you are. Her voice was clear in the chilly wind, filled with undeniable concern. Zhuzi suddenly looked up, clearly surprised by her unexpected gesture. He felt a bit dazed, staring at the steaming water and then at Xiaotao's slightly flushed cheeks. "Thank you," he finally managed to say, his voice trembling with surprise. He quickly stuffed the folder into his arms and reached out with both hands to take the cup. His hands were large and strong, but now they were red from the cold, and with his 178 centimeters height, he had the neatness typical of a soldier. In that moment, his fingertips accidentally brushed against Xiaotao's fingers, which were holding a porcelain basin.
Cold, rough, soft.
The two very different sensations mixed like electricity, instantly affecting both of them. Xiaotao's warm fingers were soft and delicate, while his fingertips felt like a piece of iron just pulled from an ice cellar, cold and hard. The contrast was so striking and vivid, yet it brought an unfamiliar, thrilling sensation.
Ah!
They both let out a short gasp at the same time and quickly pulled away.
Clang!
The heavy porcelain basin, filled with boiling water, fell straight to the ground. "I am sorry. I'm so sorry," he stammered, his voice rising in panic and sounding nasal. "What happened, Xiaodao?" Uncle Fu and Zhang Ma rushed out, already considering her part of the Tang family. It's fine. I just slipped." "Oh no. Your cotton shoes are wet. Did you get burned? Quick, come inside and dry them." Xiaodao hurriedly reassured him while noticing his wet shoes. "Xiaodao, what's going on?" Before he could refuse, Tang Yueling had already gotten off the turtle car and saw the scene. "Comrade, do you need something from me?" "Sister-in-law, you're back." He turned to see Tang Yueling, like a drowning person grabbing onto a lifeline, rushing towards her. "Miss, you're finally back. This comrade has been waiting for you all day."
"Oh."
With a look of suspicion, Tang Yueling watched as he seriously took out a warm document bag from his arms. "Sister-in-law, this is the marriage certificate report that Captain Fu sent from Cheongzhou Island early this morning. With this certificate, you can buy tickets and go to Cheongzhou Island with the troops." At just 18 years old, his face was filled with excitement, and the fatigue from waiting all day vanished in an instant.
"Great.
"Once I settle things here, I'll head over and we'll let him know before I leave. Thank you for your hard work, comrade. I left early today and didn't know you were coming. Quick, come inside to warm up. Your face is so red from the cold." Tang Yueling carefully took the document bag, feeling a bit guilty. Yes. Come in and take off your shoes to dry." Xiaodao worriedly said about his soaked shoes. "Dry my shoes?" No, it's fine, sister-in-law and Xiaodao. I need to hurry back and reply to our captain. He's been waiting all day and must be worried." Zhuzi deliberately turned his head to sneak a glance at Xiaodao, and his handsome face turned even redder. Afraid of being caught, he quickly turned around, clenched his fists at his waist, and ran away in a very standard military running posture. When he reached the entrance, he paused for a moment, wanting to turn around and look again, but he noticed a row of eager gazes behind him. Once more, he got into a starting position and ran away.
Ha. Is he shy?
Yes, miss. This young man is much shyer than our young master. Ha. That's right. Xiaodao, what about you two? Miss, there's nothing going on. Everyone laughed, but said nothing. Tang Yueling felt secretly pleased. Xiaodao was quite pretty, and it seemed Juzi had taken a liking to her. Just as she was about to press for more details, Jiang Baiwei returned from work and appeared at the door. "What are you all laughing about? Why is everyone standing outside? Are you welcoming me back? What was going on with that handsome young soldier who just ran out? Lingling, isn't your soldier brother back in Cheongzhou Island? Is he here to keep an eye on you?" Jiang Baiwei was full of questions, and everyone just smiled, intentionally keeping her in the dark. In the end, she had to chase after Tang Yueling and Xiao Dao, tickling them to find out the whole story. At dinner, Mama Wang prepared a big feast, and Fu Bo recounted Shin Mingjiao's troubles from the afternoon in detail. Everyone in the room felt relieved after hearing it.
Good.
She brought this on herself. She should have been more honest.
Right.
People like her deserve punishment. With good abilities but no ambition, always looking for shortcuts. These two, mother and daughter, are a disaster. Exactly. Shin Mingjiao had 2 days left before her transfer to Beidawang. Meanwhile, Juzi ran out of the Tang family, took an electric bike, and after a short ride, he called Fu Zhanting without taking a break. After receiving a positive response, Fu Zhanting finally felt relieved. Only the daughter of the military district commander, Zhou Xiaowei, and Lin Hongying from the art troupe were in distress these past few days, unable to eat or sleep, making several trips to the military district. They had intended to find an excuse to create trouble, but the notorious reputation of the living king of hell in the military made it impossible for them to succeed. Fu Zhanting appeared cold on the outside, but inside, he was overjoyed and eagerly submitted a housing application to the army. Even his calls to the Fu family in the capital had become more patient. Old Master Fu leaned on his cane, smiling widely. Since the political review had passed, she was truly a good girl, with a solid background. His eldest grandson had really found a treasure this time. Fu Zhenghua also sighed at the change, feeling relieved, and together with Lin Manqiu, the whole family was excited to prepare a generous betrothal gift for the daughter-in-law. Only Fu Jingcheng had not heard any news after 2 or 3 days, making the whole family quite worried. Fu Zhanhong and his wife had already set off and were on their way back to Cheongzhou Island. As for Tang Yueling, she was awakened at 2 in the morning by a full bladder. Taking advantage of Jiang Baiwei's deep sleep, she slipped into her space and began to farm. She had already stored many seeds, but could only plant 1 acre a day, which also required spirit spring water. Fortunately, she had 10 liters of spirit spring water a day, equivalent to 20 pounds, which she could never finish alone. She had plenty of ordinary grains like rice and flour, having stored tens of thousands of pounds before. In the end, Tang Yueling decided to plant some vegetables and cash crops that were rarely sold in the market on her first acre. She imagined the acre divided into many small sections. She planted water spinach, tomatoes, green beans, scallions, garlic, ginger, and chili seeds. She hadn't stored much of these before, so it was perfect to grow them herself. The space allowed her to till the soil, dig holes, sow seeds, and water them all with one button. Before entering the story, she had never farmed and didn't even recognize some crops. For example, she couldn't tell barnyard grass from rice, wheat, barley, or quinoa. Luckily, in the space, a dialogue box appeared above each crop. Whenever she wanted to know more, the box would pop up instantly, acting like a walking encyclopedia of planting. Finally, she planted the apple saplings, pear trees, old grapevines, peach saplings, mango saplings, pineapple saplings, durian saplings, and jackfruit saplings she had bought earlier in the back lawn. In the space, she didn't have to worry about soil and climate. Each fruit tree had its own little area and grew in the best conditions. At this rate, she would be able to eat the fruits grown in her space in less than 3 months. This was simply amazing. This experience of entering the story was worth it. After finishing all this, she looked at the little animals playing on the grass happily before exiting. From the instructions she had read, she learned that she could only stay in the space for a maximum of 6 hours a day, and that 6 hours was in the space's time. Exceeding that time would force her out, but to the outside world, only a minute or 2 would have passed. In this setting, without needing an explanation, Tang Yueling understands that it is clearly designed to prevent her from becoming too relaxed, as life inside is quite comfortable. With blue skies, flowing streams, nourishing spring water, endless fertile land, fragrant fruit trees, herds of cattle and sheep, and countless treasures and food stores, this paradise is truly appealing. The next day, Tang Yueling had indeed overexerted herself yesterday. Even after drinking the spring water, she slept until 10 in the morning. After having a cup of spring water in the space and preparing the materials to report Director Chen, she went downstairs for breakfast. Uncle Fu and Aunt Wang were concerned for her and didn't wake her, instead keeping her breakfast warm on the stove until she naturally woke up. After breakfast, Tang Yueling packed some Sichuan dishes made by Aunt Wang and headed out. She planned to send the report letter and stock up on remaining supplies in the black market. Additionally, she intended to visit the detention center to see for herself the unfortunate situation of Xin Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot. Today, Tang Yueling didn't need to hide her identity and dress simply. She wore a fitted dark green corduroy linen jacket with a white collar peeking out. Over it, she had a camel-colored wool coat and wrapped a loose maroon cashmere scarf around her neck. Her long black hair was braided into 2 twists, hanging in front of her chest, with red ribbons tied at the ends. Her bangs were fluffy and styled in the trendy wave look, revealing a charming red mole at the corner of her eye. She carried a camel-colored faux leather handbag containing some money, tickets, and the report materials. In a good mood, she hummed a tune as she left the building to take the tram. The weather in Shanghai was still cold, with the wind feeling like a blade of ice. The tram stopped at the Jing'an Temple station, and people got off one after another while Tang Yueling walked leisurely in the middle. "Hello, comrade." A clear male voice broke through the morning fog, reaching Tang Yueling's ears. A few steps away, under the dry branches of a sycamore tree, a young man in a camel-colored military uniform was asking a middle-aged man in a cap for directions. The emblem of the medical school on his shoulder gleamed coldly, and he held a newspaper with long fingers, slightly turning to the side, his frostbitten joints resting on the paper, appearing polite. "Just keep going along Shimo Road until you reach the Red House Western Restaurant, then take the tram to Huanglong Station." The middle-aged man, exhaling white breath, patiently answered him. Tang Yueling didn't turn to look at the commotion. She shrank her neck, feeling a bit regretful. On such a cold day, she should have worn a hat. He quickly passed by the young man, with the cold wind howling. The corner of his red cashmere scarf was lifted by the wind, just enough to block the peripheral vision of both. "After you get off, turn left into the alley, and keep walking straight up the main road until you reach halfway up the hill. There's a bald winter holly tree at the entrance. That's the Shun family." The middle-aged man suddenly raised his voice. The Shun family had become very well known in the city recently, and most residents were familiar with the way. Fu Jingqing turned around quickly, humbly bowed his head, and thanked him. As the hem of his military coat brushed against Tang Yueling's departing leg, the tip of her faux leather boots had already stepped onto the curb ahead. The two stood back to back, and at that moment, as their clothing edges intertwined in the damp air, the sound of a tram door opening and starting up came from behind. Fu Jingqing lifted his leg, ready to move forward, but his heart suddenly tightened. The cold wind howled as he folded the telegram and quickly adjusted his breathing. As a doctor, he understood that this emotional fluctuation only meant he was eager to confirm whether the woman on his marriage certificate was indeed the one who saved him 5 years ago and whose face was etched in his memory. Fu Jingqing carefully tucked the telegram into the pocket of his coat, close to his chest, and followed the middle-aged man's directions toward the old Shun residence. On the way, he passed a state-run barber shop and saw a lively old man in his 50s. He wore a white lab coat with a yellowed collar, and his sleeves were speckled with hair clippings, with a pair of scissors oddly sticking out of his head. He was sitting at the shop entrance, casually crossing his legs and engrossed in reading the Shanghai Daily. His right index finger was wrapped in tape, gripping the newspaper where Tang Yueling and Shun Mingyuan's severance letter was printed. Below him, on a freshly released newspaper, a large headline read, "Shanghai's Red Capitalist Orphan Left in Despair, Malicious cousin takes over hospital job. Fu Jingqing walked quickly, not slowing down to look more closely, only finding the scissors on the man's head quite strange. He thought to himself, as expected of Shanghai, everyone's attire was indeed peculiar, completely unaware of the newspaper below. Meanwhile, Tang Yueling had already visited the Shanghai Revolutionary Committee and the Shanghai Health Bureau, anonymously submitting information to report Section Chief Chen. Now, wearing an old-fashioned gauze mask and not having changed her clothes, she headed to the black market. This was not her first time at the black market. She had learned a few tricks. Today, she aimed to address three main issues. First, to stock up on clothes for all seasons. Previously, she could only find some winter clothes at state-run and overseas Chinese stores. For clothes from other seasons, she had to pay high prices in the black market. She still has a lot of money and tickets left in her space. These tickets have dates, and she won't be able to use them when she goes to the island, and they will expire when she returns to the stock market. Now that she is wealthy, why be stingy? If she wants to use something, she should choose the best. If she can't wear it outside, she can still wear it at home for herself. Plus, when society opens up again, she will still be able to wear and use them. With the nourishment of the magical spring water, she will age more slowly than her peers, maybe even reverse aging. Thinking of this makes Tang Yueling feel wonderful. This amazing spring water means that when she is in her 70s or 80s, she will save money on cosmetic procedures as times change. The second thing is to collect various precious traditional Chinese medicine and translated medical books that are about to be lost or destroyed. Before she entered the story, Grandpa Li was very regretful. During their time, many medical classics passed down from ancestors were deliberately damaged. Many ended up in foreign countries, becoming treasures for others. As a medical genius, she really can't tolerate this. She is not a saint. She is also considering her own future. Medical knowledge is endless, and she needs to keep improving. The third thing is to deal with the old furniture and clothes she collected from the Tang family old house and the Shin family. However, she won't touch any of the old items belonging to the Tang family because they belong to the original owner and she has no right to handle them. She plans to open a museum for the Tang family when she is in her 40s or 50s after the reforms, or leave it for her future children. The blood of the Tang family flows in her veins, and leaving something for her descendants is a way to honor the original owner. As for the things belonging to her unkind father, indifferent sister-in-law, and half-siblings, she plans to sell them all for money. Following her plan, Tang Yueling dived into the black market and got busy. She ordered 10 sets each of silk double georgette, chiffon, and plain satin shirts and cover-ups. She also got fine wool cardigans, V-neck and round-neck light sweaters, wool vests, fleece vests, and 8 sets of plain and patterned silk-modified kipeos. For summer, she ordered silk dresses made from double palace silk, fragrant cloud silk dresses, high-quality silk and fine cotton dresses, and shirt dresses. She also stocked up on linen trousers and wide-leg pants, even gathering 30 sets of lace and embroidered underskirts. Indeed, in the black market, having money and tickets allows her to buy many desired items. Finally, she collected various winter coats, overcoats, sweaters, scarves, and shawls, along with silk and pure cotton underwear, socks, gloves, and many high-quality leather shoes and boots. As for the medical books, Tang Yueling found several places. At that time, books were not valuable, and many were buried in abandoned sites, treated as garbage. Tang Yueling used some old clothes from her father and his friends to exchange for hundreds of precious medical books. Among them were Wang Bing's Huangdi Neijing, a song edition, Kuqin Shenghan Luan, Sun Lizi's Shenong Benchao Jing, Wenbing Tiaobian on warm diseases, Yang Jizhou's Zhenjiu Desheng, as well as Benchao Gongmu and Izong Jinjian. Tang Yueling was so excited that she couldn't take it all in and found a hidden corner to store everything. Just as she began looking for vendors to continue dealing with her father's belongings, Fu Jingqing arrived at the old Shin family home. A prominent white seal was posted at the entrance, and he instantly panicked. Indeed, Shen Mingjiao was in trouble. Fu Jingqing looked around, but there was no one at the Shin family home. At that moment, two women in their 50s, carrying baskets and returning from buying food, came down the hill. Fu Jingcheng hurried over and politely asked about the Shin family's situation. Upon hearing it was about the Shin family, the two women perked up and shared everything they knew. They even knew that Shin Mingjiao was about to be sent to the northern wilderness the next day. Fu Jingcheng was completely stunned. The Shen family? The son-in-law of the Tang family. The daughter of the widowed sister-in-law? She even replaced the Tang family's eldest daughter for a job at the hospital? She was sentenced to be sent to the northern wilderness. And during her detention, she was involved with someone. He mechanically repeated their words about this malicious woman, Shen Mingjiao. How could she be connected to his memory of a kind girl who, 5 years ago at just 14 years old and in a foreign land, was willing to risk her safety to help him with first aid? The marriage certificate was indeed sent from the Tang family to the Fu family, even though the elder Tang and the eldest daughter of the Tang family had passed away. But would Shen Mingyuan really abandon his own daughter for the daughter of his widowed sister-in-law? Where did the real eldest daughter of the Tang family go? Fu Jingcheng wanted to ask more, but the two women waved their hands, not wanting to say more, as they needed to go home to prepare lunch. However, he was not foolish. He had the discipline of a soldier. Fu Jingcheng quickly processed the information and ran down the hill to inquire at the local street office and revolutionary committee. He showed his rank as a military officer and quickly learned everything about Shin Mingjiao. The daughter of the widowed sister-in-law had indeed taken the job at the hospital that belonged to the Tang family's eldest daughter. It matched perfectly with what the two women had said. Back then, his father had mentioned Shin Mingjiao's profession as a doctor in the marriage certificate for the sake of appearances. This is also the main reason why Fu Jingcheng has been overly imaginative. He is now completely sure that the woman named Shin Mingjiao cannot possibly be the person he is looking for. They both have the surname Tang, and the city is so big. Why should he be so lucky that his love at first sight, his lifesaver, happens to be his fiancée? Perhaps she is still abroad and has never returned to the city. After leaving the street office, Fu Jingcheng felt deflated, like a punctured ball, and sat down on a stone bench by the roadside, feeling uneasy. After sitting there for half an hour to calm down, he finally decided to go take a look. Since he has already received the marriage certificate, he must face the reality. But he certainly cannot go through with the marriage. He is educated with new ideas and is not an outdated person. Now that he is in the city, while they have not left yet, he should go and cancel the engagement. With this thought, he clapped his hands, stood up, and walked briskly toward the detention center where Shen Mingjiao and her mother were held. The detention center was not far away, and Fu Jingcheng walked there following the staff's directions. However, he was puzzled when the staff mentioned that the legitimate daughter of the Tang family, Shin Mingyuan's daughter, is also named Tang Yueling. He found it strange that his uncle's fiancée, whom Director Zhao mentioned a few days ago, is also named Tang Yueling. Is it just a coincidence with the same surname and pronunciation? Or are they the same person? A huge doubt lingered in his mind, and he felt that something significant would happen soon. Regardless of whether they are the same person, he decided to go to the detention center first to clarify things with Shin Mingjiao and cancel the marriage. Then he would visit his uncle at the hospital and meet his uncle's fiancée. After greeting them, he also wanted to find the Tang family's legitimate daughter, who was supposed to be on his marriage certificate. Whether or not to fulfill the engagement, he needed to speak face to face. As he walked, he was unaware that his uncle, Fu Zhanting, had already returned to Cheongzhou Island Military District 3 days ago. 15 minutes later, a guard came to relay a message to Shin Mingjiao and Zhou Hohot in their cell. Shin Mingjiao, Zhou Hohot, you have a visitor. Shin Mingjiao had slightly recovered. Being young helped. Although her face was still a bit swollen from protecting herself, it had improved a lot. However, her lower body still couldn't move, and it seemed she might be paralyzed. A visitor? Mom, we are in such a predicament. Who would remember us? Could it be Uncle Tianbao? A wave of joy instantly lifted her spirits, and hope for life reignited in her eyes. I don't know. It's been so long, and Tianbao hasn't come. I'm afraid he might have been harmed. As the two were speaking, a man in a green military uniform, exuding elegance and an air of knowledge, quickly walked in. Is he a soldier? That's Fu Jingcheng. Shinming Jiao and Zhou Hohat looked up in shock, realizing who he was. Their eyes met, and a hint of surprise flashed in Fu Jingcheng's glasses. Inside the cell, two women sat with tattered clothes, messy hair, and weary faces. The younger one was clearly Shinming Jiao, her clothes in tatters and stained with dark blood. It was obvious she had been hurt, but when he looked up and saw her cold face, he froze. This face resembled one he had in his mind. Are you Shinming Jiao? As soon as Shinming Jiao saw him, a flicker of twisted hope lit up in her eyes. Ignoring her pain and disheveled state, she pushed Zhou Hohat's hand away and crawled to the iron bars. With her bruised hand, she reached out like a desperate ghost, trying to grab his pant leg. I am Shinming Jiao, your fiancé. You finally came.
Quick.
Save me. If you get me out, I can marry you right away. I was set up by that wicked Tang Yueling. You are my fiancé. You can't abandon me. Tears and snot mixed with blood from her mouth streamed down her face, creating a chilling sight. She had no idea that if she knew Fu Jingcheng would truly come, she would never agree to be with that awful Qian Fugui. Zhou Hohat felt regret as well. She never expected someone from the Fu family would actually come. She had ruined her once beautiful daughter. You must be Fu Jingcheng, right? Arming Jiao has a betrothal with you. You wouldn't want to see us suffer here, would you? Hurry and find someone to rescue us. Neither of them knew that Fu Jingcheng was already aware of their wrongdoings. They still held on to hope, wishing that this stolen military doctor fiancé could help them escape their misery. Fu Jingcheng did not respond immediately, looking at the twisted, frantic woman before him. As he gazed at her face, which bore a slight resemblance to Shinming Jiao's, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. If Shinming Jiao was Shinming Yuan's daughter, then Tang Yueling, the eldest daughter of the Tang family, was also Shinming Yuan's daughter. This meant that Shinming Jiao and Tang Yueling were sisters. So, the appearance of the two of them, that face he has etched in his mind, means that they resemble someone familiar, even though they are not. In fact, just like Fu Jingcheng is thinking now, in the original story, Shinming Jiao came from Hong Kong to seek refuge with her. With a face that bears a resemblance, she claimed that her sister Tang Yueling had unfortunately passed away, which led him to marry her. Fu Jingcheng's feelings are very complicated right now. There is surprise, disappointment, and a lot of worry. The huge contrast leaves him no time to think about anything else. He urgently wants to find the eldest daughter of the Tang family, Tang Yueling. He no longer looks at Shinming Jiao and does not respond to Zhou Hohat. Instead, he coldly says, I already know everything you did. I'm afraid I can't help you. Also, I am here to break off the engagement. I hope you can change your ways and start anew in the north. After saying these words, without waiting for their response, he took out the telegram from his pocket and tore it into pieces. He threw it into the air, his gaze firm, and turned to leave the cell.
No. Fu Jingcheng, come back.
I don't agree. I am your fiancé. I did nothing wrong. Come back and save me. Save me. Zhou Hohat said no more. Shinming Jiao's current state would make any man turn away, let alone someone like Fu Jingcheng, who is exceptional. She knows that men often prefer young and beautiful women. Now, she is left with only regret and worry. No one will come to save her. Especially since early this morning, the committee announced that because she encouraged her daughter to run away, the date for their relocation, originally set for a week later, has been moved up to tomorrow morning. With no value left, who will protect her? She has already been sentenced to death. In the room, only Shinming Jiao's desperate cries and Zhou Hohat's despair remain. Meanwhile, 20 minutes earlier, Tang Yueling had already dealt with everything the useless family had used in the space. She bought some medical books, exchanged some money, and bought 2 sewing machines and a brand new 3-sided vanity. Passing by the toy section, she felt playful and bought many tin wind-up toys of frogs and roosters, rubber bands, shuttlecocks, sandbags, glass marbles, and kaleidoscopes. She could play with them herself, and when she goes to Cheongjo Island, she can give them to the children. And when she brought out the big black guard dog from the Shin family, it surprisingly wagged its tail at her. A guard dog from someone else's home, after just a few days of care, already knows how to please her. But this heartless stepfather, who has been helped by the Tang family for 20 years, still can't warm up to them. In the end, she didn't keep the big black dog and traded it for 8.88 in the black market. That's right, 188, a lucky number perfectly matching her current status as a super wealthy woman. This dog's life is better than the stepfather's. A rich man bought it to have it guard his home again. Tang Yueling, remembering how she had once climbed over the wall and how the dog didn't bark at her then, decided to give it a decent home. But whether the old man would keep it or not, she didn't know. The only downside was that the vendor who promised to bring her a tabby cat didn't show up as agreed. After handling everything, Tang Yueling quickly packed her things and left the black market. She took a taxi and headed to Shinmingjiao's detention center. Just as she got out of the car, Fu Jingqing happened to get into another taxi. Once again, they narrowly missed each other. Tang Yueling walked confidently into the detention center, still dressed fresh from the morning. She took off her mask, revealing a striking red mole at the corner of her eye and a bright face. Holding a brown paper folder, she moved gracefully, contrasting sharply with the dirty, cold surroundings. Approaching the work desk, she presented her military documents to confirm her military family status and made some arrangements before striding toward the cells of the two women. After casting her net for so long, it was time to reel it in. Inside the room, Zhou Hohat sat despondently on the grass, while Shun Mingjiao looked like a broken doll, her eyes vacant and slumped beside her. When the iron door opened again, a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes, but it quickly faded. It was Tang Yueling. Shun Mingjiao didn't even lift her eyelids, simply closing her eyes again. Only Zhou Hohat glanced at the bright light outside the iron bars, searching for any hope of life. Suddenly, she sprang up and stumbled to Tang Yueling's feet, hugging her legs. Tears streaming down her face, she put on a dramatic performance. "My dear niece, you finally came. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. You are the eldest daughter of the Tang family. You must have the ability. Auntie begs you, please save us. Considering we were all once part of the Shin family and lived under the same roof, just spend a little money to get us out. Mingjiao is not doing well. I will work for you in return. By the way, Mingjiao is your biological sister. She is your only family left in this world. I'm begging you, for your father's sake, please help us." Zhou Hohat's eyes darted around as she deliberately mentioned Shin Mingjiao and her useless father, trying to stir a bit of family affection in her heart. Tang Yueling looked down coldly at Zhou Hohat, who was as helpless as mud. She lifted her toes slightly, freeing herself from Zhou Hohat's grip, her voice unusually calm. "Sister? Father? When did I, Tang Yueling, ever have one? And Zhou Hohat, do you still want to save face? Hasn't the Tang family's money already been drained by you?" She squatted down to meet Zhou Hohat's terrified gaze, her red lips curling into a smile devoid of warmth. "Do you think I'm an easy fool to trick? Who bought the poison in my mother Tang Wanqing's cough syrup for that scoundrel Shin Mingyuan? And 13 years ago, what really happened to my little brother? Did he really get lost at the Huishi dock? Or was he sold to the South Seas by you and your good brother, Zhou Tianbao? If anyone deserves to die, it's you, Zhou Hohat, more than anyone in the Shin family." Tang Yueling's gaze was sharp as a knife as she gripped Zhou Hohat's thin arm tightly. Her once plump figure had become emaciated after days of torment. Zhou Hohat looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her face pale as paper, her eyes evasive, her lips trembling. "You? What are you talking about? Tang Wanqing died from her own cough. Your brother just got lost. I don't know anything about the South Seas or the West. I don't know." She shook her head wildly, denying everything, but the fear and guilt in her eyes betrayed her. It's okay if you don't admit it. I've already found a way for you to slowly atone for what you did to my mother and brother. I've prepared a path for you to the northern wilderness, and you will have a much better time than your precious daughter. Don't worry, I won't let you die early. I will make sure you experience the northern wilderness's endless ice. I will ensure you are sent to the most remote and harshest farm, living in a drafty pigsty, frozen like popsicles. I just wonder how long your delicate bodies can last. The more Tang Yueling spoke, the more excited she became, watching their faces twist in horror, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. Tang Yueling, you are a devil. I will report you. You are a capitalist. You should be sent away. You are the one who should go to the northern wilderness. Shinmingjiao, lying on the ground, could no longer hold back and lunged at her with all her strength, starting to curse. Report me? Shinmingjiao, you are still too naive. You don't want to take my fiancé, do you? Do you want to be a military doctor's wife? Look at this. She stood up and walked in front of the weak Shinmingjiao, looking down at her, pulling out 2 pieces of paper and waving them in front of her. Once Shinmingjiao saw them clearly, they were quickly put away. The blood-stained marriage certificate was glaring, topped with the bright red seal of the military reception department, making her eyes widen. The man next to Tang Yueling's name also had the surname Fu. No need to guess, it's Fu Zhanting, your cheap fiancé's uncle. Now that it's like this, shouldn't you call me aunt? Oh no, I won't accept that. With everything that's happened, would Fu Jingqing still want you? He's not a fool. He can see through your malice. Tang Yueling, skilled in pretending to be different characters, played the role of a cunning black lotus effortlessly. Shinmingjiao was completely enraged, bursting with unbelievable, twisted, and mad jealousy and despair. Tang Yueling, you wretched woman. Enchantress. Do you really think the Fu family would want you? They only want your family's wealth. Once you're no longer useful, they will throw you away like trash. I curse you. I curse you to be abandoned. I curse you to go to hell. I curse you. Tang Yueling remained unfazed, leaning closer to her and coldly saying, Shinmingjiao, save your energy. Save that spit for when you're in the wilderness. It might help you survive. As for whether I will go to hell, you don't need to worry about that. Before that, I'll watch you freeze to death in the pig pen. Your body will rot in the wilderness, never to be reborn. She straightened up, clapped her hands, her eyes filled with disdain for both of them. Oh, by the way, I won't personally come to see you off tomorrow morning. I wish you both a happy time in the wilderness. Tang Yueling elegantly turned around, her expression turning serious, not looking back even once. Shinmingjiao was completely crushed by her last words about freezing to death in the pig pen, all her resentment and strength drained away. She let out a piercing scream, then her body convulsed violently, and she spat blood onto the dirty straw before fainting completely. Her already exhausted body couldn't withstand the continuous blows. Zhou Hohat watched helplessly as her daughter coughed up blood and fainted, thinking about her own possible fate. Coupled with Tang Yueling's earlier questioning, a wave of immense fear, despair, and the horror of being exposed overwhelmed her. Everything went black, and her frail body collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness as well. The guard rushed in, trying to help the 2 people, and the room was in chaos. Tang Yueling stepped out of the detention center, taking a deep breath and feeling particularly relieved. As a doctor, she knew that those 2 would not survive more than 3 days in the harsh northern wilderness. She looked at the blood-red sunset and a cold, relieved smile appeared on her face. The debt to the Shin family was finally settled. Tang Yueling found a hidden corner, entered her space, and drank a large cup of spring water to regain her strength. This life-and-death showdown was quite a test of endurance, but it was really exciting to play out. Meanwhile, at noon, Fu Zhanting could no longer wait and called Zhuzi again. Fu Jingqing had just gone to the Tang family mansion but found no one there. Uncle Fu and Aunt Wang were out preparing the wedding gifts. He decided to visit the hospital first to see his injured uncle and the aunt with the same name. Tang Yueling hailed a taxi and was on her way back to the mansion. Just then, at the intersection, 3 out-of-control taxis collided.
Bang. Crash.
Screech. A series of loud metal crashes, shattering glass, and screeching tires erupted. Oh no! There's been an accident. A collision. Quick, help the injured. Is there a doctor? Someone is trapped.
Blood.
So much blood. The sounds of panic and cries quickly replaced the noise around. The intersection on Nanjing Road in Shanghai turned into chaos. From the mangled cars, painful groans and cries for help could be heard. Blood was visible on the cold stone road, quickly spreading. Several passers-by tried to approach, but were frightened by the scene, feeling helpless. An old man in a blue cotton jacket was trapped by the steering wheel, desperately shouting for help. Please, save my girl. Fu Jingcheng had just left the Tang family home, feeling disappointed and frustrated. For the first time in 5 years, he felt so close to the face in his mind. As he turned the corner at the intersection, the noise from the accident caught his attention. His instincts as a soldier and his duty as a doctor instantly overwhelmed all his personal emotions. His expression hardened, and without hesitation, he quickly adjusted to a soldier's starting position and dashed toward the center of the accident. I'm a military doctor. Everyone stay calm. You too. Go to the nearest hospital and call for emergency doctors. Everyone else, follow my instructions and help the injured. His loud voice instantly calmed the panicking crowd. He quickly took out a first aid kit from his military bag and began assessing the injuries. At almost the same time, Tang Yueling's turtle-shaped vehicle reached this stretch of road. Without hesitation, she quickly jumped out of the car, using her tan coat for cover, and took out a dark green metal medical box from a nearby restroom. She pushed her way into the chaotic center, her pale face showing urgency and determination, her sharp eyes scanning each injured person. Noticing that someone had gone to the hospital for help, she crouched down and swiftly removed her maroon scarf. She pressed it against the wound of a middle-aged woman who had been thrown from the vehicle and was moaning while holding her bleeding arm. Not far from an old man in a blue cotton coat with a tricycle, a 10-year-old girl, dressed in a faded floral cotton jacket, had been thrown from the truck bed. She was curled up under a pile of scattered radishes and broken wood, her face as pale as paper, lips turning purple, and her body trembling uncontrollably. Her right calf was twisted at an unnatural angle, and her pants were soaked with blood. More distressing was the fact that she was clutching her stomach tightly, her forehead covered in cold sweat, breathing short and painful. Tang Yueling noticed her immediately, her heart sinking. The girl's condition was very serious, suspected of having a fracture and internal injuries, and the loss of blood and shock was causing her to become hypothermic, risking shock at any moment. Tang Yueling called over a young man nearby, continuing to apply pressure to stop the bleeding while she grabbed her old medical box and quickly ran over. Don't be afraid, little sister, I'm a doctor. I'm here to help you. What's your name? Tell me where it hurts the most? Tang Yueling quickly assessed her condition, trying to keep her awake through conversation. Wah. My name is Xiaoxue. My leg. And my stomach. It hurts a lot. At this point, Xiaoxue was shivering, her gaze starting to fade. She had an open fracture in her leg that needed urgent bleeding control and stabilization. Her abdomen showed signs of tenderness and muscle tightness, indicating possible internal bleeding, and her low body temperature made the situation even worse. Xiaoxue, don't be afraid, I'll help you right away. Tang Yueling wasted no time, quickly opened the medical box, took out an orange-flavored candy, and placed it near her trembling lips. Suck on this, don't swallow. It will help you feel a bit better. The sweetness could help stabilize her blood sugar and emotions, preventing her from going into shock. Then, she swiftly took a cotton swab with iodine and began to disinfect the wound on her leg. The sting made Xiaoxue flinch and whimper. Just hang in there, Xiaoxue, you're very brave. We need to disinfect it so you can heal faster. As she spoke quickly, she grabbed a thick cotton pad and accurately pressed it above the bleeding point, wrapping it with gauze bandages to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. Her fingers were steady and strong, moving with precision. Bystanders praised her skilled actions. That girl is lucky to have such a kind female doctor. Fu Jingcheng was trying to pry open the nearby car door with others when he caught a glimpse of a busy figure in beige. Her focused expression, her clean and efficient first aid skills, and that incredibly familiar profile. His heart skipped a beat. He froze in his movements. It was her. After 5 years apart, even though she had grown up, those clear and determined eyes, that charming beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Fu Jingqing's heart felt like it was hit hard, and blood rushed to his head. The overwhelming joy and excitement nearly made him dizzy. He felt tears in his eyes, but the urgency of the situation pulled him back to reality. Saving lives was the priority. He couldn't reveal himself to her yet. He held back his racing thoughts, stole a few more glances at her, and put more strength into the rescue effort. Once the rescue calmed down, 4 or 5 more doctors and nurses arrived. He clenched his hands, trembling with joy, and approached her. "Comrade Tang, hello. Do you remember me?" Tang Yueling, who was applying pressure to another injured person, looked up and met Fu Jingqing's eager gaze. Her movements paused slightly, and her delicate brows furrowed. He was handsome, with sharp features and gold-rimmed glasses, but he felt unfamiliar. Yet his eyes, deep and intense, carried a strange sense of familiarity. Tang Yueling searched her memories, realizing she had never met this man before. "Comrade, do we know each other?" she asked hesitantly, her voice clear but confused. "Comrade Tang, you might have forgotten. 5 years ago, at London Bridge, it was the same kind of accident. You gave first aid to a teenage boy from China. 5 years ago? London Bridge? First aid." Tang Yueling recalled a vague memory. Quickly, she pieced together the story. This soldier, around her age, was likely the male lead from the original story. He was Fu Zhanting's nephew, Fu Jingcheng, who had been taken from her by Shinmingjiao. What should she do? It was clear that Fu Jingcheng had rejected Shinmingjiao, but had now encountered her. His expression suggested he wanted to rekindle their past. But now, she had already committed to the formidable Fu Zhanting and had no intention of reconnecting with him. The most important point is that in the original book, he married Shinmingjiao, who caused the original owner's death. Thinking of this, Tang Yueling was torn in her mind, desperately trying to come up with a plan. In the end, she felt that being indifferent was the best approach. She lowered her head and said lightly, "Oh, I think I remember you a little. You were that little boy from back then." Fu Jingcheng was momentarily at a loss due to her calmness. A wave of embarrassment hit him, but it couldn't stop the warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to ask her real name, he saw his uncle's subordinate, Zhuzi, rushing towards him. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? I was looking for you everywhere." "Sister-in-law?" The term sister-in-law pierced Fu Jingqing's ears like an ice pick. Tang Yueling turned to see Zhuzi hurriedly approaching her. "Comrade Zhuzi, is it about Cheongzhou Island? What happened?" Zhuzi was also on his way to the Tang family when he heard about a car accident and thought he would come to help, but unexpectedly saw Tang Yueling. "Sister-in-law, there are actually a couple of small matters. Our company commander is going crazy on the island. He called 4 times today. He's eagerly waiting for you to join the team. You know how the commander is. He's been distracted thinking about his wife during training. He almost got in trouble." Zhuzi, without holding back, straightforwardly shared his commander's embarrassing moments, trying to urge Tang Yueling to leave quickly. "Also, the city is becoming less safe. Although Shenmingjiao and her daughter are about to be sent to Beidawing. But in the black market and here in the city, there might be another round of actions. The commander is worried about you, but feels awkward saying it." Zhuzi spoke very softly about the city's safety, covering his mouth with his hand, but Fu Jingcheng clearly heard him. Before he could react, Zhuzi suddenly straightened up and raised his voice.
"And
he specifically asked for you to send 2 solo photos to Cheongzhou Island. You have no idea, the old man from the Fu family has called our camp 100 times. He said he can't enjoy the year without seeing his granddaughter-in-law's photo. The commander is overwhelmed. Commander Fu said you don't need to take special photos. If you have some at home, send them over. If not, wait until you go to Cheongjo Island with him, and you can take them together. Zhuzi rambled on, and Tang Yueling understood. He was trying to find ways to make her hurry to join the team. This man's clinginess completely overshadowed any hint of the cold, stern figure he used to be. Next to him, Fu Jingqing's expression had turned completely stiff. Words like sister-in-law, company commander, Cheongjo Island, military service, Shinmingjiao, relocation, daughter-in-law, taking photos, and Fu family elder struck him like a hot iron, searing into his heart. He suddenly looked up, frozen in disbelief, glancing at Tang Yueling and then at Zhuzi. A chill shot through him, and it felt like his blood had frozen. All the clues exploded in his mind, connecting to form a harsh truth. His true savior and fiancé was this impressive doctor, Tang Yueling. She had been impersonated by Shinmingjiao at work, robbed of the Tang family's fortune by her aunt and father, and nearly forced to go to the wilderness. And now, the girl he had longed for and thought he had lost had become his uncle Fu Zhanting's fiancé. The overwhelming absurdity and tearing pain consumed him instantly. The joy that had just ignited was extinguished by this cruel reality, leaving only cold ashes and biting despair. He stared at Tang Yueling, her profile looking so familiar yet so distant in the dim winter light. Had he really come too late? Was there truly no possibility left for them? He watched as Tang Yueling, somewhat shy and helpless, told Zhuzi, "Comrade Zhuzi, I'm fine. Saving people is more important. We can talk about the photos later." But by the time Tang Yueling looked down again, the injured had already been taken away. There was no one left to save. Zhuzi wanted to continue persuading her, but suddenly noticed Fu Jingqing, dressed in a military coat, pale as paper, staring intently at Tang Yueling. "Hey, Dr. Fu, what are you doing here? How did you end up in the city? Weren't you on Cheongjo Island?" Zhuzi's words gave Tang Yueling a chance to turn around, pretending to be curious as she asked him. "Oh, Zhuzi, do you know each other?" "Oh my, sister-in-law, not just acquainted. You two are about to be relatives. This is Fu Jingqing, a doctor at the military hospital on Cheongjo Island, and also the nephew of Company Commander Fu. Dr. Fu, this is your future aunt-in-law. Hurry and greet her." Zhuzi, being only 18 and naive, completely missed the awkwardness between them. Aunt-in-law, the very person he had been desperately trying to find, his true fiancé. Because he had arrived a few days late, he could only call her aunt-in-law now. Fu Jingqing remained still, staring intensely at Tang Yueling as if he was about to reveal their secret relationship. Tang Yueling felt a wave of panic. Her nephew had feelings for her fiancé, which was quite a dramatic situation. In a time when any hint of inappropriate behavior between a man and a woman could lead to serious consequences, their relationship felt dangerously taboo. Zhuzi was confused, but his instincts told him that Fu Jingqing's gaze towards his aunt was anything but innocent. The strong possessiveness in his eyes mirrored that of his own Commander Fu. A sense of crisis washed over him, and he widened his eyes, regretting his earlier thoughtless words. Fu Jingqing noticed the shock and anxiety in Zhuzi's eyes, which cruelly highlighted his current predicament. Regret wrapped around his heart like a poisonous vine. He wished he had rushed to the city the moment he received the marriage certificate. If only he had met Tang Yueling first, they could have been the ones taking photos together. Unwillingness burned fiercely within him. Why did it have to be his uncle? Why was fate so cruel? The deeper pain was realizing that this newly rekindled affection had not even been expressed before it was doomed. His nephew had feelings for his uncle's partner, who was also someone he deeply respected, a person he could never and should never compete with. Even the elder had approved of this match and was eagerly awaiting a photo of his future granddaughter-in-law. Tang Yueling no longer wanted to face this dramatic scene. Now that the injured had been taken care of, it was time for her to return to the Tang family. Before leaving, she told Zhuzi that she would find the photo. If she couldn't, she would go to a photo studio. She was also curious about what a photo studio looked like in 1968. However, Fu Jingcheng was still unwilling to let go and unexpectedly grabbed her arm, startling Juzi into silence. Do you really like my uncle? Really like? What did Fu Jingcheng mean? Tang Yueling snapped back to reality, staring at him with her mind racing. Was she going to be pursued by the original male lead after just resolving things with the female lead? No, that couldn't happen. She had a golden opportunity and a handsome officer who treated her like a treasure. She didn't want to be part of a cliché love triangle. In front of Juzi, she needed to make Fu Jingcheng back off. Yes, she had to express her stance clearly and not give him any unrealistic hopes. I like him. How could I not like him? From the first meeting, I liked him. Captain Fu is handsome, capable, and treats me well, especially with this handwritten marriage certificate. It really touched me, Tang Yueling said, as she took the opportunity to pull out the handwritten marriage certificate from her beige coat. And a handwritten marriage certificate. Fu Jingcheng thought to himself, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest. Tang Yueling glanced at him and noticed his pale face, looking deflated like a punctured balloon. It's just acting deep feelings. She's an expert at it now. A marriage certificate? Our captain can write marriage certificates? Of course, he writes it beautifully. Look at this handwriting. Strong and powerful, like a dragon in flight. Tang Yueling said proudly, raising her eyebrows with a bright smile. Juzi curiously took the marriage certificate and looked it over.
Wow.
No wonder he's our captain. This marriage certificate is impressive. Dr. Fu, you should take a look too. If you meet a girl you like in the future, you should be as proactive as our captain. Juzi's words suddenly made Fu Jingcheng realize why Tang Yueling brought out the marriage certificate. She just wanted to tell him that she and his uncle are in love and don't need his interference. Fu Jingcheng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and quickly sought an excuse for his earlier reaction. My uncle's handwriting and the marriage certificate are both excellent. He's always been outstanding. I was just worried that Comrade Tang wasn't willing. My uncle is great, but he can be a bit temperamental. If Comrade Tang was forced into marriage, our Fu family would definitely not agree. This is a new society with new ideas. We can't stick to outdated traditions. Since Comrade Tang likes my uncle, I, of course, welcome it. Fu Jingcheng's explanation felt forced, but he managed to clarify somewhat. Well, the male lead of the original story is quite smart. He understood Tang Yueling's implication. Juzi's worried heart finally settled down. The captain had instructed him to take good care of his sister-in-law, and if there was an unexpected rival, especially his own nephew, it would be a complicated situation. Seeing everything resolved, Tang Yueling instructed Juzi to check if there were any extra photos. If not, she would go take some tomorrow morning and then buy tickets. Once the tickets were purchased, she would send a telegram to Fu Zhanting. The reason for not using the phone was mainly due to the special nature of Fu Zhanting's work. In this era, there were no mobile phones, and even a telephone was a hand-crank type. Sending a telegram was more reliable for notifying him. Great, that's wonderful, sister-in-law. You can buy the tickets with your military proof. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Suddenly remembering Fu Jingcheng, she felt a bit shy. After all, they would be relatives in the future. Right, Dr. Fu will be there too. Why don't you come along to help your aunt buy the tickets? Also, when does Dr. Fu plan to go back? Should he accompany your aunt back to Cheongzhou Island? I have tasks in Shanghai, and can't go back with my sister-in-law. Before Fu Jingcheng could speak, Tang Yueling hurriedly refused.
No.
I can go back by myself. Tomorrow you don't need to. Tomorrow, Wei Wei and the others will be with me. Hearing this, Tang Yueling felt a wave of fear, her thick braids swaying like a rattledrum, the ends brushing against her pretty face. Fu Jingcheng watched, his heart racing. Is she afraid of him? Is she trying to distance herself from him? Does she know that the one originally engaged to her is me? Fu Jingcheng felt a surge of joy, but reality quickly brought him down. He composed himself and said some insincere words. All right then, Comrade Tang, please be careful. I might have to return to Cheongjo Island tomorrow afternoon. If you need anything, just let me know. We will be family from now on. Looking at the beautiful face he had thought about for 5 years, he longed to get closer to her and make her his fiancée. But he couldn't. He was the eldest grandson of the Fu family. He was a soldier. Fu Jingcheng lowered his head, hiding the pain and embarrassment in his eyes, unable to say a word. The joy of their reunion had long vanished, leaving only the cold, harsh reality and a troubled heart. The three exchanged nods, and Fu Jingcheng reluctantly left. Zhuzi glanced awkwardly at Tang Yueling, clearly still needing to discuss something. Comrade Zhuzi, do you need something? Sister-in-law, could you please pass this enamel cup to Comrade Xiaodao? A new enamel cup?
For Xiaodao.
Tang Yueling was momentarily taken aback, but recalling everything she saw when she returned yesterday, it suddenly became clear.
Don't worry about it.
We're going shopping tomorrow, so you can handle it then. Tang Yueling didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Tomorrow? Okay, sister-in-law, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Zhuzi realized and quickly tucked away the new enamel cup, feeling very happy. After leaving, Fu Jingcheng went to the nearest telephone office and made 2 calls, one to the Fu family and one to the Cheongjo military district. Since they are not meant to be together in this life, he must repay Tang Yueling for saving his life 5 years ago. In the future, at the Fu family and the military district in Cheongjo Island, 2 men will protect her. Lin Manchio received a call and learned about this matter. Fu Jingcheng did not tell the truth. He only mentioned that the marriage certificate was incorrect and that the Tang family had no intention of fulfilling the engagement. The certificate was forged by an unimportant woman who was about to be sent away. Lin Manchio found it strange that the marriage certificate was like this, but she felt relieved that her grandson had checked it out. This removed the risk of the fake marriage certificate in advance. The military district in Cheongjo Island was already in an uproar because both Fu family uncles and nephews had fiancés. Not only were the girls who admired Fu Zhanting upset, but a female colleague of Fu Jingcheng at the hospital also felt uneasy. Fu Zhanting learned that his nephew's fiancée was named Shinmingjiao, which troubled him all day. This was also the reason he made 4 calls early in the morning to Zhuzi. He planned to thoroughly question Fu Jingcheng when he returned. Fu Jingcheng's call to the military district did not provide much explanation. He simply said that there was an error with his fiancée's identity and that there was no need to file a marriage report. This left Director Zhao of the political office confused, and he hurried to find Fu Zhanting for clarification. The answer remained unclear. After Tang Yueling left, she quickly took a taxi back to the Tang family. It was already 6 in the evening, and Fu Bo, Wang Ma, Xiao Tao, and Jiang Baiwei had returned to the house. Before Tang Yueling even entered, she noticed that everyone looked very serious. Moreover, the storage room behind the living room seemed to be filled with many things. What's wrong? Why is everyone so serious? Are you blaming me for coming back late? What are those things in the back room? Tang Yueling joked to lighten the mood. Lingling. Jiang Baiwei could no longer hold back her tears and rushed forward to hug her before she even stepped into the living room. Vivi, what happened to you all? Is there some big news? Tang Yueling felt a sudden jolt in her heart at their expressions. Miss, you should hurry to Cheongjo Island with the military.
We are all worried about you.
Fu Bo said a few words, choking up and unable to continue. Lingling, a new round of clearing has begun in the Shanghai market. Today, the Sun family in the west of Shanghai has already been raided, and the next one might be. At this point, she couldn't help but tear up. Yes, miss. Hurry and go with the army. Get your marriage certificate with the young master, and those sycophants won't dare to touch you. We may not want you to go, but we are even more afraid for you. Xiao Tao bit her trembling lips and clenched her fists. Is the situation in the city already so tense? It seems it is truly time for her to leave.
It's okay, don't worry about me.
I have a plan. I'll buy the tickets tomorrow, and at the latest, I can leave the day after. That's good. That's good. But Ling, I really don't want to leave you. After saying this, Jiang Baiwei burst into tears. She was naturally hot-tempered and could not hide her feelings. Holding on to Tang Yueling, she was reluctant to let go. The others returned home in the afternoon, waiting for her, but they missed her by just 5 minutes compared to Fu Jingcheng. They had seen too many capitalists being criticized and paraded. No matter how much they cared, they did not want her to suffer that fate. Time was short, and Uncle Fu took her hand, leading her to the storage room at the back, which was filled with her dowry. Uncle Fu was in tears as he pulled out a list of the dowry from his gray cotton jacket. It was written in neat calligraphy, carefully detailing every item, filled with love for her. Dowry list for the young Miss Bedding. 6 new cotton quilts, 4 thick winter quilts and 2 thinner spring and autumn quilts. 2 sets each of Worker Peasant Soldier, Sunflower, and Red Sun's silk quilt covers. 1 set of bright red dragon and phoenix wedding quilt cover paired with 6 matching pillowcases. 10 striped cotton sheets. 5 sets of fine cloth underwear. 1 navy blue wool cardigan. 1 khaki blue outer coat. All bedding and clothing were hand-sewn by Aunt Wang over a year and a half. Daily necessities. 2 Huguang thermos bottles and 2 Great Wall thermos bottles, all with red double happiness characters. 1 set of enamel wash basin and spit bowl, both with red double happiness characters, wrapped in red paper for good luck. 6 glass cups for the young miss and 6 enamel cups for the young master, both with red double happiness characters. 1 Sanwu brand table clock. 30 feet each of fine cotton, khaki, and corduroy fabric. 1 Hero brand pen and 1 Who City stainless steel ladies watch, wrapped in red paper and hidden in cotton to avoid detection, designated for the young miss. 1 Peony brand radio, also wrapped in red paper and hidden in cotton. The big white rabbit candy, 3 large bags, wrapped in red paper. Wang Ma's secret homemade dishes, 10 jars. All these items were packed with old newspapers, old cotton, and camphor balls, securely placed in a cedar box, and secretly sent to Cheongzhou Island. Tang Yueling watched the 2 elders prepare with care, her eyes already moist. Miss, I also embroidered tiny twin lotuses and the double happiness character on a corner of the pillowcase. We old folks can't attend your wedding, said Wang Ma. I hope you can carry our blessings and live happily. I washed many glass jars and boiled them. Inside are your favorite 8 treasure mixed pickles, drunken gluten, sweet and sour garlic, and tender ginger. There are also oil-braised bamboo shoots, which I made early this morning. Now that it's cold, they will last a long time. Miss, you must be happy. Wang Ma held her hand, unable to stop her tears. For the first time, Tang Yueling felt the love from her family, and tears streamed down her face. Fu Bo stepped forward, patiently reminding her that some precious items were hidden in the blankets, and she should be careful when taking them out. Miss, please don't cry. With the current turmoil, we couldn't prepare the 3 transfers and 1 sound, or other big dowry items. It's my fault for not being capable. Grandpa Fu, don't say that. This is already the best. Tang Yueling knew that for someone like her, who had a lot of money and tickets, these things were easy to obtain. But for Fu Bo and Wang Ma, they didn't have much money, and even if they did, they had to find connections to exchange for tickets. They had started preparing these items over a year in advance. Even if Tang Yueling had a hard heart, she would still be moved. Miss, when you go to Cheongzhou Island, make sure to live well with your husband. If you face any difficulties, don't hold it in. The Tang family and we old folks will always protect you as long as we are here. I've lived most of my life and finally see you have a good home. If it weren't for the master saving me from the gang back then, I wouldn't be here. From now on, you must take care of yourself. Fu Bo's eyes were filled with tears as he held her hand, deeply emotional. The others behind them were also crying. Jiang Baiwei took out a simple brown paper bag from behind. Inside was a penicillin and a box of Baijue Ling snow cream, which she had bought with 4/5 of her salary, carefully packed in an old tin box and wrapped in several layers of cloth. Ling Ling, keep this medicine safe. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. But you must carry it with you. Hide it well. Cheongzhou Island is not like Shanghai. And this snow cream, use it on your face and hands. The sea breeze is strong there. Once you get there, remember to write to me often. If you feel wronged, tell me. I'll be waiting for you to come back. After saying this, Jiang Baiwei couldn't help but hug her again, tears streaming down her face. Okay, Wei Wei, thank you for your gift. I really like it. Don't worry about me. I will take good care of myself. And Fu Zhanting, he won't let me be wronged. She reached out and gently patted her back to comfort her. Xiao Tao timidly stepped forward, took out a cloth bag, and carefully pulled out a silk shirt she had sewn herself in a light pink color. Here, miss, this is handmade by me. The stitching may not be as good as Wang Ma's. How does the size look? Good. Tang Yueling took the shirt, which had a simple and elegant design, made from soft, delicate fabric that felt expensive. Xiao Tao had been working at the tailor shop for less than a year, and this costly material must have cost her a lot of savings. Tang Yueling tried it on and happily nodded. Very good. The size is just right, and I like both the fabric and the style. I'm glad you like it, Xiao Tao. As long as the miss likes it, that's enough. She nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with reluctance. After receiving their wedding gifts, Tang Yueling had already anticipated that she would need to return the favor. She had prepared gifts for everyone when she was stockpiling supplies in the black market. The items were in her space, but she didn't plan to reveal it to anyone, not even to those she trusted. She quickly ran to the second floor and returned to her bedroom to take out the items from her space. First, she pulled out 8 boxes of the most famous Gongnom Yannian tea from Shanghai, also known as Shanghai Sanyi tea. She prepared 3 boxes each for Uncle Fu and Wang Ma, and 1 box each for Jiang Baiwei and Xiao Tao. The tea was made from dried goji leaves, roasted cassia seeds, dried corn silk, aged tangerine peel, and roasted barley, crafted through a special process. Tang Yueling had specifically sought out a tea master in the black market and paid a high price to learn both the tea-making technique and obtain the tea. Of course, she still had over 30 boxes of this tea in her space, and she planned to send some to other elders in the Fu family later. She had the materials in her space and intended to mix a small amount of spring water to make her own tea when she had time. She would then mail it back to Uncle Fu and the others, which would surely be better than the current version. Additionally, a shiny brass pipe was given to Uncle Fu, with a reminder to smoke less. Aunt Wang loves to knit and cook, so she received a large bundle of high-quality deep red yarn, a complete set of new knitting needles, and a cookbook featuring the 8 major cuisines of China. Both elders were very happy, holding their gifts like treasures. For Jiang Baiwei, the gift was a brand new Hero brand fountain pen and a trendy hardcover notebook with a personal message written on the first page. Tang Yueling had also prepared some things to give her later that evening. Jiang Baiwei was delighted and took this opportunity to announce some good news. She had been transferred from the pharmacy to the surgery department, arranged personally by the head of surgery, Sun Zhengwo, fulfilling a promise made to Tang Yueling. Jiang Baiwei knew that her success was largely due to Tang Yueling's support, so she reassured her not to worry about her anymore. As for Xiao Tao, Tang Yueling gifted her a brand new pair of transparent glass stockings, a beautiful pair of red acrylic hairpins, and 2 bars of foreign soap that Xiao Tao loved. These were the luxuries that young girls dreamed of in this era, representing beauty and fashion. Tang Yueling patted her shoulder and said, "These stockings and hairpins are for you. You should dress nicely. You asked me about the soap before, so keep both bars. When I'm not around, listen to Uncle Fu and Aunt Wang, work hard, and remember to think of yourself too. In the future, find a good family." As she spoke, Xiao Tao's eyes filled with tears, but Tang Yueling's last sentence made everyone laugh. Seeing the mood lighten, she asked Uncle Fu if he had any of her photos. It was strange that someone like her, a wealthy young lady, had no pictures. Uncle Fu explained that on the day of her grandfather's funeral, she was not home, and Zhou Hohot and Shen Mingjiao burned all her photos. Hearing this made her very angry, and she could only plan to take new ones the next day. Finally, Uncle Fu pulled out a street office certificate for taking photos from the bottom of his box, which her grandfather had arranged because he knew she loved photography. Hearing this made Tang Yueling tear up again. In the end, everyone planned for the next day, when Jiang Baiwei and Xiaotao would take a day off to accompany her for photos, and they would buy some things they needed along the way, as well as local specialties. That evening, Uncle Fu specifically called her to his room and insisted on giving her 10 prized large yellow croakers from his collection. Tang Yueling naturally couldn't accept it, as it was the coffin money of Uncle Fu. In the end, after she declined, she took out a large stack of money and tickets, along with 5 small yellow fish, and placed them in front of Uncle Fu, who then did not insist. However, he still said he wanted to leave the gold for her, as he had no descendants and had lost touch with his family during the war, not knowing where home was. The Tang family was his home, and Tang Yueling was his beloved granddaughter. Later, when it was time for bed, Tang Yueling chatted with Jiang Baiwei and mentioned the matter of the Jiang family's treasures, seeking her opinion. Jiang Baiwei was very touched, but the only person she trusted in this world was Tang Yueling. In the end, she expressed that as long as the treasures were safe, they could stay with Tang Yueling until her brother and father returned from the countryside to make a decision. Finally, Tang Yueling gave her 2 small yellow fish and 2,000 yuan from the Jiang family's camphor wood box. The next morning, a half-dead Shinming Jiao and a lost-looking Zhou Hohot boarded the green train heading to Beidawang. Tang Yueling indeed did not go to see them, as their lives were no longer her concern. Almost at the same time, Director Chen from the pharmaceutical company was in his office smoking and humming a tune when several members of the Revolutionary Committee burst in and took him away. Zhuzi returned home last night and called the military district. Since Fu Zhanting was on a mission and not present, he informed Chen Hu about Tang Yueling's situation. Chen Hu was so excited that he slapped his thigh and said that his sister, Chen Fong, was also on her way with the troops, but since Chen Hu's hometown was in the north, he didn't know who would arrive first. They waited until late, and when Fu Zhanting returned to the military district, Chen Hu shared the good news with him, causing this fierce man to be so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. The next day, following Fu Zhanting's instructions, Zhuzi drove a jeep, bringing money and a new enamel cup to pick them up from the Tang family's mansion. After picking them up, they first went to Jiang Baiwei's hospital to ask for leave. When the jeep arrived at the hospital, it caused quite a stir. The surgeon Zhou Xiaofeng saw Tang Yueling again, and an uncontrollable impulse made him approach her. After a brief exchange, Zhou Xiaofeng unexpectedly said something that stunned everyone. "Comrade Tang Yueling, there's something I've wanted to say for a long time. I wonder if I have the honor to date you? I liked you from the first time we met." Upon hearing this, Tang Yueling was dumbfounded. Zhuzi immediately jumped up in anger. "Doctor, are you being inappropriate? Comrade Tang is the fiancé of our Captain Fu. Do you still dare to dream?"
Captain Fu?
"Future daughter-in-law? Comrade Tang, is it true?" Tang Yueling did not answer him, only smiled and nodded. However, Xiaotao quickly took over the conversation. "Of course it's true. My lady is about to join the army. Don't even think about it." "I'm sorry. Comrade Tang, am I too late?" Zhou Xiaofeng received his answer and felt as if his soul had been drained. He turned and left like a zombie. Not far behind, Fu Jingqing had just arrived at the hospital with a few people. Early in the morning, after leaving the pillar, he had been secretly following in a taxi. He had heard the entire conversation. He had planned to watch his beloved from a distance and return to Cheongzhou Island at noon. But now, his heart was completely shattered. It turned out that so many people liked her. He had missed out on more than he realized. The only future he and she had was as uncle and aunt. Jiang Baiwei had just taken a leave from the HR department and noticed Zhou Xiaofeng's unusual demeanor and the strange expressions of the others. Just as she was about to ask, the talkative Zhuzi and Xiaotao spoke up simultaneously. "Sister Weiwei, one of your colleagues at the hospital is actually dating the lady. Comrade Jiang, one of your doctors is trying to steal our captain's girlfriend." Both were surprised that they said almost the same thing, and Zhuzi and Xiaotao exchanged glances, both blushing. If that's the case, it just shows that Ling Ling is too charming. Ha ha ha. Jiang Baiwei and Tang Yueling couldn't help but laugh together at the two. Zhuzi drove, and Tang Yueling and Xiaotao intentionally let Xiaotao sit in the front seat to tease the two. Xiaotao reluctantly got in, feeling a bit awkward. Now, Xiaotao really looked like a ripe peach, so red that one would want to take a bite. Zhuzi also had a flushed face, his body stiff like a real pillar, staring straight ahead, afraid to turn his head. The jeep soon arrived at the largest state-run photo studio in Huzhou. The studio's facade was small, with a white background and red letters spelling out Hujing People's Photo Studio. The display window showcased several large sample photos, a young woman wearing a red armband, holding a red book, gazing intently into the distance, a male worker in uniform, holding tools, and a farmer embracing a bountiful harvest of rice. Zhuzi rushed ahead, pushing open the heavy glass door, and a mix of developing chemicals, old wood, and dust hit him in the face. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman with a serious expression, wearing sleeves. When she saw the group's outfits and the military uniform, she was very polite. She carefully checked the introduction letter brought by Uncle Fu and looked over Tang Yueling to confirm if her clothing was appropriate. In this era, photos shouldn't be too flashy or too shabby. Tang Yueling had dressed up for the occasion, wearing a dark green work coat and a matching wool scarf. Since she needed to take a photo, she had removed her coat and scarf, revealing a white khaki top with the top button fastened properly. She wore dark gray cotton trousers and black cotton shoes. Her two neat braids hung in front of her chest, and without makeup, her expression was calm and dignified, truly a beauty of the city. A photo cost 4.3 yuan, and Zhuzi eagerly paid, as it was a strict order from the captain that he would cover today's expenses. His amusing behavior made the others laugh and cry at the same time. In this time, taking photos was considered a luxury, costing the equivalent of several days' wages for an ordinary worker. Xiaotao and Jiang Baiwei had taken photos before, while Zhuzi looked around with curiosity. An elderly man with gray hair, wearing a dark blue Zhongshan suit and glasses, came out from the back room and was quite polite. "Are you Comrade Tang Yueling? This way, please." He led her into the photography studio, and Xiaotao and the others followed. The studio was small, with several powerful tungsten lights hanging from the ceiling, buzzing when turned on. An old-fashioned wooden camera, covered in black and red velvet, was firmly placed on a tripod. The background featured two large, movable curtains. One displayed a standard image of the Tiananmen Gate, while the other showcased the unique scenery of the Bund, with the Oriental Red Broadcasting Tower and ships on the Huangpu River flying red flags. Jiang Baiwei and Xiaotao agreed that the Bund scenery would highlight her beauty better. Once everything was ready, Jiang Baiwei felt something was missing. Suddenly inspired, she quickly stepped forward and discreetly applied some lip balm to Tang Yueling's cherry-like lips. The color was subtle yet alluring, not too flashy. She also carefully pinned a red badge to her chest. Now was perfect. The elderly man skillfully positioned himself behind the black curtain, showing only one hand to adjust the camera's direction. "Comrade Tang, move a little to the right. Tilt your head slightly up, yes. Relax your shoulders. Great, look at the camera. Don't be nervous, smile. Good. Hold that pose. Just like that." With a soft click, a brief and dazzling flash of magnesium light blinded them, and a faint smell of sulfur filled the air. "All right, comrades. Come back in a week. I guarantee you'll look great." Tang Yueling still felt a bit nervous. It was indeed different from taking pictures with a mobile phone in modern times. Just as she was about to leave, no one could move their feet, and the three exchanged knowing glances. In the end, they held the old photographer's hand and, under the pretext of promoting revolutionary friendship, asked him to make an exception and take a group photo. They chose Tiananmen Square as the background, and Tang Yueling requested 3 copies. Each person got 1 photo. Her individual photo would be developed in a week and sent to Beijing by Zhuzi, with 1 copy given to Uncle Fu. The last individual photo, along with the group photo, would be sent to Cheongzhou Island. Zhuzi looked at Xiaotao and thought about taking a photo too, but it felt a bit awkward, so he just scratched his head and gave up. After leaving the photo studio, the 4 drove to the ticket hall at the North train station in Shanghai. The ticket hall was crowded, filled with the smells of sweat, tobacco, and anxiety. The loudspeakers continuously played revolutionary songs and announcements, which were somewhat jarring. Because there were so many people, Xiaotao and Jiang Baiwei waited in the car, while Zhuzi squeezed into the crowd with Tang Yueling. In those days, there was no priority lane for soldiers. Everyone had to wait in line. They stood in line for 2 full hours before finally reaching the window. Zhuzi wanted Tang Yueling to rest in the car but was afraid others would think she was cutting in line. He slid 2 letters of proof through the small opening at the window and pointed to Tang Yueling, saying to the staff, "Hello, comrade. Please help my sister-in-law buy a train ticket to Yangqing for a hard sleeper. My sister-in-law is a military family member. Here are the military and street proofs." The middle-aged female ticket seller, looking serious and tired, glanced up when she heard military family and immediately became very polite.
"Oh,
The family of the Special Forces from Cheongzhou Island. Your documents are complete. Please wait a moment. You're in luck. There's still one upper hard sleeper available on train K99 tomorrow morning. The ticket price is 24.8 yuan, plus 5 jin of national food stamps. Comrade Tang, the proof needs to be registered here first. I'll return it to you when you pick up the ticket." "All right, thank you." Just as Tang Yueling was about to pay, Zhuzi stepped in first. "Sister-in-law, since this is a task from the company commander, please don't make it hard for me." "Okay, then I'll trouble Comrade Zhuzi." After leaving the ticket hall, they hurried to the state-run store to buy essentials, along with some snacks and local specialties from Shanghai for her. The journey to Cheongzhou Island was long, so they needed to be well prepared. After buying everything, it was already afternoon. They put all the items in the jeep and planned to organize them again when they got back to the villa. When they returned to the villa, Aunt Wang and Uncle Fu had prepared a large table of delicious food. Zhuzi did not refuse any longer and joined them for dinner. After the meal, Tang Yueling asked Zhuzi to reconnect the phone at the Tang family's villa. She had not done it before to avoid leaving traces, but now that she was leaving, she was no longer worried. With the phone, it would be easier to stay in touch later. The next morning, Uncle Fu, Aunt Wang, and Xiaotao all appeared at the Shanghai station. Tang Yueling held a nylon net bag in her left hand, filled with various items. It contained a covered enamel cup, an aluminum lunchbox, a spoon, a thermos, canned food, tea, eggs, cookies, candies, and pickled vegetables made by Aunt Wang that morning. The bag was heavy and a bit hard to hold, but it was filled with their love. In her right hand, she carried a large camphor wood box with a few changes of cloves, soap, toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a towel. There was also some snowflake cream, clam oil, a medical book, a piece of sandalwood soap, iodine cotton swabs, and gauze. Over her shoulder, she had a small gray leather bag containing money, national food coupons, and a ticket to Yangqing. It also held military and street proof of identity, essential oil, ointment, a small mirror, a comb, and a handkerchief. These items were all packed for her by Aunt Wang and Xiaotao early in the morning. Uncle Fu specifically mentioned that the essential oil could prevent seasickness and the ointment could treat insect bites. Tang Yueling struggled to carry everything and raised her hand to wave goodbye to them. Uncle Fu and Aunt Wang were too choked up to speak. Their little lady had never faced such hardship. A delicate young miss was leaving as if fleeing. Carrying so much, she was about to embark on a long journey to an island with the military. There were many more things she needed to take, but considering she only had 2 hands, they were sent with her dowry by freight. The 4 of them waved goodbye, knowing that Tang Yueling's journey would not be easy. "Take care, little miss. Make sure to write and call back. Yueling, take good care of yourself. Remember to write to me. Miss, take care. Sister-in-law, have a safe journey. Okay, you all go back quickly." After a difficult time, Tang Yueling finally arrived at the waiting room, which was overcrowded. The peeling benches were filled with people, and the floor was piled with luggage. The air was filled with various dialects, coughing, children's cries, and announcements from loudspeakers. She found a relatively quiet corner to stand in, placed the camphor wood box down, and used a clean handkerchief as a cushion. To avoid drawing attention, she dressed very simply. She wore a cream-colored turtleneck sweater, dark gray straight-leg pants, and brown lace-up shoes. Over this, she had on a charcoal gray mid-length coat. Not wanting to deal with extra hassle, she skipped the scarf and braided her hair into two thick braids that hung in front of her. She looked understated yet stylish. She glanced around, reached into her bag, and put away some unimportant items, especially a heavy thermos filled with hot water. This era is not like the 21st century, where trains provide hot water. Therefore, Uncle Fu and Aunt Wang thoughtfully packed everything she could bring. Tang Yueling stored all the water from the thermos in her space, leaving only an empty bottle as a cover, and did the same with the canned food and pickles. She opened a corner of her wooden box and emptied its contents. Once on the train, she would put everything back in the box. It was important for the box to have something in it, otherwise, it would be strange for a light box to be checked by the train's militia. She had her space, so there was no need to carry heavy burdens. Everyone knew how tiring it was to travel far with a lot of stuff, especially in the crowded 1960s China. She also stored her proof of identity and money in her space for safety, in case they were lost or stolen. Early that morning, after getting her ticket, Tang Yueling sent a telegram to Fu Zhanting from a nearby newspaper office. The porter took the opportunity to mention that Chen Hu's sister, Chen Fong, might also be on the same train back to Cheongzhou Island. However, whether they would meet depended on fate. When it was time to board, she easily picked up her wooden box and headed toward the sleeper car. The platform was still very crowded and chaotic. Not far away, a loud woman in her 30s was shouting in a strong accent to the porter, "Be careful with my big bundle. There are pancakes for my brother inside. I'd be heartbroken if they got crushed." Tang Yueling was drawn to her loud voice and caught sight of her tall, sturdy figure and a large blue cloth bundle, thinking, this lady has quite a voice, so down to earth. Without lingering too long, she continued searching for her compartment. After some effort, she finally found her compartment and the upper bunk. Just as she steadied her wooden box, she noticed that the space below was mostly taken up by the large blue cloth bundle she had seen earlier. To her surprise, the loud woman was sleeping in the lower bunk. At that moment, she was bending over, trying hard to stuff her bag inside, mumbling softly in her dialect, "Oh dear, why is this thing so bulky?" Tang Yueling, with her clear voice, asked her, "Do you need help?" The older sister turned around, saw the elegant Tang Yueling, and her eyes lit up. She immediately raised her voice again. "Oh, young lady. Sorry. My bag is too heavy and too big. I can't fit it in. It must be blocking your luggage, right? Come on, let me help you." Without waiting for a response, she took the camphorwood box from Tang Yueling's hands and paused for a moment. As soon as she placed the box down, Tang Yueling opened a small gap, which was already filled with items. The older sister waited in her hands and couldn't help but admire, this pretty girl has some strength. In no time, she managed to push her big bag further inside, making room for Tang Yueling. She quickly stuffed the camphorwood box in as well. "Oh my goodness, it finally fits. Your box is heavier than the grinding stone at my home. Young lady, your box doesn't look big, but it's quite heavy. When I helped you lift it just now, I almost hurt my back." The older sister dusted off her hands and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, smiling widely to reveal a set of neat, white teeth. Tang Yueling felt a bit embarrassed and quickly explained, "Thank you, big sister. The box is a bit heavy because it has some books inside." "No problem. I have plenty of strength. Are you sleeping up top? I'll sleep below you. We must be fated. My name is Chen Fong. I'm from Jiaodong. What's your name? Where are you from?" Her enthusiasm and simplicity were refreshing. Wait a minute. Chen Fong? Could it be that she is Chen Hu's sister? Tang Yueling didn't mention the name directly, keeping it in mind. "Hello, Sister Chen. I'm from Shanghai, just heading to join the army." "Joining the army? Oh my, I just returned from visiting my hometown, and am heading back to the army too." Just as Chen Fong was about to ask more, the carriage door was suddenly pulled open with a loud bang. A girl around 18 or 19 walked in, pinching her nose, frowning with her carefully drawn eyebrows, and twisting her waist. She wore a brand new floral shirt and tight bell-bottom pants. Her slightly curly hair was a bit messy, and the thick makeup on her face had smudged from sweat. In her left hand, she carried a stylish leather suitcase with foreign letters printed on it, and in her right hand, she held a pink cashmere coat.
Oh,
What is that smell? It's so stuffy. The smell of sweat, the stench of feet, and some unknown sour odor. This is unbearable. This broken train shortens my life by 3 years with just one ride. The woman dressed like a colorful butterfly, who kept complaining, was none other than Lin Zhaodi, a distant cousin of Lin Honging, the star of the cultural troupe in the Cheongzhou Island military district, who secretly admired Fu Zhanting. Coming from a small town, both of her parents worked, and after graduating from high school, she followed her cousin to dance for 2 years, but she had big dreams. Now, she was listening to Lin Honging crying over the phone about being robbed of her crush of 5 years by a capitalist fox. This trip was also at Lin Honging's invitation to come to the island to seek refuge with her. At the same time, she fantasized about making a good future in the cultural troupe and meeting young, talented officers because of her pretty looks. As she spoke, she exaggeratedly waved her hand in front of her nose. Her gaze swept over Chen Fang's large bundle at her feet, and she wrinkled her nose in disgust, finally landing on Tang Yueling. With a sarcastic tone, she said, "TSK, some people are just lucky, looking like a flower, and they get help with their luggage right away. Look at that delicate skin. No matter how plain she dresses, she can't hide that.
charm.
And she's with the army. I wonder who she's looking for on the island?" She emphasized charm and who she's looking for, to imply that Tang Yueling was not serious. Tang Yueling felt furious at her words. Who is this person? She's completely crazy. Did I provoke her? Just because the tiger doesn't show its power, she thinks she's a cute kitten. Tang Yueling had always criticized this novel for its flawed values, so she only read the first half, missing the plot involving Fu Zhanting entirely. She jumped straight to the end of the book. When she saw Shin Mingjiao become the ultimate winner in life, she was so angry that she abandoned the book. But now, she clearly regretted it. This meant that she would have to figure out the rest of the plot on her own. What Tang Yueling didn't know was that from the moment she entered the story, she automatically became the main character, with all the plot and characters revolving around her. Although Tang Yueling appeared delicate and easy to bully, she was not weak at heart. She rolled up her sleeves, shrugged her shoulders, and was ready to teach Lin Zhaodi a lesson, but Chen Fang stepped in first. When she entered, her attention was on the luggage, and she hadn't noticed Lin Zhaodi's appearance. Chen Fan was a typical tall girl from Jiaodong, with a large frame and a height of about 170 centimeters. She had a round face with rosy cheeks like ripe apples, bright eyes, and thick eyebrows that gave her a commanding presence, but her smile was warm and inviting. She wore a blue floral jacket with white patterns and black wide-leg pants, along with a pair of black cloth shoes. Her long, shiny braid fell across her chest, and her skin had a healthy tan from the island sun. Suddenly, her smile vanished, and her brows furrowed like a firecracker ready to explode. She stood up quickly, hands on her hips, tall and imposing, speaking in a rough local dialect. "What did you say? Who smells bad? Your own body odor is strong enough to drive away mosquitoes. If you can afford a car or a plane, why are you here complaining?" Her voice was loud and direct, staring fiercely at Lin Zhaodi, almost poking her in the nose with her finger. "And what's with your mouth? Did you eat something awful? Can't you talk properly? My sister is dressed neatly, with her braid done nicely, and she's pretty. What's it to you? You dress all flashy, like a stage performer, and you dare to criticize others? And I want to help her with her luggage. What's it to you? You're just jealous. You have a bad case of envy." Chen Fang grew angrier, almost spitting as she spoke. "And who my sister goes to see is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. Take care of yourself. If you keep talking nonsense, do you want me to slap you?" She raised her hand, pretending to threaten her. Lin Zhaodi, startled by Chen Fang's barrage of insults and raised hand, took a step back, her pretty face turning red and pale. She didn't expect this seemingly simple countrywoman to be so fierce. Tang Yueling, watching from the side, felt even more certain that this kind-hearted older sister was definitely Chun Hu's sister. She also admired how people in this era were still pure-hearted and willing to stand up for others. In the 21st century, even if an elderly person fell, no one would dare to help. Lin Zhaodi, however, didn't dare to confront Chen Fong directly and could only shout back weakly, "You're rude. Uncivilized. A country bumpkin. What I say about her is none of your business. What's your relationship with her? Why are you protecting her? I see you two are in cahoots. You both aren't good people." Just as Tang Yueling and Chen Fong were about to retort, they heard a veteran lying quietly above them suddenly cough heavily twice. Tang Yueling noticed him when she came in earlier. He was in his 40s, with a square face and bronze skin. He wore an old, faded army jacket in a light green color. The shoulder and collar insignias had been removed, leaving only faint marks, like faded metals. He walked with a slight limp, but when he climbed to the upper bunk, his arms showed strength, clearly indicating he was a veteran who had been injured.
Cough, cough.
"Comrade, be quiet. This is a public space. Why are you making noise so early in the morning?" The young lady is dressed neatly and speaks politely. "How does that bother you? I think it's your own heart that isn't clean." His voice was not loud but very clear, with a raspy quality. He then turned to the angry Chen Fong and softened his tone a bit. "Big sister, calm down. Why argue with a young girl who doesn't understand? Let's all just rest for a bit." His last sentence was clearly directed at Chen Fong and Tang Yueling with a comforting tone. Once he asserted his presence, the atmosphere in the carriage quieted down significantly. Lin Zhaodi was left speechless by the veteran's words, especially the comment about her heart not being clean, which felt like a sharp jab. Turning to see Chen Fong's fierce glare, Tang Yueling's clenched fists, and the veteran's calm but authoritative demeanor, she felt both angry and scared, her face turning a deep shade of red. She stomped her foot and pretended to spit in Tang Yueling's direction, muttering under her breath, "Humph, acting so high and mighty. Just wait and see." After saying this, she climbed up to her bunk like a defeated rooster, covering her head with the blanket and trembling with anger inside. Chen Fong huffed heavily at Lin Zhaodi's back and turned to the veteran with a grateful smile. "Thank you, brother, for standing up for us. These days, anything can happen." She then turned and took Tang Yueling's hand, looking concerned. Since they were both military families, she subconsciously wanted to protect her. "Sister, are you scared? Don't mind that crazy person. Sit down and rest for a bit, and let's chat. Let's see who dares to say anything else." "Big sister, it's fine. We won't cause trouble, but if something happens, we won't be afraid." After saying this, she nodded slightly to Chen Fong and the veteran, offering a gentle, reassuring smile. "Good, that's good." Taking advantage of the fact that they had just boarded the train and weren't tired yet, Chen Fong took out some pancakes wrapped with scallions, dates, and sweet potato chips, wanting Tang Yueling to try them. Tang Yueling was from Chuan City before she entered the story, so she wasn't used to the food. She politely ate the jujubes and shared some of her snacks with Chen Fong. Chen Fong warmly held her hand and chatted softly in the lower bunk. When Tang Yueling learned that Chen Fong was really Chun Hu's sister, she felt relieved and revealed her identity. Upon hearing the truth, Chen Fong's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my goodness.
Captain Fu?
You are from Captain Fu's family? My man and brother are his good friends. Just the day before yesterday, he mentioned him over the phone. He said Fu is amazing and is marrying a beautiful woman from whose city to join the army. I was curious about what kind of legendary woman could melt Fu's icy demeanor. Oh my goodness. I finally see the real person. Girl, you are even more beautiful than the fairy in the magazine." "I thought so. The moment I saw you, I felt a connection." Chen Fong was like a chatterbox, praising Tang Yueling so much that she felt a bit shy. Unable to contain her excitement, she immediately considered Tang Yueling one of her own. She eagerly wanted to share all the good food from her bag, like boiled eggs and sesame candy. Tang Yueling also took out her apricot cookies and white rabbit candy from her bag, and they shared together. When Lin Zhaodi heard the names Captain Fu and Tang Yueling, it felt like a needle had pricked her. No wonder she found Tang Yueling unpleasant at first. The capitalist beauty who stole her cousin's heart was right in front of her. She suddenly turned her head and stared at Tang Yueling with jealousy and disdain. Tang Yueling noticed the unfriendly gaze and didn't back down, returning an even sharper look. Lin Zhaodi was taken aback, remembering their earlier argument. She didn't dare to confront her now, so she gritted her teeth and pulled the blanket over herself, pretending to sleep. As she smelled the fragrance from her own body, an idea sparked in her mind. The train ride from Hu City to Yang City took 3 days and 2 nights, over 60 hours. Then, it would take another day and night by boat to Coconut City, and from there, half a day of mountain roads to Cheongzhou Island. With all that time, she had plenty of chances to deal with this capitalist beauty. Little did she know, Tang Yueling was not someone to be underestimated, especially with Chen Fong around. Who would end up at a disadvantage was still uncertain. A few hours after the train departed, the train police came to check for suspicious individuals, as the current situation was unstable and enemy agents were rampant. Tang Yueling was resting on the upper bunk. Through the train window, she saw the Qiantang River Bridge and some scattered barges on the river. The train attendant announced travel reminders through a metal horn, stressing, "Stay alert to prevent sabotage by class enemies." Just as Tang Yueling thought, a young militia member came over to lift her wooden box. At Jiaxing Station, several students wearing red armbands came to the carriage to distribute printed flyers. Later that evening, Lin Zhaodi waited until a few people were washing up together and took out a half-used bar of imported soap with foreign letters on it. She deliberately created a lot of foam in front of Tang Yueling and Chen Fong, the strong scent filling the air. This imported soap is really different. My skin feels so smooth after using it. Some people probably have never used such good stuff in their lives, she hinted at Tang Yueling, implying her fall from grace due to her capitalist background. Tang Yueling noticed Lin Zhaodi place the soap in a wet corner of the wash basin, right next to the drain. With a slight smile, she remained silent and did not argue. Pretending to wash her hands, she subtly moved her body to block the view, and with a thought, she made the soap disappear instantly. After washing her face, Lin Zhaodi noticed the soap was gone and immediately screamed, "Where's my soap? Who stole my imported soap?" Tang Yueling feigned innocence, calmly drying her hands with a towel. "Comrade, are you sure you left it here? I just washed my hands and only saw water, not any soap." Chen Fong turned around and chimed in loudly, "Exactly. I saw it too. It must have slipped off that wet counter and washed away. Imported, huh? If you weren't careful, whose fault is that? Who would even want that broken thing? We use sulfur soap, and it cleans better than your stinky soap." Lin Zhaodi looked at the sink, frustrated and unable to argue back. She couldn't say the soap had vanished into thin air. Feeling upset, she turned to Tang Yueling, still plotting in her mind. The next morning, Tang Yueling opened her eyes to see bare red soil slopes and villages with gray tiled walls outside the window. Upon arriving at Yingtan Station, she saw a narrow-gauge train carrying timber puffing out black smoke. When they reached Nanchang Hongduai Station, the loudspeakers blared slogans for a struggle session, and many passengers couldn't help but peek out the windows. "Sister Tang, let's not join the crowd. These people are just too full from eating and not doing anything productive. Every day without producing anything, just focusing on education. It's like we have nothing better to do," Chen Fong said with a frown, pulling Tang Yueling close, worried she might get involved. The retired soldier above them looked uneasy too. Lin Zhaodi was quiet, lying in her bed and avoiding eye contact. Suddenly, the train door swung open, and a ticket dodger was pulled out by the train police. On the third day, as they passed through the Nanling Tunnel, Tang Yueling saw many subtropical plants. Before she traveled here, she was a true native of Sichuan and, being an orphan, had no extra money to spare. making her way to the southernmost part of Huagua. Outside Shaoguan Station, bamboo rafts line the Bay River, and the boatmen, wearing straw hats, sang songs, but they were too far away to hear clearly. Before they even got off the train, police boarded at Shaoguan Station to check for suspicious individuals. With her mixed accent from Shanghai and Sichuan, Tang Yueling naturally became a target for questioning. Chen Fong raised her voice to explain and presented their military documents, which finally allowed them to leave. It was then that Chen Fong learned that the clever woman across from her was also heading to Cheongzhou Island and was actually Lin Hongying's distant cousin, Lin Jiaodi. Throughout the train journey, Tang Yueling felt relaxed thanks to the protection of her spiritual water and Chen Fong's care, which warmed her heart. On the third day at dusk, Tang Yueling followed Chen Fong to the Bai Wharf in Yangcheng, where they used their military and street documents to buy tickets to Coconut City. Tickets were scarce, but they managed to get 3 third-class tickets for 10 people, costing 8 yuan. Chen Fong insisted on paying for her, but Tang Yueling refused, even though she wanted to help. In the end, they each paid for themselves. 8 yuan was not a small amount in this era, and Tang Yueling didn't want to start off by owing anyone favors. Money doesn't come easily, especially for families of soldiers stationed along the coast. After passing through several checks, Tang Yueling and the others boarded the Hongwei No. 9 ship. Looking back, she saw the cranes at Huangpu Port and large cargo ships painted with slogans like Aid Vietnam, Resist America. Their day and night sea journey officially began. On the other side of Cheongzhou Island, Fu Zhanting was eagerly waiting, while Fu Jingcheng was already in a jeep heading to the island. The Fu family in Jing City had also received news that Tang Yueling was accompanying the military to Cheongzhou Island. In the Fu family's living room in Jing City, the night outside was thick like dark ink. Lin Manchio sat on the mahogany sofa, holding a neatly organized list that included the betrothal gifts for Tang Yueling and clothes for Xiao Bei. Early this morning, Fu Zhanting called to say that Tang Yueling was on her way with the troops. She would arrive at Shouyingjiao tomorrow afternoon. Fu Zhengwa stood by the window, facing away from her, his fingers tapping absent-mindedly on the windowsill. Old Master Fu sat in a grand chair inside, rubbing a small wooden box wrapped in red silk. Fu Jingyan, the 8-year-old son of Fu Zhanting and Song Wanrong, nicknamed Xiao Bei, was lying on the carpet playing with a toy tank, making vroom sounds while occasionally glancing at the adults with wide, eager eyes. The atmosphere in the living room was tense, filled with unspoken emotions. Lin Manchio put down the list, her voice a bit excited, as if she had made a decision. Zhenghua, I've made up my mind. Zhanting has already sent the marriage report and informed us. The girl is on her way. As elders, we can't just sit back and watch. I'll take Xiao Bei with me to Cheongzhou Island. First, to see Zhanting, and also to meet the girl, discuss the marriage arrangements. Second, Zhanting, Wanrong, and Xiao Yu, Fu Jingqing's nickname, are over there. Xiao Bei misses his parents and brother, so it's a good chance for a family reunion. She looked down at Xiao Bei on the carpet, his little face turned up, her tone softening. Xiao Bei is on break too. He keeps saying he wants to see his mom and dad and his brother Jingcheng. He really wants to see the fairy aunt who can tame the king of hell. I'll take him to Cheongzhou Island. It'll save him from causing trouble at home. Xiao Bei, do you want to go to Cheongzhou Island? Xiao Bei immediately dropped the tank and dashed to Lin Manchio, hugging her leg and looking up with bright eyes. Yes. Xiao Bei wants to go. Grandma, I really miss my mom and dad. I miss my brother. Uncle said the new aunt is a fairy. She's even prettier than in the magazines. I want to see the fairy aunt. His innocent words lightened the heavy atmosphere in the living room. Fu Zhengwa turned around, his brow furrowed, his bronze face showing signs of worry and conflict. Nonsense. Manchio, what kind of place is Cheongzhou Island? It's the front line. The situation is so complicated, and the journey is exhausting. Even taking a private plane isn't completely safe. I don't agree. His tone was firm, but deep down, there was a strong sense of reluctance and concern. He sat down next to Lin Manchio and placed his large hand over hers, which was resting on her knee, applying a bit too much pressure. More importantly, Cheongjo Island is too far away and the sea conditions are rough. The situation there is tough. Your health.
And what about me?
With my identity. So many people are watching right now. If I make a move, it could set off a chain reaction. You're not exactly in great health either, and with little Bae being so young, how can I let you go that far alone? That brat John Ting has his own ideas. Let him figure things out for himself. We can talk about it when the situation stabilizes. He paused, tightening his grip, his eyes filled with worry and affection. Lin Manchio held his hand back, feeling his sweaty palm and slight tremble, realizing he wasn't truly against it but was reluctant and concerned. She softened her voice but spoke with undeniable firmness. Zhenghua, I know you're worried. I'm doing well. We can take a private plane. It's fast and safe. What waves could there be? Besides, Wanrong is at the hospital on the island. She can take good care of me. You can relax. She purposely spoke lightly, patting his large hand. But you need to eat on time at home, smoke less, and don't stay up late with work. I'll have Xiao Zhang keep an eye on you. And I've prepared the betrothal gifts, double the amount. One for Zhang Ting's wife and one for Xiao Yu. He's still young. He will definitely meet someone he likes in the future. This kid Jing Cheng.
Sigh.
He went to Shanghai and came back saying the Tang family is unwilling to honor the old agreement, claiming the names on the marriage certificate are wrong. How much truth is there in that? If he doesn't want to talk, we can't press him. But in my heart, I feel like Jing Cheng is hiding something from us. I'll go this time and have a good talk with John Hang and Wanrong, help him see things clearly and not get stuck in his own thoughts. At that moment, the quiet elder Fu suddenly spoke up, his voice loud but slightly hoarse.
Go.
You must go. He slammed a small wooden box wrapped in red silk onto the coffee table, pushing it toward Lin Manchio. The silk opened slightly, revealing a heavy, old-fashioned savings book and a few vintage gold rings. The rings looked antique, possibly part of Grandma Fu's dowry.
Take this.
It's a little something I saved with your mother back then. I originally wanted to give it to a few grandchildren personally. Now, you can give it to Zhang Ting's wife on our behalf. That kid may be a bit of a mess, but his taste. Follow me. You can't go wrong. He said it boldly, but a hint of moisture appeared in his murky eyes. He looked at Lin Manchio and the little Bae snuggled by her side, then at his son tightly holding his wife's hand. His thoughts seemed to drift back to a time of war. Back then, your mother. She also suffered so much to protect the 3 children. He raised his age-spotted hand and wiped his face with effort, his fingers trembling slightly. To protect important people in Huagua, Grandma Fu and her 3 children were forced to move, and the Fu family paid a heavy price. Fu Zhenggua's brother and sister got lost in the chaos and were later confirmed dead. Although Grandma Fu survived, she was left with serious heart issues. She passed away when Fu Zhenghua was still a teenager. This remained the deepest pain in Fu's heart. In the end, only Zhenghua was left. Your mother, until her last breath, kept mentioning the eldest and the youngest. His throat choked up, and he could not continue, just repeatedly rubbing the red silk bag and the remaining jewelry in his hand. The living room was silent. Fu Zhenghua tightened his grip on Lin Manchio's hand, his knuckles turning white. He remembered his mother's frail hand before she passed and the endless worry and guilt in her eyes. He also recalled the blurry smiles of his brother and sister, feeling as if a heavy stone was blocking his chest, making it hard to breathe. Lin Manchio's eyes turned red as well. She sensed the pressure and sorrow in her husband and father-in-law's hearts. With a gentle yet firm voice, she said, Dad, Zhenghua, you both need to relax. Mom is watching from above. She surely hopes the children are all well. Zhang Ting has found the person he wants to protect. That's a good thing. I will take this money to your granddaughter-in-law and bring your and Mom's wishes to her. She carefully picked up the heavy red silk bag and secured it. Fu Zhenghua took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if trying to push down the heaviness and painful memories in his chest.
All right, go. Go now.
His voice was hoarse, and his expression was complex, filled with worry and reluctance. He quickly stood up, grabbed the military phone from the table, dialed a number, and his tone regained the authority of a commander. "Hello, operations room? This is Fu Xinghua. For the logistics supply flight to Cheongjo Island tomorrow afternoon, add 2 family member seats. Yes, my wife and my grandson. Handle the paperwork at the highest security level." In Fu Xinghua's bedroom, it was late at night, and the moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the hardwood floor. Fu Xinghua tossed and turned in bed like a pancake, the hard bed creaking under his movements. He faced inward, turning his back to Lin Manchio, his broad shoulders tense, and his breathing heavier than usual. Lin Manchio was feeling a bit sleepy, but his movements completely disturbed her. "What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Are you still worried about me and Xiao Bei?" Her voice was lazily sleepy as she reached out to hold his hand. Fu Xinghua's body stiffened for a moment, then he turned over with a bit of force, causing a breeze. In the dark, his intense gaze fixed on his wife's gentle face, and he swallowed hard, as if struggling with something difficult to say. He remained silent for several seconds, with only his heavy breathing filling the air.
It's not about that. Oh.
What could be such a big deal that it keeps Commander Fu awake at night? Lin Manchio raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. Fu Xinghua was silent for a moment, as if he had made a big decision, then suddenly grabbed Lin Manchio's hand on his chest tightly. "Manchio, when you get to Cheongjo Island, if you see that Zhou Jingtang, just ignore him."
Zhou Jingtang?
The commander from the Cheongjo Island military district? What's wrong with him? Lin Manchio was taken aback, taking a moment to remember who he was. Humph. What else could it be?
That guy.
Back in the Northeast during the bandit suppression, he was in my squad. Relying on a few days of schooling, he could write some cheesy poetry, and he looked decent enough. That guy. He wanted to say more but hesitated, as if the words were hard to say, sounding a bit sulky like a big boy throwing a tantrum. Lin Manchio watched her husband's rare embarrassment and frustration, trying to piece together the past from his words. Suddenly, a vague memory jumped into her mind.
Oh.
I remember. Isn't he the one who sent me several love letters back then, signed as the Lone Wolf of the North? And then Xiao Jing read them out loud in public, making him too embarrassed to look at me for a month. That Zhou and Shu? Xiao Jing was Lin Manchio's close friend from the art troupe, now retired like her, and living in the Northeast. Fu Xinghua sat up suddenly, as if someone had stepped on his tail, his voice rising. Yes, that's him. And what was it? The Lone Wolf of the North? I think it should be the Dirt Dog of the North. He even wrote, "Your eyes are the stars on the black soil."
Ugh.
That's just so cheesy. He imitated Zhou Jingtang's tone from back then, full of disdain, but a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. He later asked someone about you. When he found out we were together, he even got into a fight with me. But he couldn't beat me, and in the end, I almost broke his nose. Lin Manchio couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a bit embarrassed as she quickly covered her mouth.
Oh, dear.
That's all old news from ages ago. You still remember those trivial matters? Now, Commander Zhou is a big shot, and it seems his children have all settled down. Hearing this, Fu Xinghua became anxious and interrupted her, his tone firm and filled with strong possessiveness. So, what if his children are married? His wife has been gone for many years, and he hasn't remarried.
Who knows if he still
has lingering feelings? After saying this, he felt it was a bit ridiculous, but he stubbornly refused to back down. Lin Manchio stopped laughing, lay back down, and pulled his arm to encourage him to lie down too. Xinghua, you're already a grandfather, and you're still jealous? By the way, Zhou Jingtang seems to be Zhou Xiaowei's father. Wanrong told me that girl works at the hospital on the island. Her medical skills are quite good. I heard. She might have some feelings for Zhanting? She gently touched his furrowed brow with her fingertip, her eyes full of warmth. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaowei's name, Fu Xinghua frowned even more and snorted. Humph. His daughter is just like her father. She thinks too highly of herself. It's strange that John Ting would like her. But, old Zhou is very protective. He seems to have only one son and one daughter. I'm worried that because of his daughter or because of some old issues, he might give you a hard time or make things difficult for John Ting. And Yueling. In his position, he has plenty of ways to make things tough for others. Lin Manchio nodded in understanding, realizing that her husband was restless because he was worried about her and the children. She felt warm inside but also found it a bit amusing. She leaned closer to her husband, resting her forehead against his stubbled chin, her voice gentle yet reassuring. Don't worry, my Commander Fu. Your wife, back in the day, could charm a bunch of young men in the art troupe, and it wasn't just because of her looks. Even if Zhou Jingtang is a commander, he still needs to be reasonable. I'm going to discuss our son's marriage with sincerity, representing the Fu family's honor. If he dares to mix personal and public matters and make things difficult for the younger generation, I'm not someone to be underestimated. Just as he could be called the Northern Lone Wolf back then, he can also be called the Cheongzhou Sick Cat now. She paused for a moment, her tone shifting to a deeper, more tender warmth. Besides, my heart has been with you all these years, haven't you realized that? Who was like a mountain standing in front of me back then, taking that bullet for me? And who made my first ring from a captured can? Even if Zhou Jingtang wrote 100 sentimental poems, it can't compare to the bullet you took for me. Lin Manchio gently touched the scar on her husband's chest, an old wound that had healed but still looked fierce. It was a medal of his love for her. Fu Zhengguo's body suddenly trembled, and the old scar felt hot again. All his jealousy, worry, and irritation vanished with his wife's gentle touch and whispers. He tightened his arms around Lin Manchio, holding her so tightly it felt like he wanted to merge her into his very being. He rubbed his chin against her hair, his voice hoarse and commanding. I know everything. You, Lin Manchio, are mine in life and in death.
Zhou Jingtang.
Is nothing. Time for bed. He ordered fiercely, as if the jealous man from moments ago was someone else entirely. Lin Manchio, in his warm embrace, listened to his steady heartbeat and breathing, smiling sweetly despite her helplessness. She hugged him back gently, like soothing a lion that had finally calmed down. Indeed, this domineering CEO had a strong presence. Meanwhile, Tang Yueling had been rocking on the sea for several hours, but things were not looking good. In the evening cabin, the salty sea breeze blew. Chun Fong pulled Tang Yueling onto the deck to get some fresh air, sharing interesting stories from the island and about Fu Zhanting's fearsome reputation in the army. Lin Zhaodi, understanding the situation, kept her distance, likely looking for the right moment to approach. Chun Fong took out some local specialties she brought for her brother, handing Tang Yueling a few hard coconut shell bowls. Here, Tang girl, take this. On the island, we use these for coconut water and seafood soup. They won't break. Better than enamel bowls. Tang Yueling was a bit skeptical about using coconut shells as bowls, which was unusual for her. All right, thank you, Chinjia. As she held the coconut bowl, she poured some spring water from her flask, and they each took a small sip. Tang girl, you really are from Shanghai. This water is so sweet. It's delicious. Tang Yueling smiled, her lips curving up as the sea breeze lifted her hair, making her look stunning. Chun Fong was a bit mesmerized and whispered, Wow, Tang girl, you are really too beautiful. However, Tang, I want to share something from the heart. Life on the island isn't all good. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. That Lin Hongying from the art troupe, who is Lin Zhaodi's cousin, is a bit of a troublemaker. If they cause you any problems in the future, don't be scared, just tell me. I'll help you stand up for yourself. And there's Dr. Zhou from the main hospital, Zhou Xiaowei. She seems cold but has a lot going on in her mind, relying on her father being a commander. But don't worry too much. With Captain Fu around, we won't be afraid of anything. If it comes to it, we have our military wives group to support us. As the wife of a captain, she has a good sense of people, but there are many things she can only hint at and not say outright. Finally, Chen Fong patted her chest and reassured her. If anything happens in the compound, just come to me. If anyone dares to bully you, I, Chen Fong, will be the first to stand up. Okay. Then I won't hold back anymore. Thank you, Sister Chen. Just as they were talking, the ferry suddenly hit rough waters, and the boat began to rock. Tang Yueling, being from Chuan City, had been on a boat before, but she remembered feeling very seasick. Oh no, Tang, are you feeling seasick? Come here, I have some ginger. Just smell it, and it should help a bit. Chen Fong turned around and rummaged through her bag, finally finding a piece of dried ginger in a corner. Sister, I feel a bit bad about this. I don't usually get car sick, so I didn't prepare much. You can use this. Sister Chen, it's fine. I brought some menthol oil, and I'm a doctor. A doctor? Wow, Tang, you're impressive. Not only are you beautiful, but you also know medicine. Captain Fu is lucky to have you. Our military families on the island will be blessed. Tang Yueling forced a smile, her face pale and her stomach churning. As a doctor, she knew that seasickness is caused by overstimulation of the inner ear, leading to a disturbance in the autonomic nervous system. Just using menthol oil and ginger wouldn't be very effective. She turned and drank a small cup of spring water, while pressing her right thumb on the Naguan point on her left wrist, applying just the right amount of pressure. The cool spring water and the pressure point worked together like two soothing streams, quickly calming her nerves, and the dizziness and nausea faded away like a tide. Is it better now? Yes, much better. Sister Chen, you don't need to worry about me anymore. Chen Fong still wasn't fully convinced, and helped her back to the cabin to rest. As soon as the two turned the corner, they saw Lin Zhaodi, who had never been on a boat before, feeling dizzy and leaning over the side, looking pale and vomiting. No wonder they hadn't seen her. She was seasick. When she saw Tang Yueling and Chen Fong looking fine, her jealousy grew even stronger. She struggled to hold herself up and pulled out a small paper package from her trendy handbag, containing a few white pills. She waved it in front of Tang Yueling. Humph, country bumpkin, you've probably never seen special seasickness medicine before, right? Look, this is how civilized people do it. Special seasickness medicine? Tang Yueling felt a thrill inside. She had some of those white pills in her space. She had stocked up on a big bottle from the black market, but the effects were very different. Her white pills were laxatives. Thinking quickly, she seized the opportunity. When Lin Zhaodi waved the pills in front of her again, she swiftly swapped them out. Since the pills were the same color, and with her wide sleeves and quick movements, neither of them noticed anything unusual. Oh, Comrade Lin, this seasickness medicine. I think I read somewhere that it's not suitable to take on an empty stomach. It can upset your stomach. I suggest you think carefully before taking it. Or you might want to stay close to a restroom. Lin Zhaodi shot her a glare filled with sarcasm. Country bumpkin, what do you know? This is imported medicine. What side effects could it have? And reading medical books? I bet you can't even read a few words. As Tang Yueling watched her take the pills, she deliberately raised her voice so that a few other seasick people nearby could hear, sounding genuinely concerned. At first, Lin Zhaodi dismissed her, but soon the effects of the medicine kicked in. Her face turned from pale to green, her stomach growled loudly, and she felt intense pain. Holding her stomach and crossing her legs, her face turned red as she stumbled toward the restroom, accompanied by embarrassing sounds. With so many people seasick, there was a long line at the restroom, and Lin Zhaodi was hopping anxiously, looking quite foolish. When it finally became her turn, she was inside for a long time, and when she came out, her legs felt weak. Tang Yueling and Chen Fong stood nearby, trying to hold back their laughter, their shoulders shaking. I must say, Tang, you're amazing. You said stomach discomfort, and that's exactly what happened. How is that even more accurate than a fortune teller? Tang Yueling just smiled lightly. Just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. Lin Zhaodi, holding her stomach, glared at the two, her face twisted in anger. Before she could start cursing, another embarrassing sound came from her stomach. She never held back when it came to getting back at people. Lin Zhaodi had been working hard all night, and her once delicate face had turned pale, almost exhausted. Fortunately, she only took one pill. If she had taken more, she would have needed to be carried off the ship. In contrast, Tang Yueling and Chen Fong were on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and eating delicious snacks, feeling quite relaxed. The next afternoon, the waves suddenly grew stronger, and the ship rocked violently. The captain's cabin door burst open. A burly man in his 50s, wearing a captain's uniform, clutched his chest, his face turning a frightening shade of blue. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, and his body slumped down against the doorframe. The first mate beside him was terrified and shouted loudly, "Captain, what happened to you? Someone call for help. Is there a doctor?" The crowd quickly became agitated, gathering around, but no one dared to step forward. Tang Yueling happened to witness the scene. Her instincts as a healer kicked in, and she pushed through the crowd. She knelt down, ignoring everything else, and quickly checked the captain's pulse. It was weak and fading, his face contorted in pain, lips turning blue, and cold sweat pouring down. This was a classic case of acute myocardial infarction. Time was critical. Delaying even a moment could lead to severe consequences. Everyone, step back. Let the air circulate. You, go get the first aid kit. Hurry. With her previous experiences of saving Fu Zhanting and others, she had already helped 4 people. If she could save the captain, the total would reach 5, allowing her to add a medicine cabinet to the medical area. Previously, the medical area only had equipment, without any medicine. Once she treated 50 people, it would upgrade to a field hospital with a mobile sterile operating room and blood bank. At 200, it would reach its final form, a virus laboratory capable of analyzing viruses and creating vaccines. However, each use of the medical system required 5 liters of spirit water. She had started planting and raising livestock, which consumed extra spirit water daily. Unlike before, when she had 20 pounds of spirit water each day that she couldn't finish. But Tang Yueling didn't think much of it. A life was at stake, and she couldn't stand by and do nothing. She could get more spirit water tomorrow, and skipping a few sips wouldn't hurt. In the few seconds while waiting for the first aid kit, she quickly ran to her large camphorwood box, focused her mind, and took out an ancient acupuncture kit. With practiced skill, she pulled out several silver needles, impressing everyone around her. The first needle was inserted directly into the naguan point, calming his mind and easing his chest. The second and third needles were precisely placed into the Kaiman point, an emergency acupoint on the pericardium meridian, which is effective for strengthening the heart and relieving pain. The fourth needle was directed at the Shanzhong point, a key point for the pericardium, which helps to ease breathing and expand the chest. At the same time, she took a water bottle filled with spiritual spring water from her waist, poured some into her palm, and quickly applied it with her fingers to the captain's Rinzhong point and heart area. The spiritual spring water is full of vitality. While it cannot bring someone back to life, it can instantly nourish the heart muscle and buy precious time for further rescue. After a few needles and the application of the spring water, the captain surprisingly let out a difficult gasp. His hand, which was tightly clutching his chest, relaxed slightly, and his bluish face visibly improved a bit. Although he was still unconscious, the feeling of suffocation was clearly lessened. A crowd gathered, filled with onlookers, and suddenly erupted in gasps and admiration. Incredible! She really saved him? This girl is a miracle worker. Just then, a sharp, harsh female voice cut through the excitement like a bucket of cold water. Don't believe her. She's a spy. She's an enemy of the people.
Look.
She's using silver needles. That's just superstitious nonsense. She just applied some dark, unknown medicine to the captain. I saw it with my own eyes. She wants to harm the captain. She's trying to create chaos to undermine our unity. Don't trust her. Quickly catch her. Lin Zhaodi pushed through the crowd, pointing at Tang Yueling and the silver needles in her hand. Clutching her cramping stomach, her face twisted with excitement and malice, she unleashed a torrent of accusations. Finally, seizing the opportunity, she deliberately distorted the truth, labeling Tang Yueling with terms like spy, superstition, and enemy of the people, which were enough to endanger her life. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The earlier admiration was replaced by suspicion, scrutiny, and fear. In this era, the word spy could silence everyone. The first mate returned with a first aid kit, stunned, looking at the silver needles in Tang Yueling's hand with uncertainty in his eyes. A few alert crew members instinctively moved to block the corridor exit. In an instant, Tang Yueling became the target of everyone's attention. Indeed, spreading rumors is easy, but dispelling them takes effort. But who is Tang Yueling? She is not someone easily intimidated. Calmly, she stood up slowly, showing no signs of panic, her expression composed yet slightly offended. Looking around at everyone, her gaze finally landed on Lin Zhaoti's twisted face, filled with pride and malice. Another wicked character. Let's see how she plays her cards. Tang Yueling cleared her throat, her voice clear and strong, completely drowning out Lin Zhaoti's shrieks. I am a doctor from Shanghai. I come from a family of doctors and am skilled in both traditional and Western medicine. Acupuncture with silver needles is a treasure of Chinese medicine, a first aid technique written in the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. A great person once said we should combine traditional and Western medicine and use ancient knowledge for modern needs. Lin Zhaoti, you slander acupuncture as feudal superstition. Are you denying the country's medical policies? She remained calm and pointed at the captain on the ground, whose breathing had stabilized. The captain suffered a heart attack. His life is at stake. I used acupuncture for emergency treatment, fighting against death. You, Lin Zhaoti, not only refuse to help but also accuse me of being a spy. What is your true intention? Seeing that Tang Yueling had made her point, Chen Fong, who was already furious, rushed in to support her, roaring like a protective lioness. Stop your nonsense, Lin Zhaoti. You heartless person. I've been watching from the beginning. Sister Tang used only clean water. Where did the black liquid come from? Are you blind or just foolish? She is our Captain Fu's fiancée. She is a military family member going to Cheongzhou Island with the troops. How dare you accuse a military family member of being a spy? How many brains do you have to eat peanuts? This statement hit like a bombshell, shocking everyone. How could anyone dare to slander a soldier's family? At that moment, the captain groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Although he was still weak, his awareness had returned. The first thing he saw was Tang Yueling standing beside him with silver needles. Realizing the situation, he hoarsely said, "Comrade, you are indeed wrong. It was this lady who saved me." He struggled to raise his hand, pointing at Tang Yueling, then angrily looked at Lin Zhaoti. I heard everything you said. You are spreading lies. Slandering a good person. You are simply a disgrace. First officer, lock up this crazy woman who is disturbing the peace and slandering a military family. Until the ship docks, hand her over to security. The first officer, without hesitation, straightened up. Yes, Captain. He shot a fierce glare at Lin Zhaoti, and along with two other crew members, they grabbed the screaming and struggling Lin Zhaoti and dragged her towards the confinement room at the back of the ship. Let me go. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I was just joking. Comrade Tang, please help me. No one paid attention to her. Everyone felt ashamed for misunderstanding Tang Yueling earlier. The captain, with the help of the crew, sat up and looked at Tang Yueling with gratitude and respect. Comrade, thank you. I will never forget your life-saving grace. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. My surname is Wang. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know. After saying this, he gave a formal salute, though it was a bit weak. It was sincere. Captain Wang, you are too polite. Saving lives is the duty of a doctor.
You still need to rest.
Please go to the hospital for a full checkup after getting off the ship. In the evening, the setting sun turned the blue sea into a shimmering gold. A small area at Xiaoying Wharf was temporarily cleared, and unauthorized personnel were prohibited from approaching. Fu Zhanting stood at the edge of the dock, his back straight like a javelin. He had shaved today, and his bronze face was sharply defined in the sunset. Dressed in a brand new military uniform, the deep green fabric accentuated his broad shoulders and long legs, with the gold stars on his epaulets shining in the evening light. This overly spirited outfit seemed somewhat deliberate and contrasted sharply with his anxious state. He had his hands in his pockets, appearing a bit awkward, his deep gaze fixed on the ferry at sea, repeatedly scanning the door that was about to open. His throat moved unconsciously, revealing the turmoil beneath his calm exterior. Chun, who stood beside him, wearing a faded training uniform, his muscular build resembling a black iron tower. Chun Fang's husband, Zhao Taizhan, was on a mission, so he had come along with Fu Zhanting to meet his sister. Observing his usually stern company commander now looking so uneasy, he thought to himself that it was indeed the sister-in-law's charm that transformed the fierce commander into a lovesick man. He dared not say a word, only followed the commander's gaze, eagerly watching the ferry. Just then, a lean figure in a neat military uniform, wearing the insignia of a military doctor and gold-rimmed glasses, hurried over. It was Fu Jingcheng, who had arrived on Cheongzhou Island earlier that day. Fu Zhanting had been busy with other matters and hadn't had time to acknowledge him. Fu Jingcheng looked somewhat pale, his expression behind the glasses complex, filled with both anticipation and deep pain. He stepped to a position slightly behind Fu Zhanting and quietly called out, "Uncle." Fu Zhanting's gaze remained fixed on the ferry, not turning his head, his voice carrying a hint of tension and annoyance at being interrupted. "Jingcheng, what are you doing here?" I'm here to pick up Comrade Tang Yueling." Fu Jingcheng swallowed hard, his voice dry as he struggled to say her name, deliberately avoiding the term, aunt. Fu Zhanting finally turned his head, his sharp gaze cutting through his nephew's pale face for a moment. He saw the struggle and restraint in his nephew's eyes. His brows furrowed slightly, but his mind was filled with the approaching ferry and the people on board, leaving no time for further thought. He spoke briefly, in an undeniable tone. "Shiesmi, later, I'll talk to you." The words "talk to you" carried the weight of an impending storm. Fu Jingcheng's heart tightened, his face growing even paler as he silently took a step back. His gaze turned to the ship's railing, though deep down, he felt an overwhelming pain and a suffocating sense of facing aunt in the future. The ferry finally docked and lowered the gangway. Passengers began to disembark in an orderly manner. Fu Zhanting and Chun, who quickly stepped forward, their eyes scanning the crowd like searchlights. Chun Fang's distinctive loud voice cut through the noise first. Who's he? Over here. I've brought your fairy sister-in-law." Chun Fang appeared like a protective hen, one hand holding her signature large bundle and the other tightly linked with Tang Yueling's arm. She strode confidently to the gangway. Tang Yueling was still dressed simply, in a cream sweater, gray pants, and a dark gray coat. 2 dark braids hung in front of her chest, and the salty sea breeze tousled the hair on her forehead. She looked a bit tired, but her eyes were bright, and she carried herself gracefully, standing out like a bright moon in the chaotic crowd.
Fu Zhanting's pupils suddenly contracted.
It was her, the little wildcat he had been thinking about. All the waiting, anxiety, and longing erupted at that moment. He completely forgot about his military demeanor, the surrounding crowd, and even his own thoughts of needing to hold back. His body moved faster than his mind. Chun, Hu, and Fu Jingcheng beside him hadn't reacted yet. He charged forward like a cheetah locking onto its prey, pushing through the people in front of him and rushing down to the bottom of the gangway. Just as Tang Yueling stepped down from the last step, her foot not yet firmly planted, he reached out with long arms and, in an irresistible, almost possessive manner, pulled her fiercely into his embrace. The force was so strong that Tang Yueling let out a soft gasp, and her wooden box fell to the ground. His heated chest rose and fell rapidly, his arms like iron bands, tightly holding the soft body in his arms. In that moment, he wished he could merge her into his very being. The hot breath brushed against Tang Yueling's cool ears and neck, carrying a strong smell of smoke along with a familiar hint of mint from him. Fu Zhanting's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping his throat, each word filled with warmth and heavy with emotion, striking Tang Yueling's ears. "Little wildcat, you finally came. I missed you so much." He buried his head in her neck, taking a deep breath of the cold chrysanthemum scent that captivated him. He tightened his embrace, as if to confirm that she was not just an illusion. "How was the journey? Did you feel uncomfortable?" This sudden, overwhelming hug and his blunt declaration of missing her made the bustling dock seem to pause for a moment. Although no one could hear their conversation clearly, it was evident that this was a soldier longing for his wife. Chun Fong stood nearby, mouth agape, her eyes welling up as she covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. Chun, who, standing beside her, was still a bit surprised. Their previously cold and distant Captain Fu was likely to become a devoted husband from this day forward. Fu Jingcheng watched from behind, his gaze meeting the astonished eyes of Tang Yueling. A wave of sadness washed over him. His emotions were complicated. He admired his uncle's affection for Tang Yueling, but felt frustrated with himself. If he had gone to the city earlier, it could have been him embracing the woman he loved, experiencing her warmth and scent. Soon, Fu Jingcheng snapped back to reality. What was wrong with him? Why did he have such an unhealthy obsession? In front of him were his uncle and aunt. He should be happy for them, celebrating that his respected uncle had finally found the most important woman in his life. Fu Jingcheng abruptly turned his face away, closing his eyes tightly behind his glasses, fists clenched at his sides, knuckles turning white as his nails dug into his palms. Tang Yueling was almost breathless from the tight hold, but could clearly feel the pounding heartbeat and the trembling in the man's chest. She stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, gently raising her hand to wrap around his strong waist, her cheek resting against his stubbled jaw. "It's okay, the journey went smoothly." Her soft voice made Fu Zhanting's tense body relax slightly, but he still wouldn't let go. Just then, a commotion came from the gangway, filled with cries and struggles. Two security officers were escorting a disheveled Lin Zhaodi down. Her hair was messy, her face streaked with tears and dirt, and she was crying out, "Let me go.
I'm innocent. Cousin.
Cousin, help me." At the dock, a tall and attractive woman in a performance outfit was anxiously looking around. This was Lin Hongying, the star of the performance troupe who had secretly loved Fu Zhanting for 5 years, but had never won his heart. When she spotted Lin Zhaodi being escorted by security, her face turned pale. Turning her head, she saw Fu Zhanting tightly holding a stranger, who was exactly the capitalist fox she had described to Lin Zhaodi over the phone, Tang Yueling. After understanding her cousin's situation, Lin Hongying felt a mix of shock and anger. She rushed to Fu Zhanting, disregarding that he was holding Tang Yueling, and urgently pleaded, "Captain Fu, this must be a misunderstanding. Zhaodi is young and naive. She must have been wronged. Please, for my sake, talk to security and let her go. She is my cousin." Fu Zhanting, disturbed, looked up with displeasure. "Your sake? What is that worth?" His gaze shifted from the warmth he had for Tang Yueling to a cold, piercing stare directed at Lin Hongying. He even held onto Tang Yueling with one arm, keeping her close. He glanced at the two women with no hint of sympathy. Lin Hongying felt as if struck by lightning. She knew Fu Zhanting was ruthless, but he had saved her in the past. In this era, heroes were respected. At just 25, he had captured countless enemies and consistently ranked first in military assessments, which moved many women in the military. However, despite being a hero, he was as cold as ice. He rejected all marriage proposals and did not accept any advances from women. Lin Hongying had pursued him for 5 years. Although Fu Zhanting had saved her out of duty, she thought she still had some standing with him. Ignoring her shock, Fu Zhanting turned to the security personnel and firmly stated, "Follow the rules. Defaming military families and disrupting military-civilian unity should be dealt with accordingly. Anyone who dares to show favoritism." He paused, his gaze sharp as it swept over Lin Hongying and Lin Zhaodi. "Military law will be enforced." Hearing military law, Lin Zhaodi's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Lin Hongying was also stunned, looking at Fu Zhanting in disbelief, and then shot a jealous glare at Tang Yueling, her lips trembling and unable to speak. At that moment, Chen Hu finally reacted, standing tall and straight, ready to report with a serious expression. Report to the camp leader. According to the rules, those who seriously slander military families can be detained for up to 15 days. Those who disrupt military-civilian unity and have a bad influence must be severely punished. She actually dared to slander my sister-in-law. That's terrible. She deserves strict punishment. It would be best to send her to dig air raid shelters. The security personnel no longer hesitated, saluted Fu Zhanting, and dragged the crying Lin Zhaodi away like a dead dog. Lin Hongying stood there, feeling ashamed, angry, and scared, her face turning red and pale. Finally, she stomped her foot in frustration and shot a resentful glare at Tang Yueling before covering her face and running away in tears. Oh no, now there's another wicked female character. Tang Yueling felt a bit anxious, but when she turned to see Fu Zhanting's determined and handsome profile, her worries seemed unnecessary. The dock finally became quiet. The sunset stretched their shadows long. Fu Zhanting seemed unfazed by the earlier incident. He lowered his head, resting his forehead against Tang Yueling's, their noses touching, his voice deep and commanding. Let's go home.
To our home.
He bent down and easily picked up Tang Yueling's cypress wood box, wanting to help her with her small handbag and net bag. Just as she was about to refuse, he quickly took them from her. Let me carry something. You're still injured. It's fine. I just want you right now. This man was truly impressive, smoothly speaking sweet words. Before she could think more, he tightly held her hand, as if afraid she would disappear the next moment. Aren't the male leads in period stories supposed to be pure-hearted? Why does he want to be so close right away, without any embarrassment? Although Tang Yueling felt a bit shy, her body didn't resist. His hand was really big and warm. Fu Zhanting ignored Fu Jingqing's complex expression and the suppressed laughter of Qin Fong and her brother. He held his little wildcat and strode confidently toward the waiting military jeep outside the dock. Behind them was the burning evening glow, like the new life they were about to begin, intense and vibrant. The military jeep driven by Chen, who bounced along the red dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind. Tang Yueling sat in the middle of the back seat, her left hand tightly held by Fu Zhanting's broad and warm palm, their fingers intertwined. She could clearly feel his calloused palm and slight sweat. The grip was unyielding, as if he feared she would vanish at any moment. Fu Zhanting closed his eyes to rest, but his brow furrowed, clearly uncomfortable from the bumps affecting his injury. Yet his grip on her hand remained steady and strong. For several days, he had been thinking about his little wild cat, feeling anxious, and now she was right there with him. He could finally relax and take a short break. Tang Yueling had never been in a serious relationship before, so meeting such a clingy and bold man was a first for her. However, it felt almost magical. She didn't mind at all. Instead, she felt relaxed, excited, and safe. Tang Yueling was not a shy woman, and since she agreed to marry him, they were officially a couple now. It wasn't strange for her to hold hands with her partner. She turned her head to look out the window. In December on Cheongzhou Island, the weather was warm and humid, with a salty sea breeze, unlike the cold and harsh atmosphere of Shanghai. On both sides of the dirt road were dense coconut trees, rubber trees, and low tropical shrubs. Occasionally, she saw a few locals dressed in traditional clothing from the Li and Miao ethnic groups, curiously observing the military vehicle. In the distance, rolling green hills stretched out under a bright blue sky, a stark contrast to the gloomy gray of Shanghai. A sense of vitality filled the air, easing her tense nerves from the past few days. Qin Fong sat to the right of Tang Yueling, cheerfully pointing out the scenery along the way. Sister Tang, look over there. That's our army's farm where they grow vegetables and raise pigs,
she said.
Further ahead is the base. The sea breeze is strong, but winter here is much more comfortable than back home. Her voice was loud but didn't wake Fu Zhanting, who was dozing nearby, and it lightened the mood after the Lin Zhaodi incident. Fu Jingqing sat in the front passenger seat, sitting straight and deliberately avoiding the rear-view mirror. The atmosphere in the car felt a bit tense due to Fu Zhanting's silence and Fu Jingqing's deliberate distance. Thankfully, Chen Fang's chatter and occasional responses from Chen who broke the awkwardness. 3 hours later, the Jeep passed through a heavily guarded gate. The guard, upon seeing the license plate and Fu Zhanting inside, quickly verified and saluted to let them through. Tang Yueling looked ahead, and the sight before her opened up. Before her were rows of neatly arranged gray-white barracks with red tile roofs that gleamed in the sunlight. In the distance, she could see a tall watchtower and the faint outline of the coastline. The air was filled with the smells of the sea, earth, and a hint of machine oil. Bright red slogans lined the road, reflecting the spirit of the times. Occasionally, soldiers in uniform and officers on bicycles hurried past, casting curious glances at Fu Zhanting's vehicle. Especially when their eyes landed on the unfamiliar and strikingly beautiful Tang Yueling inside, they couldn't help but whisper in curiosity.
Hey, did you see that?
The Jeep that just passed was driven by Deputy Company Commander Chen, and in the middle of the back seat. Oh my goodness! Is that our company commander's wife? She looks like a movie star from a magazine. So beautiful. Absolutely. She's even prettier than the stars from the art troupe. The commander is really lucky. I think I saw her helping the commander with his arm earlier. Is he injured? Yes, I heard he got shot in the abdomen during a mission, but with his wife taking care of him, he should recover quickly. Look at the commander's hand. It seems like he's holding on to her. Haha, I didn't expect our living Yama to be so clingy at times. But the commander's wife seems like a delicate young lady from a wealthy family, coming from Shanghai. If she's fragile, can she adapt to our tough island life? Well, that's hard to say. The car stopped in front of a row of relatively new bungalows. This is the family quarters of the unit. Chen Fang pointed excitedly at 2 adjacent houses.
Tang, look.
This house is the one that Brother Fu applied for, and next to it is my home. Next to your house is Instructor Wang and Sister Lu's place. Brother Fu had the place cleaned inside and out a few days ago, and the windows are sparkling. They got out of the car, and Tang Yueling smiled and nodded, unable to help but look around. Although Fu Zhanting was injured, he still stood tall, holding onto Tang Yueling's hand without letting go. The house was small, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen, but it was indeed clean. Inside was empty, with only a basic bed and table. Pots, dishes, and a wardrobe had yet to be arranged. Even though it was bare, Tang Yueling noticed a white ceramic vase on the old hardwood table next to the living room. The vase was filled with red, purple, and pink bougainvillea and creamy white frangipani. The sea breeze flowed through, bringing a slight chill, causing the petals to sway. The flowers and vase were borrowed by Fu Zhanting from Chen, whose house early in the morning, and he had just picked the flowers that afternoon. Seeing Tang Yueling lost in admiration, he remained silent. Fu Zhanting awkwardly furrowed his brow, ignoring the awkwardness of Chen Fang and his siblings, and gently placed her hand against his chest. Noticing the sweat in her palm, he kindly helped her take off her dark gray coat and held it for her. Yueling, the family quarters are quite simple. I'm only at the company level, and this is all I can provide. I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable. He felt that, in his view, it was indeed a bit unfair to her. Tang Yueling lives in a standalone mansion in the city, while she traveled a long way to be with him, but can only stay in a small house without even a bathroom. It's completely different from what she imagined. However, Tang Yueling really likes the family quarters in the unit. Although it's small, it seems to be the best house she could find. Before she entered the story, she wasn't a spoiled young lady. Having a place to stay out of the rain is already the best for her. I'm not unhappy,
she said.
I really like it here. Fu Zhanting felt a bit excited and held her hand tighter. Just as he was about to say more, he noticed the 2 siblings nearby who were struggling to hold back their excitement. Tang, you are truly amazing, one of them exclaimed. I've never seen someone like Fu before. Chun Fong leaned closer to her ear, looking thrilled. Tang Yueling felt a bit shy and finally pulled her hand away from Fu Zhanting's grasp. We don't have time today. Let's stay at the military guest house for the night, and tomorrow I'll take you to the town to shop, Fu Zhanting said, ignoring what the others were saying. In his eyes and heart, he only had his little wife. Tang Yueling nodded and turned to Chen Fong with a smile, saying, Sister Fong, we'll be neighbors from now on. Please take care of me. Chen Fong patted her chest, feeling very happy.
Don't worry, Tang.
You will be like my little sister. After chatting for a bit, she took her big bag and went home. She had a 5-year-old child at home who is currently at the military nursery. Fu Jingqing watched them with a heavy heart, unable to stay any longer. He had finally seen the person he cared about, but she could never be his. After a brief exchange, he found an excuse to return to the military hospital. Chun, who stayed behind, and after a short 10-minute stay, they drove to the military guest house. The guest house was relatively spacious, a 4-story building. Chun, who carried Tang Yueling's luggage into the room, and after a brief conversation, he left politely. In the evening, the sea breeze came through the window, bringing a salty and humid feeling. The room was simply furnished and tidy, with 2 hard beds covered in white sheets, a desk, 2 chairs, and a thermos. Tang Yueling was indeed feeling hot. Xiongzhou Island is located at the northern edge of the tropics and has a tropical monsoon climate, often called a natural greenhouse. It has long summers and no winters, with an average annual temperature between 22 to 27 degrees Celsius. Even in the coldest month of January, the temperature is still around 20 degrees. At this moment, Fu Zhanting was very gentlemanly, waiting by the door to avoid making her feel awkward while she washed up. Listening to the sound of running water inside, he couldn't help but feel hot. They weren't officially married yet, so he dared not and couldn't act on his feelings. In the dim light, a faint scent of sulfur soap filled the room. Fu Zhanting paced back and forth, looking uneasy. With a creak, the bathroom door opened. A mist of steam rushed out, and then Tang Yueling appeared at the doorway. She had just washed her hair, and her long, dark hair hung wetly over her shoulders, droplets still falling and sliding down her slender neck. She had changed into a simple yet elegant cotton qipao, looking graceful and poised. Her face, free from travel dust, appeared even fairer and glowed softly under the light, with tiny droplets of water on her long eyelashes. Fu Zhanting froze, his heart feeling as if it had been caught again. His little wild cat was truly beautiful, so beautiful. Tang Yueling lowered her head, casually drying her temples with a towel, a few damp strands playfully sticking to her cheek. Fu Zhanting stared at her, as if time had paused, even his breathing stopped for a moment. His usual sharp eyes, fierce like an eagle on the training ground and cold as ice before enemies, were now fixed on Tang Yueling, with something deep inside them churning and burning. He had seen her bold and bright when they first met at the Shanghai guest house, and her calmness during the interrogation of Zhou Tianbao at the hospital. But he had never seen her like this, fresh and natural, without makeup, radiating a cozy, homey vibe. She was breathtakingly beautiful yet fragile, making his heart tremble. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Tang Yueling noticed his intense gaze and looked up, meeting Fu Zhanting's fixed stare. What's wrong?
Why are you staring at me?
Is something not clean? Her voice broke the silence and brought Fu Zhanting back to reality. He swallowed hard, suddenly standing up quickly, creating a gust of wind. You are so beautiful. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a strange tension. He stepped in front of Tang Yueling, his tall figure casting a strong presence over her. Tang Yueling didn't have time to react before he took the damp towel from her hand. Sit down. His tone was short and commanding, like a battlefield order, yet his actions were gentle. He placed a hand softly on her shoulder, guiding her to sit on the bed. He then stood behind her, picked up the towel, and began to clumsily yet earnestly dry her wet hair. His movements were initially a bit stiff, marked by the neatness typical of a soldier, and his strength was somewhat uneven. With a towel wrapped around his wet hair, he treated it as if he were polishing his beloved rifle, meticulous from top to bottom. But soon, he seemed to realize that hair was different from metal, and he quickly softened his touch, becoming careful and almost reverently gentle. His rough fingers occasionally brushed against her scalp and the skin at the back of her neck through the towel, sending a slight shiver through her. Tang Yueling could feel his warm breath on the top of her head and her ears, making the air feel thick and intimate. Fu Zhanting's gaze never left her, as if he feared she might disappear at any moment. Suddenly, a knock on the door pulled them back to reality. Who is it? Who else could it be? The room inspector. Fu Zhanting frowned and reluctantly got up to open the door. He was very familiar with that voice. On the other hand, Tang Yueling felt a jolt in her heart, as if she had been caught. In the 1960s in Huagua, did anyone dare to come to inspect a military guest house? The white wooden door of the guest house swung open, and Fu Zhanting's tall figure squeezed in. He was dressed in a crisp Air Force blue autumn uniform, his sun-kissed face beaming with a bright smile, radiating the carefree spirit of a pilot. He carried a gray cloth bag, and behind him followed the gentle and graceful Song Wanrong, who wore a simple light blue long-sleeve dress and was strikingly beautiful. As soon as she entered, her warm gaze fell softly on Tang Yueling. Fu Zhanting's brother, Fu Zhantong, immediately locked his eyes on Tang Yueling, his face lighting up.
Wow.
Little brother, you've done well. Usually so quiet, but your taste is sharp. Sister-in-law, you're even more beautiful than those in the magazines. No wonder he's been keeping you hidden. He strode forward, ignoring his brother's warning look, and extended his hand to Tang Yueling with a sincere smile.
Có mắt Tang Yueling.
Hello. I'm Fu Zhantong, Zhanting's older brother. He hasn't bullied you, has he? If you have any grievances, tell your big brother and I'll back you up. He emphasized the words big brother and back you up, glancing provocatively at Fu Zhanting. Fu Zhantong's easygoing nature was a stark contrast to Fu Zhanting's reserved and cold demeanor. Both were tall, around 6 feet, and handsome, if it weren't for the fact that the older brother had an equally beautiful and admirable childhood friend. The girls in the military district chasing after Fu Zhantong would surely line up from the front to the back. Tang Yueling was not shy at all. She confidently reached out to shake his hand and smiled, saying, "Hello, big brother. Zhanting is very good to me." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to see Fu Zhanting's proud face after receiving praise from his little wife. Fu Zhanhong couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Did you hear that? Your sister-in-law is praising you. You really got lucky." He became even more excited as he continued, "Sister-in-law, you don't know, this guy has always been a bit of a blockhead. When other girls talk to him, he says it's too noisy. We all thought he would be single for life, just hanging out with his gun. Who would have thought? He's just been waiting for the right moment to shine." Hearing his brother's teasing, Fu Zhanting shot him a sharp look and warned coldly, "Fu Zhanhong, you talk too much." Standing beside them, Song Wanrong gently tapped her husband's arm to stop him. "Zhanhong, say less, don't scare your sister-in-law." With his wife's words, Fu Zhanhong immediately quieted down, looking at Song Wanrong with affection and moving closer to her. Song Wanrong stepped forward, her smile warm like spring, and carefully looked at Tang Yueling, growing fonder of her. "Sister-in-law, I'm Song Wanrong, Zhanhong's wife. You've worked hard on your journey. Don't listen to your big brother's nonsense. Zhanting may seem a bit cold, but he is very reliable." As she spoke, she took out a long box wrapped in red cloth from the bag in Fu Zhanhong's hand. "Sister-in-law, since it's our first meeting, I didn't prepare anything fancy. I heard you understand medicine, so here's a little gift for you. I hope you like it." She handed the box to Tang Yueling. Tang Yueling accepted it with both hands and opened it to find a brand new brass stethoscope. The stethoscope was well maintained, smooth and shiny. In this era of limited medical resources, especially since it was an imported brand, it was truly a precious gift. "Sister-in-law, this is too generous." "Thank you. It's not too much. I had someone bring it from the provincial city, thinking you might need it. Having someone who understands medicine on this island makes me feel at ease. In the future, come to the hospital to chat with me whenever you have time. By the way, the island is humid and has a lot of mosquitoes. Here are a few boxes of our military hospital's special mosquito repellent and anti-itch cream. It works really well. After saying this, Song Wanrong took out a few boxes of cream from the bottom of the bag. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are so thoughtful, and I really like this gift. Feeling Song Wanrong's genuine kindness, Tang Yueling felt warmth in her heart as she accepted the cream. Turning to his own camphorwood box, which was actually a space, he took out 2 antique wooden boxes. Just in time, I brought a little something for my brother and sister-in-law, something I made myself. He handed one to Song Wanrong. Sister-in-law, this is my homemade gelatin cake, made with some warming herbs, perfect for us women to nourish our energy and blood. He gave the other to Fu Zhanhong. Brother, this is some wild ginseng slices. Just add 1 or 2 slices when making tea or soup for a little boost. It's not much, just a small gesture. As soon as the boxes were opened, a faint herbal aroma and the sweet scent of the gelatin wafted out. Song Wanrong, being an expert, could tell just by looking at the quality of the gelatin cake and ginseng slices that they were not ordinary items, worth much more than her stethoscope. Her opinion of her sister-in-law rose even higher. Clever and generous, what was more valuable was the thought behind it. Fu Zhanhong picked up a slice of ginseng and smiled. Even though he didn't know much about herbs, its appearance was impressive.
Great.
Sister-in-law, you are thoughtful. I've been flying around all day, just what I need to stay alert. Third brother, you really found a treasure. Fu Zhanting watched his wife being praised by his brother and sister-in-law, his joy almost overflowing. But he simply nodded and tightened his grip on Tang Yueling's hand. Everything was understood, without words. After some casual conversation, Song Wanrong suddenly asked about her eldest son. By the way, third brother, do you know about Jingqing's fiancé? He went to the city this time, saying there was a mistake in the marriage certificate. No wonder Fu Jingqing had left early when he knew his parents were coming. Well, what was meant to happen was happening. Fu Zhanting was caught off guard by her question and didn't know how to respond. He actually didn't know what was wrong with the marriage certificate, but he knew the name on it was Shenmingjiao, which gave him a bad feeling. He had planned to talk to Fu Jingqing as soon as he returned to the island this morning, but something had come up in the army. Seeing the silence among them, Tang Yueling felt anxious, but she kept her calm on the surface. Did she really have to explain everything in front of them? The name on their son's marriage certificate was originally hers, but it had been replaced by her half-sister. Before she could dwell on it, Fu Zhanting spoke up first. Brother, sister-in-law, I haven't had a chance to ask Jingqing about this yet. But he is a determined kid, and if he says there's a mistake, then there is. Such matters cannot be forced. Fu Zhanting had his own concerns and didn't dare to investigate, fearing the answer might be what he suspected. This iron-willed soldier was experiencing selfish thoughts for the first time. But since the person has already been taken by him, they will belong to him for life. Even if there is a marriage agreement with the nephew, it is just a mistaken agreement, and it's too late now. Fu Zhanhong agreed with this reasoning. Wife, what the third brother said makes sense. Since Jingqing is unwilling to speak, it means he has no feelings and doesn't want this marriage. We are open-minded parents and cannot bind him with any marriage contract. Moreover, the priority now is the sister-in-law. Mom and Xiaobei should arrive by morning. Let's take the sister-in-law out for dinner first. That's the urgent matter. Reminded by her husband, Song Wanrong lightly tapped her head but was gently stopped by Fu Zhanhong, who held her hand in his. This sweet moment was also noticed by Tang Yueling and Fu Zhanting. Feeling a bit shy, Song Wanrong withdrew her hand, blushing as she said, Right. Mom and Xiaobei are coming too. Sister-in-law, don't feel burdened. Our mom is a very easygoing mother-in-law. Let's go. We'll have dinner first. We can talk about Jingqing later. Tang Yueling quickly put on a beige coat and left the military guest house with them. Once outside, Fu Zhanting took her to make a phone call. The Tang family's phone had been reconnected, and Uncle Fu and the others were at home, all trying to talk to Tang Yueling at once. Fu Zhanhong played the role of the elder, promising Uncle Fu and the others that the Fu family would take good care of Tang Yueling, reassuring their relatives in the city. Fu Zhanting also assured Uncle Fu that he would protect her with his life. After handling everything, they headed to the military restaurant. This was Cheongzhou Island, relatively far from the political storm center, but the military's requirements were stricter. The small private room in the military restaurant felt more like a high-end cafeteria for the troops. It was simply decorated but clean and tidy, with half-painted green walls and a slogan saying military and civilians unite as one. Inside the room, there was a large round table covered with a white plastic tablecloth. Dishes were served one after another, featuring local specialties and the military's practical style. Tang Yueling sat next to Fu Zhanting, and during a lull in the conversation while the dishes were being served, his large hand once again held hers. This man really couldn't resist her. Fu Zhanhong kept the atmosphere lively, sharing funny stories from his flying experiences and embarrassing moments from his brother's childhood. When he mentioned Fu Zhanting's first time shooting and accidentally hitting their company commander's hat, it made Tang Yueling and Song Wanrong laugh. Song Wanrong showed her caring side as a sister-in-law, explaining the important things to note about life on the island to Tang Yueling. Remind her to be careful of mosquitoes, sun protection, and typhoons, with words full of love and acceptance for her. Of course, there are many things she cannot say yet, even though she really likes her knowledgeable and gentle sister-in-law. However, tonight, her mother-in-law will be coming over, and they need to discuss many things. Fu Zhanting doesn't worry about anything. He has already decided on Tang Yueling for life. He tightly holds Tang Yueling's hand, gazing at her lovingly, occasionally adding a few gentle words. When all the dishes are served, it opens Tang Yueling's eyes as a person from Chuan City. Song Wanrong acts as the guide, patiently explaining each dish. First is the signature dish, steamed grouper, a specialty from Cheongzhou Island. The fresh grouper is tender and white, drizzled with scallion oil and soy sauce, served hot and fragrant. The second dish is wonchong chicken, also unique to Cheongzhou Island. The skin is yellow, the meat is tender, and it comes with a dipping sauce made of ginger and garlic, looking very appetizing. The third dish is braised sea cucumber. The fourth is beef stew with potatoes, a classic hearty dish from the military, with large chunks of tender beef and flavorful, soft potatoes, perfect with rice. Next comes the seafood, salt and pepper shrimp and garlic vermicelli steamed scallops, served in 2 large plates that make you want to dig in. Finally, there are stir-fried dishes and vegetables. Shrimp paste sweet potato leaves, a local specialty, are stir-fried with salty shrimp paste, offering unique flavor. There are also spicy and sour shredded potatoes and garlic water spinach, served with coconut rice and clam soup. Originally, Fu Zhanzhong ordered local rice wine, but it was sold out due to high demand, so they switched to orange-flavored soda. The soda glasses are printed with August 1st. 9 dishes and 1 soup fill the large round table. No wonder they chose a private room. Unlike the small portions in Shanghai, the meals on Cheongzhou Island are generous. Considering Lin Monqiu and Xiao Bei will be back late, they packed some food in advance. As they start eating, the 4 of them feel relaxed, chatting while they enjoy the meal. As the older brother, Fu Zhanzhong thoughtfully uses serving chopsticks to give Tang Yueling food, showing good manners and understanding. Sister-in-law, try this. There's plenty of seafood on the island. It's especially fresh. Tang Yueling politely nods in appreciation. Noticing Tang Yueling's hesitation about the shrimp paste sweet potato leaves, Song Wanrong gently explains, Sister-in-law, this dish has a unique flavor, but it's good for you. Once you get used to it, you'll like it. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. Without hesitation, she picked up a piece and started tasting it, giving her honest opinion. Her manners were proper, and her conversation was graceful. Most of the time, Fu Zhanting watched Tang Yueling with a happy expression, focused on peeling shrimp and removing fish bones for her. His movements were a bit clumsy, clearly not something he did often, but he was very serious about it. He gently placed the peeled shrimp and the boneless fish into her bowl. The older brother across the table couldn't help but tease. our Ice King, has completely melted. Everyone laughed together. After dinner, they chatted casually. The Fu brothers discussed matters related to the two military districts, while Song Wanrong pulled Tang Yueling aside to chat about family matters. Before they arrived, they had heard some rumors and gently brought them up. Sister-in-law, you don't know, even before you got here, everyone on the island was talking about you. There were all kinds of comments, both good and bad. Don't take it to heart. Zhan Ting has quite a reputation on the island, so there are many people watching him. Of course, many of them are girls, but don't worry. Your brother and I both think you are the best. We even feel that your third brother's cold demeanor is a bit unfair to you. If you ever feel wronged, just let us know. Big sister-in-law will support you. Being a thoughtful woman, half of her words were teasing, and half were a reminder. Tang Yueling listened quietly and smiled, saying, Big sister-in-law, I understand, but the truth will come out. Life is lived for ourselves, not for others to see. Her calmness made Song Wanrong nod in agreement, thinking that Fu Zhanting was indeed lucky. The meal ended with everyone feeling happy. Afterward, Fu Zhanting and Song Wanrong specially saw the young couple off back to the guest house. Before parting, Song Wanrong held Tang Yueling's hand and said gently, Tomorrow I'll help you choose furniture for the house. Don't rush. After picking up Mom and Xiao Bei tonight, you don't need to come over. We'll go to the Tianya military base first and come back tomorrow. If anything happens on the island in the future, feel free to find me. Tianya military base is Fu Zhanting's Air Force Base, 2 hours' drive from the Special Operations Unit at Yulin Bay. Fu Zhanting then patted his brother's shoulder firmly. Third brother, treat her well. At 8:30 p.m., in the guest house room at Yulin Bay Military District on Cheongzhou Island. The two walked into the room one after the other. Under the dim yellow light, the room was clean and tidy. Tang Yueling looked at the two hard beds with white sheets and began to wonder. 2 beds. Was Fu Zhanting going to sleep in the same room with her tonight? Although she wasn't shy, Tang Yueling had never had a boyfriend, so she still felt some youthful shyness and dreams. She sat a bit awkwardly on the edge of the bed, hands folded on her knees, slightly lowering her head with her ears turning a bit red. The room was dimly lit, and the sea breeze was hitting the window, making the air feel thick and tense. Fu Zhanting stood straight beside a wooden chair, looking a bit stiff. He pressed his lips together, quickly pulled out a few sheets of paper filled with writing from his chest, the edges slightly curled. He turned the chair around, and they faced each other. The atmosphere was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing, filled with warmth and anticipation. Yueling, let's discuss the wedding process first, okay? Okay. Tang Yueling lifted her gaze, quickly scanning the dense writing, her heart racing a bit more. This man had done quite a bit of homework to marry her. With just a simple response, Fu Zhanting's face turned warm, his throat moved, and his voice was tense like a tightly pulled bowstring. I've checked this process 3 times and I've noted the key points. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the state-run photo studio in town to take our wedding photos. Make sure to dress nicely. I'll wear my military uniform, and you. You look good in anything. He looked up at Tang Yueling, his breathing quickening, his eyes filled with love and possessiveness. Tang Yueling felt her cheeks flush under his gaze and gently nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. How many photos do we need?
4.
2 for the certificate, and 2 for us to keep. Actually, we don't have to take photos, but I really want to take one with you. If you think it's a hassle, we can take them later. That's fine, let's take them.
Great.
With a satisfied answer, Fu Zhanting beamed with happiness, opening his arms to pull her into an embrace, only to realize he hadn't finished explaining everything. Tang Yueling avoided his gaze and continued reading. What's next? He lowered his arms, paused, and moved his fingers down the paper. After the photos, we need to go to the hospital for a checkup. This is a required procedure by the organization. But don't worry, my sister-in-law will take care of everything. His tone became a bit firm, as if he thought the step was unnecessary but still needed to be done. In this era, military marriages had strict requirements. The country invested a lot to train each talent, so they were naturally cautious. The checkup will include routine blood tests and chest x-rays. You're a doctor, so you should know more about this than I do. He extended his well-defined fingers, patiently unfolding the paper to show her. Tang Yueling did not look up. Her face felt a bit hot as she focused on his tense knuckles, examining them closely. This man's fingers, though a bit rough, were quite handsome. Okay, I'll listen to you. The health check needs to be done on an empty stomach, right? I won't drink water tonight. No need. He suddenly raised his voice and clenched his fist. A premarital health check was not a big deal. He didn't want his little wife to suffer. I also brought you some milk candies. You can eat them after the blood test. He took out 2 large white rabbit milk candies from his military uniform pocket, the wrappers crinkling in his hand. Seeing him explain so seriously made Tang Yueling feel a bit amused and sweet inside. She reached out to take the candies, her fingertips brushing against his rough palm. All right, I'll listen to you. Fu Zhanting couldn't help but shiver, holding her hand tightly. His gaze lingered on her smiling lips for 3 seconds. Then he suddenly remembered something and stood up to suppress his excitement. While speaking, he went to his desk and picked up a military green cloth bag. Also, don't worry. Director Zhao from the political department has stamped the marriage certificate. I have it in hand. My mom and Xiao Bei should come over tomorrow afternoon, just to get together. Don't worry, my mom will definitely like you. The health check results will come out around the morning after tomorrow, so tomorrow afternoon we can take the time to choose some furniture. Pick the best furniture, the ones you like the most. Tang Yueling smiled, her eyes shining as she followed his figure, feeling warm inside. Fu Zhanting suddenly pulled out a bulging brown paper bag from the cloth bag, and with a whoosh, he dumped a pile of bank books, ration tickets, and cash onto the white bedsheet. The red and blue notes spilled out like an avalanche. Take this. From now on, all the money at home will be yours. My monthly salary is 73 yuan and 50 cents, plus 48 yuan for island subsidies and task bonuses, which add up to this. He gestured with his fingers, looking at her with bright, sparkling happiness. From now on, this living king of hell would have a wife to manage the money and care for him. Tang Yueling, in disbelief, reached out her fingertip to poke at the old bankbook, seeing the latest balance, 13,145.21 yuan. What kind of pun is this? As a modern person from the 21st century, she was completely confused. Could it be that Fu Zhanting also came from a book? She gasped, her fingertip tracing over the dense, special task allowance on the bankbook. How did you save so much? And this number? Do you know what the next line of Imperial Palace Jade Liquid Wine is? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. You're the one. It's really you standing in front of me. Tang Yueling was so startled by his sudden outburst that she couldn't tell where she was. A birthmark? Does Fu Zhanting know about her secret? What does any of this mean? What has she been waiting for 20 years for, and when did she save him? Tang Yueling shook her head, trying to find a clue in the original story and the memories of the original character. But, to her disappointment, there was no useful information at all.
Wait, Fu Zhanting, explain yourself. I'm confused.
Her voice was loud, pulling him out of his surprise. He realized that his excitement had frightened his dear wife. Fu Zhanting took a deep breath, looking tenderly at the girl he loved, and shared the dreams of the past 20 years. Fate can be truly wonderful sometimes. It turns out they were meant to be together. Tang Yueling found it hard to believe. Isn't this the kind of plot that only happens in fantasy novels? How could it happen to him? At that moment, she was certain that the story had completely changed and Fu Zhanting's perfect match had always been her. Before Tang Yueling could think it through, she saw the intense desire in Fu Zhanting's eyes. He stared at her tempting lips, unable to hold back his feelings any longer, and asked, "Yuer, can I kiss you now?" The moment he said Yuer, Tang Yueling felt a rush of warmth. This man really knew how to say sweet things. He seemed polite yet incredibly charming. Tang Yueling was so stunned that she could only stare at his handsome face, unable to respond. His nose gently touched hers, their breaths mingling. "I'll count to 3, and if you don't refuse by the end, then I will." He placed a finger softly on her lower lip, not giving her a chance to speak. His throat moved, his voice husky, his heated gaze locking onto her tempting lips. 1, 2. Just as he finished saying 2, he dove in like a hungry beast. His warm lips sealed hers, silencing her surprise. It was soft, delicate, and sweet, yet intense and irresistible. Late at night, downstairs at the inn, the lights had been off for half an hour. The moonlight filtered through the thick palm leaves, casting broken shadows on the red earth. Only the window at the end of the second floor still glowed faintly with a red light. That was the room opened by Fu Zhanting, and it was also where Tang Yueling would rest tonight. Fu Jingqing stood like a lifeless statue under the huge phoenix tree downstairs. He was still wearing the light green military uniform from earlier, but he held a lit cigarette between his fingers. The red glow flickered in the darkness, illuminating his pale face and tightly pressed lips. He usually didn't smoke. The sharp smoke made him cough painfully the first time it entered his lungs, bringing tears to his eyes. But now, he took a deep drag as if punishing himself, letting the burning sensation fill his chest. It seemed that only this near-suffocating dull pain could overshadow the turmoil of bitterness and anguish in his heart. Unwillingness. Those two words wrapped around his heart like a poisonous vine, tightening more and more. It was he who had known her first. Countless times, he recalled her beautiful profile at the London Bridge. Her smile, her intelligence, her kindness, her beauty, all attracted him like a magnet. But in the end, it turned out to be a huge misunderstanding. The name Fu Zhanting burned in his heart like a hot iron. He watched how his uncle arrogantly and unquestioningly embraced her. He saw his icy gaze melt into warmth when it touched her. He watched them stand side by side, fingers intertwined, a perfect fit that no one else could intrude upon. This scene felt like countless needles, stabbing at his eyes and piercing his heart all afternoon. The more he tried to suppress his feelings, the harder they became to control. It was already late at night, and he had completely lost interest in work, inexplicably finding himself here again. Hiss. He took another deep drag of smoke, causing him to cough violently, tears streaming uncontrollably. He wiped his eyes fiercely, ash falling from his fingers, burning his hand without him noticing. At just 19, he was young and naive, lacking reason. The physical pain seemed to temporarily numb the heartache. He hated himself. He hated his weakness for not seeing the truth sooner, for not fighting for her earlier. He also hated his awareness, knowing she belonged to someone else, someone he respected deeply, yet he couldn't stop thinking about her. He longed for a moment where he could see his reflection in her clear eyes, even if just for an instant. This forbidden feeling, against all reason, was like a murky swamp, pulling him deeper and deeper, making it impossible to escape. The night wind blew with the salty scent of the sea, rustling the leaves and leaving him feeling cold all over. He looked up, staring intensely at the window that glowed faintly, as if he could see through the wall and glimpse the figures inside. What were they doing? Were they having a deep conversation? Or were they already warmly embracing in sleep? This thought slithered into his mind like a venomous snake, gnawing at his last bit of reason. Just then, a bright beam from a flashlight suddenly pierced the darkness, shining directly on him. "Who's there? State your purpose," a cautious voice shouted. Two fully armed patrol soldiers emerged from the bushes. Their guns were not raised, but their sharp gazes quickly locked onto him. Fu Jingqing froze, like a thief caught in the act. The burning cigarette butt burned his fingers, causing him to flinch. The butt fell to the ground, sparking brightly in the darkness. He was fully exposed under the flashlight, and when the leading soldier recognized him, his tense expression relaxed immediately. Both soldiers looked surprised and awkward.
Dottore Fu?
"Is that you? It's so late. Haven't you rested yet?" The flashlight instinctively moved away a bit, as if trying to give him some dignity. Fu Jingqing felt a rush of heat flood to his head, making his cheeks burn with embarrassment. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it was blocked with sandpaper, and he couldn't make a sound. Here he was, a military doctor, a revolutionary soldier, hiding downstairs at a guest house in the middle of the night, smoking and thinking about his aunt. And now he was caught by the patrol. This was truly a great humiliation. Check the room. Just finished, he managed to squeeze out in a hoarse voice that didn't sound like his own. He didn't even dare to look the soldiers in the eye. The overwhelming shame made him want to disappear into the ground. Oh, thank you, Dr. Fu. The soldier, noticing his discomfort, quickly tried to ease the situation.
Well,
you should get some rest, right? The lights have been out for a while. I'll head back now. Fu Jingcheng almost fled, stumbling as he turned and hurried away into the dark corridor, leaving behind a broken, still burning cigarette butt. Smack. How can Dr. Fu leave a cigarette burning? In this dry weather, that's a fire hazard. One of the soldiers quickly stepped forward to extinguish the butt. Fu Jingcheng quickened his pace, the immense shame making him panic, nearly colliding with two female soldiers from the cultural troop. Sorry, comrades. He kept his head down, not even seeing who they were, and hurriedly apologized before fleeing. Wait, wasn't that Dr. Fu just now? Shui Mei, it's Dr. Fu from the General Hospital, the nephew of Captain Fu, Fu Jingcheng. Yes, that's him. Both of them were wearing the green military uniforms, with their long black hair tied up neatly at the back of their heads, looking very energetic. The girl with a slender face, tall stature, and graceful neck was Su Shui. She was just 18 years old, good-looking, and was the distant niece of Director Zhao from the political department, secretly in love with Fu Jingcheng. Next to her, slightly less attractive, was Wu Li. When Wu Li reminded her, she thought to herself how coincidental it was to run into him at this late hour. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to speak to him. While Su Shui was lost in her thoughts, Wu Li started to speak sarcastically. But, Shui, I heard that Dr. Fu's uncle, Captain Fu, that capitalist's daughter-in-law, arrived at the team this afternoon. I heard from Hong Ying that she has a charming appearance and caused trouble on the ship. Hong Ying's cousin was harmed by her. Just because she knows some remedies and saved someone, she acts all high and mighty. And she even accused her cousin of being a spy. I think she's the one who seems suspicious. Coming from a capitalist family, who knows what her intentions are? How could Captain Fu be interested in her? Isn't that ruining his future? Upon hearing this, Su Shui's expression darkened. Comrade Wu Li, you shouldn't speak carelessly. What does it matter if Dr. Fu's aunt comes from a capitalist background? We are soldiers. We shouldn't judge people so easily. Besides, a girl who can catch Dr. Fu's uncle's eye must be exceptional. We don't know what Hong Ying's cousin is like. We can't make hasty judgments. After her rebuttal, without waiting for an explanation, she left Wu Li behind, leaving her stunned. Once she was far away, Wu Li raised an eyebrow and quietly spat in her direction. Humph. What's with the attitude? It's just that you like Dr. Fu. Do you really think you'll become someone else's niece-in-law? Calling her aunt like that. Did you see how Dr. Fu just ignored you? If it weren't for you being Director Zhao's distant niece, who would pay attention to you? Who gives you that kind of face? When our Hong Ying marries Captain Fu, you'll see what happens. After grumbling, she angrily took another path back to the team. 3 hours earlier, in the living room of the Zhou family's small building at the military district on Cheongzhou Island, the decor was simple and solemn, reflecting a military family's sternness. Zhou Zhengtao rubbed his forehead, sitting wearily on the sofa. On the coffee table lay a half-peeled apple, its flesh slightly oxidized and yellowing. The door lock clicked softly. Zhou Xiaowei had returned. As the youngest daughter of Zhou Zhengtao, 24 years old, she was beautiful and had a cold, distant demeanor, like a rare snow lotus. However, her personality was a mix of coldness on the outside and warmth on the inside, with a strong sense of pride and self-esteem. She was skilled in medicine and had many admirers, but she never showed interest in anyone. The only person she was deeply obsessed with was the soldier Fu Zhanting, believing they were a perfect match. Now, she was wearing a white coat with a military jacket over it, looking pale and exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes from continuous shifts and inner turmoil. She didn't even glance at her father as she walked straight to her room. "Xiaowei, you're back? The kitchen has warm porridge. Why not have some before sleeping?" Zhou Xiaowei paused, turned her back to her father, her shoulders tense, her voice cold as a scalpel. "I'm not hungry. I'm full." Zhou Zhengtao sighed, picked up a half-eaten apple, and then put it down. "It's been 2 days.
What?
Are you still angry with your dad?" Zhou Xiaowei suddenly turned around, her eyes red. "Angry? How could I dare to be angry with Commander Zhou? You're so powerful. With one word, you can decide the future of so many people. But what about you? You can't even fulfill this small request from your daughter. You could easily stop that report with one phone call.
Why?
Why won't you even try?" Her voice trembled with emotion, filled with suppressed tears and disappointment. Zhou Zhengtao stood up and approached his daughter, trying to pat her shoulder, but she sharply moved away. His hand froze in midair, his expression complicated. "Xiaowei, it's not that Dad doesn't want to help you. It's that I can't. That Fu Zhanting." He recalled the earlier phone call from Fu Zhanting with his undeniable tone. "He called you personally?" Zhou Xiaowei's pupils widened, her voice rising with disbelief. "He called you personally? Just for that rich girl?"
Tang Zuling?
Zhou Xiaowei pronounced the name slowly, each syllable piercing her heart. Zhou Zhengtao nodded heavily, seeing his daughter's face turn pale, filled with concern.
Yes.
"He told me he would only marry Tang Yueling." He used a tone of announcement, not discussion.
He also said,
"This is his private matter, and he asked the organization and me not to interfere." Zhou Xiaowei swayed slightly, steadying herself against the doorframe, her lips trembling as tears finally fell uncontrollably. "Private matter? What a private matter! Does Fu Zhanting have no sense of organizational discipline? Does he not respect you as a leader? He dares to speak to you like that for a wealthy man's daughter?
Dad.
Are you just going to let him slap you in the face like this?" Zhou Jingtao's expression suddenly turned serious, his voice deepening with the authority of a commander. "Zhou Xiaowei, watch your words. Fu Zhanting's marriage report follows the organization's procedures. The woman's background may have flaws, but it's not unreviewable. He is a war hero with outstanding achievements. What reason do I, Zhou Zhengtao, have to block him? Am I going to use my position to pressure him? To settle personal scores?" He emphasized the phrase settle personal scores, looking intensely at his daughter. Noticing Zhou Xiaowei's expression, he felt both pained and helpless, gradually softening his tone. "Xiaowei, Dad cares about you. You have always been strong and excellent, and the people you like are indeed exceptional. But love cannot be forced. I have watched Fu Zhanting grow up. We both know what kind of person he is. Once he decides on something, nothing can change his mind. He may be outstanding, but he truly doesn't feel that way about you. A forced relationship won't be sweet, my daughter. How can I face your mother if you continue like this?" Zhou Xiaowei was completely shattered by his last words, tears streaming down her face. But she bit her lip to hold back her cries, her eyes burning with stubborn resentment. "A forced relationship won't be sweet?
Ha!
I refuse to believe that. Fu Zhanting is like a stone, but I can warm him up. All these years, I've been right under his nose. What is that Tang Yueling to me? She has only been here a few days. Why should she have any claim?" Her voice was hoarse, filled with bitterness. Zhou Jingtao looked at his daughter's somewhat distorted, beautiful face, his heart aching. He softened his voice, filled with a father's deepest helplessness and advice. "Xiaowei, listen to Dad. Let it go. Fu Zhanting is not the right match for you. Dad has worked hard to raise you. You are so excellent and deserve someone who will wholeheartedly cherish you. Don't waste yourself on a crooked tree. Seeing you like this breaks my heart. Your mother in heaven is even more heartbroken." He reached out his hand again, this time not touching her, just leaving it suspended there, filled with powerless pleading. He felt he owed this little daughter. Years ago, Zhou's mother had endured much hardship while raising her. Zhou Xiaowei suddenly raised her hand to wipe away her tears, revealing a nearly desperate cold smile. She took a step back, her gaze turning cold and stubborn again. Let it go.
Dad, it's easy for you to say.
My heart has long been given away and cannot be taken back. She took a deep breath, straightened her back, like a thorny plant, regaining her usual cold elegance. But what she said next sent a chill through Zhou Jingtao's heart. Even if they file a report, even if... She paused, as if the next word was very harsh. Even if they get a divorce, so what? The corners of her lips curled into a cold and dangerous smile, looking frightening. These days, people can still get divorced after marriage. As long as he isn't completely gone, I still have a chance. After saying this, she no longer looked at her father's shocked face. She suddenly pushed open her bedroom door and slammed it shut with a loud bang. Zhou Zhengtao stood there in a daze, staring at the closed door. The shocking words, "You can still get divorced after marriage," echoing in his ears, feeling overwhelmed. On the coffee table, the half-peeled apple had turned an unsightly brown. Zhou Zhengtao clenched his fists and sank onto the sofa, feeling as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Will I never escape the Fu family in this lifetime? Manhwa. Tonight. What a tragedy. On the other side, in a military guest house room, there were two flushed faces. The air still held the warmth and dampness from their awkward kiss. Tang Yueling leaned in his strong embrace, feeling his heartbeat like a drum in his chest. Yueling, I can finally hold you like this. Did I scare you just now?
No.
Fu Zhanting's voice was a bit hoarse, cautiously confirming. That gentle kiss was their first, awkward, yet exciting. Tang Yueling's cheeks turned red, shyly responding. With her affirmation, his intense desire reignited the beast within him. Before he could finish his sentence, he held his whole world close, his lips pressing down again. This time, it was not the tentative and cherished kiss of their first. This kiss was filled with urgency and dominance, yet still had a hint of clumsiness. He was like a beast that had finally confirmed its treasure, greedily taking in her breath, exploring every sweet inch. His arms wrapped around her tightly, pressing her against his warm chest, feeling her shiver. Then he slowed down, gently letting her go. Tang Yueling's mind went blank, all her senses overwhelmed by this intense kiss. The experience of her first kiss was so new that it left her a bit flustered, her body instinctively softening, while a surprising feeling of sinking overwhelmed her heart. She unconsciously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Her fingers climbed up his broad back, pressing into his tense muscles. Awkwardly and hesitantly, she responded to him, her clumsy movements igniting a deeper fire within him. The air felt charged, thick and hot. Every small sound in the quiet room was amplified. His kiss was filled with reckless passion, as if he wanted to make up for all the years of longing, the countless dreams, and the instant connection they had when they first met. Time seemed to stretch, and soon both were breathless, forgetting to take a breath. Tang Yueling finally pushed him away slightly, their foreheads touching, surrounded by their warm breaths. They both gasped for air, their chests rising and falling. Fu Zhanting's gaze was still deep, with a burning fire inside. Tang Yueling's cheeks were flushed, her eyes misty, and her lips slightly swollen, glistening enticingly. He looked at her, his throat tightening, his eyes revealing unhidden desire. But ultimately, the overwhelming fire was suppressed by something deeper within him, something called cherishing and commitment. He suddenly released her, his voice trembling and hoarse. I need to take a cold shower. Almost in a panic, he rushed into the small bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air, washing away his heated thoughts. When he emerged, his body was cool and covered in steam, wearing only a pair of shorts, droplets of water glistening on his bare skin. His broad shoulders, narrow waist, strong chest, and defined abs were all visible, with a fresh bandage on his abdomen standing out. Tang Yueling's mood had calmed slightly, but the blush on her face had not completely faded. Come here, let me see your wound. Her voice was a bit hoarse as she called him over. Fu Zhanting said nothing, simply complying as he raised his arm and lay beside her, his eyes still locked on her, filled with heat. Tang Yueling carefully checked the bandage, relieved to find no further bleeding. The wound was healing well. It seemed the healing water was effective. The atmosphere became delicate again as her fingers accidentally brushed against the firm edge of his abs. Both of them felt a jolt, their bodies slightly trembling. Fu Zhanting took a deep breath, suddenly grabbing her slender wrist to stop her movements. His eyes were filled with wild flames, and with a serious tone, he said, "Yuer, I'm really wanting to the point of almost going crazy. But I can't." He turned to indicate the direction of the bathroom, and then took her hand and placed it on his chest. "Only you can put out the fire that cold water can't. But I want to give you the best, something proper and official. Wait until tomorrow, no, the day after, when it's all official. You will become my wife, and then I will cherish you properly." His words were direct and rough, without any embellishments, even a bit wild. Yet they contained the simplest and most serious promise. A warm feeling, mixed with shy emotion, suddenly surged in Tang Yueling's heart. She felt embarrassed and wanted to escape immediately, but when she looked up and saw his sincere and passionate eyes, she knew she had not chosen the wrong person. This man, though he seemed like a lovesick beast, always wanting to be close to her, showed restraint and respect at crucial moments that burned her heart even more than his desire. She shyly lowered her head in response, quickly pulling the thin blanket from the bed over herself. Fu Zhanting leaned down and gently kissed her forehead with great affection, wanting to go further but holding back. "Little wildcat, go to sleep." They both lay on the single bed, just a step apart, yet it felt like a vast distance. The air was filled with silent longing and suppressed breaths. Tang Yueling bit her lip, replaying the kiss in her mind as time passed slowly. In the silence, they could only hear each other's breathing and the distant sound of waves outside. After a while, just when Tang Yueling thought he had fallen asleep, suddenly, the bed behind her sank slightly. In the darkness, a warm body leaned in, causing her to shiver. Fu Zhanting carefully embraced her from behind with an incredibly sincere attitude. His arm wrapped around her slim waist, and his chin rested on her soft hair. His body felt like a hot stone, and his heartbeat was loud. Through the thin fabric, she could clearly sense the warmth. "Yuer, don't move. I just want to hold you for a while." His voice was hoarse, heavy with emotion and restraint. "I promise, just holding you, I won't do anything else." Each word seemed to be squeezed out with great effort, filled with burning pain and sweet torment. Tang Yueling's body stiffened, but slowly, she began to soften in his trembling embrace. She closed her eyes, feeling his heartbeat and the warmth of his body. The complex feelings that were cherished, desired, and restrained made her heart race and gave her a sense of comfort. She gently leaned back, embedding her small frame deeper into his warm embrace, silently agreeing. Fu Zhanting trembled slightly at this subtle response, tightening his arms around her. He tenderly caressed her smooth skin with his rough fingers, burying his face in her neck with deep satisfaction. In this embrace of restraint and desire, their physical exhaustion and mental relaxation pulled them both into a dream. Tang Yueling miraculously appeared in his dream. Fu Zhanting's dream had never been so clear and sweet. No longer was it filled with vague figures and anxious pursuits. Under the bright sunlight, there were vast fields of swaying purple lavender mixed with clusters of cold chrysanthemums and mint. The girl he loved was turning back to him with a radiant smile. With flowing black hair, bright eyes, and a charming smile, it was Tang Yueling. She reached out her hand, and he rushed toward her, holding it tightly. They ran through the sea of flowers, their laughter carried away by the wind. He stopped, pulled her into his arms, and gently kissed her soft lips. The kiss in the dream was no longer awkward. It was filled with intoxicating sweetness and satisfaction. He held her tightly, as if he had the whole world.
Bang, bang, bang.
At 3 in the morning, a loud and urgent knocking shattered this beautiful dream.
Captain! Captain!
Wake up. There's an urgent mission. Chun, whose rough voice called from outside. Fu Zhanting instantly opened his eyes, his expression quickly turning sharp and serious. When he glanced at Tang Yueling, who was slowly waking up, his gaze softened completely. Carefully, he withdrew his arm, reluctantly got out of bed, and put on his uniform. What's going on? Is there a mission? Tang Yueling propped herself up, rubbing her sleepy eyes with concern. Yes, did I wake you? I'll be back as soon as I finish. You just sleep well. Okay, be safe.
Got it. Wait.
Worried about his old injury, she took out some revitalizing water for him to drink, claiming it was a special tonic she made. Fu Zhanting drank it without hesitation. You really aren't afraid of what I might give you? Not at all. My life is already yours. With great reluctance, he leaned down and placed a brief, warm kiss on her forehead. Wait for me to come back, and we'll get our marriage certificate. After speaking, she turned and walked quickly to the door, opened it, and left with Chernhu. Tang Yueling felt a bit reluctant and downcast, but she quickly adjusted her mood. She was in a military marriage, and such situations would not be rare in the future. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she decided to enter her space to check on things. It had been 2 days since she last came in, and everything had changed. The crops in the black soil, including water spinach, tomatoes, green beans, and scallions, had all grown significantly taller. Tang Yueling pressed a button to water the plants, and several green, semi-transparent watering cans appeared out of nowhere to start watering. She pressed another button to plant other crops. The young pear trees, old grapevines, peach saplings, mango seedlings, and more than a dozen other fruit trees had all grown taller, with their leaves becoming more lush. She believed that it wouldn't be long before she could enjoy fresh fruits. The animals in the pasture, which were not very intelligent, were also drinking from the spiritual spring and eating grass, growing quite a bit. Satisfied, she picked up an enamel cup, filled it with spring water, and sat on a sofa she had obtained from the black market. A mahogany coffee table appeared automatically, and on it were the braised beef and pig's trotters she had bought from a state-run restaurant, along with a plate of Shanghai snacks. Life was indeed quite good. Meanwhile, Fumu Lin Manchio and Xiao Bei arrived on a supply plane that landed at Cheongzhou Island's Shengshui Bay Airport at 1 a.m. Fu Zhanhong arrived on time to pick them up, and then the two returned to the Air Force Base at Tianya Post. Originally, sister-in-law Song Wanrong wanted to join them, but Fu Zhanhong, concerned for his wife, insisted she shouldn't tire herself. Xiao Bei was already fast asleep, and fortunately, they had eaten dinner on the plane, so Lin Manchio only had a little less. In this era, everyone valued frugality, and no one was too precious. Lin Manchio was looking forward to visiting the Yeshuan military district the next morning to see her beloved daughter-in-law. However, the Yulin Bay military district was already buzzing with discussions due to Tang Yueling's arrival that afternoon. Lin Hongying was so angry she was stomping her feet, and despite trying many connections, she couldn't rescue Lin Zhaodi. The art troupe was off-limits, and even if she were rescued, she could only go to another place. Lin Hongying naturally blamed all of this on Tang Yueling and spent the entire afternoon and evening secretly spreading rumors about her. Only Sister Chinfang, like a loudspeaker, spread the heroic story of Tang Yueling bravely saving the captain on the sea ship. For a time, opinions about Tang Yueling in the military district were mixed. The next morning at 7:30, the guesthouse room was bright, filled with the dampness of sea mist. Tang Yueling had just finished washing up and was combing her long hair in front of a small mirror. Today, she planned to go to town for a photo shoot. Although she didn't know when Fu Zhanting would return, she got up early and changed into a carefully prepared outfit. She wore a light lavender long-sleeve shirt made of soft, thin fabric with a subtle pattern. The collar and cuffs were trimmed with delicate off-white lace. Her hair was styled in 2 dark braids that hung in front of her chest. She paired it with deep blue khaki pants that had a smooth, neat cut and wore a pair of black fabric shoes. This outfit looked particularly fresh and elegant in such a simple era, suitable for the seriousness of the photo shoot while also appearing refined and beautiful. The door was gently pushed open, and Fu Zhanting walked in, carrying the scent of morning dew and lingering smoke. His eyes were noticeably bloodshot, and he had stubble on his chin. His military uniform was slightly dirty with mud and grass, but he seemed unusually energetic. He held a stack of bulging military lunchboxes and a water bottle. The moment he entered, his gaze fixed on Tang Yueling, and he paused, swallowing hard. His voice was hoarse from staying up late, yet it revealed his surprise at seeing his beloved wife. "Yue, you're up so early. You look so beautiful today." He closed the door behind him, his eyes glued to her as he stepped closer. Tang Yueling turned at the sound of his voice and noticed his fatigue, frowning with concern. "You're back? Was the mission successful? You must be exhausted." She put down her comb and naturally moved to take the items from his hands. However, Fu Zhanting avoided her reach, placing the lunchboxes and water bottle on the table instead. He pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on her fragrant hair, inhaling deeply. "I'm fine," he murmured, tightening his arms around her, filled with affection. "I just wanted to hurry back to see you. I made breakfast. After we eat, we can go to town for photos," Tang Yueling said, feeling a bit breathless from his embrace, but immensely reassured. Her cheek pressed against the cool fabric of his uniform, sensing his body tremble and listening to his steady heartbeat. "No need to rush. I'm not going anywhere. Did you not sleep all night? Are you hurt?" She looked up, seeing the bloodshot eyes and fatigue in his gaze, feeling a wave of concern. She reached out to check on him, but he gently grabbed her wrist, pulling her closer and softly rubbing his nose against hers. "You're truly beautiful. This outfit suits you, like fresh budding leaves." He didn't answer her question about his injuries, instead gazing deeply into her eyes, his thumb unconsciously stroking her wrist, his expression both infatuated and intense. But what do freshly budding leaves look like? This lively scene clearly shows someone at a loss for words. Tang Yueling's cheeks turned red from his teasing as she quickly pulled her hand back and urged him to sit down. "Stop staring. Eat your meal. After you finish, change into some clean clothes. You need to look sharp for the photos." "Okay." He released her hand and opened the lunchbox. The cafeteria just made these coconut rice balls, and they're still warm." Inside were a bowl of plain porridge, 2 sea duck eggs, a small plate of salted fish, and a dish of pickled bamboo shoots.
"And this."
He shook the water bottle, a rare, childlike smile appearing on his face. "I had old Lu specially make you coconut milk sago with sugar." Seeing the steaming food he had carefully chosen for her warmed her heart. "So much? You worked hard." She picked up a warm coconut rice ball and held it to his mouth. "You should eat too, you were busy all night." Fu Zhanting took a big bite from her hand, his eyes fixed on her. As she lowered her head to sip the sago, her delicate neck bent slightly, and the morning light streamed through the window, illuminating her profile and long eyelashes, making her look like a beautiful painting. He was so captivated that he forgot to chew, feeling completely filled with her presence. In that moment, all the fatigue from the night faded away. After breakfast, Tang Yueling and Fu Zhanting walked side by side out of the guest house. Fu Zhanting had changed into a brand new military uniform, shaved his beard, and though he still looked tired, he stood tall and imposing. Tang Yueling walked beside him, her light purple outfit highlighting her fair skin and outstanding grace. Chun, who was already waiting by the familiar jeep downstairs. When he saw them come out, he grinned widely, showing his white teeth. "Reporting, Captain. Sister-in-law. The car is ready." Chun, who stood at attention and saluted sharply, his voice booming. After the salute, he leaned in closer, winking and teasing Fu Zhanting in a low voice. "Captain, you look great. Last night those rascals tried to sneak off in the dark, but you caught them and gave them a good talking to."
"Wow.
That energy, like a true king." The brothers were so scared they were shaking. He winked at Tang Yueling. "Sister-in-law, look at the captain. He doesn't look like someone who didn't sleep all night. Fu Zhanting shot Chen Hu a cold glance, not responding but slightly twitching his lips. Less chatter, drive the car. Just then, a soft yet intentionally high-pitched female voice interrupted. It was Lin Hongying, accompanied by her sidekick Wu Li, walking over from a nearby path. She wore a concerned smile, but her gaze was sharp, fixed directly on Tang Yueling. Captain Fu, I finally found you. I heard you had an emergency mission last night. Are you hurt? She held out a delicate white porcelain medicine bottle. I brought the best ointment from the military hospital in the provincial capital. It works really well.
Take it.
Wu Li immediately chimed in, her voice sharp and clearly provocative. That's right, Captain Fu. You're the backbone of our military district. You need to take care of yourself. She shot a disdainful glance at Tang Yueling, who was dressed beautifully. Several soldiers and military families passing by stopped to look, drawn by the commotion. The atmosphere became tense. Fu Zhanting's expression darkened instantly, as if covered by a layer of ice. He didn't even glance at the medicine bottle Lin Hongying offered and protectively moved Tang Yueling behind him, his gaze sharp as a knife. My injury will be treated by my wife. No need for outsiders to worry. He emphasized the word outsiders as a clear warning. Tang Yueling, standing behind him, was not intimidated. She gently patted Fu Zhanting's tense arm to signal him to relax, then stepped forward calmly, wearing a composed expression. You're Captain Lin, right? That's thoughtful of you. But Zhanting only had a minor task and isn't hurt, so no need for your concern. You should save that medicine for someone who really needs it. Her tone was gentle yet firm, leaving no room for debate. Lin Hongying, the leader of the art troupe, had heard about her from Qinfeng before. Lin Hongying's face turned pale from Fu Zhanting's indifference and Tang Yueling's calmness. She held the medicine bottle awkwardly in the air, forcing a smile. Captain Fu, Comrade Tang, I was just concerned about my comrade. Before she could finish, a loud voice interrupted. Qinfeng, carrying a shopping basket, had clearly passed by on her way to buy groceries. Seeing the scene, she quickly walked over, standing in front of Tang Yueling and Fu Zhanting with her hands on her hips, ready to confront Lin Hongying and Wu Li. Wow. I thought it was someone important. What a show early in the morning. Captain Lin, why don't you put that energy into rehearsing new programs instead? Isn't the art troupe's performance schedule light lately? She pointed at Wu Li.
And you, Wu Li.
Besides gossiping about others, what else can you do? Our little Tang is beautiful, kind-hearted, and skilled. She doesn't need your sarcasm. What's wrong with dressing up? She's getting married and taking wedding photos. Is it a crime to look nice? Are you still in my way? I think you might be feeling a bit jealous. Qinfeng's rapid-fire comments, delivered in a loud voice, immediately stunned those around her. A few military families and soldiers who were originally just watching began to whisper among themselves. Two military wives, carrying vegetable baskets, loudly discussed the situation. Exactly. Dr. Tang saved Captain Wang on the ship before she even arrived. What a great person. Captain Lin is being too forward, isn't he? Major Fu saved her life years ago, and now she still clings to him. Major Fu has always rejected her, never giving her any hope. Now that Major Fu is married, she still thinks about him. Right? How shameless. Two soldiers nearby also whispered their opinions. Our captain looks so cool protecting his wife. The living king of hell lives up to his name. Sister Chen is impressive. She's right. Lin Hongying and Wu Li, scolded by Qinfeng, felt their faces flush with embarrassment from the surrounding comments. Fu Zhanting turned his gaze to Wu Li, equally cold. Comrade Wu Li, my wife is not for you to criticize. If I hear another disrespectful word, I will treat it as slander against military families. Chen Hu stepped forward, his face stern and voice booming. Exactly. What my sister-in-law wears is none of your business. She's much more capable than some who only deliver medicine and gossip. Fu Zhanting didn't look at Lin Hongying and the others again, as if they were just strangers on the street. He turned slightly, carefully protecting Tang Yueling's shoulder, and said in a low but clear voice, "Let's go to town for a photo." He then gave Chun-Hu the command to drive.
Chun-Hu responded loudly, yes,
and quickly opened the car door. Fu Zhanting helped Tang Yueling into the car, and the jeep drove away amidst Chen Fang's satisfied humph and the awkward stares of Lin Hongying and the others. Chen Fang nodded in approval at the departing vehicle, humming a little tune as she walked away with her vegetable basket. Lin Hongying had initially hoped to get closer to Fu Zhanting by delivering medicine, thinking she could plead for Lin Zhaodi's release. But seeing Tang Yueling's stunning beauty and graceful figure sparked jealousy in her, making her want to bring her down. Clearly, she had a beautiful appearance but lacked intelligence, miscalculating her chances. She blamed all her misfortunes and grievances on Tang Yueling. If it weren't for Tang Yueling's appearance, she might have been the captain's wife by now. Although Fu Zhanting had rejected her before, he had never been this fierce. Thinking of this, Lin Hongying gritted her teeth in anger and pulled Wu Li away. As soon as Tang Yueling and the others left, Su Xueme arrived late and saw Tang Yueling's graceful figure from a distance. After learning the details of the situation, she felt sympathetic towards Tang Yueling. She wanted to ask about Fu Jingcheng but was told he had not shown up, which left her feeling disappointed. Early in the morning, Fu Zhanting called Fu Zhanhong's unit to explain that he and Tang Yueling were going to the town for photos. They planned to meet everyone at noon at the military hospital. Lin Manqiu was not upset. She always knew her younger son had strong opinions. The girl he chose must be the best for him. At 9:30 a.m., they arrived at a state-run photo studio in a town on Cheongzhou Island. The jeep stopped beside a slightly old street. The photo studio was small, with a white wall painted with the bright red words Workers, Farmers, and Soldiers Photo Studio. The photos displayed in the window mostly featured serious-looking men and women in military and work uniforms, with simple backdrops. The air was filled with a salty smell and a faint scent of developing fluid, quite different from the refined atmosphere of the photo studios in Shanghai, which had a mix of perfume and wooden furniture. Chun, who was the first to jump out of the car, looking at the somewhat shabby exterior and scratching his head. "Captain, sister-in-law, this is the place. Don't be fooled by the small entrance. Master Zhang's skills are the best in town." He lowered his voice and flashed a shy smile at Tang Yueling. "Sister-in-law, it may not be as good as the ones in Shanghai, but it's, down to earth." Fu Zhanting helped Tang Yueling out of the car, his brow slightly furrowed. Clearly, the environment was far from the grand setting he had imagined for Tang Yueling's wedding photos. He instinctively glanced at Tang Yueling, showing a hint of apology and nervousness. Tang Yueling noticed his gaze and smiled gently, taking his arm. "It's nice, Zhanting. This place has the scent of the sea. It's very special." She looked up at the photo studio sign with a calm expression. "For wedding photos, what matters is the people, not the background, right?" Fu Zhanting's tense jaw relaxed instantly, and he held her hand tightly, nodding earnestly. "Yes, Yueling is right." Upon entering the photo studio, they found the interior quite cramped. A few sample backdrops hung on the walls. One was a beach with coconut trees, though the paint was peeling. Another was a majestic view of Tiananmen, but the print was a bit blurry, and there was also a simple red curtain. An older man in faded work clothes, wearing sleeves, was busy cleaning an old-fashioned camera. He looked up and saw Fu Zhanting in a brand-new military uniform, accompanied by the charming Tang Yueling. His eyes lit up. "Soldier's bride. Here for wedding photos? Please have a seat." He quickly brought out 2 long benches and warmly asked them, "Which background do you want? Coconut trees or Tiananmen? The red cloth is the most classic." Without hesitation, Fu Zhanting pointed to the red cloth. Red, he thought, as it represented their serious, revolutionary marriage best. Tang Yueling nodded with a smile. "I'll follow your lead." The photo session felt a bit awkward. "Gentlemen, sit up straight. Relax your shoulders." "Yes." "Ladies, lean your head a little closer to the gentleman. There, that's right. Smile. Be natural." Fu Zhanting was as stiff as a board, trying hard to smile but only managing a serious expression. Tang Yueling, however, was calm, slightly leaning her head on Fu Zhanting's shoulder, her face radiating warmth and happiness. At the moment the shutter clicked, Fu Zhanting instinctively tightened his grip on Tang Yueling's hand, his gaze focused and intense on her face, a deep affection captured perfectly by Master Zhang. Master Zhang looked at the frame and couldn't help but praise them.
Great.
Really great. The soldier's gaze is like he's protecting a treasure. And the bride is stunning. You can pick up the photos in 3 days. Hearing 3 days, Fu Zhanting felt anxious. He couldn't wait even a day. Master Zhang, is there any way to speed this up? We need it quickly. Can you come tomorrow? Tomorrow? Seeing Fu Zhanting's eager eyes, Master Zhang found it hard to refuse. Fortunately, there weren't many photos to process recently, so he decided to work overtime for them. All right, I support revolutionary marriages, so I'll work extra. Come by tomorrow at 2. Thank you so much. Chun Hu, standing nearby, was seeing such a polite captain for the first time, his mouth agape. The group didn't stop and drove to the military hospital. Sister-in-law Song Wanrong, Fu Jingcheng, and Zhou Xiaowei all worked there. At 11 in the morning, in the corridor of the military hospital on Cheongzhou Island, the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and the walls were painted a light green up to half their height. Song Wanrong, wearing a white coat, was already waiting at the gynecology office door. From a distance, she saw Fu Zhanting in his handsome military uniform, holding the vibrant Tang Yueling's hand, and couldn't help but admire them. What a perfect couple, truly a match made in heaven. Chun, who had already driven back to the company due to vehicle restrictions. Song Wanrong saw the two approaching and immediately smiled as she greeted them. Yueling, Zhanting, you finally made it. Look at you two, you are such a perfect match, especially my sister-in-law. She is simply beautiful. Sister-in-law, I have everything arranged. Let's go for your checkup. Zhanting, your checkup is in the next surgery room. Dr. Li is already waiting. Fu Zhanting reluctantly let go of Tang Yueling's hand, frowning slightly.
Sister-in-law, she.
Song Wanrong smiled knowingly and took Tang Yueling's hand. Don't worry. I will personally accompany my sister-in-law. Not a single hair will be lost. You hurry up, don't waste time. After saying that, she pushed him gently. Fu Zhanting looked deeply at Tang Yueling and quietly reminded her, if anything happens, remember to call me. Tang Yueling followed Song Wanrong into the gynecology area. After completing a few basic checks, Song Wanrong was called away by a nurse to handle an urgent situation. She patiently reminded Tang Yueling to rest on a bench in the hallway for a while. At that moment, Zhou Xiaowei, wearing a crisp white coat with a chief physician badge on her pocket, walked over gracefully. She wore a perfectly professional smile, quickly scanning Tang Yueling with her eyes. When she saw her face and figure, she couldn't help but pause. Indeed, she was very attractive. No wonder Fu Zhanting was so fascinated. After a moment of appraisal, a sense of superiority appeared on her face. Are you Tang Yueling?
I've heard so much about you.
I'm Zhou Xiaowei from surgery. She politely extended her hand, her demeanor impeccable. Tang Yueling stood up calmly and shook her hand, feeling a slight chill, puzzled. She keenly noticed a flash of sharpness in Zhou Xiaowei's eyes and returned a polite smile. Hello, Dr. Zhou. Zhou Xiaowei's smile deepened, her tone warm, making it feel like a casual chat. It's truly a pleasure to meet you, Tang. Your presence is indeed remarkable. Zhanting, no, Captain Fu is really lucky. She deliberately paused to observe Tang Yueling's reaction. I heard you two are taking wedding photos today? Congratulations. Captain Fu is one of the top elite in our military district, so his taste must be excellent. Oh, a high-level White Lotus. Tang Yueling was not naive. She understood that while the words seemed to praise her, they also carried a hint of, you are really lucky to be chosen by him. Tang Yueling remained calm, wanting to see what Zhou Xiaowei was really up to. She then responded nonchalantly, Thank you, Dr. Zhou. Zhanting is indeed wonderful. As Zhou Xiaowei was about to say something else, A young girl in a nurse's uniform, looking delicate but with a timid expression, approached. She hurriedly walked by with a treatment tray, seemingly caught off guard by Zhou Xiaowei's gaze, which seemed to encourage her. Their eyes met, and Tang Yueling quickly noticed this. Was there something going on between them? The young nurse stopped beside Tang Yueling, her voice barely above a whisper. Tang sister, I'm Xueqing, a distant relative of Uncle Fu. I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. She spoke cautiously, glancing quickly at Zhou Xiaowei. Tang Yueling raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
Oh, please go on.
Fu Xueqing gathered her courage and spoke faster. Tang sister, please don't be upset with me for speaking out. Brother Zhan Ting has a bright future. He is truly a king among soldiers. He needs a partner who can fight alongside him and motivate him to go further. Someone like you, a wealthy young lady, might distract him and weaken his determination. Over time, this could affect his future. I'm just looking out for Brother Zhan Ting. Her voice grew softer as she looked down, afraid to meet Tang Yueling's eyes. Zhou Xiaowei, nearby, pretended to adjust her sleeve, a slight smile on her lips, clearly having encouraged Fu Xueqing to say this. Wow! It seems this high-class girl is using a distant relative of the Fu family as a pawn. Tang Yueling's expression turned slightly cold. Just as she was about to speak, a clear but noticeably displeased male voice interrupted. It was Fu Jingcheng. He was wearing a white coat, holding a medical file, striding over with purpose. His face was slightly grim, his sharp gaze sweeping over Fu Xueqing before landing on Zhou Xiaowei, his eyes carrying a hint of warning. Everyone in the military district knew that Zhou Xiaowei had liked Fu Zhanting for 5 or 6 years. Though she wasn't as overt as Lin Hongying, who pursued him relentlessly, she consistently rejected her suitors, her gaze only ever on Fu Zhanting. Anyone could see her feelings. Realizing this, Fu Jingcheng felt clarity.
Fuchswaking.
Who told you to speak nonsense here? What would your aunt say if she knew you were concerned about Uncle's marriage like this? He directly pointed out the relationship, his tone severe. Fu Xueqing trembled in fear, her face turning pale, her hands shaking as she held the treatment tray. He then turned to Tang Yueling, his expression complex but his tone firm, his voice low yet loud enough for those nearby to hear. Comrade Tang Yueling is the one Uncle has chosen as his partner. Their matters are not for outsiders to interfere with. He deliberately emphasized the words outsider, casting a pointed glance at Zhou Xiaowei. But when he mentioned lover, his heart felt heavy. Some people should focus more on improving their own skills rather than worrying about someone else's fiancé. As for the future, he looked at Zhou Xiaowei again, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. My uncle built his future through hard work. He earned it himself. No need for certain people to worry about it. A soldier deserves a phoenix. It's only right. Zhou Xiaowei's perfect smile finally froze, a flicker of coldness and embarrassment flashing in her eyes. Fu Jingcheng's words defended Tang Yueling while striking hard at her and Fu Xueqing, exposing her thoughts. Medical staff passing by cast curious glances. Zhou Xiaowei forced herself to maintain her composure, her voice suddenly colder. Dr. Fu, you're being harsh. Xueqing is young and doesn't understand. She cares about Captain Fu, and sometimes care can lead to confusion. She pulled the still trembling Fu Xueqing to leave, afraid of revealing what she had instigated. We have things to do, so we'll be going. After saying this, she almost dragged Fu Xueqing away in a flustered hurry. Fu Jingcheng watched them leave before turning to Tang Yueling, his gaze returning to calm, even carrying a barely noticeable warmth. Tang, don't take it to heart. Once my uncle decides something, no one can change it. He opened his mouth as if to say more but noticed Song Wanrong appearing around the corner. Instantly tense, he quickly turned to leave before Tang Yueling could speak. Song Wanrong walked over quickly, seeing Tang Yueling standing thoughtfully and glancing at Fu Jingcheng's departing figure, her brow slightly furrowed. Yueling, are you okay? Tang Yueling smiled confidently and calmly. I'm fine, sister-in-law. I just encountered 2 clowns. Clowns? Tang Yueling was certain that the journey with the military would not be smooth. However, she was not a pushover, and with Fu Zhanting by her side, she felt fearless. Zhou Xiaowei's initial attempt to test her had already failed under Fu Jingqing's unexpected defense. At 11:30 a.m., outside the blood draw room in the military hospital, Tang Yueling sat at the blood draw window, revealing her fair, slender arm. The nurse tied a tourniquet, and the coolness of the alcohol swab made her flinch slightly, but her expression remained calm. She used to draw blood for others, and now she was the one being tested. At the other end of the hallway, Fu Zhanting approached quickly, like a gust of wind. He had clearly just finished his checkup, with the top button of his uniform still undone. As he walked, he quickly buttoned up while a light sweat formed on his forehead. Almost at the same moment, the nurse pulled out the needle and pressed a cotton ball on the injection site. Fu Zhanting's gaze locked onto Tang Yueling, completely ignoring his surroundings. He rushed over to her, breathing a bit heavily, his eyes filled with concern. Did it hurt? His voice was tense, unlike his usual cool demeanor. Tang Yueling found his worried expression amusing and gently shook her arm that was pressing the cotton ball, feeling warm inside. It's fine, just a little pinch, it didn't hurt. You forgot, I'm a doctor too. Fu Zhanting's brow remained furrowed, as if she had suffered greatly. Without saying a word, he pulled out a big white rabbit candy from his uniform pocket, the wrapper slightly softened from his grip. He quickly unwrapped it and held the candy up to her mouth. Open up, quickly. His smooth and commanding gesture was filled with gentle authority. Tang Yueling obediently opened her mouth, and the sweet candy melted on her tongue, filling her with a rich, milky flavor. She looked up in surprise, meeting his anxious and caring gaze, her heart softening. The tender moment caught the attention of several military families and young nurses waiting in the hallway, leaving them in awe and envy. Song Wanrong, watching from the side, couldn't help but tease, Zhanting, your speed is faster than the nurses passing instruments in the operating room. One would think your sister-in-law just came back from battle. Indeed, the men of the Fu family were all hopeless romantics. This scene was witnessed by Fu Jingqing, who had just stepped out of the nearby surgical room. He suddenly stopped, his fingers tightening under his lab coat, and he quickly looked away, his eyes filled with sadness. Watching his uncle's complete focus on Tang Yueling and seeing her smile as she enjoyed the candy made his heart ache. His fingers gripped the medical record so tightly that they turned white, and his lips pressed into a straight line. He forced himself to walk away, his back appearing stiff and unnatural. At almost the same time, Zhou Xiaowei came out of another consultation room and caught the tail end of the sweet feeding. Her expression darkened for a moment, but then she quickly put on a flawless, gentle smile and walked over confidently. Noticing Song Wanrong was present, she politely greeted her, "Hello, Director Song." It's Xiaowei," replied Song Wanrong. Zhou Xiaowei, not only the daughter of the commander but also quite skilled for her age, showed great respect to her elders. Among Fu Zhanting's many admirers, Song Wanrong had a favorable view of her. However, she only supported her from a distance, understanding that matters of the heart require mutual feelings and cannot be forced. After a brief greeting, Zhou Xiaowei eagerly began to tease Fu Zhanting. "Oh, Captain Fu is so considerate. Even a blood draw makes him nervous, and he has candy ready. Such thoughtfulness is truly enviable." Her voice was bright and pleasant, filled with just the right amount of admiration. Her gaze lingered on Tang Yueling's still rosy face for a moment, her smile deepening with a hint of feigned concern as she spoke. "How are you feeling, Comrade Tang? Your face looks a bit pale. Is it from the needle? Some people are particularly sensitive to this. It's just their constitution." Although her words sounded caring, the phrases needle, constitution, and can't be helped were pronounced with extra clarity, as if she were emphasizing something. Tang Yueling understood her intentions clearly. A high-level schemer like Zhou Xiaowei was indeed exceptional, with her words and actions leaving no room for error. Savoring the sweetness of the candy in her mouth, She returned Zhou Xiaowei's flawless smile, her eyes clear and calm. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Lin. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. Captain Fu's candy comes at the perfect time. She cleverly attributed her pale face to hunger while avoiding the implication of being affected by the needle. Zhou Xiaowei looked at her with a bright smile, seemingly genuinely agreeing. That's good to hear. Captain Fu takes such good care of you. You are truly fortunate, Comrade Tang. Director Song, Captain Fu, please continue. I have to get back to work, she said gracefully, nodding before turning to leave, the hem of her white coat sweeping through the air with elegance. However, the moment she turned, the smile in her eyes instantly turned cold, replaced by a calculating glare. She did not walk far but instead pretended to casually approach Sister Li, known for her chatter, who was resting on a bench in the hallway. Zhou Xiaowei raised the corners of her mouth, deliberately lowering her voice, her tone casual yet laced with a hint of concern. Sister Li, you said that Comrade Tang looks quite beautiful, but her health. Oh. She turned pale when they drew her blood. Captain Fu was so nervous and immediately gave her a piece of candy. It seems like she might be a bit sensitive to needles. With her constitution, she paused just right, leaving enough room for imagination without being too direct. I heard that she even helped with emergency care on the ship? In such a shaky environment. That must have been tough. Her words subtly linked the labels of sensitivity to needles, delicate health, and the rich capitalist's pampered daughter, along with doubts about the reliability of the emergency care on the ship, gently pushing them towards Sister Li, who loved to spread news. After Zhou Xiaowei finished speaking, it seemed like just a casual mention as she floated away, leaving Sister Li's eyes shining, eagerly chewing on this freshly baked secret about the beautiful daughter-in-law of the fierce king. Her eyes sparkled, already eager to share. A current of speculation about Tang Yueling's health and abilities quietly surged behind Zhou Xiaowei's smile. Song Wanrong felt puzzled. She sensed something from Zhou Xiaowei's words. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the sweet scene between the couple. Yueling, is it sweet? Don't mind what Zhou Xiaowei says. I only care about you. I understand. Seeing their sweet smiles, she thought, why should she worry? This fierce king wouldn't let anyone bully his precious wife. Song Wanrong continued the checkup with Tang Yueling. Outside the hospital, Fu Zhanhong had already brought Lin Manqiu and Xiao Bei, and they would reach the hospital in a few minutes. In the hospital lobby on the first floor, it was nearing noon. The health checkup was mostly finished, and Song Wanrong held a few preliminary reports, smiling with relief. Fu Zhanting immediately approached, his eyes questioning. Song Wanrong handed him the papers, lowering her voice with a smile. Don't worry. 2 strong boys and a big girl. All the indicators are very good. She glanced meaningfully at Tang Yueling and then at Fu Zhanting, winking deliberately. Especially Yueling. Her foundation is particularly good. In the future, if you want to have a few little fierce kings or little fairies, it looks like there won't be any problems. We're just waiting for the blood test results tomorrow afternoon. Tang Yueling understood Song Wanrong's hint, her cheeks slightly flushed as she instinctively looked at Fu Zhanting. Fu Zhanting took the report, his expression neutral, but he unconsciously tightened his grip on Tang Yueling's hand. His lips pressed together, not responding to his sister-in-law's words, a hint of resistance flickering in his eyes.
Child?
Little king of hell?
Not now.
The little wildcat belongs to him. He hasn't had enough hugs and kisses yet, so he doesn't want to share. Right now, he just wants to keep Tang Yueling all to himself, to carry her in his pocket and watch her every moment. How could he allow a little king of hell to take away her attention and hugs? This thought stubbornly occupied his mind. Even if it was a little fairy, she couldn't compare to his little wildcat. At that moment, a commotion came from the hospital entrance. Fu Zhanhong's tall figure appeared first. He stepped aside to help a graceful middle-aged lady enter, followed by the bouncy little Bei. The middle-aged lady was Fu's mother, Lin Manqiu. They walked into the office of Song Wanrong. Fu Zhanhong's gaze quickly found Song Wanrong, as if he had a tracking system. A bright smile spread across his face as he nodded at Tang Yueling and then strode toward his wife, completely ignoring his mother and son behind him. He naturally moved behind Song Wanrong, wrapping his arm around her waist. Leaning down close to her ear, he spoke softly but affectionately, "Wife, are you done? You must be hungry." Song Wanrong felt a bit shy from her husband's public display of affection and gently pushed him away. "Your sister-in-law and John Ting, along with Mom and Little Bei, are still here. This isn't appropriate." It was a little awkward, but she couldn't hide her smile. Lin Manchio and Little Bei were quite used to it. Otherwise, Little Bei wouldn't have returned to the capital to live with them. Indeed, the child was unexpected, but they were true love. Lin Manchio held Little Bei's hand and walked over gracefully. Her gaze immediately fell on Tang Yueling, who stood quietly beside Fu Zhanting. In her experienced eyes, there was an unmistakable admiration, as if she had discovered a rare gem. Suddenly releasing Little Bei's hand, she stepped forward. Her voice was clear and pleasant, filled with genuine praise and warmth. "You must be Welling, right? I'm Zhan Ting's mother, Lin Manchio." She extended her hand, elegant and friendly. "Zhan Ting spoke so highly of you on the phone that I didn't believe it at first. Now that I see you, I realize my son is just not good with words. He can't describe even a fraction of how wonderful you are." Tang Yueling felt a warm glow from her future mother-in-law's straightforward compliment during their first meeting. She graciously extended her hand in return, respectful yet confident. "Hello, Auntie, I am Tang Yueling. You flatter me. Thank you for your hard work on the way here." Tang Yueling's hand felt warm and strong, not at all the fragile and weak type one might expect. In the moment when Tang Yueling held hands with her mother, Fu Zhanting stepped forward naturally and placed his other hand on her shoulder, pulling her close to him, as if silently claiming her. He looked at his mother, his tone unusually serious, and clearly said, "Mom, this is Tang Yueling, my wife." The word wife was pronounced with extra clarity and strength, filled with satisfaction and undeniable determination. This greatly boosted Tang Yueling's confidence and sense of security in front of her new family. Lin Manchio watched her son protectively, as if he were guarding a rare treasure. She then looked at Tang Yueling, who appeared calm and serene in her son's embrace, her smile deepening. "Good, good. Zhanting, I believe it now. You really take after your grandfather. Your judgment is sharp." Yueling seems special, very impressive. She smiled and took Tang Yueling's hand again, patting it affectionately. "If this boy ever bullies you, just tell me, and I'll handle him." "Mom," she quickly claimed that title. Fu Zhanting's brother, Fu Zhanhong, and Song Wanrong smiled at each other. Little Bei, unable to contain himself, rushed over like a little cannonball. He first hugged Fu Zhanting's leg and cheerfully called out, "Uncle." Then he immediately let go, looking up at Tang Yueling with wide eyes and an open mouth in awe. "Wow, you really are a fairy aunt. 1,000 times prettier than in the magazines." Without hesitation, he dashed over and hugged Tang Yueling's leg, looking up with sparkling eyes. "Fairy aunt, I'm Little Bei. I really like you." The little one's enthusiasm and innocent words instantly made everyone laugh, even softening Fu Zhanting's usually stern expression. However, when he saw Little Bei hugging his wife's leg, his brows furrowed again. Tang Yueling was also touched by this pure affection. She smiled and bent down to pat Little Bei's head. "Hello, Little Bei. Your aunt likes you too." Just then, Fu Jingqing appeared at the office door, catching sight of the scene. He seemed to have rushed over, visibly out of breath. He quickly adjusted his expression, avoiding Tang Yueling's gaze, and greeted everyone. "Grandma, Dad, Mom, Uncle." His eyes scanned Lin Manchio, Fu Zhanhong, Song Wanrong, and Fu Zhanting. Finally, when the gaze landed on Tang Yueling, who was being hugged by Xiao Bei and standing in Fu Zhanting's embrace, her eyes flickered with complex emotions. She swallowed hard, and the words Auntie rolled on her tongue but ultimately did not come out. Instead, she awkwardly nodded in Tang Yueling's direction and mumbled, "Comrade Tang Yueling." Then she quickly looked away, as if even one more glance would be unbearable. Fortunately, Lin Manchio and the others were not focused on him at that moment. When Song Wanrong saw him and was about to ask something, she was distracted by Xiao Bei's cute voice. Only Fu Zhanting cast a cold glance at his nephew, tightening his hold on Tang Yueling's arm. It was already noon, and Xiao Bei, being an 8-year-old child, was hungry. He was pulling on both Fu Zhanting and Tang Yueling's legs, shaking them and sweetly asking to go eat. All right, since everyone is here. After all this, Xiao Bei and Yueling must be hungry. Yes, there's a state-run restaurant not far from our hospital, and the food is quite good. Mom, sister-in-law, Zhanting, let's go have lunch. We can talk while we eat. After hearing Lin Manchio's words, Song Wanrong quickly chimed in. Wanrong, Xiaoyu, Fu Jingqing's nickname, you two lead the way. Let's have a nice family meal. The phrase family was emphasized by Lin Manchio, her gaze warm yet meaningful. Fu Zhanting immediately responded, taking Tang Yueling's hand. Come on, Yueling, let's go eat. Fu Zhanting also happily put his arm around Song Wanrong, while Xiao Bei excitedly pulled his grandmother with one hand and reached out for Tang Yueling with the other. Only Fu Jingqing lagged behind, feeling anxious and forcing himself to catch up. Xiao Bei, being clever, noticed his brother's unease. He broke free from Lin Manchio's hand and ran back to grab Fu Jingqing's hand. Big brother, hurry up, Xiao Bei is hungry. When you see Annie Fairy, aren't you happy? Yes, happy. Fu Jingqing turned red at the sudden question, managing to squeeze out 2 words after a long pause. Just as they left, Zhou Xiaowei, hiding behind, felt very unhappy seeing this scene. If it weren't for Tang Yueling suddenly appearing and now holding Fu Zhanting's hand to go eat, it could have been her. She angrily poked her clothes, her face changing from gentle to selfish and narrow-minded. 15 minutes later, at the state-run restaurant in Cheongzhou, in the Sea Breeze private room. The private room is not large, with slogans like Serve the People and Be Thrifty on the walls. A big round table is covered with a faded blue checkered tablecloth. The air is filled with the aroma of food, as dishes are being served. There is steamed grouper, poached chicken, stir-fried sweet potato leaves with garlic, and a large pot of steaming coconut chicken soup. The dishes are simple but generous, reflecting the unique flavors of the island. The family sits around the table, enjoying a warm atmosphere. Lin Manchio sits at the head of the table, with Fu Zhanhong and Song Wanrong on her left, and Xiao Bei, Tang Yueling, and Fu Zhanting on her right. Fu Jingqing sits next to Fu Zhanhong, appearing somewhat quiet. Lin Manchio gracefully puts down her chopsticks and looks lovingly at Tang Yueling. Yueling, Zhanting mentioned on the phone that you two will register tomorrow?
Yes.
That's very efficient, just like our Fu family style.
But
she changes her tone, her voice filled with deep compassion. But it seems you've had some hardships. Both Zhanting's father and I have heard that you don't have many relatives left. She gently pats Tang Yueling's hand resting under the table. Fu Zhanting and Fu Jingqing's hearts both race at the same moment. They tighten their grip on their chopsticks, their knuckles turning white. They both look at Tang Yueling, their eyes filled with tension and a hint of unnoticeable panic. Fu Zhanting fears his mother will continue to ask about Tang's family, worried it might bring up the Tang family in Shanghai, and even more afraid that the mix-up about the fiancé will come to light. Regardless of whether it's true or not, this is not the right occasion for such discussions. Tang Yueling senses the sudden tension from the men beside her and sees the worry in his eyes. She gently squeezes Lin Manchio's hand, her expression calm, yet tinged with just the right amount of sadness, her voice soft but firm. Auntie, thank you for your concern. My mother passed away early, so I do feel a bit lonely. But now, she turns to Fu Zhanting, her eyes sparkling with warmth. I have Zhanting Yu, my older brother and sister-in-law, and Xiao Bei. I feel very warm and complete. She skillfully shifts the topic to the present and future, avoiding any details that might lead to the past. She does not want to experience any drama about 2 relatives competing for a fiancé. Besides, the original owner had no idea who her fiancé was. The old Tang family had never intended to arrange this marriage and even considered finding a son-in-law for Tang Yueling. If it weren't for Tang Yueling being transported into the story, she would have no way of knowing the reasons behind it. Lin Manchio is touched by Tang Yueling's understanding and resilience, her eyes slightly red as she repeatedly says, "Good child. Good child. From now on, the Fu family will be your family. We are your relatives." As she spoke, she solemnly took something out of an old, reddish-brown wooden box she had brought with her. Seeing this, Fu Zhanting and Fu Jingqing both relaxed a little. Lin Manchio first took out a red cloth bag, opened it, and inside was an old savings book and a very simple, warm-toned gold ring. The ring looked quite old-fashioned and heavy. "This is a gift from the old man, a bride price for the granddaughter-in-law," she said, pushing the ring and the savings book towards Tang Yueling. The ring was part of Zhanting's grandmother's dowry. The old man said, "For the youngest daughter-in-law, just like her grandmother, she will be blessed." The savings book isn't much, just a little token from the old man. Seeing the ring from his grandmother, Fu Zhanting's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but he still couldn't fully let his guard down, keeping a close eye on his mother's actions. Lin Manchio quickly took out another slightly smaller velvet box, opened it, and inside was a beautiful jade bracelet. Next to it was another, newer savings book. "This is my intention as a mother-in-law," she said, placing the bracelet and the savings book in front of Tang Yueling, her smile gentle yet serious. "The bracelet was my favorite from my dowry, and the savings book is what your dad and I saved. It's exactly the same as what your sister-in-law received when she came in, no more, no less." She said this while smiling and glancing at Song Wanrong. Song Wanrong, gently held by Fu Zhanzhang, nodded with a smile in agreement. Tang Yueling looked at the heavy gifts in front of her, especially the ring that carried the family's legacy and the beloved bracelet from her mother-in-law. She felt shocked and touched, quickly shaking her head.
"And this.
This is too precious. I can't." Before Tang Yueling could finish, Fu Zhanting reached out and quickly grabbed the ring, bracelet, and both savings books, stuffing them into Tang Yueling's arms. His movements were swift, as if he feared she would change her mind at any moment.
"Take it.
What mom gives is yours." His action was domineering and direct, making Lin Manchio and Song Wanrong laugh, while Fu Zhanzhang shook his head with a smile. Lin Manchio looked at her son, who was acting possessively, feeling both amused and proud. She then took out a third savings book from the box. "This one," she said, turning her gaze to Fu Jingqing, who had been silent and looking down, her tone soothing, "was originally meant for the wrong fiancé of Xiaoyu. Although it's not much, we shouldn't skimp on the courtesy. However, since we now know it was a misunderstanding," she sighed lightly and handed the savings book to Song Wanrong beside her. "Wanrong, please keep this savings book for Xiaoyu. When he finds the right girl, he can take it out." The appearance of this savings book was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Fu Jingqing suddenly looked up, his face turning pale. He stared at the savings book as if it were a burning brand. It was supposed to hold the blessings for him and Tang Yueling. His gaze uncontrollably swept over Tang Yueling, then over the noticeably heavier gifts in her arms. He glanced at his uncle, who was protectively holding her, and finally landed on the savings book that his mother was about to keep, belonging to the wrong fiancé. A wave of deep anger and injustice surged up his throat.
No, grandma.
"That's all. It's all in the past. It never happened. What engagement? It's all a misunderstanding." "Yes, a misunderstanding." His voice was dry and tense, filled with a sense of losing control. The words that followed came out in a jumble. His eyes darted away from everyone, especially from Tang Yueling's calm gaze, which made his heart ache. "You should keep this savings book. Or give it to—" He struggled to finish his sentence. His intense and unusual reaction surprised and worried the adults present. Lin Manchio, Fu Zhanhong, and Song Wanrong all looked at him with concern. Fu Zhanting furrowed his brow, holding onto Tang Yueling's hand tightly. Jingcheng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Song Wanrong and her husband spoke at the same time, their eyes filled with care. Yes, Xiuyu, this is also a gesture from Grandma and Grandpa. Mom will keep it safe for you. It will be useful later. Lin Manchio sighed, feeling very sorry for him. Don't think too much. What's in the past is in the past. You can't force fate. Since she's not the girl who saved you back then, you can find someone else. Grandma knows you're hurting, but one day, you will meet the right girl for you. Everyone was trying to comfort him, their words filled with sympathy for his heartbreak. But to Fu Jingcheng, each word felt like a stab. They had no idea what he had lost. He wanted to stand up, point at Tang Yueling, and scream at everyone. She is my true fiancée. That savings book was meant for her. His uncle. However, when he saw Tang Yueling nestled beside Fu Zhanting, the natural intimacy and trust between them, and then noticed the genuine joy in his parents' and grandmother's eyes regarding his uncle's marriage. Little Bei leaned on Tang Yueling, feeling dependent. All the words he wanted to say were stuck, as if held back by an invisible hand, and he couldn't say a thing. He couldn't ruin his uncle's happiness, or the family's moment of joy. In the concerned gaze of everyone around, he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, his voice hoarse.
Me fine. Just a bit stuffy.
Thank you, Grandma, for the savings book. Mom, you keep it for now. He lowered his head, tightly clenching his fists, his nails digging into his palms, using physical pain to suppress the turmoil inside. In the awkward atmosphere, Little Bei, who had been quietly nibbling on a chicken leg, suddenly lifted his greasy little face, blinking his big eyes. He looked at his fairy aunt and then at his brother's unhappy face, and innocently exclaimed, "Big brother, don't be sad. Grandma is right. You will definitely find a sister-in-law as nice and pretty as fairy aunt." As he spoke, he animatedly gestured, his little face full of innocent encouragement. The phrase "a sister-in-law like fairy aunt" hit Fu Jingcheng's heart like a heavy stone. He abruptly closed his eyes, his body swaying slightly, his face pale as paper. The room fell into silence. Tang Yueling's heart trembled, feeling anxious. This was the moment when the main character in the story would explode and start a battle for love. She hoped her dear nephew would hold back. Otherwise, things could end badly today. Fu Zhanting's gaze suddenly sharpened, coldly sweeping over Fu Jingcheng, pulling Tang Yueling closer, exuding a silent warning and possessiveness. Lin Manchio, Fu Zhanting, and Song Wanrong exchanged glances, thinking the child's innocent words had touched Fu Jingcheng's sore spot, feeling even more pity for him. Finally, Fu Jingcheng broke the suffocating silence. He took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, he forced a strained, even twisted smile. In a dry voice, he said to Little Bei is right. Fairy aunt is one of a kind. This statement drained all his strength and buried his hidden love and reluctance. He picked up the cup in front of him and drank deeply, as if swallowing poison. This family gathering, which should have been a celebration, had turned into a silent execution ground for him. Fortunately, despite the awkwardness, most of the attention was on Tang Yueling and Fu Zhanting. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the sun was just right, bringing the unique salty and warm sea breeze. Lin Manchio, Song Wanrong, Tang Yueling, and the excited Little Bei, who was like a little monkey, began their big shopping spree before the wedding. Fu Zhanting had originally been ordered by Lin Manchio to rest at the guest house to recover from his injury, but he couldn't bear to leave. In the end, he got into the car with a serious face, like a silent guardian, his gaze fixed on Tang Yueling. Fu Zhancheng reluctantly left because he had a task with the team in the afternoon. Fu Jingcheng also made an excuse, saying there was an urgent matter in his department, and slipped away. However, sister-in-law Song Wanrong specifically took half a day off from the hospital. She even borrowed a jeep from the military hospital, which was on the way to deliver medical supplies to the state-run store. Sister-in-law was a capable and beautiful woman who could even drive. When the tall military jeep was brought out, Tang Yueling's eyes lit up. No wonder her brother Fu Zhancheng cherished her so much. In this era, not many people could drive, and even fewer women could. Although Tang Yueling was a book traveler, she didn't know how to drive at all. The original owner had never learned, though she had studied various arts. Since Fu Zhanting was injured and couldn't drive, seeing Tang Yueling's expression sparked an idea in his mind. The group drove to the entrance of the Friendship Store on Cheongzhou Island, the largest shopping place in town. The gray-white three-story building had a sign with red background and white letters. Inside, the shelves were neatly arranged, and while the variety of goods wasn't overwhelming, the essentials were fairly complete. The liveliest part was the street market outside the store, with low buildings on both sides and many vendors selling local specialties. There were strings of red chilies, dried salted fish, fresh coconuts, bananas, and crafts made from coconut shells and seashells. The air was mixed with the smell of the sea, fruity scents, and a hint of sweat, filled with the lively atmosphere of an island market. Lin Manchio had a clear goal, moving with elegance and a strong presence. Yueling, Zhanting said the furniture for the new house is already ordered, but we need to choose the bedding and curtains ourselves, she said, heading straight to the fabric counter, her fingers gliding over various cotton and polyester fabrics. She finally stopped at a light pink cotton fabric printed with delicate cotton flower patterns and a deep blue striped cotton fabric. This one can be made into bed sheets and pillowcases. It's fresh and durable. This blue one is great for curtains. It blocks light well. Let's get a few more yards of white cotton for the tablecloth. Her choices were sharp, selecting only the best materials that matched the era while maintaining style. Tang Yueling looked around and nodded repeatedly, pleasantly surprised to find all her favorite styles. It was clear that coming from a wealthy family, Mother Fu had put in a lot of thought. Song Wanrong smiled and added, touching the fabric, "Mom has great taste." Yueling, look over here at the daily necessities section. She pulled Tang Yueling over, pointing at the thermos, enamel basin, and a spittoon with a red double happiness symbol. The island is very humid, so we need to have an extra thermos. This enamel basin is sturdy and won't break. She lowered her voice, sharing a little secret. Later, I'll take you to see the fishing village on the island. Their shrimp paste is amazing. Just a bit in stew makes it so flavorful. Also, when a daughter gets married, her family usually gives coconuts and betel nuts as gifts, symbolizing many children and a harmonious marriage. Even though our military doesn't follow these old customs, we still respect local traditions. Later, your sister-in-law will accompany you to buy some fresh coconuts and betel nuts to bring back for good luck. Tang Yueling listened intently, filled with curiosity about the island's unique culture and customs. In the market, an elderly Li ethnic woman wearing a tube skirt and a straw hat walked by with a bamboo basket, curiously glancing at her. A few dark-skinned fishermen were loudly calling out about the freshly caught seafood. The air was filled with a dialect she couldn't understand but found comforting, making everything feel fresh and vibrant. Fu Xiaobei was like a playful little pony, full of curiosity. He would squat in front of a stall selling coconut carvings, unable to move, then get distracted by a vendor selling colorful windmills. But what excited him the most was following Fu Zhanting closely, like a little tail. "Uncle, look at that old man. Doesn't he look like a spy? He keeps staring at us." He pointed at an old fisherman curiously observing the city folks, nervously tugging at Fu Zhanting's pants. Fu Zhanting glanced over with a serious expression, ruffling Xiaobei's hair with his large hand, his voice low. "No. Stay calm and don't run around." His attention was focused on Tang Yueling, watching her carefully examine a thermos with a coconut tree design, a smile forming on his lips. Indeed, his little wildcat looked good no matter how he saw her. The shopping spree was in full swing. Lin Manchio not only bought fabric but also picked out 2 high-quality towels and a pair of enamel cups with a red double happiness symbol for Tang Yueling. She even found 2 silk pillowcases in an inconspicuous corner and bought them without hesitation. Song Wanrong was more practical, purchasing cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, a large bag of local red sugar for health, and some mugwort incense to repel insects. Tang Yueling carefully reminded them that the dowry prepared by Uncle Fu included these items. However, The two of them ignored her, insisting that they should buy them. With no other choice, Tang Yueling could only smile and nod. Finally, she stopped at a stall selling woven crafts and spotted a small, delicate woven storage basket, ready to pay. This would be great for holding needles and threads. Fu Zhanting had appeared behind her without her noticing. He quickly reached over her to pay, surprising the vendor with his speed. Here you go. He took the basket and placed it in Tang Yueling's hands, gently stroking her fingers and smiling at her as if he couldn't get enough of her. Lin Manqiu and Song Wanrong watched this scene from a distance and exchanged smiles. This guy has finally woken up. He has found someone he truly cares for, Song Wanrong said, nodding with admiration for Tang Yueling. Yueling is steady and knows how to handle things. She will definitely be a strong support for our hospital. As they continued shopping, Fu Zhanting silently took most of the heavier items, carrying them like a moving shelf. Tang Yueling felt sorry for him, but was only allowed to carry the light woven basket. As the sun set, they returned home with their arms full. The Jeep's trunk was packed with new fabrics smelling of sunshine, shiny daily necessities, sweet coconuts, auspicious betel nuts, and a small toy gun made from a coconut shell that little Bei insisted Fu Zhanting buy. Fu Zhanting had originally saved only a little money, and now it seemed he had spent it all. Tang Yueling realized she would need to give him more money. On the way back, Lin Manqiu gazed out at the passing coconut trees, planning how to make the new house cozier. Song Wanrong quietly explained the different apartments at the hospital to Tang Yueling, her words filled with anticipation. Tang Yueling held the woven basket, watching Fu Zhanting beside her, who was resting with his eyes closed but still holding her hand tightly. She looked out at the beautiful sunset, feeling warmth and excitement for the new life ahead. Living on this island wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. Little Bei, in the back seat, excitedly played with his coconut shell gun, making bang-bang sounds and suddenly asked Uncle, "Will the enemies come at night to steal our new quilt cover?" Fu Zhanting kept his eyes closed but smiled faintly, tightening his grip on Tang Yueling's hand. "As long as I'm here, no one can steal anything." The Jeep, filled with festive items, drove in, instantly attracting the attention of the military families who were cooling off and cooking. She returned the items to the family compound and, without lingering, Song Wanrong drove back to the military hospital. During this time, there were restrictions on vehicle use. Song Wanrong had planned to take Xiaobei back to the hospital with her, but Xiaobei insisted on staying a little longer with Aunt Xian. Indeed, the men of the Fu family could not escape the charm of a beautiful woman. As Tang Yueling got out of the car, the setting sun highlighted her slender figure and the soft glow of her light purple dress, her beauty momentarily silencing the noisy courtyard. There were many items, but they were not very large. Tang Yueling joined everyone in carrying things into the house, and even Xiaobei was happily helping. People loved to gather and watch, putting down what they were doing to come closer. After a brief silence, a buzz of chatter erupted. "Wow. The wife of Captain Fu looks like she stepped out of a painting. No wonder Captain Fu has seemed a bit distracted lately." A few young soldiers, seeing the radiant Tang Yueling, couldn't help but admire her. Sister Li, who had been subtly hinted at by Zhou Xiaowei, looked displeased and said sharply to those around her, "So what if she's pretty? Her face is as pale as paper. I heard from someone at the hospital this morning that she even faints at the sight of a needle. With that delicate demeanor, how could she save anyone on a ship? She might end up hurting someone." Hearing Sister Li, Lin Hongying's follower Wu Li rolled her eyes. What a jinx. She came and got Lin's cousin into the security department. Look at her, dressed like a glamorous lady from a magazine. She clearly isn't someone who knows how to live a practical life. Another supporter of Lin Hongying quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Captain Fu is a tough guy. Does this delicate flower really match him? I think she'll end up dragging Captain Fu down." Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Hongying was happily enjoying some seeds, watching the drama unfold with delight.
Ha!
Competing with me, Brother Zhanting? She'll be mine eventually. Chun Fong squeezed through with a basket of vegetables, followed by her spirited 5-year-old daughter, Niu. Nonsense. Sister Tang shared everything with us on the way. She's not delicate at all. Lin Jiaodi has a foul mouth. If she wants to slander military families, who can she blame? Our sister Tang is truly capable. Saving the captain is a fact. You heartless ones, stop spreading rumors. After hearing the comments, Fu Zhanting's expression turned cold, and the atmosphere around him became tense. He stepped in front of Tang Yueling, his tall figure completely shielding her, his gaze like ice as it swept over the crowd. I, Fu Zhanting's wife, will not let you point fingers at me. He quickly turned his face to Sister Li, his anger palpable. Fainting? She didn't even blink when she took the bullet out. His intense gaze shifted to Lin Hongying's supporters. Causing trouble? Helping a comrade is causing trouble? Are you hoping Captain Wang dies right here? Finally, his eyes locked onto Chen Fong, and he nodded slightly. Thank you, Sister Chen. He wrapped his arm around Tang Yueling's shoulders and said firmly, whether she is worthy or not, I decide. Tang Yueling is my life. Anyone who dares to say a word against her. His voice was loud, and everyone present understood the unspoken message. Impressive. No wonder he is called the living king of hell. His strong aura of love for his wife is remarkable. Lin Manchio elegantly stood beside Tang Yueling, exuding the grace of a noble lady, but her gaze was sharp as an eagle. What she said next left Tang Yueling even more shocked. Lin Manchio looked around, her voice loud and commanding, filled with undeniable authority. Dear military family members, I am Lin Manchio, Fu Zhanting's mother, and I want to make it clear today, Tang Yueling is my Fu family's officially recognized daughter-in-law. We know her character best. She directed her intense gaze at Sister Li, who is still recovering from Fu Zhanting's earlier pressure. Fainting? My family has 3 generations of royal doctors. I want to ask which medical book says that fainting means you can't help save a life. Besides, whether she faints or not is still unknown. In the storm on the ship, performing emergency aid relies on real skill and courage. She then looked at Lin Hongying's supporters, her tone laced with sarcasm. As for her attire, my daughter-in-law dresses appropriately and elegantly, bringing honor to our family. Do you think she has to dress poorly to be worthy of a soldier? Finally, she held Tang Yueling's hand, her voice still strong. Tang Yueling is the good daughter-in-law my family recognizes. Time will prove her worth. To those spreading rumors and gossip, I advise you to give up your thoughts early. Her words intimidated everyone present and genuinely moved Tang Yueling. No one expected the seemingly gentle Fu mother to speak with such authority. Everyone knew it was because Fu Zhanting was exceptional. Many girls liked him, but he always appeared cold to everyone. But now things are different. The ancient icebergs are melting, and everyone is curious about how such an outstanding woman could win over the military king. When they asked around, they found out that she was just a spoiled rich girl from a questionable background. People often criticize what they can't have. At that moment, Chen Fong saw this and pulled her daughter Nuno forward to help. Did you hear that? Aunt Fu has spoken. Sister Tang is great. Nuno, greet your aunt. Nuno, the 5-year-old daughter of Chen Fong and Zhao Taizhan, looked at the shy little bay hiding behind Tang Yueling and shouted loudly while making a funny face at Aunt Li. Hello, Aunt Tang. Beat the bad guys. The atmosphere was a bit tense. The doubters were momentarily silenced by the strong presence of Lin Manchio and Chen Fong. However, their eyes still showed skepticism. Just then, a sudden shout and the sound of something heavy falling came from the direction of the medical station. An elderly military doctor, around 50 or 60 years old, with gray hair, was holding his head, looking pale and curled up on the ground. His body was shaking uncontrollably, and he was gasping for breath. A young local man in his 20s, Ma Xiaohai, who was 19 and a disciple of Director Sun, rushed forward to help him, nearly in tears. The crowd gasped in shock. Oh no! It's Director Sun. His condition is acting up again. Why does it seem so urgent this time? Director Sun, are you okay?
Quick.
Get him to the hospital. Just as Song Wanrong was leaving, everyone panicked. The crowd erupted in chaos. Director Sun was a respected old doctor in the family compound and the entire camp. His collapse caused everyone to lose their composure. Lin Hongying, who had appeared in the crowd, immediately shouted with a tone of clear provocation. "Oh no! What should we do? Is it a sudden health crisis? Ma Xiaohai, haven't you been learning from the director for years? Can't you handle this minor issue? Looks like our clinic standards are lacking." TSK. She shot a pointed glance at Tang Yueling, who was protected by Fu Zhanting. Aren't some people supposed to be good at acupuncture? Why aren't they showing their skills now? Don't tell me they can only make people faint. Her words immediately drew low laughs and doubtful looks from Aunt Li and others. Fu Zhanting, furious, shot her a cold glare, making her instantly quiet down. The moment Director Sun collapsed, Tang Yueling's expression became incredibly focused and sharp. Ignoring Lin Hongying's mockery, she pushed aside Fu Zhanting's arm and quickly moved to Director Sun's side. "Comrade, please step aside." Steady Director Sun in his seat. He seems to be having a severe migraine caused by wind disrupting his senses. Having learned traditional medicine from Grandpa Ali at the orphanage since childhood, this minor ailment was not a big deal for her. As she spoke, she quickly took out an old needle case from her small cloth bag. Learning from her previous experience, she always kept a small bag with her to discreetly carry items from her space. Ma Xiaohai, feeling desperate, hurriedly followed her instructions.
"Tang, có mắt tang."
"Do you have a solution?" Lin Hongying chuckled. "What a show-off. Director Sun has been practicing medicine for decades." Tang Yueling ignored her, her fingers moving swiftly as she picked up several slender silver needles. She held her breath, concentrating, and struck like lightning. The first needle precisely entered the fengqi point at the back of the neck, going in 3/10 of an inch, and she gently twisted it. The second needle pierced the temple, her technique soft yet penetrating. The third needle landed on the higa point at the base of the thumb, using a draining method. The final needle was firmly inserted into the Tai Chong point on the top of the foot, guiding energy downward. Her movements were fluid and steady, exuding a powerful aura, as if she had practiced this 1,000 times. With each needle, Director Sun's groans of pain lessened, and his body relaxed. Meanwhile, unnoticed in the corner, a small amount of healing water seeped from Tang Yueling's fingertips, absorbed into his body along with special acupressure. Miraculously, Director Sun's previously furrowed brow began to relax visibly. His rapid breathing steadied, the pain on his face faded quickly, and a hint of tranquility emerged. In just a few minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, his voice still weak, but filled with shock and gratitude. "Good. Good technique.
"Tang."
Dr. Tang. "Thank you." This acknowledgement from the director of the military health station was the highest praise. The room fell silent. The sound of the needles was audible. Everyone stared in disbelief at this incredible scene. The expressions of doubt, ridicule, and schadenfreude froze on Lin Hongying, Sister Li, and others' faces, as if they had been slapped hard. Chun Fong was the first to react, excitedly slapping her thigh, her voice loud enough to raise the roof. "Did you see that? Did you all see that? This is the so-called delicate young lady you were talking about? Open your eyes wide and take a good look." Director Sun praised her skills. "Anyone who dares to gossip, I won't stand for it." Her 5-year-old daughter mimicked her mother, hands on her hips, cheerfully shouting, "Aunt Tang is the best. She drives away bad people." Little Bei jumped out from behind, excitedly cheering, "Aunt Fairy, that's amazing." The crowd stirred again, this time with praise. "Well done, Dr. Tang. What a talent. Captain Fu has married a treasure." Meanwhile, Sister Li and others turned red with embarrassment, wishing they could find a hole to hide in, shrinking back into the crowd. Lin Hongying's face turned pale as she watched Tang Yueling being praised by everyone, her anger twisting her mouth. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly turned and awkwardly pushed through the crowd to escape. Fu Zhanting walked over to Tang Yueling and, in front of everyone, naturally wiped the sweat from her forehead with his sleeve. His movements were clumsy, but full of care. He said nothing, but his proud gaze and straight posture spoke volumes. His little wildcat was still so impressive. Lin Manchio watched her daughter-in-law calmly saving the day, feeling immense pride and joy as she noticed the shift in the crowd's mood. She elegantly adjusted her collar and, addressing the still-shocked crowd, announced clearly, "Tomorrow is the joyous day when my son Fu Zhanting and daughter-in-law Tang Yueling will register their marriage. Everyone is welcome to join in the celebration and share in the joy." Great. Congratulations. It was now 1968. Although the Great Movement had not yet significantly affected Cheongzhou Island, the news had spread throughout China. Weddings and funerals were considered part of the Four Olds, and people dared not be open about them. A grand banquet was out of the question, but a small celebration with family and sharing some sweets was still acceptable. The crowd slowly dispersed, and Lin Manchio began tidying up the house as the courtyard filled with a festive atmosphere. Just then, a warm, cheerful voice interrupted, "Zhanting, my brother. How can such a big celebration happen without me? Sorry for being late." Congratulations. The newcomer was Wang Weigua, 32, an instructor in the Special Forces and a good friend of Fu Zhanting, known for his wisdom. He wore a clean, neat military uniform and sported his signature black-rimmed glasses. Wang Weigua lightly punched Fu Zhanting on the chest and respectfully nodded to Lin Manchio. "Hello, Aunt." After greeting her, he began searching for Tang Yueling. Behind him was a woman in her early 30s with a round face and almond-shaped eyes, wearing a faded checkered linen suit, his wife, Lu Mei. Following Lu Mei were two children, almost identical, carrying military green backpacks, hurrying along. Her gaze landed on Tang Yueling, and her eyes instantly lit up with admiration.
Wow.
"Is this my sister-in-law? Goodness. She is truly more beautiful and graceful than the movie stars and magazines. I'm Lu Mei. I work in your brother Weigua's house and teach Chinese at our military primary school. Zhanting, you are so lucky." She spoke with a warm and friendly tone, extending her hand without hiding her amazement and affection for Tang Yueling. Tang Yueling was touched by Lu Mei's enthusiasm and smiled as she reached out her hand. "Hello, Teacher Lu, I'm Tang Yueling." "Hello, Brother Weigua." She turned to Wang Weigua and nodded in greeting. Wang Weigua adjusted his glasses, smiling gently and steadily. "Look at my eyes, Comrade Tang Yueling. Congratulations. Zhanting is really fortunate. It's all my fault. I've been busy with things in the team lately. That's why I'm only here now." He glanced at Fu Zhanting, his eyes filled with playful teasing and sincere blessings. Behind them, the dragon and phoenix twins curiously peeked out. The older brother, Wang Dahu, had a buzz cut, was tanned, and had a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. The younger sister, Wang Xiaoyun, wore two little braids and a clean floral dress, quietly hiding by her mother's leg. Her big eyes blinked with a mix of shyness and curiosity as she looked at Tang Yueling. The two of them turned to greet Chinfang, and Xiaoyun and Dahu quickly ran to play with Nunu nearby. Only the little bay behind Tang Yueling was still cautiously observing the three, clearly not familiar yet. Tang Yueling crouched down to encourage him to join the other kids. Finally, the cheerful 5-year-old Nunu, unafraid of anything, came over to pull him along to play. Lin Manchio smiled even wider when she saw Wang Weigua's family arrive. "Teacher Lu, Weigua, you're just in time. It's been a while." Before they could exchange pleasantries, a loud car horn suddenly sounded at the entrance of the family compound. A young soldier from the mailroom rushed over in a hurry.
Comrade Tang Yueling.
"Is Comrade Tang Yueling here?" "A package from Shanghai. 9 large items. You need to sign for them." At the same time, another military truck came to a stop nearby, and 2 logistics soldiers jumped down.
"Captain Fu.
"The furniture you ordered has arrived." Instantly, the open space at the entrance of the family compound was piled high with packages. 9 securely bundled packages of various sizes, carefully packed by Uncle Fu as a dowry. There were also several brand new pieces of furniture wrapped tightly in oilcloth, including a bed, wardrobe, and tables and chairs ordered by Fu Zhanting. Suddenly, the large family compound was filled to the brim.
Wow.
The crowd gasped in amazement. Chun Fong stood with her hands on her hips, her voice loud.
Wow.
Captain Fu, Miss Tang, are you planning to move the supply store home? Before she finished speaking, two tall figures rushed in. Old Lu, I heard your wife's dowry has arrived. I'm here to help. The newcomers were Zhao Taizhan, Chen Fong's husband and the captain of the armored unit, whose voice was even louder than Chen Fong's, full of the spirit of a man from Jiaodong. Behind him was Chun Hu, who had a simple, friendly smile.
Captain.
Sister-in-law.
Count me in.
With this much going on, we have to help. Chun Hu grinned, rolled up his sleeves, and got ready to work. The family courtyard was buzzing with activity. Fu Zhanting looked at the mountain of supplies without frowning and began to give orders. Weigua, lend a hand and start moving the furniture inside. Taizhan, Chen-Hu, help me lift the big packages. Be careful. Fu Zhanting was very proactive and was the first to pick up the largest package. Wang Weigua, Zhao Taizhan, and Chen-Hu, not wanting to be left behind, shouted in unison, "Got it." The three big men quickly turned into movers and got to work energetically. Lu Mei also rolled up her sleeves, ready to deal with the packages. Yueling, don't help. Let the men handle the heavy work. We'll take care of unpacking. Chen Fong shouted to her daughter, Nyonyo. Nyonyo, take your brothers and sisters to play. Don't get in the way. 5-year-old Nyonyo, with her hair in pigtails, was a fearless little girl and immediately responded. She waved her small hand with a leader-like air. Big Hu, little Yun.
Little Bai.
Follow me. Let's play spy-catch. In no time, the kids were playing together. Wang Dahu's eyes lit up, and he patted his chest.
Great.
I'll be the commander. Wang Xiaoyun, though a bit shy, was caught up in the excitement and quietly said, I'll be the medic. Fu Xiaobei was so excited her face turned red, and she jumped into her role, happily declaring, I'm the scout. Let's catch the enemy spies.
Charge.
The 4 kids instantly formed a group, weaving in and out of the busy adults, filling the courtyard with cheerful laughter and the sounds of their playful battle cries. Tang Yueling stood at the edge of the bustling crowd, watching everything unfold, feeling a warmth she had never experienced before filling her heart. This was no longer the 21st century, a modern society obsessed with power and money, nor was it the calculating world from the original story. This was a vibrant, warm home, filled with the love of a man who would carry everything for her and the acceptance and support of her elders and siblings. There are enthusiastic and cheerful neighbors who are always willing to lend a hand. There are also innocent and lively children who bring laughter. She couldn't help but smile, her expression warmer and more charming than the sunset. Fu Zhanting walked by, with a heavy camphor wood box. When he saw her warm smile, he paused for a moment, captivated. He also had a home now, a home with her. Not far away, under the coconut trees, Lin Hongying came and went, her beautiful fingers digging into the tree bark, her eyes red with jealousy. Tang Yueling, don't get too proud. The sea is wide, and the water is deep. We'll see how it goes. At the military hospital, in Fu Jingqing's duty room, another gift had just arrived. In the evening, at the Cheongzhou Island Military District General Hospital, in the surgical duty room, the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant and old newspapers. Several wooden tables were piled high with medical files, stethoscopes, enamel mugs marked with a red star, and a few dog-eared copies of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Fu Jingqing had just finished assisting with a minor surgery and walked in, tiredly rubbing his forehead, ready to organize the handover records. When his gaze fell on his old desk by the window, he stopped. Besides the medical files he had left open, there was something out of place. A can of milk powder labeled Shanghai. 2 brand new copies of Hongqi magazine. The most eye-catching was a red book carefully wrapped in red plastic, titled Quotations of Great Leaders. The cover was shiny and clearly new. The other doctors and nurses who had just finished their shifts also noticed and curiously gathered around. A sharp-eyed nurse picked up the can of milk powder and exclaimed, "Wow, Dr. Fu, which revolutionary comrade cares so much about you? They even sent you milk powder. That must have cost quite a bit." In turn, Dr. Lee flipped through the Hongqi magazine, looking intrigued. "New magazines, too. Dr. Fu, you must be quite popular. Is there a little nurse from another department?" Another doctor, old Lu, teased as he picked up the red book. "The key is this. Look how carefully it's wrapped. This isn't just any concern. This is care with revolutionary affection, Dr. Fu." Fu Jingqing frowned, filled with confusion. He had decent relationships, but rarely received such thoughtful gifts, especially ones with obvious personal meaning. He reached out and took the red book from old Lu, feeling that the cover was slightly thick. Was there something inside? "Don't make a fuss. I don't know who left it," Fu Jingqing said in a low voice, instinctively opening the cover of the red book. Sure enough, carefully tucked between the red plastic cover and the hard cover was a folded sheet of neatly trimmed stationery. The room fell silent, and several curious eyes focused on the paper in his hand. Fu Jingqing's heart inexplicably raced as he unfolded the letter. The paper had elegant handwriting in blue ink, with only 2 short lines of poetry. "The revolutionary journey is long. May I accompany you beside the spring breeze?" At the bottom, there was just a lonely, decorative letter. The graceful writing and the poem carried a subtle sentiment unique to that era, wrapped in revolutionary slogans. The words "spring breeze" and "beside you" lightly brushed against Fu Jingqing's heart, bringing a strange flutter. But more than that, he felt confused and cautious. The young nurse stretched her neck to see the poem and gasped, her face filled with excited curiosity.
Wow.
A love poem from the Red Treasure Book.
This
is so romantic. Mystery? Or maybe the first letter of a name. Dr. Fu, think quickly. Which admirer has a name starting with M?
Ma, me, or mu.
In turn, Dr. Lee squinted, trying to recall the names of the female colleagues in the hospital. Old Lu patted Fu Jingqing on the shoulder and laughed heartily.
Ha ha.
Good for you, Dr. Fu. You need to focus on the revolutionary cause, but personal matters should be addressed too. May I accompany you beside the spring breeze? This girl is cultured and bold, but she's too shy to even leave her name. The friendly teasing and laughter filled the small duty room. Everyone seemed to agree that this was a message from a girl secretly in love with Fu Jingqing, bravely expressing her feelings. Fu Jingqing held the thin letter, but his brow furrowed even more. He looked at the M, and several vague images flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one.
Nursma?
Her bold personality didn't fit. Dr. May? The age didn't match. He didn't think anyone by that name worked there. Frustrated, he folded the letter back up and tucked it into the red book along with a can of malt extract and the magazine, all hastily shoved into his drawer with a hint of barely noticeable panic. All right, stop guessing. It might just be someone who misplaced it, or it could be a prank. I don't even know who it is. Fu Jingqing's tone was filled with helplessness and deliberate indifference as he tried to use prank to cool everyone's enthusiasm. But deep down, he knew that the handwriting and thoughtfulness were no joke. The person beside him clearly didn't believe it and cheerfully said, "Dr. Fu, your face is red, but you're still denying it. It must be from some pretty girl. Next time, be more careful during rounds and see who looks especially shy." Old Lu also seemed to want more.
Exactly.
Willing to follow the spring breeze by your side. What a wonderful girl. Dr. Fu seized the opportunity. Fu Jingqing felt his ears burn from the teasing, and the stir of emotions sparked by the poem was now mixed with this sudden attention, making him uneasy. He grabbed the patient files on the table and quickly left the duty room, saying, "I'm going to check on the patient in bed 3. This left the duty room filled with friendly laughter and even more enthusiastic guesses. In the hallway, Fu Jingqing leaned against the cold wall and took a deep breath. He instinctively reached towards the drawer. Those few lines of poetry and the mysterious M felt like pebbles thrown into the lake of his heart. Amidst the confusion caused by Tang Yueling, they stirred up another layer of complex and bewildering emotions. Where did this unexpected spring breeze come from? What did it mean? He had no idea and felt that this sudden peach blossom only added to his already heavy feelings of irritation and unease. He even had a fleeting thought, if only this person were Tang Yueling, how wonderful that would be. But he knew clearly in his heart that neither the letter M nor those things could possibly be her. Meanwhile, at the military family compound, Chen-Hu and the others had arranged the furniture and even tidied up. Lin Manxiu tried to drag them out for a meal, but they all politely declined. Chen Fong and Lu Mei said in unison, they need to save room for the wedding candy tomorrow. Upon hearing there would be wedding candy, Wang Dahu and Nuno became lively, happily dancing along with Xiaobei. There were still some items in the family compound that hadn't been organized, including the dowry sent by Uncle Fu, which everyone tactfully only helped to unwrap. Many large dowry items drew gasps of surprise when opened. Especially when Sister Lu Mei touched something hard inside the wedding quilt, she realized the truth. Indeed, she was the daughter of a capitalist from Shanghai. Her background was hard to imagine. If it weren't for the special circumstances, it would surely be even more impressive. However, since it had passed through the military's strict checks, it couldn't be a huge amount, and everyone was not too worried. After sending everyone off and tidying up a bit, Fu Zhanting took Tang Yueling and Lin Manxiu back to the military guest house. As soon as the four arrived at the military guest house, Chen-Hu rushed over, looking excited. Captain, the higher-ups have specially approved you 2 days off. For these 2 days, even if something big happens, I won't come knocking on your door at midnight. You and your wife. As soon as Chen-Hu finished speaking, he saw the silly smile on Xiaobei's face as she looked up at him, and Lin Manxiu grinning beside her. Uncle, Aunt, the message has been delivered. I'm leaving. Before anyone could respond, Chen-Hu dashed away in a flash, leaving Tang Yueling feeling awkward as she looked at Fu Zhanting. By 8:30 p.m., everyone had finished dinner and returned to their rooms to rest. Xiaobei was already fast asleep, and Lin Manxiu sat on the edge of the bed, picking up the old black rotary phone from the military guest house and dialing a long-distance call to the Fu family in Beijing. A distant buzzing sound came from the receiver, and finally, the line connected. Hello? Dad? Zhenghua? It's me, Manxiu. Yes, I'm on Xiongzhou Island. I've seen Zhanting and Yueling. The voice of Grandpa Fu came through, loud and excited, even without the speakerphone.
Manxiu?
How is it? My granddaughter-in-law. Is she as good as the telegram said? Can she handle that mischievous boy, Zhanting? Lin Manxiu smiled brightly.
Dad.
She's not just good. Yueling is truly exceptional in both looks and demeanor, and her character is so steady and graceful. This afternoon, she lowered her voice, filled with the excitement of sharing a secret. Someone in the family compound was gossiping, and just then, Director Sun had a headache and was rolling in pain. Yueling treated him with a few needles, and he was instantly better. It left those onlookers in shock. You should have seen Zhanting's protective look and Director Sun's gratitude. It really brought honor to our Fu family. Grandpa Fu burst into hearty laughter on the other end, clapping his hands. Ha ha ha.
Great.
I knew it. How could my tough girl make a difference with just anyone?
She can handle him.
Absolutely. This daughter-in-law, I'm all for her. When are we having the wedding? I need to be there.
Dad, don't rush.
Tomorrow. Just tomorrow afternoon, the kids will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their certificate. The banquet can wait until we return to Beijing. By the way, is Jinghua there? The voice on the other end changed to Fu Jinghua's steady, yet clearly concerned tone. Manxiu, I'm here. Are the kids doing well? How's Zhanting's injury? They're all good. Zhanting's injury has already been treated by your daughter-in-law. He's lively now. Yueling is also great, understanding and caring, but there aren't many people at home, which is a bit sad. Jinghua, I have to tell you, this girl is truly wonderful, skilled in medicine and with a good heart. Argenting is lucky to marry her. And little Bae, she insists on sleeping with her fairy aunt at night. The result was that John Ting was pulled out with a dark face, like he was carrying a little chick. His face was so sour, just like his dad back in the day. When Fu Jinghua heard this, he couldn't help but laugh with old Master Fu beside him.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
By the way, the humidity is high on the island, so you and Yueling should keep warm and not get too cold. That brat John Ting needs to tone down his temper and not scare the girl. Also, when you meet the in-laws. Oh, look at me, I almost forgot. Take good care of Yueling's feelings. And what about Zhou Jingtai? His voice became a bit low, and he sounded a bit scattered. Clearly the last sentence was the main point. Hearing this, Lin Manchio's smile faded a little, her fingers unconsciously twisting around the phone cord, her tone calm yet firm. Jinghua, where are you going with this? I've been busy like a spinning top, and I haven't even seen anyone. But tomorrow, I wonder if they will come. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and when he spoke again, his voice was even lower. When will you be back? When is Xiao Bei coming back? Soon, probably the day after tomorrow. Okay, please. Tell the kids congratulations and get some rest.
Got it.
You're so naggy.
Take care of yourself, bye.
Fu Jinghua wanted to say something else, but the call was hung up. Lin Manchio smiled as she put down the receiver, taking a long breath, her face showing relief and anticipation for her younger son's marriage certificate tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the room 2 doors down, the door to Tang Yueling's room was gently opened and closed. Fu Zhanting's tall figure walked in, carrying a refreshing scent of water, clearly just out of the shower. He was wearing a white tank top and army green pants issued by the military, with clear muscle lines visible under the tank. Tang Yueling was sitting on the edge of the bed, organizing the light blue shirt she would wear tomorrow, and looked up at the sound. Fu Zhanting naturally walked to the bed and sat down, close enough to feel each other's warmth. He didn't speak, just picked up the neatly folded shirt and awkwardly smoothed out a non-existent wrinkle, his movements careful and respectful. Tang Yueling felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and softly asked, "Did Aunt and Xiao Bei go to sleep?" Fu Zhanting replied with a sound, his gaze still fixed on her face, the moonlight outlining her delicate profile. "They took him away, that kid."
Still wanted to stay.
Remembering how Xiao Bei had just been crying by the doorframe, a rare smile appeared on his lips, but it quickly faded. "He wanted to sleep with you, but that's definitely not allowed." The room fell into a brief silence, with only the faint sounds of insects and waves outside. The atmosphere was subtle, filled with the unique excitement of the night before their wedding and a hint of nervous restraint. Fu Zhanting suddenly reached out, not to embrace her, but to gently hold Tang Yueling's hand resting on her lap. His hand was large and warm, enveloping hers completely. His voice was deep, sounding especially clear and serious in the quiet night.
Yue.
Tang Yueling's heart skipped a beat as she looked up at him. Fu Zhanting swallowed hard, seeming to struggle with his words, but his gaze was bright and determined. "Tomorrow, you will really be my wife. Legally recognized, registered with the military, the kind that no one can take away." There was a childlike possessiveness and satisfaction in his tone as he tightened his grip on her hand. "I won't say sweet words, but I give you my life, my home, and my money. From now on, wherever you are, I will be. If anyone makes you frown, I will make them regret being born." This confession carried a unique blend of intense romance and sincerity. "Okay, I believe you." He paused, his gaze deepening as if trying to look into her soul, his voice dropping lower, carrying the weight of a promise. "And about your brother,